All right. I believe issue
Okay.
solved for a moment. Go on.
So I went to Walmart the other day and got some fruit that I wouldn't normally get.
Yeah.
I got some star fruit, some guava, and then like I've had mangoes before, but I got some mango, and
Yeah.
I don't know if there's one more or not. But anyway, I had Michaela chop some up, and I ate like some mango and some guava and some star fruit, and then for a while I didn't eat anything. Okay, I ate the fruit, and then I was like talking on Discord or whatever for a while, and then after a while I decided to open up a box of Whoppers that I had, the chocolate covered malted milk
Yeah.
balls or whatever,
Yeah.
and I dumped a few into my mouth, and it was like their potency had been multiplied. Like I don't know what it was, but it's just like, what the heck? These things taste like it's like I was somehow getting more of the sugar, more of the sweet taste out of them than I had before. And I think maybe, I don't know for sure, but I think maybe one of those fruits that I ate might have a similar or the same thing in it that berry does. Because when I kept going, like I kept eating the Whoppers, like, and it kept happening. Like it was like they were more powerful versions of Whoppers or whatever. It was awesome. It was really, really awesome, maybe.
Cool.
That's interesting. So you're saying it's not that you had the miracle fruit, but you think you may have, like the miracle berry, but you may have had a different one. I mean, I'm looking on the Wikipedia. It does say that this Gynema sylvestre, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, which I know about that herb. It's like a leaf that is very good for like blood sugar and different things. I don't think it's a fruit, but they're saying that it has a little bit similar effects to that. But you probably didn't have that unless you took that herb. But it's interesting.
Nope,
You
not
had that.
that. No, these were like, it was star fruit, guava, mango. That might have been it. I don't know if there was a third one or a fourth one or not, but my guess is that it would have been the guava or the star fruit, because those are the two I don't think I've ever had before. I think maybe in my entire life. I don't think I've ever had those before. So I would guess it was probably one of those two. But I wonder if there's something similar or the same thing in one of those fruits that if you eat it, it does that thing with your tongue or with your taste buds or whatever that can like increase the, I don't know, either the sweetness or maybe just like flavors in general. I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Like that's interesting. Yeah, that it maybe has a similar
But like this, like
compound in
the
it.
seemingly like kind of open secret or whatever, that this thing was lobbied against, and possibly there was possibly some like bad things that happened where they like kind of pressured people in not legal ways maybe or whatever. But like it seems like it's kind of a thing that's out there and known, that decades ago the sugar, like, you know, Big Sugar or whatever, did this and made it so that you couldn't get access to this thing that can help make other things sweet. And it's like, first of all, why haven't we like fixed that? Why haven't we gotten it done so it's like, okay, you guys did this, you didn't do it the right way. This thing is perfectly healthy, and everyone can have it now. Like it's FDA approved or whatever. But also, why do people seem to think that like their interests are at or near the top of the government's priority list when they allow stuff like that to happen? Like this berry, if we were allowed to just have access, large open access to this berry, it would possibly be very cheap and able to provide benefits similar to sugar, but without as many or maybe even any of the negative effects of sugar.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, in terms of conspiracies or in the food world, I think sugar is near the top of the list in terms of what it does to the human body, the addictiveness, especially refined sugar, white sugar. And then you get into all the corn syrup and making people overweight and obese and health problems, which then they need pharmaceuticals for. So that's a huge one. So yeah, that it's interesting. Yeah, that it makes sense. I mean, they just want to control everything, and sugar is one of the biggest things they kind of push and want to control.
And I'm not too sure about their about like we've discussed way back. It was a long time ago, but it was on Discord. It was probably on Brandon's channel or whatever. About like the idea of breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Make sure you don't miss breakfast. I'm not sure that's a good advice at all. I don't know if you should have breakfast like the way they say you should have breakfast. I'm not sure you should eat right away when you get up in the morning. I don't know if that's really the best for you. And I think it might be something that actually may cause you to be hungrier later on in the day by like activating your body's like, either digestive system or the food system in some way, like saying, okay, the fast is over. It's time to eat. Like activating that earlier in the day, I think might actually be worse for you or cause you to be, more munchy or hungry or whatever later on. And then like the idea that I don't know that you would actually have negative health effects as quickly as they might want to imply you would by not eating food. Because like in the last, like I think it was sometime around September or October, I went like around 5 days without any food at all. I didn't eat any food whatsoever for like 5 days. And it wasn't like super comfortable, as like I still wanted food. Like I desired to have food, but there didn't seem to be anything in particular that was causing me to like not function properly. It seemed like it worked. It seemed like my body was okay, and it just handled the situation. I'm not sure that like in the Bible there's like stories about people like fasting for like 40 days and 40 nights, and that seems like a long time to us to go without food or without substantial food or whatever. I'm not sure that it is. I'm not sure that we need to eat even remotely as close to often as we do. Maybe not.
I completely agree. And yeah, I do. I think that, well, and I think to some degree it happened over time. To some degree it happened within the last 100 years. We've become a society that food is a major part of it. I mean, if you look at what we consume in a general year, it's nothing comparable at all to other countries. Like I mean, they say that America has like over half the wealth of the world. I wonder how much the food consumption it has of the world. Like, like honestly, like we do. We're a consuming people, and so
Like we might throw away enough food to like feed like all these
I know
places that they claim is don't have enough food. Like we might be able to feed all of them with just the waste, and maybe even then some.
What's the matter, buddy? What happened? Who did you wrong?
Big Sugar.
I mean, he hasn't not since he woke up from a nap. What's the issue? Oh, okay.
So I was able to rig up a system here with these with the rocket thing, so that basically right now I think our oil coming from that other moon or planet or whatever is automated. And the place that I'm getting the oil from is like it was like over 15,000% yield, I think.
Okay.
So
the plastic's ready and coming. Where do you want it?
Okay. I want it to come in near the bottom here of the factory and hit like the red chip makers first, because we need more red chips, I think, for rocket control units to make more rocket parts or whatever. So
Okay, I'll path it in right now then. I'll just try and figure out. Let's see. Where red chip makers? Okay. Where did we have it coming in?
we had it coming in from over by our oil on the left side, left bottom area.
Okay.
So if you could just link it up right here, ish, if you wanted.
It's coming in from over here. So
yeah, look.
Okay, where do you want it?
Oh, right over here.
Oh, I see. To that. Okay, to that.
If you just hook it up right here, it should pipe right into the red chip area and stuff. Like it should. Yeah, something like that maybe. No, okay, wait a minute. What?
Oh, I gotta turn it the other way.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, just pipe it in right there. Yeah. Okay, maybe not.
Let's see. Now let's get it in here. So, let's do this.
Oh wait, Bob. Yeah, no, I was doing something else for a second, but I did hear what you were saying about that and about the food stuff. But yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying. I think there's a huge agenda around overconsumption of food and control of the food system, like what's in the foods, and yeah, I mean, it is like that whole push of like eating in the morning, and not only that, but all of these foods that they've pushed to eat in the morning are very high sugar foods. Like
oatmeal, cereal, that kind of stuff. I in the last several years, like a lot, probably 2 or 3, maybe 4 years, I've tried to reduce soy intake that I had for a while, and even now I try to avoid soy a lot, like the soybean oil, the soy protein stuff, like basically just anything that has to do with soy. I would prefer it not be in my food. I think it might actually sometimes give me headaches, and it seems like if I kind of eat clean and not have like soy and stuff like that, for it seems like I'm able to actually, how like if you sit for a while, your armpits will start to stink. Like you sweat and then your armpits start to stink or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's the thing that happens to other people, right? Right. Okay. So if you stop, like if I stop or if I limit my soy intake, it seems like eventually my armpits will still start to stink, but it takes longer. And when they first start to smell like something, it doesn't smell bad, which is really weird. Like it's like at first they'll start to smell, but they'll actually smell like kind of sweet. Okay. Whereas, but then like eventually after a while, it will start to stink. But I don't know if that's because it has to start to stink eventually, or if it's because I am always consuming a little bit of soy, so eventually enough soy gets in there to really make it rancid, or whatever, like to really stink it up. I think that soy might actually just be bad for humans in general. And I think it might be one of those things that they're trying to like push on us, and I think they may be aware that it's actually not good for us. Because you got these like protein drinks, but if you check some of them, sometimes I think they say like it's like this soy protein. Like it's not like protein, it's soy protein, which is like basically plant based or whatever. And it seems like soy lecithin is in like American chocolates, and so I don't know if they're in foreign chocolates as much or at all. I don't know, but it seems like regular candy that we have here that's chocolate. It seems like 9 times out of 10 or more, you check the ingredients and there's soy lecithin, which is considered like an emulsifier or something like that.
Oh yeah, dude. Soy. I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's a huge one. Soy is a completely highly genetically modified and causes all kinds of different health issues and raises estrogen levels. And I mean, it's one of their big GM. I mean, I kind of call them the big five. You've got grains in general, wheat being the most, gluten, but several of the other grains like barley and rye. That's a big one, that whole category. Corn, of course, soy, and then cow's milk contains there's like the casein in cow's milk that causes a lot of issues for people, and then this altered genetically modified form of casein, which comes from the A1, A2 protein. It comes from the A1 protein in cow's milk, which is called BCM7, beta casein morphine 7. It's like a morphine, and that one causes all kinds of issues. But yeah, I kind of call those the big five. So yeah, soy is one of them for sure.
Oh, and like the fast food restaurants. Like I've gotten to a point now where it seems like I'm able to detect soy at least by smell. And also like I said, sometimes it seems like it gives me headaches, but the smell, it seems like I've kind of gotten tuned to it, and I think that has to do with me kind of removing a lot of it from my diet, like pushing it out. And it seems now like my senses are somehow aware. It's like, hey, that's that nasty stuff you don't want. Because like Dairy Queen, I think like possibly like KFC, I'm not sure about that, but like they probably use the same kind of oil as the other places. But I'm pretty sure like the fast food places that do things like French fries, cheese curds, frying their chicken and stuff, I think a lot of them, if not all of them, use some sort of a soy-based oil rather than like a different kind of vegetable oil or whatever. And like when I walk into a Quick Trip, I don't know if you have a Quick Trips where you're at, but if I walk into a Quick Trip, it's like I can instantly smell the soy oil that they've been cooking their food in at the Quick Trip, like the chicken stuff or whatever. Like it's heavy and like basically instantly noticeable as soon as I walk in, and it's gross. Like it's like, oh man, that smells nasty.
Yeah, interesting that you can pick up on that. Yeah, soy is gnarly stuff. And it's sort of like with corn as well. There's like thousands of products of like byproducts that they make from soy. You know, like you said, soy lecithin, which is in all kinds of stuff, as like a filler. And yeah, it's amazing. Like if you like pick up like a package of like pizza rolls, frozen pizza rolls, some mainstream company, at, your local Walmart or whatever. And just like, whenever I look at like the ingredient list, it's just like hundreds of different fractionated versions of those things I just said, corn, soy, and wheat. It's like, it's amazing. It's just like, that's literally what the food is. It's just like hundreds of different chemical extract versions of those toxic genetically modified things. So yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that those things cause and trigger inflammation and disease in the body and cause people to then need to go get pharmaceuticals because of whatever health problem. And unfortunately, they're doing it purposely, in my opinion. But yeah, soy is one of those big, big genetically modified monsters at this point.
I don't think we're even supposed to like, isn't it like porn was like not even like edible by humans, but they like bred it to like get to a point where we could properly like, and I like, if you eat just corn, like corn on the cob, like you don't even digest it, right? Doesn't it just go straight through you? So like, I don't even know that we're supposed to eat things like corn. And yet like, look at all the different stuff we use things like corn syrup for in our world. Like, I don't even know if we're supposed to consume that to begin with. I don't even know if the corn itself, never mind like the syrup, like I don't even know if the corn itself was edible to humans until they messed with it.
Oh yeah, no, corn is absolutely. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, the human body is in no way, shape, or form designed to eat corn. Even the old ancient corn is not even right for the human body. It's just like a complete, like a freak food. I mean, it's just not even a food. I mean, that's why, the old joke, like when you take a shit and there's like kernels of corn in your shit.
Right. Yeah. So you don't even actually like use it or digest it properly or whatever. It just like kind of goes through you or whatever, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, in my viewpoint, I can go pretty deep into in my viewpoint, conspiratorial realities of the whole food system. And I've studied it for so many years. It just continues to actually blow my mind, just beyond what I thought was even possible in terms of what they've actually done and the effects of these foods. I mean, it's one thing to think, okay, yeah, genetically modified corn, it's like Roundup Ready modified, but I think that's just scratching the surface of what actually is going on with these things. And the level of like autoimmune diseases that are triggered and activated by these things, and other illnesses, and even things like cancer. I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's just immune system depletion, and then how that connects in with the vaccines we got as children. I mean, it's unbelievable. And
I think the inflammation, like you mentioned before, might be a pretty big one. And if you think about it, like it seems like it makes sense if they want to try and like keep people from like being all that we can be. Like if they encourage you to eat breakfast right away in the morning, they give you crap for breakfast. Okay, that's going to not necessarily help your body, and it's going to possibly make you hungry later, and also possibly like make you feel kind of crappy. Okay, but then you're hungry later, and so you eat more crap. Okay, so then like, and then like you're not necessarily going to the bathroom as much as you should to be healthy, or and you're not necessarily sleeping as well because of what you put into your body, after you woke up and before you went to bed again. And so it's like it seems like it could be these things that just kind of stack on top of each other, all to basically keep people like fat and too run down to even be thinking about things in a clear way. It's like you get up, you go to your job, you feel like crap because of all the crap you eat and the bad sleep you got because of all the crap that you eat. And it's just like it seems like this system that's working so hard to stop you from being like a good, healthy human being, instead just be like this run down like sloppy drone or something.
yeah, that's an interesting. I mean, I definitely. We were talking about the breakfasts. I mean, I was just thinking when I was a child, like my mom used to make me, and I'm not criticizing my mom or anything. It just is what it was. Like I used to eat toast, like white toast with cinnamon and sugar on it and a little bit of butter, which was so tasty, cinnamon, sugar. And
Oh, yes, absolutely. Agreed. Very
used to
tasty.
have that, a glass of orange juice, which of course is like pure sugar, and cereal. It's like, wow. And I'm not criticizing my mom. That's just the era that she grew up in. And
right. You got your white sugar, you got your orange sugar, you got your rainbow colored sugar from your cereal.
Well, again, going back to it, I believe people back at that time weren't living as fancy of a life. They didn't the economy of the America wasn't as good, and so they thought, "Wow, this is cheaper to get this than it is to get this natural stuff." Okay, because it takes less materials to make the fake stuff, essentially. And so it's just like, okay, we'll get this, and it's FDA approved. It's part of the pyramid scheme, or you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the food pyramid
food
or whatever.
pyramid. Yeah. So it's like they were misinformed. I mean, they were blatantly lied to, I would say. But then
Yeah.
they also were in a situation of we have to work hard to make the money to pay for it. And I do believe, like, there are people out there who are poor in America. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that in general, our society has access to so much more than what they did 30, 40 years ago when we were kids. I don't know how old you are, but yeah. So I wouldn't blame a parent in that era the same way. Like, now we have the information out there, and again, maybe blame is the wrong word I'd use anyway. But I mean, we have the information out there. We also have access to better, healthier things, and we realize. I mean, I hope people are realizing the FDA lies. They're in it for the money.
Yeah, no, and they're not noble or like just this, force driven by just pure goodness or righteousness or what's good for the people either. Like, it's just like they're a government body or organization, and they probably have different interests that are lobbying them and stuff like that, just like other places. And yet it's able to prevent us from getting things that are seemingly perfectly safe.
Yeah, I mean that idea, like that breakfast, it's like in my understanding now of like health and nutrition, like that is literally the opposite of what you want to start a child off on
Right?
his day to indoctrination camp. I mean,
Right? It's like you start them off with just piles of sugar right before you send them off. Like, you wake them up super early, so they're nice and groggy and tired and ready for their manipulation for the day. Stuff them full of garbage and then send them off to indoctrination camp. Like, it's just like when you think about it clearly, it's like, wow, how did this get in place? Why are people okay with this? But it's like, I think there's a lot of people who would defend this, just like, oh, the schools are important and the teachers are the best of us and the blah blah blah.
oh yeah, dude. I mean, like hardly any protein in that breakfast, and it's literally just white sugar, which, like you said, just makes you more hungry. I mean, I remember, in those years of my elementary school, middle school, whatever that breakfast was, I mean, I was starving. Like when 10, 11, noon came along, I was just starving. I remember just like, just desperately waiting for lunchtime because I was so hungry, and then like, yeah, oh man, and yeah, and then all the sugar. I mean, nowadays there's been so much more research about white sugar and how it's connected to ADD and hyperactivity and difficulty focusing. I mean, it's just hyperactivity linked with extreme fatigue. I mean, all these kids are sleeping in class, and I mean, I'm sure there's other reasons for that too, like staying up too late, not getting sleep, waking these kids up at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those factors, but
They have their phones, and who knows how long they're staying on those things each night, stuff like that. Probably other stuff like that too.
yeah, when I was a child, it wasn't as much phones because this was back in the 80s and 90s, but it was video games, television, and video games. Yeah, I mean, that always kept me up late, I'm sure.
Maybe not.
But I mean, that's like the whole food pyramid deception as well. Yeah, it's connected to that because Oh yeah, just the grains and the sugars, and I mean, yeah, that's a whole nother topic, but yeah, that whole food pyramid. And I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, there's a lot of kind of agendas behind it, but like the idea that like whoever's in control of these government, organizations, it's like the idea that they're like farming us to a degree. Like they see us as almost like farm animals. And so
Yeah.
whatever they want to get out of us, which is pound your coffee, live off of coffee and sugar. I mean, yeah, I mean, even, well, yeah, there's so many other issues with even with meats and things as well. But yeah, just that whole like morning coffee sugar thing. And then, yeah, like you said, I think there is part of it is trying to increase the appetite levels so that people overeat and overconsume food, because the thing they want you to be overeating and consuming are all of the genetically modified altered things like corn and, corn chips and bagels and, all these grains and all these things in that, which are going to cause the inflammation and make the autoimmune diseases come up more, and all of that, to where you then need pharmaceuticals, and then sadly that all leads to an early death and a more painful life that people end up going to pharmaceuticals because they have problems. I know it's kind of a dark thing to discuss or whatever, but it's pretty intense. Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying, and that's only scratching the surface of even my understanding. There's so many more layers and levels of it. So yeah, it's pretty intense.
Yeah. And they've possibly had a really long time to kind of get the whole thing set up and whatnot.
Exactly. Yeah, it took a lot of time. I mean, I think after World War II is when they really had the control through United Nations and through, just the financial control to be able to sort of start to roll this out on a larger level and to alter the food system even more. Because whatever happened in World War II, in my opinion, clearly gave them a certain power position that they were able to kind of homogenize a lot of these things within all of these, like, first world and even a lot of this, second world countries.
Well, at the very least, think about like the possible shift. Like if they had the men going over and getting themselves killed, and the women shifting into the role of going to the factory and actually working outside of the home. Well, now it's going to be possibly way easier to sell the mom who wants her children to be healthy, to sell her on the idea of stuffing her child full of something quick and convenient before she goes to work, rather than selling her on something that is actually good for the child, for real. So they can, manipulate and word it in a certain way. This gives you this vitamin or whatever. Feed it to your kids. And then the mom's like, I got to get to the factory because we got to make the stuff because our men are overseas and they're fighting the war. So we'll give our kid the stuff. Look, it says it gives them the vitamins. And now suddenly that's the thing that everyone's doing, or, that a lot of people are doing. Now that's what moms do. They give their kids this essentially garbage, and then they head off to go work in the factories. And to sell one of them on that before they had that pressure or that feeling of responsibility to go work outside the home, I think you probably would have had a way harder time convincing a mom to like stuff their child full of sugar in the morning. Like they'd be like, no, I want to make my kids, some eggs and some bacon and give them some real food before they leave.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I can see what you mean with that connection. Yeah, well, I guess they use times of war to roll out a lot of, it's like almost like a reset in a way. I mean, I wasn't alive then, but I mean, I really think about the difference. Like, let's just say even like 1935 versus 1955, or even 45 versus 55, basically just before World War II and after. I mean, it's like, talk about a reset. I mean, wow, like just huge reset on a lot of levels. And I think, yeah, this food pyramid thing. I mean, the World War II one was such a huge one because of what happened afterwards. I mean, of course, NASA was created, and the United Nations, and this Education Act that was passed. I think it was 1957, to where they started, like, these same corporations were making the textbooks and teaching the globe Earth and all of it. So but yeah, I hear what you're saying with that, with the kind of change in the food system and how they use that as a way to do that. Because yeah, I mean, if I had eaten bacon and eggs in the morning, oh my gosh, I mean, I just feel like I would have had so much more sustained energy throughout the day. I wouldn't have been crashing, in third period or whatever before lunchtime, and yeah, it's incredibly backwards. But you're right. I mean, when you look at those cereal boxes, they're like fortified with vitamin A and all this stuff, like synthetic chemicals linked with a bunch of other dead, empty carbs and no nutrition, but it's fortified with some synthetic vitamin that your body can't even use or can only partially use, or that just causes toxicity, like the iron shavings. Like they literally put just straight up iron, in like Raisin Bran and all that stuff. Your body can't even use that. That's just clogging your liver and literally causing problems.
And there's another thing too, which is the pricing. It seems like the stuff that is possibly better for you or more natural is the stuff that gets like priced higher and possibly out of the price range of a lot of like the lower class, maybe even like middle class kind of people that they don't have, the minimum wage workers and stuff like that. They don't make as much, and so they can't afford to buy the nicer food that's maybe got less of the garbage in it. You know what I mean? And so people that already have enough money, well, they can afford to spend on things that don't have as much of the garbage in it.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's a big one. I mean, that's a big thing that's happening now has been with this organic food. It's like the organic thing is very expensive. I mean, that's why people used to call Whole Foods, people call it whole paycheck, because you basically spend your whole paycheck if you shop there, is the joke. And everything is way more expensive. But I mean, even the stuff there is not even great. There's still corn and soy and some of that stuff. But so it's not even, necessarily perfect food, but at least it's somewhat not completely poisoned by this glyphosate, the Monsanto Roundup Ready glyphosate, because glyphosate causes hormone disruption. I mean, so many issues, just literally the longest list, of issues, just glyphosate in general. And it's usually just saturated. If you go to like Walmart and just, not buying organic, you just buy, the pizza rolls and this and that, whatever, virtually every single thing of that all of that food is going to have glyphosate in it. And so people are just eating massive amounts of that. And so, of course, they're going to have cancers and tumors and Alzheimer's and all these health issues. But to not eat that way, you have to then, either have higher income and have the knowledge to you have to like have the knowledge and higher income. And like you said, a lot of people don't even have that income to be able to do that. They just can't do it. So they're just forced to have to basically eat those foods. It's pretty sad. And then, they have health insurance or whatever. So then, it's just sad that people like, even just to get some half clean food, you have to pay, 2 or 3 or 4 times as much sometimes.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking about the life or the health insurance thing, and the conclusion I've come to is that like health insurance shouldn't even exist. It shouldn't even be a thing. Like it's and it sounds bad, I think, to a lot of people, the idea of like stop going to the doctor, stop going to the hospital, like, but I like think of what other systems do we run like that other than insurance, where it's like you're relying on somebody else to pay for the thing for you because you paid something else ahead of time. Like it's actually kind of a weird system, right? And it's like it's what causes at least one of the big problems, which is the super high prices in healthcare to begin with, because like you're not paying it directly. The hospital understands that you're not paying it directly. They understand that you paid your bill or your whatever each month or whenever it comes around, and that now it's going to be the insurance company who promised to cover it for you if you paid monthly. Like you're just opening the door for them to manipulate and abuse that like crazy. Like we don't run other stuff like that. Think of how out of whack our grocery stores would be if the grocery store understood that we weren't paying for the groceries and we were just paying a fee to an insurance, our food insurance. Like, do you think that it wouldn't? Do you think it would be any less ridiculous in the pricing that they would have charges for every bag that you use for them to bag up the food? They like the prices would be jacked way up on all the items and everything. Why? Because they understand that you're not the one identifying the price and then evaluating what kind of value that thing has that you received. You're paying your bill, and the company's on the hook. They promise to pay for the food for you because you paid your bill, just like with health insurance, just like a car insurance, stuff like that. And it's like what a really stupid system in general to even establish to begin with. This idea that you're going to go in and receive the service, and then like the hospital's going to deal with somebody else on behalf of the care that you received. I mean, look at what they do with like the subsidizing with things like food share and stuff like that with like Walmart. Like, pretty sure they can pay their workers way too little of wage because they understand that the government is going to offer them food on the food share program and make up for what they can't pay for with their wages because Walmart's not paying them, a decent wage. They understand that this other organization is going to pay them for those things. What?
So I don't know if you realize this, but you're losing efficiency by changing all the oil into different oils. So you're better off taking several refineries and making it petroleum than you are to have it go to heavy, have it go to yellow, have it go to petroleum. You're just better off just switching 1 or 2 factories to straight petroleum. You're wasting a lot of the oil. So like if you look at the number output, switching it to petroleum is at 90 petroleum. Switching it to heavy switches it to only a certain amount of oil, the yellow, and the yellow only switches it to 20 petroleum. So you're essentially giving up 60 petroleum to run it through this long maze and get 20 petroleum back.
Wait a minute. No, but the heavy.
Okay. Yeah. So keep
40.
one of them on heavy. So keep all your factories and everything. So whatever you need for heavy, that's fine. But you're changing the heavy into yellow.
Yeah.
So, but I'm saying, so that means you have too much heavy, and you need petroleum. So switch one of these heavies to a petroleum instead
But
of
we
running
don't
it.
have too much heavy.
Okay.
We have like right now we have like almost
Okay,
a perfect balance basically whenever we have the oil throughput right now. It's not filling all the way up, but it's not dropping all the way down to zero. It's like hovering.
Okay, where's the heavy going then? Because the oil.
The heavy is going into a little bit to green to make the lubricant, but that's like really easy and not a big deal. But then it's
Okay.
going into more yellow.
Which is inefficient. That's what I'm saying.
Which is
The yellows are burning it, but that's inefficient. So like
okay.
if you
40 heavy oil makes
Yeah.
30 light oil with water. Okay.
Okay.
The heavy oil is being created at 70 each time. So you get one whole heavy and then 3/4 of a heavy. So 1.75 of a light oil.
Yeah. And
So
then
that's about, okay, hold on. So we're looking at, we'll call it like 40-ish light oil, which then
I think you're looking at
goes
the wrong
into
thing. But
petroleum. So we're looking at 20 petroleum for each 30 light oil. 30 light, 20 petroleum versus, but see, how much does this take? It takes 100 crude oil. So that's 50 petroleum. Well, no, because it's 40 plus, so 70. 70 turns into, so you're getting 60 for every 100, maybe?
yeah.
Well, let's see here. You
Oh,
get,
that sounds wonderful. Yeah. I'll eat leftovers. Come here
let's
once,
see
Bob.
here.
Come here once.
Hold on. I just want to take, yeah, that's 1. So that's 20.
You can make me
That's
a pizza.
20,
Yeah.
40.
I have one in there from a week
And then
ago. I
this
think you never used
becomes
it. But if that's easy on you, great. Sounds
40,
wonderful to me. Kids can finish
60
or watch Homer Bound or no, they finish
plus,
those up. Yeah. Yeah. I think I have a simpler way of doing the math.
60. So we'll call it like 50, so 75. Right? Because that turns into, we'll call it 60. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Because how many does it take? 40 heavy oil. And you're getting 70 out.
So
About 9, 8, 7, 7.25. 7.25.
okay.
37.25 plus 20, 57, 77. Yeah, okay. So it seems like you're getting, if you run the heavy oil and then split it into the yellow, you actually maybe end up with like a little bit less petroleum at the end. but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be more effective to do it that way because, well, I don't know. 30. It only takes 30 to make 20. One, two.
I'll do the math. You can go back, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna literally just.
No, I think you're right. I think we're losing a little bit of petroleum production.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about the speed. Like the speed of making just petroleum, I don't know if it's as fast as making the other oils and then turning them into petroleum.
So we're starting off with 100 oil on all three to begin with. So whether we're choosing to make heavy oil, make light oil, or make petroleum, it takes 100 crude oil. But you're right on the crafting time. I didn't realize that when you go to make the heavy oil, it drops it to only 2-second crafting time instead of a 5-second crafting time.
Yeah.
Which does
you
make
can make
a slight
2.5
difference,
of them in the time it takes to make one of the other one.
But you're still, as far as consumption goes,
right, you're losing like a little over 13 petroleum each time compared to, or each run of crude oil. So for every 100 crude oil, you're losing about 13 or so petroleum.
Yeah. Well, I'll do some math on that because I'm gonna go based off of what the recipe says when you look at it. Because I have two empty ones over here, and I'm just looking at recipes when I look at it, and then that way I can jot them all down. But honestly, we could probably Google it, and someone else already did all this.
Actually, yeah, that's somebody else has probably got this figured out to a T already, like years ago. What the optimal oil setup is, and how many pumps you want, and
either way, all of mine down below are pure petroleum because I'm only making sulfur and plastic, and there's no reason to do heavy or light, and so therefore I throw down a few, and I'm like, okay, if we do heavy first, I can have extra amount, and I realized no, you're just losing petroleum, so you might as well just pump petroleum since I have no use for heavier oil down there. So it's more. So it's better for me to just pump the petroleum. So then I thought, well, come up here, maybe it might be better for you instead of switching all the heavy to heavy, you might just switch one of them to petroleum, and then do it that way. But anyway.
Well, yeah, like we're or maybe not overflowing, but we have extra heavy. So we could here. I'll switch this one over to. Boost a little bit or something, maybe not.
I was gonna say before. I was gonna respond to what you said before about because it just made me think about what we were talking about with the health industry and food and all that and just the job system. But the health insurance. Yeah, I mean it's just in my opinion part of the whole thing. It's like you make just enough money, a lot of people just to get by. You can't buy organic foods, so you're getting these toxic foods, and then you get this health insurance through your company. And of course, what is that health insurance? Well, they're not giving you, organic food with that quote unquote health insurance. Right. They're not giving you herbal medicines. They're not giving you, yoga and whatever. They're not giving you anything that could be healthy. It's the pharmaceuticals that are run by the people that are behind the insurance companies and behind the money system in the first place. It's like, wow. And then that's people's, go-to health solution when they do have a health problem. It's just really crazy.
Right. And they're like, they're not giving you necessarily the things to help you be healthy. It's giving you access to care after you're already unhealthy, right? Like instead of doing preventative things, they're insuring you for when things get so bad that you go to the hospital or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, it's just exactly. It's not like keeping you healthy. It's just the backup for when something happens. which usually those things, some health problem usually happens after, long amounts of time, years and years of eating a lot of those foods and stuff. So once you get to that point where you have that problem, then it's even harder to get out of it, because then you would need to change your diet dramatically or do something like in a more of an emergency situation. So at that point, that's when there are pharmaceutical chemicals that can quickly alter symptoms, or surgery or whatever, come into play. Because it's like, oh no, now you're in crisis and now you've really got to do this or do that, whatever surgery or drug treatment or whatever it is at that point. Well, it sounds like you guys are wheeling and dealing petroleums on your game there, but ironically, all of these pharmaceuticals are like, a lot of them are petroleum based chemicals. So
Really?
somehow it's all connected. Yeah. Yeah, it's essentially petroleum based medicine. I mean, it's not all petroleum based, because there are other compounds that they use that do come from plants or rocks and different things in nature they do use. But yeah, there's like the baseline for a lot of these compounds are based in petroleum.
Well, our operation is legit because we're not using it for medicine and stuff like that. We're using the resources of the land and burning them right up to make stuff. So we're making rocket fuel and metal plates and basically just making all kinds of different things to go into other things. So
Nice. Is this a game that you kind of like? Do you like build up like on a leaderboard? Like, is there some kind of
no, it's so basically you like start off and your ship just like shows a little like thing at the beginning showing like your ship crashing. And then you're just this little guy on the planet, and you have like a pickaxe and like maybe like a few tools or items from your ship. And so you can start like burning wood in your stove to smelt some ore. And then like after a little while you can maybe build a mining thing that will mine the ore on its own without you mining it. And you build a belt over to the smelter so it'll smelt some ore. And then you have like a miner set up to get some coal and send that to the smelter so that, and then like you build like a little arm to grab the plates or grab the ore and put them into things. And then like you get upgraded ones, and then like eventually you build like a little bit of a thing that'll generate power, like by turning water into steam, or using solar panels. And basically you start off small, and then just you research technology and go up and up and up, just like automating more and more, and speeding up your automation and adding things to your automation, and then using the things that you build with one part of your factory to then insert into other things that will help you research even more technology. And it's just like it's a factory game, so you're just building this factory and like kind of making it bigger and bigger and bigger, and using up the resources on the planet to make more products, to go into more items, to do more tech, to, or whatever. You just kind of keep going like that. And like in the base game, the normal game, you're working towards launching a rocket into space. Like that's like, you got to victory. You have to have so much science and so many components to build the rocket and stuff, and then you launch the satellite, and that's how you win the game. Yay, you won, or whatever. But now we have a mod on this one that like you do that, and it still pops up and says, "Yay, you won," but actually that isn't really winning this game because we have the mod, and the mod is called like space exploration. So basically, in this one, launching that first rocket is less of a victory and more of like a first step. Like now it's like, okay, you've got your factory set up, but now it's like, now you can start exploring other planets and using their resources. And not all the resources spawn on that first planet. Some of them only spawn on other planets or whatever. And then there's like possibly some that have way more resources than you have access to on your planet. So like right now I have a system set up so that my rockets will go back and forth with cargo, with barrels of oil, because right now there is more oil on our planet, but it's so far away that the piping would be annoying or whatever, and I don't want to try and stretch piping that far. So instead I have a rocket go up, get filled up in the cargo area with oil, and then come back or whatever. And we're not even like halfway through the tech tree. We're like maybe not even a quarter way through the tech tree or something. Well, maybe quarter to a third or whatever. I don't know if we're quite half, but anyway, we still have all kinds of other technology that we can research. So eventually we can get things like spaceships, and eventually we can get, I think like way, way, way later, like near the end of the game, we can get something called teleportation technology, which might just let us bypass the rockets altogether. I don't know. But it's just it's a mining, you set up stuff to automate the mining, and then automate the turning that ore into stuff, and then automate like turning those products into other larger or different products and stuff like that. Here, I can show you our factory though. I'll stream it, or share my screen here. Let's see here. Factorio. There, can you see that?
Yeah, it looks crazy.
So I think our factories, I think I started somewhere in this area, but like who knows how many times we've changed the belts and stuff like that. But basically, like we have copper ore right here, and it goes into the furnace thing and gets turned into copper plates. And the copper plates run, like some of the copper plates get turned into copper wire, see, and then some of them get run down to other places to get turned into other things. Like this motor uses copper wire, but then we have like the iron ore, the bluish stuff, that gets turned into iron plates, and that gets run down to different stuff. And then like these things are science packs, and the science packs get put over into the science machines or whatever, and that's how you research stuff. And they have like solar panels right here to try and help power stuff, and they got like these accumulators so that they'll take charge during the day, and then during the night when we're not getting power to our solar panels, it'll take power from the accumulators, so that we can, keep the factory will keep running. And then like so, and you have these belts that like some of you can have them go underground. So like these things right here, this belt goes right here, then goes underground underneath this stuff and pops up over here. And you have different speed belts. The blue ones are faster than the red ones. The red ones are faster than the yellow ones. And there's only a certain number of items per second. I think blue is like 45 items per second that it can move. And we have like the resources. Let me come over here. We have the resources. Like this is one area with oil, and we have it like being turned into like heavy oil. We have lubricant being made. We have plastic being made. We have sulfuric acid, batteries, and then we have resources coming in from other parts of the map. We have iron and stone and coal coming in from the left side over there, and then like the map here, our lines, like way over here is like where some of our coal is coming in from. We have it set up, and then like down here we have some like uranium processing going on and more plastic stuff here he got going, and piping that into the base. And so it's like you start off with this little tiny bit, and then you just like you build and upgrade and automate and build and upgrade and automate. It's just like you're almost there's almost always like a little tiny problem for you to solve. Like, I'm not getting enough copper plates, so I need more copper. Well, now I have enough copper, but I need more machines to smelt them because the copper's just sitting there on the line. It's not being used fast enough, so I need to build more things. Well, now I have so many plates, I need more machines to build more wire. And then it's just, and so it like there's, and then like by the time you get done fixing those little problems, maybe your copper field has started to run out, so you need to find more copper. And there's aliens that, like, if you produce too much pollution, then the aliens might come and attack you. So you want to like either build up defenses to stop them, or do what I like to do, which is use the cleaner energy like solar panels, and then put these green things into your machines that lower the pollution so that your footprint is lower, so the aliens just leave us alone usually.
I gotcha. Yeah, so it's kind of like a sim, almost like the Sims game, but more with like factory and kind of
Yeah, something like
resources
that. Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah.
And like I think like the whole thing's based on what's called like ticks, and there's so many ticks, like I don't know if it's like 1 tick per second or whatever, but basically kind of like I think it's something like that like is driving the game. And so like there's certain amount of actions per tick or things that happen per tick or whatever. And so it's just like it's a logistics game basically, or whatever. You're just trying to manage all these different things. I don't know why I like it. Like, I mean, if you think about it, like it here I am. Like I think I texted Brandon the other day, like I'm choosing to spend my free time solving like imaginary logistics problems on this game. Like, I don't know why I enjoy it, but there's something about placing down belts and moving parts to other parts and then solving problems that, like, I don't know, it just there's something
I'm
about it.
literally writing equations over time for the oil thing. 'Cause dang it, I know I'm right.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out the proper proportion for like oil to heavy oil to light oil to plastic like ratio or whatever, so we aren't wasting it as much, or so we can be more efficient on our oil.
Yeah. So I figured out that the way we have heavy oil, it would take to get back the same petroleum, or not the same petroleum. So in the time it takes 5 seconds for 90 petroleum. It takes 7 seconds for 85 petroleum using heavy oil. So you lose 2 seconds and 5 petroleum. Using the 20 heavy oil, using the 70 heavy oil, 30 light oil, 20 petroleum method in the oil.
So that's
refinery.
about what I said.
Yeah, you lose 2 seconds and 5 petroleum.
Yeah. So over the 5 seconds, like I said, over the 5 seconds or the 100 oil or whatever, like you're losing a little over 13. I think that checks out.
No, I'm saying the heavy oil is slower. I'm saying turning it to petroleum would be faster. Because initially, okay, I thought you were saying initially the heavy oil would be faster because it's only 2 seconds, and it's not, because it has to constantly go through all these 2-second groups in all the other chemical plants.
Oh, okay. So you think that, like, even with it producing the heavy oil like 2.5 times faster, that it still slows down getting to the petroleum, so you're not actually saving.
Yeah. So in the time,
production.
I could take a picture of what I got, but basically the 70 heavy oil is 2 ticks of a chemical plant, but I only counted as 2 3/4 because it's only 2 3/4 of a full tick. So 2 3/4 right there is essentially another 3.5, but it's not really a true 3.5, because in the time it takes you to make the heavy oil, you're at the same time taking the light oil and turning it into petroleum. So in the first 2 seconds, you get 30 petroleum. After 4 seconds, you have 20 more petroleum for a total of 50. But then it takes you another 2 gain.
Okay. Yeah. Thing is, I'm using. Yeah.
So,
I don't know.
So I mean, it's not losing near as much as I thought it was. So
Okay.
I mean, so at least there's that. I was thinking it was losing like 20 a click, and the way on the yellow it is. So if you switched them to yellow, you would be losing so much more. But it's because it's red, and you're using the red for other things. You actually, it's not as bad as I thought it was.
Okay.
So that at least makes me feel better.
And right now I have
it.
yellow stuff hooked up to other things too. So like I'm making some solid fuel for the rocket fuel, and then there's some. I think you use heavy oil to make the lubricant, also the green stuff or whatever maybe. So there is reason to have at least some heavy oil, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Well, either way, you should have a lot more plastic coming through on my end. Oh, it's backed up.
Okay, we got enough of those. Okay.
Yeah, we definitely got enough plastic now.
Okay. So now what's going on with this? Why aren't these produced? Oh, shielding. Sulfur. I need sulfur. What's going on?
I mean, I got sulfur down there, but that's piping a lot. But you should.
What's going on with my sulfur's just straight up not.
Not enough petroleum?
Maybe. Yeah. Okay. We don't have enough
Well,
petroleum.
I guess Discord was built as a gaming platform, but it's funny to think on this server, I don't think there's probably been about any gaming. I think you guys are the first to do some gaming on here.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it did.
You're
it kind of did
welcome.
start as like a game thing, didn't it?
Yeah, but I think Discord, I mean, they've definitely branched out a lot, though. Like, it did start,
Yeah.
mostly for only
Hey, stop.
gaming, but I think now, like, there's a lot of other things it's used for. I think in the last 2 years with the whole pandemic thing, I think that they've also tried to make it better for, like, schools and people to use it for that.
So I'm wondering if maybe the rocket thing isn't efficient.
Did you tell me something was inefficient, or are you talking to him?
No, I'm wondering if the rocket thing isn't efficient. Like I'm having a rocket go out to the other place, get loaded up with some rocket fuel, but then mostly oil, come back, dump the oil, and then basically end up going out again. I'm wondering if that isn't an efficient. Like I wonder if we're getting less oil than we're using overall. I don't think so, because when it gets here, it seems like it pumps real good and like allows us to get quite a bit done.
Have we even used up? No, we still got oil fields all over the place we haven't even touched. So like, I mean, it doesn't matter to me how we do it. Like we got a 1600, like not too far to the left of our base.
Yeah, I know that's over there. Like,
and
I'm fine if you want to
two
pump that in. That's fine.
Do we need
I don't
oil?
want to mess
Like,
it
are
up.
we that far behind?
Yes.
Or?
Oh yeah, our other two yields are 356 for one and 669 for the other one, and we're slow. We are slow.
So wouldn't it be better just to create more chemical plants pumping petroleum?
Oh no.
What?
Wait a minute. Oh boy. Check out our oil coming from the right side. If you look at the pipes, they're some of them are full, and then if you go a little bit to the left, they're not full. I think there might be something got destroyed or is blocking our oil from coming in.
No, maybe. I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay.
Okay, let me take a look here. See
no, up in the top, it's up at the top. The oil's not full. So not full.
No, the right side. I'm talking about the right side.
Left, right. Okay, where else do you have oil? Maybe let's start with that.
To the right of the base. That's
Oh wow, you have oil all the way over there?
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Something. These.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, there it is. There it is. I found it. We stopped getting oil from over there. Oh, I wonder how long that's been like that. It got hit by like a meteorite or something. What?
Well, grab that stuff. There's uranium in those meteorites.
I'm not worried about it.
I see Brian join. What's up, Brian?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good, man. How about you?
Doing pretty good, man. Can't complain.
Nice. Dude, we had a super heated discussion yesterday about speed of light. It was wild. There was like a lot of people in chat. It was just like, it was full on. Like, it was one of those chats where it's like, you know, it's just like high energy. People were somewhat talking over each other, although, you know, people were able to say their piece. And it was just one of those things where, you know, it's like funny. Sometimes it's like everyone wants the mic, you know, and it's like,
Yeah.
everyone's kind of fighting for it. It was like one of those moments, but it was pretty heated. It was good though.
I'll say as long as everybody gets to say their piece, man. As long as everybody gets to say their piece, man. I kind of like it like that sometimes, you know, but within reason anyway. I'm gonna go back and listen to that. And when was it? You say yesterday?
Yeah, it would have been. I'm trying to think if it was number 155 or 156.
Okay.
But,
they act like they know for sure, man. It's like, dude, they act like everything is proven and they got everything down pat. Like it's, you know, just because you got a model and all this doesn't mean. In fact, the likelihood of some of their claims being facts are just 1,000,000,000 to 1, like Big Bang and shit like that. All the galaxies, the further out they go, man, it just, and the speed of light and all that stuff, they don't know that shit, man. They don't even know what light is, man. But I love, you know, giving my thoughts and hearing other people's thoughts on it.
Gio, I don't know if you noticed yesterday that it seemed like they were doing that thing again, kind of before things got going a little bit earlier on in the day. There was like 2 or 3 that popped in here. They were like hanging out and just like globing it up with each other, just talking about all the things or whatever. And I remember like months back, we were sitting, I think, in Brandon's channel for a while, and we noticed that like 2 or 3 of the Globers just like started chatting up, just like I don't know what it was. It was like a weird conversation for them to decide to come specifically here to have that conversation in that way. It was strange, and I think you noticed it too when I pointed it out. I'm like this is kind of weird.
yeah, I remember that one.
Like yesterday, it's like different people than last time, but it seemed like they kind of did the same thing. They popped in, just started up this kind of a strange conversation for them to have right here in this Discord in that way. Like,
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's almost like they kind of turn it into a little like globe enthusiast chat for a minute, and they're all just, oh yeah, and then the quasars, and they're going back and forth, and they're just.
and I'm working on this thing for my college, this course and stuff, and they're giving me this stuff, and I'm working on this. So yeah, I'm working with that stuff and doing these calculations, and oh, you're doing this over here. Well, maybe you could answer this question for me on this thing. It's like, and it sounds almost scripted, like they planned on jumping in here to have this conversation beforehand or something.
No, it's funny you say that. It's funny you linked it back to that time on Brandon's, because that time on Brandon's, like, yeah, it was one of those after shows, and I think that I was like muted or I wasn't listening, and then I came to started listening, and I was just thinking to myself, like, what is going on here right now? Like, these guys have just taken over the chat. They're all, and then I think I said something, and but it's funny because what you were like yesterday, it was funny that you said that, because it was like the same feeling like yesterday, because yeah, there was like 4 or 5 of them, like all, you know, doing that again. And I it's just funny you say that, because I kind of noticed the similarity.
They're overly cordial in their conversation. Like, I understand like having a nice, calm conversation, but it's like they overdo it. It's like they go out of their way and they end up being like so cordial. It's a weird cordial. Like, it's a robotic, not real cordial. That's what it seems like. It's strange to listen to them talk in the way that they do.
Yeah, it's kind of like over accentuated or something, like that they're sort of like proving their globe thing to each other and then confirming each other's biases that this is the way it is. Yet they're here to talk to people who are completely telling them that all of that is complete BS. But then somehow, like when it's just a couple of them, they're like patting each other on the back, and like they know that some of us are listening, so they're kind of like, yeah, this is our chance to say it without getting any resistance. without someone jumping in and saying that stuff's all fake.
Doing like
Well, that stuff's all fake.
globe water cooler talk, except it's not just they happen to be at the water cooler. They literally decided to come here to specifically talk about that.
Yeah, that's why I've often said to them, I was like, if you guys really, because some of these guys are so against everything that, people say that's against their paradigm. And it's like, but they come here fighting it. And it's like, okay, what are they doing? Are they just trying to tell someone they're wrong? Are they trying to, right the wrongs of the world? Like, oh, we're going to save the world by telling these people they're wrong. But it's like, I often have even said to them, I was like, well, why don't you guys create your own platform called, the Globe Enthusiast Station or whatever you want to call it, and just go for it, do it all. I mean, if that's the truth, focus on the truth and do that. But ironically, I don't think there's any servers that are like that. I mean, you got like the Gem Panda thing, but I mean, that's not what oh, well, that's a whole different story. But I mean, that's not really what they're doing. They are Globe enthusiasts, I guess, but it's not really quite what I'm referring to. But they never do that. They want to come here to talk to us.
Yeah.
I like it when they join, man.
I like it. Like, it's not like I mind them. Some of them aren't too bad. There's some that I like. To me, it's clear that they don't actually care about like knowing things for real. They're here. It seems like it's almost like their job, or like they really don't have anything better to do, so they come here because people will talk to them here, or they'll get attention here. Like, I think it seems like like Paid NASA Shill. It seems like he likes to get you riled up, Brian. Like, it seems like there's something there. Like, he likes to...
thanks for backing me up the other day when they were ganging up on me, man. I appreciate that. So it's common sense in there. But and then Brenda joins, and the first thing she says is the very first thing she says is flat Earth don't understand science, and they don't have a basic understanding of science, and so then I fired back a little bit, and got commented about, and I was like, yeah, well, look, I'm just defending myself and defending us because she came in saying that we don't understand basic science. That was the very first thing she said. She's like, I didn't say that. I'm like, yeah, you did. I mean, she lies so much, but I'm starting to think it's just her memory. Because then she's like, I didn't. She said it twice. She claimed twice she didn't say it. And I said, this is recorded. So I went back and made a video showing her saying that I did not say that, and then her saying it word for word, and I was like, I'll take the video down if she apologizes, and just for that, and then somebody said, well, you did the same thing, and I was like, about you coming in hot and everything. I was like, well, that ain't lying, but if you could point out where I made a mistake like that, then I have no problem at all apologizing. She just dropped, Like, if I said something that was wrong and I forgot and it wasn't honest, then by all means, man, I'll humble myself and straighten it out, man. But it's the people that won't that they drive me nuts. But then they're easy to trap a lot of times. Like Brenda, she's easy to trap with her dishonesty, man, or her bad memory, whichever one it is. But so I don't know. Paid that Shill, yeah, that usually it ain't that bad, but the other day, yeah, he had my number, man. He got me worked up big time. But we've talked since then.
But see, like Paid NASA Shill, he doesn't like come off like the same as the other ones. Some of them seem like they're in here like basically like it's their job or something. Like they need to come in here and say, no, this is this and this is this, and just basically like almost like it's their job to argue these points specifically and make sure that if anyone's watching, they hear that side of it. Okay, NASA, it seems like there's something, and I could be wrong. Maybe this is just him just acting that way or whatever. But it seems like there's something about his personality that like you'll notice like he'll mumble stuff or whatever. He'll say it quietly and quickly and not necessarily say it in a way that you would normally be able to catch it. Almost like a high school student. Like stupid if you say what kind of, but they say it quickly and quietly. So your natural reaction is what, just to get you to say it, that kind of stuff.
And him and Brenda, automatic. No matter what we say, it's automatically wrong. No matter what.
Yeah.
Even
just
if
don't
you can
understand.
never find common
You
ground.
don't
in dealing
know the
with them kids.
science. Yeah.
I haven't heard from Rumpus in a while, man. Anybody heard from Rumpus?
I haven't. I don't think I've seen him in a long time. Something I was thinking about. And I don't know. If, I don't know if this was. Oh, you can go ahead.
I don't think Nathan Oakley shows the same without Rumpus, man. You could always count on a good Rumpus pummeling. And then he's talking about, he's a liar and shit. So, I mean, you're just figuring that out. Good once a week Rumpus pummeling, man, was always something to look forward to, man.
Just good once a week, just kind of just pummel Rumpus a little bit, let him see that he's just nonsense left and right, and everybody just feels better when you're all.
To me, Rumpus was a perfect reason to legitimize Nathan's.
Your robot.
He has that kind of behavior, but then look who he deals with. All right, I think I'm gonna have to just listen here in a minute because I'm in Walmart for about 20 minutes, but I'm gonna be listening.
Oh, okay.
But let me say one more thing, if you can hear me. Is Rumpus legitimized Nathan's aggressive attitude, having characters like Rumpus? Then you see why Nathan is so aggressive. And but now without Rumpus, man, then Nathan's still left with the bitterness and attitude, man.
Yeah,
but like I said, he's
going hard.
Rumpus going back
have
to that attitude
to take it. Something that I was thinking about the other day, and I don't have any I haven't been keeping records, but you might want to just pay attention to is they might have it set up so that it has to do with representation. I haven't heard any I think British accents on the Flat Earth side recently, and I haven't seen Rumpus recently. I have seen Bandsaw recently, and I've seen Eggshells recently. And I hadn't seen Eggshells necessarily a lot, but I wonder if there's something with when an Australian is on and in the room and talking, they try to make sure they get an Australian on the other side in the room and talking. If they have an Irish guy, because sometimes we have I don't know which name he has on here, but he'll come in and he'll be like, you guys have your separation anxiety or whatever, and he sounds kind of like he's, I don't know, Irish or something like that. And then we might have someone from the other side jump in that sounds Irish, and I wonder if there's something that they're playing whenever they're having somebody come in that sounds similar to someone on the other side, so that they make sure that they have people that sounds like each group that might hear or listen or whatever.
Yeah, they even name themselves to mock our names.
I don't know what that accent is of that one guy. I think his name on here might be Earth Shape Please or something like that. Shape of Earth Please. Something like that. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not sure what his accent is.
Yeah, that's Lori. Trying to remember if I know where he's from. I don't know if I can remember exactly. Sweden, maybe?
What do we need, Bob?
What do we need? Okay, so I spent quite a bit of time getting this rocket thing set up, and I I'm not sure that it was even worth it. now because I don't know if we're getting enough oil. But it's automated, so it'll keep going for now, and it might be worth it because I'm hauling in fuel. So I'm having the rocket fuel made there, and there's tons of oil there. So I think I'm gonna disable these rocket fuel makers and just see if we can just basically run off of the stuff that I'm hauling in. But basically, what I want to do is get up another rocket silo to send science up to the satellite station or whatever, because up to orbit, we can't do that silver science on the ground. Apparently that's only science that can be done in space, and we might even only be able to make it in space. And so we might need to start establishing our operation big time up in orbit.
So, okay, so I have an unrelated question and a related question. Is there anything you need me to do, or are you doing it? Just make sure stuff runs smoothly, kind of thing. Or,
Well, I think I had something before, and now I don't remember what it was.
for some reason, I have 7 chemical plants. I don't know why. Anyway,
well, I say actually, yeah, go ahead and grab some lasers and stuff or drones or whatever, and go over there to that left side oil field and clear out the red guys, the aliens, and set up a pipeline to kind of come back over into our oil area. That way we got at least that going more consistently rather than waiting on the rocket.
You don't want to do the 2 oil fields that aren't surrounded by aliens at all and in between our stuff already?
What are their percentages?
1652 and 900.
Okay, yeah, okay, that would... Wait. Oh, are those south?
No, I don't... If you look at the map, instead of straight left, they're left and down. So just above the coal and iron you did. Or coal
just above them?
Yeah, so just above the coal and iron at the south.
Oh, I see it, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 1652, it's slightly more. It's about the same distance. It's just I don't have to fight anything. I can just start piping it up.
Okay, yeah. That would be fine.
Bob, when you said Brandon earlier, were you talking about Brandon Toy, or were you talking about...
When I was talking about the channel, I was talking about Brandon Toy. When I was talking about when I just say the name Brandon on here, I might have been talking to him, my brother. But when I say Brandon's channel, I was referring to Brandon Toy's channel.
I got you. I think you had said that you messaged Brandon. I thought you had heard from Brandon because a lot of us haven't heard from him. But you were.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I do. He does message me on occasion, but he usually doesn't like talking to me. No, he's just not a talker in general, I think.
Are you guys similar in age?
Pretty close. I think a little under 2 years, right? Or something.
Year and 6 months, I think. But let's see.
So Bob's older?
No.
I think I remember you guys saying that actually, Torgen is older. And I remember thinking, that's interesting because Bob sounds older. And for some reason, Bob seems like the older brother. Maybe just to me because I know Bob better. I don't know.
Maybe.
It's funny.
Bob, I would definitely say Bob is on general quieter. And I am. If you met us in real life, you could probably see it a lot easier. I'm taller and bigger, and I don't know.
I've been married longer, so I have that sage wisdom about me.
That too,
and that probably
and
comes over better over Discord than tall and big or whatever.
He also has, for the moment, more kids. But I'm cheating, so I'm on my way up. No, okay.
Yeah, I just no
one's going to question you on that. They'll just accept that you're cheating, apparently. No.
Yep, I guess so.
What was that, Gio?
No, I was just saying because you had mentioned Brandon. I was thinking of him I think I was thinking of him lately and just wondering how he's doing.
Yeah,
I hope he's doing well.
I think every so often, I wonder, but it really wouldn't surprise me if because he stopped for a little bit, and I was under the impression he was taking a break. It wouldn't surprise me if he felt the relief and the lowered amount of stress of not running the show and not dealing with those people so much, and it maybe it just kind of like took it out of him, and he's just like, okay, I'm not ready to go back yet, I wonder. But I did notice something on YouTube. His older channel before the one for Discord here, like he would stream to Ranty. I think it was Ranty's old channel. Okay, used to be Ranty's, then it was Brandon's, right? I think he would stream to that one. But before that, he had a different channel, and that channel's name has now changed, and the profile picture, I think. Okay, it used to, I think, just be like something like Brandon Toy or something like that. Okay, now it has changed to Howdy Doody. That's it, like just Howdy Doody, and like some goofy looking picture of, I mean, it looks like I don't know, like some like parody character or something. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if he did that on purpose, like to just kind of like get rid of the channel, or if something else has happened now and it's been, relabeled either by him or by someone else. Like, I don't know. I don't know if something similar to like the Ranty situation is possibly taking place, that it would be changed to the name Howdy Doody and then this goofy picture, because his old channel had stuff on there like I think on one of his videos was he was at like some city, I think, where there was a Trump rally or something. There was like Secret Service, I think, harassing people or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but so like I'm not sure what all he got into on that channel, but yeah, it seems weird that name change came about, I think, in the last month or two or something, and this profile picture of just kind of this goofy looking character or whatever.
Yeah,
Seems like
that's interesting, because you're right. I just looked it up. But yeah, it used to be called like Brandon Toy, and it has like it used to have his picture on it. And yeah, there's only like 440 subscribers, and he has some of his Brandon's things on here. And then, like you said, yeah, it looks like he has something about, it says Trump in Detroit, intimidated by bodyguards. So yeah, I haven't watched those, but yeah, maybe he was out at something. But yeah, you're right. It's called Howdy Doody, and it has some picture of, I don't know if that's a man or a woman that's making some smiley face.
Looks like Chris Farley dressed up and is being a goofball with big glasses or something, right?
Yeah, that is strange.
And like I don't know what I recognize the name Howdy Doody from, but it, to me, like the idea of like a late night comedy show or something, like a sketch show or something. I don't know.
I think
some
it's
sort
an
of
old
goofy. What?
I think it's an old show that Dad used to reference that he watched as a kid. Howdy Doody.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, Howdy Doody used to be, the Howdy Doody show, because my dad used to, there's a little song, the Howdy Doody show. I think it's like a little puppet, Howdy Doody. It's like, isn't he a little country? Anyways, yeah, so that is a thing. Howdy Doody was like a show back in the 50s or whatever.
Like, I didn't know, like, when I first noticed that it changed, like, a thought that occurred to me was like, maybe a Ranty situation is happening. Like, he decided to change this name, because I don't know what all content he had on there, but if he wanted to make it seem like, oh, well, this is the content of a goofball, a real goober who doesn't know much, we'll change it to Howdy Doody and put this goofball looking guy on there, like, and I don't know. I don't know if that's what's happening or not.
Wonderful time.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that you mentioned, that
Thank you.
that they changed the name of that. Yeah, that's seems a little bit odd. Yeah, but
Can y'all hear me?
yeah,
I can hear you.
Yeah, he started slowing down on his shows a little bit, but if you listen to his last show, he said that somebody made, I think it was Jeremy or something, made a comment about you having second thoughts about and he sternly said no. He said no, dude. He said that he's been busy as shit, and he said that he said if you ain't heard from me, it ain't because he specifically said on his last show If you don't hear from me, it ain't because I switched to the Globe. Trust me. He specifically said that.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember him saying something like that before. Like, basically, if that happens, like, don't believe what they tell you, or kind of thing, or something like. If he ends up looking suicided, understand it was not suicide.
I think he even said something like that.
Maybe
Didn't he?
not.
Or I think he has said something like that. He's like, if I disappear, it's not because I went back to the Globe. I've heard him say something like that.
Yeah.
Well, I know what you mean about. Well, I mean, it's a whole topic, but just all the toxicity and the stuff that happens in these environments. Obviously, on this server, I've done my best to try to have more civil type discussions and everything. And then obviously, I'm not someone. I don't like to set rules or police people. I don't like to do any of that. I'm much more like an anarchist, kind of free spirit kind of person. But I realize with this server, it's like, okay, well, if you don't have those rules and enforce it somehow, it's just going to be a dumpster fire. It's just going to be all day insults nonstop. Yeah, it's just going to be that nonstop. And I think we all know of other servers that are like that nonstop. And
yeah,
maybe some people like it or they're into it or whatever. It's not that I'm ever offended by any insult ever. I just find it toxic. It's unpleasant. It's just not how I want to spend my day. I don't want to wake up in the morning, beautiful, sun's out, and then to watch people, grown men calling each other retards over and over on the internet. It's just not interesting to me. It's not of any level of intellectual quality. It's just not interesting. So,
well, listen,
anyways,
Gio, maybe the internet isn't the place for you then. If you don't want to listen to grown people call each other retards, I'm not sure you belong here. No.
You, sir, are not a gamer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, don't play Call of Duty. That's for sure.
Well, when he said the Discord thing, there's other servers, I was about to chime in and say, you've never been to the Pokemon trading card game server then. They're evil over there.
But I was just saying that, like, when I launched this server, I kind of realized, okay, well, the only way to not make it a complete dumpster fire thing is to have the rules and to, hold people to them. And I know that some people don't like that and, all the rest of it. I mean, there's, when the server first launched, there was a couple people, they got one warning and then they freaked out and started, they upped it, like, okay, well, then they're going to just do more of it or whatever. So, but anyways, all I was trying to say with all that is just that, it's a project to even have a server that can actually have like respectable civil combos.
Yeah.
And I know, like, Brandon kind of allowed a lot, well, I mean, he didn't have sort of it was much more of a kind of an anarchy vibe, like anything, flies. But like you were saying, I mean, could that have gotten to him? Or, because I know like Bandsaw was mentioning that's kind of why he took a break. He was just, it's like, day in and day out listening to that stuff. It does get pretty,
right.
And
when it seems like there's a certain people get in here just to make that happen or just to prevent the real conversation. Some of them seem like they're not here to have a conversation that's useful, but instead to maybe prevent a conversation that's useful. Like I think that can probably wear on somebody, and kind of make them feel like, what's the point? So if he wanted to take a break from that for a while, I can super understand that,
Right, absolutely. I mean, it's sort of like, like if you've got these ideas that are being discussed, and then you have these like, I don't know what word, haters, whatever it is, I don't know, yeah, who their only goal is to come in and do that, then yeah, it gets pretty
boo hiss.
Yeah, and that's all you're getting every day. Yeah,
I noticed you responded to I think it was Nappy or whatever. I don't know if it was yesterday or whatever, but saying someone, I think it was her anyway, that, like, said to you like, oh, I forgot we're treated like children in this server. And you responded like, I think it's actually that you're treated like an adult or whatever. And it's like, that might be a good one to kind of use on people when they say like, you don't have to treat me like a child. Well, no, I'm not. I'm expecting you to act like an adult. I'm treating you like an adult. I expect you to act like an adult. That's not treating you like a child. Having rules that tell you, like, basically, be an adult, don't be a child, that's not treating you like a child. That's telling you I expect you to act like an adult.
Yeah. Yeah, I did respond. Yeah, I know what you mean with that little interaction with her. Yeah, she said, yeah. Yeah, I said, well, actually, people are treated like adults here, but maybe sometimes people act, in different ways or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like there's normal human behavior, which is respect, conversation, whatever it may be. I mean, like I've often said, like in like collegiate environments, graduate schools and stuff, people are not running around calling each other, retards and all this stuff. That never happens. And if or even just in the professional world or like any of that stuff, I mean, you
Not in
would
so
be,
many words, but if you read that letter that Newton sent, like it is scathing, okay, when it comes to the concept of gravity. He makes it very clear that he doesn't use the word retard, but he makes it clear that that's what he means. That basically only a retard would think that this gravity thing is legitimate. I think he uses something along the lines of he cannot think that anyone who has full use of their mental faculties would accept this as being like a legitimate theory or something like that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to Google it. I'm going to look it up. No.
that's funny.
So, so am I the only Glober in this room right now, or?
Okay, here we go. So this is
Yeah, I think so.
original letter from Isaac Newton to Richard Bentley. And it says, the last clause of your second position I like very well. 'Tis unconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must if gravitation in the sense of Epicurus be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me, that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action or force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters any competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. So, like, he doesn't use the word retard, but I mean, he basically calls anyone who falls into that line of thinking a retard. You have like chosen to mentally retard your brain, chosen to not allow your brain to do its job if you fall into that.
We just run out of power everywhere. No.
I'm not sure. I'm in the bathroom.
I'm in Walmart, man. Probably going to do a lot of roboting, so I'm just listening. I'll be joining in here very shortly.
Gio, did Jeremy tell you about our discussion on that Stirling engine thing that we had and the possible idea?
No, but I'd like to hear it. I'm actually running around the house because I'll be listening, but I gotta jump in my car to get to a place before they close. But yeah, if you want to tell me, I'll be listening. But I won't be able to VC for a couple minutes here until I get out into my car. But I was just gonna say before I heard what you read about the Newton thing, I was gonna say, well, maybe that's where it all started. Maybe that's
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just joking.
He just threw an insult one way and they didn't take it real good. So like, oh, you don't like gravity? Now we're going hard on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is something so deeply intertwined with like, well, just the way that people call flat earthers, you know, idiots and retards. There's just something to like, you know, that these people have a lesser, you know, mental intelligence or whatever, just because they think the earth is something different, you know. So it is sort of bound into that. That either the programming or just the lineage of it, or
See, like whenever I say that someone's being retarded, though, that's actually not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're of a lesser intelligence or that they're less of a person or anything. What I'm trying to say to them is that they have chosen to like actually retard their brain, like stop their brain or slow down their brain. They have chosen to, instead of letting their brain do its job, they have chosen to instead purposely retard it or stop it from doing its job. So whenever they choose to block out like things that are empirical, things that you can actually use your senses to detect, when they choose to block that out in favor of imaginings and mathematical formulas and stuff like that, they're literally choosing to retard their brain, prevent their brain, stop their brain, at least in that area. It's a willing thing. It's not like oh ha ha, you were born with a disability. It's you have chosen to do this thing to yourself. You should recognize that and fix it and use your brain the way it was intended. Allow it to reach its potential.
yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I mean, that is like a slightly different viewpoint on it, like because the word retard does actually mean something. I mean, there, you know, it is a
right.
I mean, it's been used as just an insult that doesn't really carry the original meaning as much. Whereas, but what you're saying, I mean, there is like I don't know if I want to say clinical or, you know, there is like an actual terminology.
Well, think about things that are flame retardant. What does that mean? That means that it resists the flame, right? It slows it down. It prevents it. It retards it. Okay, that's basically the way that I'm using it. It's not like because I do think that that's not a way to treat a human being rightly, is to take a thing they were born with that they can't choose, they can't change, and then decide to make fun. I mean, it's the same as like saying, "Ha ha, you have blonde hair." Ha ha ha! Like it's such a stupid thing to do, and it's not the way to treat another human being. So I agree, don't do that. But I do think that it's okay to identify a thing that someone has chosen to do as bad. You know, someone just like whenever somebody, you know, murders somebody or someone steals something, it's okay to point out and say, "Hey, you're doing a wrong thing. Fix it."
Let me know when you're out of the bathroom.
I'm out now. Yep, I'm out now.
Where do you want the oil?
I'll just pipe it in over there on the left side to the rest of our stuff. I'm going to go ahead and stop these things from... I'll stop this one, maybe.
Let me know if you want petroleum or something. Or refineries.
If I want what?
Refineries or anything, because... or do you just need straight up oil?
I think right now we're lacking oil, basically, or whatever, maybe.
So what was the thing about the Sterling engine that you said you and Jeremy were talking about? I'm in my car now, so I'll be able to talk a little, but I'll definitely be listening. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So basically he was talking about the Sterling engine and how, and I looked it up. And basically, and I don't necessarily understand everything about it, but the idea that I get, the impression I get is basically there's this like chamber that has like some sort of gases or whatever in it, and you heat up one side, and that causes the gases to shift to the other side. But when they shift to the other side, they cool down and move back. I think that's like the idea. So basically, if you put like just a little candle underneath this part of it, it's an engine. It'll just start working. Okay. And there's a little video on Wikipedia of like a small one on someone's desk or something, I think. And so it's like this little like flame, not a very big flame, it seems like, just like causing this engine to, it seems like it really kind of gets going good just from this little tiny flame. Ew. And he was talking to Brian about like maybe getting a Sterling engine and, you know, stuff they could do with that. If you're burning stuff anyway, if you have a fire pit and it's going a lot anyway, you could maybe add in a Sterling engine just to get some free power or whatever, right? And I started talking to Jeremy about this idea, like allegedly, I don't know how true this is, but allegedly rocket fuel comes from water. They do this thing called like electrolysis or electrolysis, adding electricity to the water that somehow splits the hydrogen and the oxygen. Okay. And they store them both like in, I think, really cold temperatures as a liquid. And then they take those up into space allegedly and then blast them into the chamber to ignite them, and that makes rocket. Okay. That's the basic idea. Okay. But you can buy an electrolysis machine or whatever, I think, online for a few $100s for like science experiments, whatever. And I think it has like separate chambers to store like the hydrogen and oxygen. So what I was talking to him about was like maybe you could get something going where basically you're running water in and having this thing split it into oxygen and hydrogen and then firing it to make basically a mini jet engine, so essentially like a torch, to then use on this Sterling engine, in which case you would be getting energy basically from water. You would fire it up and just basically have water going into it, being split and then fired at each other and ignited into like a mini rocket, like a torch, pointed at this engine to get the engine going. In which case, instead of using gasoline or oil or whatever, you would be running it on water. And, I mean, that's basically it. And I don't know how feasible it is. Like, you'd have to kind of like check out the numbers and see what kind of power the Sterling engine can put out. Can it put out enough to like pump more water, or is it not worth it? Like, you know, water versus power that you get ratio. How much does it take to actually, you know, run the electrolysis machine? Maybe it's not worth it. I don't know. But if you could, you know, figure out the ratio of how big you need one to be to operate the other or whatever, you might be able to basically make a machine that runs on water instead of something like gasoline.
They say it takes more electricity to separate the oxygen and hydrogen than it takes more electricity to do that process than you get out of it. That's what they say.
Who says that though?
Well, all the Globers, people that don't think, you know, something like that could happen. Also, I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure I
if you're
trust
already
them.
burning firewood, if you're already burning like firewood, or you live on the edge of like some nice woods or something, like you
Yeah,
could keep a Stirling engine going nonstop with
sure.
like minimal amounts of wood. You don't. It doesn't even need to be a lot.
I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying like maybe there's something there. Like maybe eventually, with enough free time and money, like maybe you could do enough to kind of work out some sort of a ratio that you're putting in so little water and energy, but getting out enough to where it's like it's somehow worth it. I don't know. Like maybe even combining two sources of energy to get something out of it. But maybe not. Maybe it's just, maybe it's not worth it at all. I'm really not sure. Maybe.
Just made me think, like, would there be any way to like convert solar power into something that could power a Stirling engine? I don't know why I thought of that, but that'd be interesting.
Well, maybe. Like, because I think all you have to do is heat up the gas in the chamber somehow. So if you could figure out a way to either capture the sun or redirect the sunlight enough to like heat up the gases, then maybe you could do that.
Well, a good way to do it. I wouldn't use a solar panel. I would use a Fresnel lens.
A what? What was that?
You said Burnell lens, I believe. Did you post the link, Bob?
The Wikipedia
Yeah,
one?
like a Fresnel
Yeah.
lens that would
No.
focus the light basically to create the heat.
Yeah, if you had a Fresnel lens, you could put a solar tracker on it. Like I had a heliostat that would it was like a mirror in the shape of a sunflower, and it would track the sun and just bling it into a window. I had it sat in a window in the house, and it would like heat the room up a little bit in the winter. But yeah, if you had a Fresnel lens focused on the thing, it would only work when the sun's hitting it. But I mean, honestly, you might melt the Stirling engine with that. You probably will. That should be melting rocks and shit. So. Like those kind of rocks.
So you're saying that it would have to move along with the sun?
Yeah, that's fine though. You just put a solar tracker on it, and it moves with the sun. It'll follow the sun all day. You'd have to heat up like rocks or something underneath the actual Stirling engine, because I don't think you could you probably couldn't put the beam right on the engine. It would probably melt it. Like, yo, the Fresnel lens is crazy. I've seen it turn rock into obsidian in like seconds. If you got like a big enough one.
If you look at the Wikipedia page,
Wow.
it actually talks about tying it in with solar energy and how people are revisiting it because it's so helpful.
I mean, yo, that Fresnel lens, we can make so much heat for like nothing. Dude, one Fresnel lens will melt your fucking house down, let alone heat it. Like, you're gonna, I don't know. I'm wondering if you could like boil a pool full of water or something crazy. Like, I feel like you could boil a pool with that in like 20 minutes or something.
Steam energy, maybe, huh?
That's what they do with, see, I don't know if you've ever seen it. They'll have a field, and they'll have this giant tower in the middle, and it'll be like,
Solar panels and stuff. Yeah.
This will be a very crude way to say it, but it's basically a pipe with water in it, and it'll heat that pipe, and all the mirrors, there'll be mirrors all around that, like a whole field of mirrors, and they're like heliostats. They all track the sun and focus all their light onto this one spot, so it gets dumb
Those aren't
hot.
solar panels?
Sometimes there's fields of solar panels, but sometimes it's this way. The thing I'm saying, it's different.
Whenever I thought of the circular tower surrounded by those panels, I thought they were solar panels.
No,
maybe they were this
mirrors.
thing you're talking about. Yeah,
they're mirrors to put focus. They were in several movies. I'm trying to think of what movie it was in, but it had Matthew McConaughey in it, where
those are real though. Those are real.
Yeah, no, they exist.
Right.
Yeah, no.
It's not just like a movie.
I'm just saying, right. I thought they were solar panels too till I saw that movie scene, and I realized that they're mirrors that move with the sun that point the sun at the solar panel. Yeah.
I see why they do that. I don't know why they don't use Fresnel lenses in that process though. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a good idea. All right, we got a field full of mirrors, but you could also use Fresnel lenses on the other side of it. You know, if you made a giant fucking Fresnel lens and just had it like above it somehow. I don't know.
Well, from what I heard, they take those massive solar farms or whatever and use them to create enough energy to cool down computers in order to mine for Bitcoin and junk like that. Like, I've heard that, but I don't know how true it is. Cryptocurrencies.
Well, maybe this is why. Fresnel lenses. Patent number US 8194324B2. Yeah. Inventor Nicholas Simon Walker. Current assignee Microsharp Corporation Ltd.
Yeah. What is it called?
I just googled Fresnel lens. Fresnel lenses patent or Fresnel lens patent.
They're cheap though. That's not like an expensive thing, I don't think. No, I bought a whole bunch of survival ones that are the size of a credit card for like $2 or something.
If you're not, it was just like you were wondering why they don't use those for, like, they might not be allowed to. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it has nothing to do with that. But
no, it's just be a cost thing, because you can buy it. Once you buy something, you can do anything you want with it as long as you don't resell it. What's up, Bri?
Maybe not.
Gatorades?
No, we're all out. We're all out of Gatorade. You drink 3 Gatorades a day. This is what happens.
Yeah, and you took the remaining 4.
This is only the first step. There are more things to come from consuming so much Gatorade.
Just tell him Gatorade doesn't grow on trees.
Yeah.
Tell him it puts hair on the bottom of his feet.
No, I have no Gatorades, bud.
Doesn't grow on trees, it grows on alligators, obviously.
I think it grows in a laboratory somewhere where they make that stuff.
No, it's alligator sweat. That's why. Yeah, that's what it is. It's alligator sweat. That's why it's so potent. You know how hard it is to get an alligator to sweat?
Okay, I know they got
Man.
electrolytes, and it's what plants crave, but we ran out. Sorry, bud.
Maybe not.
I don't even
Nope.
drink Gatorade.
Tell him you only have the cheap knockoff Crocade. Bob, I want to create Crocade, and I want our advertisement thing to be called "It's a Croc." And let's just make it like sugar water. I mean, nobody cares.
So what were we saying? The Fresnelans. Oh yeah, they're cheap. And once you buy something, you could do whatever you want with it as long as you don't resell it. Like the patent don't even matter. You know what I'm saying? So
About 5 of them Fresnel lenses that I took out of big ass TVs, man.
that's what I'm saying. Half of them you could find in junkyards. Yeah, but Brian, you know how much fucking energy you could heat. You could boil water, so much water with that.
Yeah, you gotta.
Have
You know
a
what's
steam
funny though,
turbine.
man?
You could have a steam
You know,
turbine going with that. You put it. What's up?
Yeah, what's weird, dude, is I put my best torch, my big giant fucking propane torch, to try and heat up water, and it won't heat up the water. You got to heat up the container. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the thing won't boil water. Yeah, it will, but you got to heat up the container that the water's in. It's weird shit. You could put.
Or
as
you'll
much
melt the container the water's in if the fucking. You got a mean echo going, Brian.
Yeah, I'm gonna just listen for a minute, but I'm about to be joining. I like this conversation.
Yo, if you got a whole bunch of those Fresnel lenses, you could put them on a solar tracker and just like focus it on a pipe. Just make sure it's not hot enough to burn, because you could melt a pipe with these things if you put too much heat on it. But
hurry, Brian. The Globers might hear that we're having a decent conversation. You might only have a few minutes left.
Oh yeah, we got 3 minutes, and this will be over with.
Well, let me
Paid
interject
NASA.
here. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Paid NASA's on his way right now.
His phone went off, and it's just like he's driving home like a madman. They aren't gonna get nothing accomplished.
But yeah, what if you're setting up a field full of mirrors? Why wouldn't you put some Fresnel lenses on top to focus? I feel like that's double your bang for your buck or something. I don't know. I almost feel like it'd be easier to forget
because
just set up the Fresnel lenses.
They don't actually want the energy. They want the project that they can have on paper so that they can basically launder money. They don't want the energy because that might lower the price of energy.
Yep, that's true.
They want to have $1 or $1 billion projects to launder money through and get government grants or money and stuff like that. They don't want to actually provide the energy to people. That might affect the
big
bottom
oil.
line.
I'm pretty sure big oil has been suppressing battery and energy technology for at least decades now.
I'd believe that for sure.
Yeah, that's not even a hard sell.
To make good. No, that's not a hard sell. Like possibly like just buying up patents and making sure that people can't put stuff into their, their vehicles or stuff like that.
If you own Duracell and you own the R&D department for it, you're like, look, we made something that is the size of a AA battery and it can power your car for 3,000 miles. Whoever's in charge is going to be like, okay, is ever going to happen? And they can't do anything with it because, they probably signed an NDA.
What's that Mr. Scientist who just revolutionized batteries? You're very depressed and are considering suicide. Oh, you committed suicide. How weird.
Yeah. Bro, you can't stop the money. These people won't. There's so much money being made. Like, if you try to stop it, JFK tried to stop the central banking system. So did Abraham Lincoln. Look what happened to them guys. No, they were fucking presidents. Lincoln wanted to introduce the greenback. Anyways, yeah, I feel like it'd be easier to just make the thing you're trying to heat up on the ground instead of building a tower, and then just have mad Fresnel lenses pointed all at the shit. That'll fucking blaze. I feel like that'd be better than the mirrors. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know, man. Those Fresnel lenses, I don't see those mirrors melting rock. Like one of those, take a mirror the size of a Fresnel lens. I don't think the mirror is going to be able to melt a rock like the Fresnel lens will. But yeah, you can get free fucking steam. It only works when the sun's going though. So now you need batteries. I think big oil suppress them too. Batteries, anything to do with electricity, big oil will probably suppress the shit out of it.
But could you make so make a solar panel, a special solar panel, okay? 2 of them actually. One special solar panel is able to handle like way hotter temperatures hitting directly on it, and one solar panel is like somehow a mirror or Fresnel lens system and a solar panel. So that you have them out there like catching this light and magnifying it and then casting it to the other special solar panels that are able to take just stupid amounts of heat and get the energy. And then you could like store it in like, accumulators or something like that for nighttime.
Actually, the one thing you were saying about I think it's electrolysis where they split the H and O. They were using that to store energy. That's a better energy storage system than batteries, I think, because batteries got to be replaced every so often, and they're really expensive. They really damper. If you're selling $1 trillion worth of oil a year, you do not want good batteries on Earth. I'll tell you right now. That's your biggest fucking enemy right there. Is good batteries. But yeah, we should be able to heat a house now for basically nothing. I mean, one giant Fresnel lens in the sun will fucking have your house blazing. I saw this one guy on YouTube once. I was really into like how to heat your home for cheap. This one guy on YouTube, he didn't have heliostats. He just had regular mirrors set up. And my boy's house was blinding on the inside. Like blinding. Like you couldn't see shit. He had just all kinds of mirrors pointed all in the windows. Every window. Like they were just static mirrors, but it was like giant, just a massive amount of, like, he had a fence line of this mirror. I'm like, my man's gonna set his house on fire with this shit. And I think he was already deaf. I'm like, you're about to be fucking blind from this. You're not even gonna be able to hear if your house starts burning down. I guess you'd smell the smoke or something, but wild.
One half of his house is just like bleached white from all the sunlight.
Right? He's got like a greenhouse, but his whole side's just faded.
You just see like the shingles like turning into tar and like flowing off of the.
Yeah, his whole shit's like melting. I mean, that is a good thing. They're like I said, I used to own one, a heliostat. So those are real things, but they usually use them in conjunction with like a solar air heater or something. So like, you have a solar air. You ever heard? You know what a solar air heater is?
No.
Oh, it's super easy to make. Like, they make them out of like Pepsi cans, aluminum cans, or you can make them out of like the shit you hook your dryer vent up to, whatever. Any kind of like metal cylindrical thing that you could shape to be inside a box. So you shave that all out. You have an inlet and an outlet, and you spray paint that shit black, and then put any kind of like plexiglass or glass over it. And when the sun hits it, that box gets mad. Will get mad warm. You ever see a black on black car in the sunlight, and then you go in it, it's like fucking 200 degrees in the summertime. It's like way hotter inside the car than it is outside the car.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah,
it's the same thing. Same thing happens.
Okay.
So then that air, like, you know, the sun hits that, heats that box up. They use this to heat pools up with. They'll put a black hose inside one of these boxes. And then sometimes they don't even use the boxes, and they'll just use a black hose and just fucking swirl it up on the ground in a big giant circle. But yeah, and then that air goes in your house. You have a little tiny computer fan or something. But if you have a heliostat pointed at that thing, that's going to create a crazy amount of heat.
One of the things we were planning on doing when we get a house, Bob, is possibly doing a split level. Oh, I just forgot the name of it. You plant gardens in a glass house. What's the glass house called?
Greenhouse.
Greenhouse. Thank you.
I couldn't think. I blacked out on that too a second ago. Damn. All right.
A split level on the greenhouse. That way, the actual roots and stuff are underground, and then it's connected to the house so that it's got and there are going to be times when it will like cool the house or warm the house because it's going to have a more even temperature. And then if you get the right kind of glass or whatever, it captures the heat from the sun. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what you
Jeremy,
want.
could you set up that Fresnel lens so that it's like partially dug into the ground to reflect light like down and over into a basement, so you could have like sunlight for a greenhouse inside, natural sunlight, but it's inside?
Nah, that sunlight. I mean, we trying to set up some tomb of Egyptian shit or something.
I'm just saying, like, have it hit down into this Fresnel lens and then shoot into the basement, and then like have some sort of a light diffuser or something that'll like cast it in a more natural way, but so that you can basically have like natural sunlight, and then you could like set up like one of those hydroponic type things, but with like just straight up real sunlight on your plants inside your house.
I don't know, maybe. That's above my pay grade right there.
Above your knife. You just said a lot of words, and I didn't understand any of them.
Solar air heater is the way to go if you're in any kind of cold. I'm trying to talk my wife into letting me make one because they're so cheap. Like you can make a banging one for like $500. I don't know if you guys know how expensive heating is, but it's not cheap.
We live in Wisconsin. I think we probably have an idea.
You know what it's like.
No, I'm actually a little ignorant of it because I have a pretty awesome house. So I actually have a newer house that I had bought, and I'm off of propane. And the way it falls, I only have to fill my propane tank about every 13 to 14 months. And not only that, because it's so cheap, and where I land on taxes, the government actually pays for it. So I don't actually have to pay for any of my heat. I also don't have to pay for water. So I'm pretty much internet electricity.
Do you get water from a well, by the way?
Yeah, that's free and it's clean. We get it tested every couple of years, and it's been super clean. And I think my wife says she believes it's one of the biggest contributors to her thyroid issue essentially disappearing, is not eating sugar and having good clean water.
Yeah, it might be something going on there. I drink primarily bottled water now. I don't think the plastic is probably good for me, but I just I don't want to drink that tap water.
Yep.
Like the city water. Ugh.
Yep. My wife doesn't even care for, like, she'll take an empty bottle of water and fill it with our tap water. She prefers our tap water. Well,
I
'cause
don't
it's
know if
well,
you're
I mean,
supposed to reuse water bottles like that. It might be
she
actually
doesn't.
getting
No, she'll
stuff
only
from the
use it like
bottle.
once.
Maybe
No,
not.
it works like this. She like hands me the bottle and says, "Drink this," so I have an empty bottle. Then she fills it up and uses it for like a day and
Okay.
then throws it
Okay.
out. It's not like sit in a car a bunch of times
Yeah.
and yeah.
Okay. Maybe not.
But yeah, just I mean, I essentially pay for electricity, which is awesome because where we're at, we're not on a major electric company. We're on a local small electric grid. So every time the power's gone out around us, ours hasn't. And when ours does go out, it's only for like an hour because it's only like maybe 30 square miles of service. So like they have one crew and they're on it like that. And at
Yeah.
any point they can just switch over to the main grid, so it's not a big deal. Like, so we've barely ever have outages, or they're fixed right away. But anyway, so cheap, fairly cheap. I mean, well, average price electricity, but I mean that's pretty much all I'm paying for. Just, I mean, no rent. Uh, yeah, life is good. So now what should I do? I mean, besides invest in Bitcoin, what you setting up here?
More heat shielding things because we don't have enough. Maybe.
Do you want me to replace old assembly things with the newer ones, or no?
Yeah, probably. But we could use some more stone tablets. If you could go figure out how to get more stone tablets coming in, maybe.
Okay. Where are our stone tablets coming in? I'll find it. These look like stone tablets. There's plenty of stone tablets here, so. Oh.
It's Saturday today, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it is. So the reason why you don't have as much stone tablets is because you didn't pipe into the main line. You piped into that small little line up there. We have a whole secondary line with a ton more stone tablets. Do you want me to try and loop
Where?
it or
Where's that
something?
at? Where's the other one?
Here, come to me.
Oh, down below?
I mean, it runs from over here, so it comes in over here.
Oh,
Where it at? Where is it
wait.
at? Right here. It comes in right here from over here. Look. And it splits to one
Here's
right
that
here.
one. Okay, I remember. I set
There's a
that one
bunch
up
in this.
a
Yeah, a
while
while
ago.
back, yeah. So,
Okay.
and then it ends right down here. So it doesn't go anywhere. It just sits right down here. It's being used, but it ends right here. So if you wanted to take it somewhere else or something, or split another line off of it, or
No, I'll take it up.
okay, it ends
somewhere.
right here.
Right here. This is where it ends? Okay. All right. So let's see. Bring it back down over there and then go up. That makes sense. Okay. Righty.
I mean, do you want me to do that? Oh, I don't have any underground belts. That's been a long since coming, probably. We should have done that a while ago.
What'd you do?
I took those big lanes that were feeding pretty much everything into the base. We had like 4 or 5 of them, 4 of them next to each other, and I just basically broke them up into sections of underground so we can start running stuff left to right a little easier. Because we haven't really moved the lanes or picked off the lanes in a while, so they might as well be underground for the most part. Doesn't look as pretty, but it's more effective.
Here we go. Stone tablets, maybe.
Tell you right now, though, if you're looking to get electricity out of nothing, basically, magnets is the way to go. V-gate magnet track can push something uphill. I'm pretty sure indefinitely. I could be wrong. All I've seen is like crude designs on YouTube and with dudes that are doing this in their basement or garage or whatever. So nothing really, no really great
Fancy.
designs. Yeah, no great designs, but the concept is there. They have made it it's not even conceptual. They have made something go uphill on this V-gate track. So it takes energy to get it going into the track, right? And you can obviously get it out of the track easy because you could bend the track to start going downhill if you wanted to. So that's not even an issue. In fact, that's the plan. You get something to go up farther so it'll fall with more force than you need to get it in the track. And then you could just do hills. You do like hills of a track if you just slightly curve each track a little bit, and eventually it would go back into the first track. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Think of this being like the size of a house on the exterior or interiors.
Huh. Crap. Our blue chip production is down, maybe. Oh.
I was
well,
talking to my wife. I didn't hear what you said.
Our blue chip production is not where I need it to be for rocket control units.
We don't have sulfur. Our blue seems to have stopped because there's no sulfur.
Sulfuric acid. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. I guess that's a difference.
Okay. Oh, I think I know why, maybe. Okie doke.
Yeah, the guys that get the magnet to go at an incline, they get it to go out of the track while it's still on an incline. So out of the track's not an issue. Into the track, I don't think they're pushing it very hard. Either way, I'm pretty sure you get this thing up high enough to where it would fall. Also, like I said, very crude designs right now. You could ease it back into the gate by using a smaller gate on top or offsetting the V's. I tried to build this before, but it didn't turn out too good. Turns out I'm not an engineer or an architecture or an architect. But I mean, for now, just the Stirling engine. If you're on the edge of woods and you have tons of wood to burn, that should be free electricity. Even maybe with the Fresnel lens. I mean, with the wood fire, you can just keep it going 24/7. So whatever the engine puts out, you just constantly be getting it. You get some grid tie inverters, you can run the whole fucking house off this shit, probably. I don't know how big they come or how much they even cost. I've only ever seen those the little tiny ones they use on like a table, on a desk, where they use a tea light candle to power it. Or if you wanted to do just heat, you could always, and you had a fire going nonstop, you could always just pump water through a copper pipe into the house from outside. And then like put a fan on it to blow, coil it back and forth a little bit, put a fan behind it so it blows the hot air off. The best way for your house is you need thermal mass in your house. Oh, you guys ever seen those earth ships?
Yeah,
Chips.
my wife was thinking about building one, but I told her no.
But that's a good concept though. With the thermal, the basis of those houses is thermal mass. Like the house is built now, the air will just leak right out. When you have thermal mass, though, it holds the. Think if you have a refrigerator and a refrigerator that's full, and I open the door on both of them, same refrigerators. I open the door on both of them for, I don't know, 5 minutes, and then shut the door. I guarantee the one that was full of sodas or whatever, or bottled water or whatever, is going to be way colder than the other one. They should just be building homes in cold climates with wood stoves and fireplaces and shit. I don't know. It's beyond me why they don't do that. That's like emergency shit too, because if it gets cold, you need heat. They make tents now. You can buy a tent, like a camping tent, with a wood stove in it. No joke.
Is that really camping though? No.
Dude, heads be camping hardcore in them shits. So this one couple has like a baby, and it looks like they're on Mount fucking Everest with the wind blowing and shit. It'll be snowing, wind blowing crazy. I'm like, yo, these people got a baby out there. Guy's like frying shit up on his wood stove in his tent. What the last house I owned, I was gonna get a wood stove installed. It was like 5 G's, dude. I was like, man, fuck that. I was blowing through oil though, like blowing through it. It was costing me like 2 G's a year to heat my house for some crazy amount of money. maybe more. I don't even remember. It was a while ago, but
Making them fat cats pretty happy, were you, huh?
yeah. Well, it was a trailer too, so it had no insulation. Like an old trailer. Yeah, it was perfect fucking scenario. Like they don't want homes built like I want homes built with the thermal mass and shit. You know what I'm saying? Right now we
Good,
heat air.
high quality. No, they don't want that, of course.
Yeah.
They want it to be super cheap, and they want to make sure you don't own it, you rent it.
They also want to make sure that shit doesn't last for long. Like, look, they have the pyramids standing for thousands of years. Well, okay, we know humans can make structures that can stand for thousands of years. So why aren't we building homes? Like, we're always going to need homes. There's never going to be a point where, like, yes, we made it. We don't need homes anymore. You know, what are we going to be doing? Standing outside? That's how they keep the money moving. Though your house burns down, that's tons of money. Tons of money that's going to get made. Or every time your roof needs to be fucking, you need a new $10,000 roof put on. They just got to keep the money moving. Concrete domes, man. I'm telling you, 3D printed concrete domes. If we were smart, we'd have them shits pumping out right fucking now. Our system's designed to want things to break. That's why I'm almost a fan of communism, because they didn't do that shit.
The planned
Like
obsolescence or whatever. Yeah.
Like in communism, they're making shit to last, right?
Maybe.
What's that?
Well, I don't know. Do they ever make it to the point where they're trying to make stuff to last, or do they kind of get hung up with all the killing of people that don't have the ability to fight back properly?
I mean, I wasn't a
the genocide tends to take up people's attention, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're making a light bulb, you don't want to have to make it more times than necessary, right?
Right.
So you're going to make it as good as,
Maybe not.
No, you got it right.
I really don't know if something like communism could work or not. Like,
I just was referring to the way they went about making their stuff. That was pretty much the extent of
it. But see, like I think about like something like World War II, where it's like it seems like maybe World War II wasn't exactly what they claim it was, and it's like, what if these incidents, like the Cuban Missile Crisis? I don't think nuclear bombs are real, okay, but there's this whole crisis that seems to be centered around the concept of there having been nukes moved to Cuba by Russia or whatever, right? It's like, what if these stories about how communism ended in like all of these deaths and everything went bad? Well, what if it was just actually more just America and other countries meddling and making it turn out bad? Kind of like they do, maybe.
Yeah. Hell yeah, bro. I wouldn't put that past them. I saw Elon was saying I think it was like 100 square miles or something, or a couple hundred square miles. He said just one little corner of like Utah or something would solar panels would power the whole U.S. I feel like why don't we should have that already, right? I mean, we've been putting so many solar panels on roofs. I feel like that number should already been reached. No, don't they have
we
like
have
huge
something where we can
fields?
like basically that mimics or tries to get close to the human body, so we can just like pour corn syrup like right into it and just like have it like eat it up and make energy? Like, shouldn't we have that or be working towards that?
Want to pour
Pour
corn
liquid
syrup
sugar
all
in
over
and
your
just have
body?
like, what's that?
Well, you said you want to pour corn syrup all over your body, and then what?
No. Well, I mean, no, actually, no. 'Cause, oh man, I don't like sticky stuff like that. No. Ugh. Like I don't like to get like greasy stuff or sticky stuff on my hands and whatnot. Anyway,
Yeah.
so like, but like our bodies, we put food in, but like not even necessarily good food. Like we put garbage into our bodies, and somehow our bodies still turn it into something that can make us go, right? So like maybe we should try and work on something like that where we can just like toss stuff into it and it still somehow makes energy. What's that? You don't have any gas? Okay, throw an apple in. Get your grass clippings.
Oh, what is this? The
Rake
Back to
your
the
yard
Future?
and put the leaves in. It just
The
like
Back to the
eats it all
Future?
up and makes fuel or something.
That was that Back to the Future. What, babe?
Bob.
What?
That's that Back to the Future
There's no
car.
point
Remember?
to put in more than 2 efficiency mods, right?
There is. The power draw is limited to 80% reduction, but the
Yeah.
pollution, as far as I can tell, is not limited in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
Not that I've figured out yet, anyway. It seems like I think I even maybe tested it with 4, and it still seems to lower the pollution at least some. And I like to keep really low pollution, so.
All right. Okay, I went up and had up our stone production, and then kind of retraced one of the lines too, so that we can get more stone in more ways. So I think you're going to be happy with it. There's also a set of 4 assemblies making those heat things down here already. I don't know if you know that.
Okay. Hmm. Okay. So I think it might be the guava. I had Michaela cut me some guava pieces, and I ate them first and kind of let them, like, mushed them around my mouth a bit and stuff. And now I'm eating these Whoppers, and it seems like they taste, like, enhanced or something.
They put guava in quite a bit of things to make it taste better. Guava
I think
juice. Yeah.
I think it might be the guava that, like, it somehow, like, enhances the sweetness or something. I think possibly even the malted part might taste better or more powerful or something maybe.
Mic check. What's going on, everyone?
Hey.
Hey, Bob. If you're eating Burger King, it's probably not the guava. It's probably the human meat you're tasting.
Hey, Matrix.
What's up? What's going on, man? Why is everybody so quiet?
I just don't think there's much we're talking about.
I think right now we're in between topics or something. We were talking for a while on some solar stuff and a little bit on some Stirling engine stuff and a little bit on some the food system is corrupt stuff or whatever, maybe stuff like that. We're just kind of we haven't gotten on to our next topic yet or something maybe.
I think we can all agree that most systems are corrupt.
Well, it makes sense, I guess, since most systems, like if you're talking about man-made systems, like, yeah, I mean, humans kind of suck in a lot of ways. Makes sense that things that they make end up sucking eventually.
I still have faith
Maybe
in the
not.
Dewey Decimal System.
Maybe not.
But do you think it's intentional? Like, do they intentionally make these systems to like waste your time and to not work?
Well, it might be more like they make the system so that it benefits one group of people, and that maybe always ends up falling apart eventually because you just can't sustain that.
Yeah, eventually the people get onto it, and they kind of hang them or whatever, and we have to start over. And
You can do
it's
it. You
all
can do it.
over now.
You can do it. You just got to be smart about it. You know what I mean? Have a middle class. That way, look, there's people that got stuff. It's not just us taking everything. There's spread it. You got to spread it out a little bit.
Have you seen that cartoon? It looks like a newspaper cartoon, and it's like the advisor talking to the king, looking at the people who are upset, and he says something along the lines of, "Oh, you don't have to fight them. You just have to convince the torch holders that the pitchfork people want to take their torches."
And that's how you get Democrats and Republicans.
It's like, hey, there's actually maybe something to that. You don't have to worry about them. You just got to convince one side that the other side is the problem. That's all, not you. Which, that's exactly what they do with tips, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed this, but they've somehow convinced poor waitresses and waiters that it's the other poor people's fault that they're poor. They didn't give you big enough tips. The poor people that came in to eat at the restaurant didn't give you a big enough tip. So it's the poor person's fault that you're poor now, not the person who's like paying you your paycheck.
Yeah, that's their biggest thing there. They keep us divided because that phrase "united we stand, divided we fall." That's a true, that phrase holds true for a lot of stuff. And if they have us divided, we'll never be able to do anything because we're too busy, fighting each other.
Right.
And they keep us divided with so many things, even down to sports.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a Boston. You're a Boston Celtics fan. I'm a Lakers fan. Fuck you. You know, they go crazy with it in England over soccer teams and shit. I mean, it's pretty bad in America too. Like, I don't know if you're in Boston with a Yankee hat on or vice versa. Like, you're definitely gonna hear about it.
It's funny. I mean, I saw a meme the other day. Most people in America will decide the team they enjoy watching by the time they were 7 or 8, and then they will keep that for the rest of their life. Like, it's a decision they made when they were 7 or 8, but like they will keep it for the rest of their life. That will be their favorite team.
Yeah, I mean that sounds about right. They get indoctrinated into the globe around 7 or 8 or so, and they keep that team for the rest of their life. They hold on to it like an insane person.
Kind of see that sports thing, like the Romans and the gladiators, how the kings used to do it back in the Roman days, where they used to entertain the people with the
Yeah.
sports and stuff. That's literally how I see sports. That's a spell that's never worked on me since I was a baby. I've never had a thing for sports. I just don't like it. I could watch a match or whatever, like a finals or something, but I have no interest in sports.
Yeah. Neither do I. I don't really like sports.
I don't know how much on topic or off topic this is. I was reading a Bible verse the other day, and I never read it this way before, but I thought about it. It was talking about sexual immorality and then having the preeminence over other men. And I just thought like that doesn't really go together. But at the same time, if we're talking about, and I don't know if this is what they were talking about, but it could have been talking about like the Roman gladiators that like were butt naked and then walked. I mean, but they were heroes. People thought that they were so amazing, and it's like, so he might have been writing to them, basically saying like, you have a huge problem with sexual immorality. You're running around naked in order to be superstars, and then you run around as superstars thinking you're better than everyone else. And it's just like, maybe that's how that was. That maybe that's why he tied those 2 points together. Like, but yeah, it's not something that's just.
And now look at the wrestling federation.
Yeah, well, I mean, not just that.
Get
I mean,
out there in their underwear and oiled up or whatever, and no.
I mean, they literally. I didn't watch it, but they said that they basically regulated the women's volleyball team outfit this year for the Olympics down to 2 pieces, in which several of the Olympic teams were like, no, we're having a 1 piece. And they almost banned one of the teams. And it's just like, but they had the highest turnout rate of watching ever because they changed the outfits to 2-piece suits. It's just like, yeah, I mean, I didn't watch. I probably wouldn't watch one way or the other. I'm not into volleyball. I wouldn't watch men's volleyball. So all the more reason not to watch women's volleyball. Some would argue with that.
I mean, there will only be a few reasons to watch women's volleyball, and those 2-piece suits definitely helps because let's be real here, women's sports is not that entertaining. If men's sports isn't doing it, women's sports definitely doesn't do it for a lot of people.
Don't worry, Matrix. Next time they hold the Olympics, by then it'll all be men pretending to be women anyway. So
exactly.
That's actually sad as fuck, bro. Like, it seems that women don't understand that they're actually destroying their own sports by allowing this shit. Like, they don't logically understand.
I don't think it's the women in the sports that are deciding it. I think it's other people that are deciding that they have to deal with it.
The thing is that they're supporting it. They're 100% supporting it.
I don't think that they are. I think at least not all of them. I think there's some of them out there that are trying to fight it and say like this isn't okay.
I think but I do think a majority of women feel as though the narrative is that they should be equal, and that's like. That's what I think what's going to end up happening is people are basically going to say, all right, fine. If everyone's equal, we'll just all play in the same sport, and then women will naturally just be pushed out, and so will everyone else who isn't a top athletic man, because we've seen over and over and over and over again that men are just naturally more, I mean, bone structure, I mean, muscle reflexes. I
think the top 5, the 5th best women's soccer team went and played a team of like little kids like little boys. I don't know how old the boys were, but
I believe it
the
was
team,
teenage boys, yeah.
the women team lost. Yeah, this was a
I think it was-
professional.
I think it's a yearly thing. I don't think this is a one-time deal. I think they've been losing for years now because it's a yearly thing as part of their training and their thing. Yeah, no.
I think there was one where it was like the absolute top tennis player in like the female tennis player in the world like didn't even rank higher than like high school boys in the male one. Like it like she was like I think it was the number one tennis player in the world for females, and if you move her over into the male bracket, like she doesn't even beat high school level or something like that.
That one evidently has been more controversial as of recent because one guy who's been a tennis player like his whole life and then he commentated on it. They asked him, how is this woman in the league? He's like, oh, hands down, she's the best woman tennis player ever. And the person's like, why do you have to qualify it like that? And he's like, what? That she's the best? Oh, she's better than any other woman out there. He goes, why do you have to qualify it as a woman? And he goes, oh, she wouldn't even compete in the top 700 of men. And then like he got berated by, well, I mean, The View and like all of those mainstream medias, like you can't say that. And he goes, I've been playing tennis for longer than you've been walking. Like, no, I can say that because I know what I'm talking about. And at any point, and like this guy's like 15 years retired. He goes, I could play her and probably beat her. Like, but evidently every year for the past 40 years, they've placed the top woman against the top man. It's evidently a yearly thing, and like only twice has the woman won. And they honestly think that the guy threw in those occasions because the woman gets destroyed every year. They play doubles. Like they have videos of doubles where you have to have one woman and one man on the team, and these men are destroying the women. Their partner has to stand there while the woman gets destroyed because they ace the serve. Like they just serve so fast the woman can't even hit it.
Yeah.
It's just like you play doubles, but you have a handicap, and they accept that. Like that's just normal. You go into the game realizing the weaker person is the woman, so throw it at the woman. But again, that's boys and girls are different. That's basic bone structure. Me and my wife were talking.
Listen, women can do anything. Women can do anything men can do, except for oppress a whole gender for thousands of years.
Wait a minute. Let's review the whole oppressing and an entire gender thing. Let's think, is that actually true? Has that ever been true?
I don't know that Jeremy was actually being serious about that part. I think it was supposed to be a joke.
No. I get the joke, but this is actually a thing that's been going on for a long time in the mainstream media. That there's been a gender, mainly men, that has oppressed another gender, mainly female. And I've looked back in the history, and is this the case? Is it been oppressing, or has it been some sort of protecting women? Because that's our role, to protect them from themselves.
Well, I mean, not just themselves. Protect them from other people also.
And bad things in life. Yeah.
Yeah, bad things, mainly their decision-making process.
Again,
yeah, well, I mean,
that's not what I was
there's
saying.
probably people who wouldn't appreciate that, but I don't necessarily disagree.
You know the people that would necessarily disagree with that, those that have bad decision making skills.
So I believe it was quoted, Annie Oakley. I don't know if you know much about Annie Oakley, professional shooter back in like the early 1900s. When World War I came around, they asked if she would train snipers, and she did. She trained snipers in our military to fight in World War I because she was that good, and they listened, and they did great. I mean, under her knowledge. And when asked, what is the best thing a woman can do in a man's world kind of thing? And she goes, oh, learn to shoot a gun. That's the absolute best thing a woman can do because a bullet doesn't care what gender you are.
Right, like it's a great equalizer. Guns are like the great equalizer, right?
Yeah.
But you also have to be semi-confident with a gun. You know what I'm saying? You have to have developed the dexterity to be able to aim, shoot.
Yep, and I don't I don't believe that's as man versus woman in as far as aiming and shooting. I think that's a discipline thing, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I haven't done it professionally, but from what
Isn't
it
it
sounds like, she didn't think it was a man woman thing either.
Isn't it kind of funny how all the countries without guns are the ones like with the most strict laws and the police just coming in saying you can't go out 300 feet from your house and such? Isn't it kind of funny?
Yeah, like Australia,
people
where
that-
they send them to concentration camps. Oops, I mean quarantine camps.
Yeah, isn't it funny how how a bunch of people are just standing on the sideline like a fucking bitch, seeing as the whole world is being marched towards communist authoritarianism, and no one says shit. They just put their mask on and get butt plugged and have their children raped and spaded and neutered.
The same kind of people that have to pay some sort of license to get a TV and things like that. Yeah, they're these kind of people.
Yeah, bro. Apparently, if you don't get your daughter spaded or your son neutered in Canada and they want to, then they just take your kid away from you.
Oh, that's is that related to the whole like let me pump myself full of the hormones because I think I'm a dude now kind of stuff? They kind of
Oh,
related
yeah,
to
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
The Canadian government
Canada's definitely moving ahead with that.
Canadian government pays for those hormones out of tax dollar bills.
Eh,
You guys heard what's going on in Kazakhstan?
What's
I don't
that?
think so. Maybe.
Kazakhstan, bro, this is like a country that's like right under Russia. These people are revolting. They're done with the vaccine thing. The government is putting it out there like they're outraged because of the gas prices. Bullshit. These people are pissed off because of the vaccine mandates.
I heard of that. I heard that they shut off internet in the whole country because they didn't want them telling anyone else. So they're just like, they just shut the internet down. Ain't that
Yep,
crazy?
yep. Yeah, I think that's going to happen slowly but surely. It's going to happen everywhere.
Yeah, bro.
It's almost
kind of
unavoidable.
insane. It's kind of insane how everyone I know is a fucking bitch. Like, everyone I know, like, I know a few people who aren't, but the mass majority of people I know, I didn't realize that they were a bitch until 2020, honestly.
Bob, are you laughing at my joke?
Good for
What?
Kaz.
No, I wasn't laughing. I don't think.
Are you playing the game even?
No, that's what I'm doing. I was focusing. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you have not upgraded to blue, and it's like
What are you
I
talking
don't know
about?
that it's helping.
Where?
It's still red. I just upgraded some of it, but like
Oh, you meant conveyor belts. I know. I went and did all the
Yeah.
assembly stuff. I just got done with all the assembly things.
This is so freaky. It's like Bob is talking to an alternate version of himself. What's up, Bob's brother?
Nice. I'm doing pretty good. I would like to refer to myself as a real person and not just an alternate version of him.
Like you're Bob, but in another dimension and shit.
maybe I'm insane, and everyone in this room is a different version of me, and I'm just imagining these conversations.
Oh shit! Maybe you're not imagining. Maybe you're not imagining the conversation. Maybe this actually happened in a different lifespan. Every time you die, you sprung up in a different time and place, in a different character.
We could all be NPCs in a simulation. And the thing about NPCs in a simulation is you would have to not let the NPC know it was an NPC. All right?
I mean, consider that NPC analogy, and consider the rest of the world and how they almost choose not to entertain the idea that what they think might not be true, right? Consider that idea. Do you think it's possible that we just have 80% of the people are just like programmed to do a certain thing and they can't wake up because they just simply don't have the chemical composition to do these things?
No, Metrics Media J.
Are you guys having a talk, or are you farting on my side of the bed and going poo with your fingernails that you're biting off? Come on.
I don't mind the hot
Yeah, because
mic,
you're biting
Jeremy,
them all
but
off,
others
spitting them
might.
all over my side of the bed.
I'm liking this. I'm guessing he's talking to a kid
Yeah,
about
no.
farting.
I hope it's not his wife, but for some
Right?
reason I assumed his wife.
Yeah, he was definitely talking to his wife.
Yeah, isn't there been like millions of people protesting in France and England
not.
and Germany and
No.
shit? And why don't we see that on the fake stream media? What's going on? Why aren't people waking up to this
Fake
shit?
stream media. Like,
Yeah.
I think you answered your question.
Yeah, like why are people still watching the fake stream media? It's so
I don't-
discredited at this point.
Honestly, I really don't think they are. That's why other places on YouTube are making.
I think
so
the old people are. I think the old people are
old people.
possibly convinced that those people are on their side, that they're honest or telling the truth, or that like they somehow couldn't get away with just blatantly lying to them over the airwaves. I think that old people might be convinced like that there's still, or that there even ever was like these standards of government that like would prevent things like someone getting on TV and lying like that without being called out. I'm not sure that they can conceive that that would be allowed to happen. So they must be telling us at least somewhat accurate information.
Yeah, they're the same fucking dumb fucking generation that thinks that we went to the moon and those videos are real. So I don't really know what to tell them. Fucking stupid generation of people. I think they killed off all the smart and good men in America in World War II, and then they've just been fucking around with us since then. And
Well, I don't
slowly-
know that
wouldn't
they
that
needed to
make
kill
you-
off the smart men. I think that like we were talking about this earlier with like the food system and stuff. It could be that they've now honed in on what things will destroy the human body and mind over time, and they start us on it early. I mean, like think about how many women they get to feed their babies formula before they're even a few years old. It just don't breastfeed. Don't give your child exactly what they need from your own body. Give them the formula, and then I think that it might be like just all this garbage that is being put into our bodies over the years as quote unquote food or quote unquote good for us causes us to maybe like slow down and actually possibly be dumber or stupid, or just like we don't even necessarily have the energy or the faculties to engage our brains to their full potential or in the way that we should.
100%, bro. I agree with you 100%. Listen, just think about what's in toothpaste, what's in inside soap, what's inside shampoo, conditioner, what's inside food nowadays, what's inside the very own fruits that we're eating. I don't even think that those fruits are like organic. Like I think that those are some sort of chemical construction, concocted construction of some sort of fruit. Like watermelon. Watermelon, I've been told, does not look like a watermelon you buy in the supermarket. Carrots are supposed to be purple. So what are these orange fucking carrots?
Yo,
I would
don't
put
you guys?
that no one in this voice chat right now has ever seen a banana.
Yeah, a banana is like full of seeds on the inside.
What?
Right.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
doesn't
you've
look
never
like.
seen a banana.
I've seen a banana.
What's growing in my backyard right now?
I've been to the Philippines on an island that had no electricity, and a man pulled me a banana off a tree. I've seen a banana.
Yeah, but you know
Do
what
they
that
look
is,
different
right?
on the inside, Brandon?
Yeah.
What I had were only about 2 inches long and orange. So they were like, you know how a potato is a yam and it's orange? These were orange. So.
Oh, okay.
Hey, wait, but I gotta say, I have like 6 banana trees in my backyard right now, and they all produce yellow. They're not that big. They're smaller than the grocery store ones, but I watched these trees grow from a seed into a full-grown tree and produce bananas every so often. They produce a lot.
They actually produce clones of a fruit, but it is not a true banana.
Okay.
So what are you saying that that they're not bananas then, or
I think
they
like
just
okay,
not...
so like if you were to get like something like corn seeds or whatever, you could probably get corn to grow, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is the original corn that existed before they started messing with it and modifying it, right? Is that kind of the idea you're talking about?
Yeah, I think I understand now. Yeah, so you're saying like my bananas in my backyard may be genetically modified, basically.
Right.
No, it's more than that.
Well, maybe
the
not.
banana
Okay.
trees in your backyard, I will put money, are genetic clones.
Well, isn't that how a lot of plants reproduce, though? Do cloning like, naturally?
No.
Trees clone themselves all the time.
This was This was man-made genetic modification and cloning in a lab. There is nothing natural about bananas.
The bananas we eat in America is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I will take that correction. Bananas in America.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, because like I said, I've been to the Philippines, and you're right, they're definitely different. And the man who I went with goes over yearly, and he says there's 54 different types of bananas in the Philippines. I mean, they're totally different.
Jesus.
Over in the Philippines, they also have a yam that's purple, and it's a small, like a cherry, a big cherry, but it's purple, and it's like candy, and they call it a purple. So like you can get it on your ice cream and stuff like that, and it's a purple yam. So it's like, yeah, I totally agree that here we definitely have stuff totally different than other countries. Yeah, go on.
Don't you? Okay, it might be a little off topic, but don't you guys think that the corporate government fascist mob seem to target women a lot more because women are women kind of cap the birth rate, and they're the ones who are gonna teach the next generation. And I feel like most commercials are more targeted towards women than men, in my opinion.
I would say that they're lazier in targeting men. They just basically go with sex sells. But no, I think they target men just as much. They just use the same lazy tactic over and over again. That would be my opinion. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know, man. I just, when I see these commercials, I'm like, who the fuck, like, I don't know. I feel like it's just a lot more like women based. I mean, maybe I'm just watching the wrong shit. But to me, I mean,
well, I mean, think about this though. It might still be the case that primarily women are the ones who would be at home to see those commercials, as opposed to men.
And how many beer commercials do you see every day and just ignore because you know about beer?
That's a good point, actually. I think you might be right about that. They do have fucking Bud Light and like Doritos off the fucking charts when you watch sports.
I mean, I don't have regular TV, so I mean, I guess I don't watch commercials besides what's on YouTube, Hulu, and
that's more targeted too when you're watching YouTube. Like they will see what you look at, right, and dwindle on longer.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I don't watch TV either. But my folks watch TV, and like, I don't know, I just go in there and it's just like, this is such fucking crap. Like, what are you fucking watching? They have something called like the Masked Singer. I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's just like a.
Oh yeah.
It's
I don't watch TV, but I've heard of that. They had they have the celebrity like hide themselves until they do the big reveal or something.
Yeah, I don't know. And all these fucking like judges, they look like fucking transvestites to me. I'm looking, I'm like, that does not look like a fucking natural woman. And I'm like, I don't even watch this shit, but my family are so into this whole like, you know, like normies. You know what I'm saying? Like they love the fucking fake stream media and all this shit. So it's just like, I don't know, it kind of disgusts me, this Masked Singer. Something about it makes me feel off when they're watching it.
So
there's probably a number of shows that are kind of just like someone who's really kind of got their faculties about them and are trying to really think about, you know, the problems of the world. That there's probably a number of shows that you can look at and just be like, man, that just doesn't, like, why is that even a thing? Why does that exist? You know?
It's just, it's weird, man. Why do all the women look like fucking trannies? Like, I'm serious. Like, I
don't know about all of them.
I'm not claiming they're trannies, but like, if someone said, if they came out of the closet and were like, you know what, for the last 20 years, I was actually a tranny, and you fucking thought your eyes were right. Because, like, honestly, I look at these fucking Masked Singers and stuff, and I'm like, that's a fucking dude. There's no way a human female has a shoulder to width ratio like that. It's a fucking dude. Like, they're giving us dudes in Hollywood and trying to claim they're women.
Wouldn't it be better to say that we need to stop ingesting so much artificial growth hormones, such as the milk, or milks are, at least in America, milk is awful. It's so full of artificial hormones that it's not actually good for you. I think that would be a better way to say it than they're all trannies, because that's a claim that you can in no way back up and is very easy to prove.
I said it. How is it easy to disprove? You ain't seen no celebrities real life, so it's not. You'll never be able to.
I mean, you can see pictures of them when they're kids.
Little boy and a little
many of these celebrities, you can follow them for their entire lives. For example, Paris Hilton. You might be too young, but we literally watched her grow up.
Right, but could you not get a kid on hormones from a young age and just film them? Bro, here's where I'm coming from is like,
the young age of 1 month. That's when we're going to start injecting these kids.
Okay.
No,
don't say that.
about what
Don't
you're
say
thinking
that
about
like it's
a little
ridiculous.
bit.
Because I think that's what they're trying to do, right?
They fuck with uteruses. They fuck with your hormones in the uterus. So you're trying to say 1 year old they're not gonna fuck with your uterus?
Wow.
Okay.
Do you have any
real life
any
experience.
proof of that?
Okay.
Any
I'm not
proof of
agreeing
them
with
saying-
anything he
hold on.
says. Okay.
Oh, I would like evidence that they're fucking with the sex of a.
The procedures exist. So
Cool.
I don't know what I want you to
Name
what I want
one.
to tell you.
Name them.
They fuck with your
Any
hormones.
evidence for any of the claims you're making right now?
Birth control.
A single piece of
Birth
evidence.
control
Give
kills
some
fuck with
evidence?
the uterus.
Can I give some evidence?
I'm not about to go pull it up. I'm not about to go pull it up. If you want to research it,
So-
you can find out yourself. Because
Hitchens razor that is presented without evidence is dismissed without evidence. You are
Okay,
dismissed.
I have evidence. So
Well, Kool-Aid.
Whenever you're
Here's the
ready.
thing, Kool-Aid. So you're talking about all these hormones and stuff being so bad, right? But life expectancies today are higher than they've ever fucking been. So how can all this shit be so bad?
Are they like that's the claim? That's what you're told.
That's not the
They're
claim.
higher.
That's
You
not
don't
the claim.
That claim?
That's
Listen,
reality.
You don't actually know that because you weren't around before to know how long
Yeah,
people
now
were
you're
living.
talking
You're
about this
just told
weird
they live
fringe-
longer now.
Yeah, but when you start saying you don't know
Go
because you
to any
wasn't around,
cemetery, dude.
you're talking about weird shit now.
Go to the cemeteries and do the math on the headstones. We live longer than we did in any point previous in our history.
How do you know? That's a very
would
westernized.
disagree.
That's a very
You don't.
westernized
You don't
viewpoint.
actually know.
Go to a.
I mean, you might have some
I'm
data.
not
for the
sure.
last
I'm not
100
sure what
years,
you
but-
think a cemetery is, but it's not like it's an awesome like record keeping system over at the cemetery. It's ground with rocks on top with names in some of them. On some of them, like
How do you know the
that's
Native
what a
Americans
cemetery
were
is, dude.
living
Right,
fucking 100
and
years old?
those rocks quite
How do
often
you know
have
the
a
Native
birth
Americans
and a
weren't
death.
living 100 years old, and
You
they just
simple.
all-
Hey Noah, can you hear other people talking? Shut up. But you look at those rocks. You look at
Okay.
the birth. You look at the death. It's simple math.
Okay,
Okay, but I
Literally-
disagree. You're implying that all those people died of old age. What about wars?
No.
Do you know how many
No.
headstones we have with people who died on wars at young ages?
Yeah,
That would be a
Yes.
ridiculous way to take in data.
It's not ridiculous at all. I mean, even
it
outside
is
of
ridiculous.
wars,
You
even
don't have
outside
any
of
idea how
wars-
they died.
Let me fucking
It's
finish,
ridiculous.
man. Can't you just hold on while someone's talking?
I didn't say that wasn't me. That was someone else.
That was me.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, even outside of war, if you look at the average life expectancy that we have today, it's the highest it's ever been. Throughout
According
the
to what
whole
you've been
world,
told, yes.
not even just America, throughout the entire planet.
It's even higher with
Yeah,
COVID.
according to what you've been told.
It's even higher with COVID. Because it's a fake communist bullshit to get everyone to have a digital ID, one world currency, and one
Can
world
I-
religion where you believe in Fauci.
Can I say something though? And I'm not saying I totally agree with either side, but my wife went in, and because she's pregnant, and they said, okay, we want to check your thyroid because you're supposed to be on thyroid medication. So they asked her, have you been taking it? She's like, no, I haven't taken it in 3 years because my son was born and I didn't care. And they said, so now this is her second pregnancy. And they said, okay, let's test it. And they said, your thyroid's great. You don't need medication. Okay. Like, that's amazing. Like, why? Okay. Like, first of all, they had no idea what to do because they've never even heard of this. My wife just took a diet and lost some weight. But anyway, so then they call her back a week later and said, oh, no, you got to still take the thyroid medication. And she's like, why? And they said, well, that was all based off of when you weren't pregnant, and we forgot that you were pregnant, so now it's different numbers, so we want you to take the thyroid medication for the baby.
For the baby.
So,
yeah,
now-
okay.
Now,
Yeah, I wouldn't.
whether she takes it and whether she doesn't take it is a personal thing for us, and we weighed out some other options and other information when it came to that. Okay, but my point is this: is that they don't know enough about hormones to know whether or not my wife's thyroid. First of all, they don't know enough to know that it went away. Okay, like they were confused by that, baffled on how my wife didn't no longer need thyroid medication. They told her she would need it for the rest of her life. Then she doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
don't
they
like
don't.
medications you need for the rest of your life either, man. I think that's all bullshit.
I can't hear him. I know he talks, so I stopped talking, but I didn't hear him.
I'm just saying I don't like medications you got to take for the rest of your life either.
I agree. They said the same thing about insulin, and I got off it. I never took the insulin, but they finally said, "Fine, you don't have to take insulin. We'll take it off your medication thing." I said, "Good," because I'm not gonna.
I'll be honest with you. I never really went to the doctor outside of getting checkups as a kid, and I always trusted them. But after seeing this corona shit, I'll never fucking trust a doctor in my life. Holy shit. What a bunch of incompetent fools.
And see, I wouldn't say I'm never going to trust any doctor. I mean, but I'm definitely going to be selective.
I truly hope you don't ever get ill, Noah, because you are the person who would die. And my heart goes out for a human being in that situation.
Thanks, Kool-Aid. I know we argue sometimes, but I don't mean to cut you off and stuff like I do.
I mean, I swear to God, I'd never go to the doctor either, right? But I ain't against it. I just don't like going to the doctors. You know, and I think
that's kind of how I am. Like, I'm not against it, like super hard necessarily going to the doctor if you want to. It's just I don't generally go to the doctor. I usually just like I'm hurt, or I feel sick. I'll get over it.
Yeah. I do like the whole teledoc shit. I think it's a lot better than going to the doctor.
What's that?
Just being able just to call someone if you feel like you need a medication.
You can FaceTime them. They have it in Canada also.
Really? I don't know that I've heard of that.
Yeah,
you got bigger cities, Bob.
I guess maybe we wouldn't have that around these parts.
Well, I would actually say it's probably more relevant in smaller cities, right, where you don't have as many.
Well, maybe.
I agree, but I know where he lives, and that hospital ain't changing a thing.
No, Brian's right. In Canada, like all those small towns say that that's better because they have access to people that they wouldn't normally have access to through this. I think it's called TELUS in Canada. I don't know what it is I assume you're in UK. I don't know what it is in UK, but yeah, it's supposed to be better for smaller communities.
I would say this though, right? I had an ear infection. That's why I called them. And normally I would have just sat it out and just dealt with the pain, right? But instead I took a course of antibiotics because I had teledoc. So it's kind of a give and a take. I wouldn't have taken those antibiotics normally. That's probably better not to take them.
Ain't that an actual great fucking discovery? Penicillin. That's you know what? I'll give the doctors that one. That was a good one.
See, and I think that antibiotics are overprescribed, and it's the overprescription of antibiotics that have led to the emergence of these superbugs, and that have antibiotic resistances that cause so much problem. You only need to look as far as streptococcus to see this.
One time, I went into the doctor, like the walk-in, like I was just like feeling sick or something like that, and no joke, the doctor, whatever, that saw me offered me I think something along the lines of, it was her words, not my words, her words, a cocktail of antibiotics to see if they do anything. Just like don't, and I let her know, like I'm not even gonna take that, so like you don't need to write me a prescription. I'm not doing that.
She was just gonna prescribe you like one of each.
No, she like the way she described it, like her words, a cocktail of antibiotics. Pretty sure that's the word. That's the description she used, and it's just like, so I'm guessing what it was is it's some sort of mixture they have with multiple antibiotics just to see if it does anything. And I'm just like, yeah, I let her know, don't even bother writing the prescription. I'm not even going to go to the pharmacy and pick it up. Like I'm not even going to take it. Like it would be a waste.
I mean, were they trying to figure out whether it was viral or bacterial infection? Because that would make sense. They're trying to figure out one or the other.
What she indicated was that they would just see if the antibiotic worked. I don't know what they were trying to find out, but it didn't really matter to me. I wasn't going to do it. So,
real Bob,
I'm not going to take a cocktail of antibiotics just to see.
Real Bob Dole, I gotta tell you, my grandma passed like 2 years ago, but like before that, but she was popping antibiotics like they're M&Ms, man. It was fucking insane.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and
But yeah, but like, she might have been convinced that they wouldn't be allowed to prescribe her something that would be dangerous or bad for her.
I think the opposite could also be true. She's lived well past her prime of health that literally anything, I mean, she has to live on these artificial chemicals by which to keep her artificial life going. No, not rude to your grandma. I'm talking about old people in general. Their life is extended on these chemicals because they have nothing else, if left to nature, that would keep them alive.
Torjin, I generally agree with you, but I think with my grandma, she did not even need them. She was just paranoid, and the doctors would just prescribe her, and so she would just keep taking them.
Yeah, and that's a sad situation.
But in general, I'd have to agree with you. But in this specific case, it was just like, even my dad was like, dude, you need to like you right now are causing a problem. Like, why are you taking this much shit? But like the doctors prescribe it because they get their copay.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're gonna kill all the good shit in her body too, right? The good bacteria in her tummy and shit.
See, I worked at a CBRF where they were individuals of varying mental disorders and limited mental capacity that were under the care of 24/7 hour watch of a staff. That staff had to default to what the doctor said, so the doctor could pretty much prescribe anything, and because they had a mental disorder, literally anything wrong. And so like these people, most of them had a regimen of 14 pills a day to help counteract all the bad and negative effects of all the other pills that they were taking. Like it was, and all of them. And it's like it was bad. Like I looked at them, and I know foster families because I'm a foster parent. Some of the things the foster parents do is they medicate up the wazoo, and there's other foster families that basically the kid gets in the home, and the next 2 months is detoxing them off the medication. And it's like great for those foster parents who put in the extra effort to take the kids off the medication when they know they don't need it. But it's like they're in for quite a ride over the next 2 months as those kids detox. But that's it.
Yeah,
it's like you got two groups. Yeah.
And imagine we're kind of marching towards a society where like the government can just decide what medications they're gonna give everyone soon. So it's like, soon we're all gonna be 14 pills a fucking day, mandatory, no matter what. You don't get to say shit. You just get an app on your phone that tells you to do so.
I don't know, man. I do like how a lot of companies are offering that type of insurance now, where you got to pay for everything. You get their own allowance, right? You get like a FSA, and you essentially just pay for everything. It just stops people from going to the doctors because they know they're going to have to pay for it, even if it comes out their FSA. Whereas, if you have a type of insurance where you can go to the doctors as much as you want and covers everything, then you're more likely to go to the doctors for stupid shit and get prescribed crap for stuff that you don't even need.
Do you guys not have bulk billing doctors over their branch?
What do you mean by bulk billing?
We have our private doctors where if you've got your own private health insurance, you go there and then you pay gap. So just say the appointment for the doctor is, I don't know, $150. You would pay $40 or $50 difference out of your own pocket, and the insurance company would run the rest. But we have a hell of a lot of doctors here that all they do is bulk bill, and that's covered by Medicare. So I would say a minimum, there's probably 60 to 70% of doctors here bulk bill. So you don't have a drama in finding a doctor where it doesn't cost you anything. And then if you need X-rays or anything further, you can go to bulk billing clinics to get all that sort of stuff as well. No drama. It's actually a pretty good system. Not quite as good as England, but not bad.
No, over here it's if you have absolutely no income, right, or really low income, then you can qualify for Medicare and stuff like that, where you can actually go see almost any doctor, right?
Yeah.
But we don't really have doctors that are just. Actually, we do have clinics that are free for everyone, and they usually have like a sliding scale. So depending on how much you can pay, you pay.
Right.
But again, these places, it's not like the UK. I've lived in the UK, and I know what their system's like, where you just have NHS doctors and you just go there, right?
Yeah.
It's nothing like that here, man. Everything's like to do with insurance and money here.
Right.
Unless you're in that little bracket where, you're not earning that much money or you have no job at all. You're actually better off here if you're not earning any money or have no job at all, because then your medical shit is actually covered.
So if you're working, for argument's sake, and you're on a base kind of wage, whatever the base wage over there is, just say you work, your job is working full time at Walmart, for argument's sake, and you were to break your arm and you go to the hospital to get your arm fixed, are you then sent home with a bill, or do you get your arm set free of charge?
No, so so for me, right now I'm not working. So I actually take that back where I say if you're not working, you're better off. You actually, you kind of are and you kind of not. It depends on. For me, I'm not working, but I buy my own insurance, right?
Right.
So I pay like around $300 a month for my insurance, right?
Right.
And it covers a lot of shit. I just got a new one, but the basics of it is I have a deductible of $8,700, right? Until then, any major shit I need, nothing is covered.
Right.
So if I do break my leg, I can expect to pay up to $8,700.
Okay.
Right, and that's kind of the reason why I pay for insurance, right? Is because what I don't want to do is like find out I got cancer or some shit, and get like a $3 million bill, and then if I die, then someone else has got to pay that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So if you were to die, what, they then go to your family to recoup that money, do they?
Yeah.
Damn.
Your debt carries over to fams.
Damn.
So personally, I'm an advocate of the Eastern system, which is you only pay your doctor for the months that you are healthy. If something's wrong and you need to go visit a doctor, it's free and you don't pay them that month because they didn't do their job in keeping you healthy.
Yo, that's interesting. That is interesting, yeah.
Then why would people want to be doctors? I mean, it seems like...
Well, okay, wait a minute.
They're the best doctor in the world.
This is actually an amazing idea for people who want to be doctors. They get paid for every month that you stay healthy. Think about that. It would be more incentive for the doctor to do the right thing rather than medicate you into oblivion and get paid by the pharmaceuticals.
Doctors would become family oriented. Kids are always healthy. Doctors would be family oriented, no problem, because 6 kids means, that's a smart move.
Yeah.
Good. Then you have
you would want to be engaged with the family, so they have your kids go to them.
Good idea.
You're that would be way better to incentivize being healthy over getting treatment.
But then what would end up happening is doctors will be really selective. Doctors will start being really selective over who they want as patients.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that doctors would want healthier patients, and so if you wanted coverage, it would encourage you to get into a healthier lifestyle.
Right, but then
over time, the lifestyle of everybody would get better just for the sake of being able to get
picked
also mean that
up by a doctor. The people that need good doctors the most would find it hard to find a good doctor.
Doctors would then patient shop.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a problem with that. That sounds like that just encourages everyone to try and stay healthier.
Yeah, but some people just have shit.
What if you get cancer? Right? What if you get cancer and then the doctor's like, you know what? I don't want to treat that person because
what we're talking about is a system like right now. If you tried to implement that system, it might fall apart. Like with something like cancer, if that system would have been implemented from the start, I'm not sure that we would have cancer like we do now.
Yeah, that might be.
I'm quite confident that the reason we get cancer in the first place is because they've made it that way with all the garbage that we end up inside of our bodies. I don't think cancer is a thing that just was around since the Earth started.
Well, is it the doctor's problem, or can the garbage be attributed to all the junk food, all the hormone-induced food that we eat?
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
that's not a doctor's fault. That's got nothing to do with the doctor.
No, it's not the doctor's fault. What I'm saying is, like I said, if you tried to inject or change that system right now, yes, we might run into trouble with things like cancer and stuff, because whose fault is it? Blah, blah, blah. What I'm saying is, if we would have started at the beginning with this system that you just talked about, where it's the doctor gets paid for keeping you healthy, then we may
Yeah.
not have ended up with all these cancers.
Mm.
You know, I think it's got
Because
a
the
lot to do
doctor
with
might not have
it.
been incentivized to do things like treatment over cure, you know?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
interesting, dude. It's just super hard to put into
Right.
practice, right?
It's like a complete reversal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a very interesting concept, though.
Yeah, no, that's the best thing ever, because then the doctor would, might be more hesitant to just start prescribing stuff that might make you even worse. They're
Right.
going to tell you, listen, here's what you don't want to eat. They're going to, and then those food companies would stop selling all that bullshit food, because the doctors would be saying, hey, don't eat this food. Don't go to McDonald's.
Yeah, you're right.
Don't buy those
You're fucking
Twinkies in the
right.
grocery store. You know what I'm saying? Those companies would eventually go out of business. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I mean, corrupt people are still going to be corrupt. I think there'll definitely be corrupt doctors and corrupt businesses and corrupt people. So I don't think you're going to eliminate it all just because of a new idea. But I definitely think that this system isn't working. So a new system would definitely warrant some thought. But I doubt you'll eliminate all corruption.
I think honestly, you can't really change the medical system till you change like a lot of other shit, though, because it's all fucking in the same shit. The same conglomerates own all of it, and it's all like the same fucking one monolithic. Yeah, it's like one monolithic fucking shit. Like it's all in one fucking like under one umbrella, basically. So
I've thought of that. Like there's problems you can pick out individually, but like if you dig at them long enough, it's like, well, you could change this, but once you change that, well, you need to change this thing, and then this thing actually spawned that thing, so you got to change that too. And it's like a web or a mishmash of all these different problems coming to a head now. So it's like you could try and fix one now, but actually there's like all these other problems connected to it that you got to, like you were just talking about, like the cancer thing. Like, oh, well, we think we came up with a good idea for how to incentivize doctors to do the right thing. But what about the problems we have now because of all the bull crap from the last 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years?
Yeah. I mean, when you start thinking about it, the core of these problems is actually the social divide, right? Because you have extreme rich and extreme poor people, and you got this really small number of people in the middle. That's kind of why you end up with these, I guess, these practices.
Yeah, bro, but wealth is international. That's the thing, though. Like, it's like the wealthy fuckers control the countries, right? Not the other way around. And they have multiple countries, so they just leave your country and bankrupt everything and dip out.
I don't really mind there being an elite people that are super rich, but I mean, like in America, the divide is so big between lower class and even middle class.
It wouldn't be as big of a problem maybe if money wasn't what it is today. Like today, I mean, money right now today is like the closest thing we have to magic. Okay, if you have enough money, you can make just about anything you want happen. Okay, you can get what you want. You turn money into stuff that you want. So like, it's the closest thing we have to actual magic. But if it didn't have that status, then it wouldn't necessarily be as much of a problem for there to be such a big divide.
It is
but
magic.
If you have more magic, you can make more things happen better for you, and they don't necessarily do things that are good for all the other people around you.
Yeah, I mean, there is a divide, man. Like, whoever said there is no divide. Like, if you think about it, we're talking about how McDonald's and all that type of shit, all the bullshit food is so bad for you, right? If you look at who's actually eating that bullshit food, it's all lower class. Lower and middle class. Right?
If you're a mom and you're trying to feed 4 or 5 kids, and it's, pay $10 for some lettuce, or pay $10 and feed your family for a few days because burgers at McDonald's are less than $1, you're going to go eat the garbage because that's what's going to keep your children happy for a few days. You know what I mean?
Is it really,
of course.
Is it really, Bob, cheaper to feed your kids junk food than it is real food over there?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. The markup on food that is like actually good for you is absurd.
So
Damn,
I would say that's relative. I believe
that's
it's a
crazy, Bob. Like if you had a family, 2 adults and say 2 kids, for argument's sake, and you went to McDonald's to buy a family pack of burgers and drinks and chips and whatnot, that would cost you about between $30 and $35 here,
for 4
right?
about $20. Oh, okay.
And,
Not here.
and you could quite easily take that $30, $35 and go down to the supermarket, buy yourself a few veggies, some mince, some pasta, make spaghetti bolognese. You can make a stir fry quite easily with the same amount of money. So that's actually
So I agree.
It's,
I agree and I disagree with my brother. So I'm towards their food. Bob made the statement. I agree. In the mindset of most of the people who live around here, they believe it's cheaper, and it is because they don't believe that they don't want the vegetables, they don't want the good foods. But even my own brother made the argument earlier in the channel when most people weren't here that most people don't need to eat as much as they do. And so the other problem we have in our society is that people are fat and they're sugar hungry, and so when they eat a good meal of stir fry, they think I'm still hungry, I didn't get what I need, and so their body says go to McDonald's and get fries because they're stupid.
That's a big deal. We have so much crap in our system already that even if you were to start buying the better stuff, your body wouldn't necessarily recognize that you're getting what you need, and it might still be telling you, hey, where's my quarter pounder? Hey, where's my fries? Hey, where's my milkshake? Like, where's all this stuff that you've been putting inside me that I've been enjoying for the last 30 years? Go get it, you loser. I don't care about this broccoli.
To answer Mansel's question, though, Mansell, these fast food places, right? They have certain items priced in a way to get people in, and then they have markup items, right? So that's the stuff they make profit on. So, like, we're just talking about straight burgers, right? Let's say a cheeseburger from McDonald's is $1, right?
Yeah. I like gay burgers, actually, Branch. Gay burgers are the best. I said gay burgers are the best, not straight burgers.
Yeah.
we know, Rudolph. Hey, Branch.
So the cheeseburgers, the cheeseburgers at McDonald's, right? I don't think you can make 10 cheeseburgers for $10 if you bought all the ingredients from a supermarket.
Well,
no,
a Big Mac costs $10 here. $10 to buy a Big Mac.
Right, but that's one of the markup items, right? I'm talking about the fact that if you're extremely lower class, you're not going to be buying shit that's expensive at these fast food places.
California,
you're going to be buying the
drinks
from the dollar menu.
Fucking small Coke Zero here, $3.20.
You guys must have a dollar menu, right?
That's not the same here. That's not even close here. Oh, you get
no
like
question
this
on the
huge.
dollar.
You can get a huge cup at McDonald's, just this huge, massive cup for 99 cents or $1 or whatever. I think they even sell their drinks any size $1, and you can get the largest.
It's like a liter. Yeah, it's a liter of soda.
It's just huge cup. Okay, and let's say a head of lettuce is like $2.50. Okay,
I think $1.99, but go.
Okay, even if it's $1.99. So, let's say you have 2 kids. A mother who isn't making a lot of money could buy a head of lettuce for $2 or go to McDonald's and get 2 hamburgers. The kids will be satisfied with a hamburger each. They won't be satisfied with a few leaves of lettuce each. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
so they make it easy to make the decision to go buy the garbage to feed their kids.
After I said it, dude, actually, you can make 10. You can probably make more than 10 burgers from Walmart, right? For $10.
No, you can't.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
Okay, you probably could, but you got a twofold problem. One, you're going to have to store it. You're going to have to properly cook it. You're going to have to properly season it. You have to learn those things, and those things take time. And
no, you can't even buy that. You can't even buy the ingredients,
dude. So look, let's say
you know how much burger meat it costs.
Let's say $7 for a pound and a half of meat, right?
Not
and then
$3.99.
Let's say $2 for the fucking bread, right? And then the ketchup and shit is just.
How much is a pound of hamburger meat?
A pound of hamburger meat is like $5.
Yeah, 1 pound.
1 pound is
No, how much does it cost?
like $5.
Yeah, in the Midwest it's like 3, so it's even cheaper in the Midwest. So,
are you sure for a pound?
A pound, yeah.
I'm pretty sure $2.99 or $3.26 a pound of meat. It depends on the quality. I mean, if you're going 40-60, it's cheaper, but if you're going 80-20 lean, it's probably a little more, $3.99. I mean, I guess I haven't bought beef in a couple months, but I mean, my wife normally does. But I don't think ground beef. Now, we're not talking steaks, and we're not talking. I mean, no, ground beef, the cheap stuff, from Walmart. I think $3.99 would be hot, like a higher price or whatever.
Yeah, I think $5.
My wife goes to
average,
Costco sometimes and gets the big 10.
Okay, we'll say
roll.
$4. We'll say $4 for a pound of hamburger meat.
Sure.
Yeah.
How many hamburgers
Does
do you think
anybody
you're
know?
getting out of that?
Okay, so let's
You
say
get 15. You get 15. Easy.
let's say 8, right?
No.
Out of a pound of hamburger?
It depends on who you're feeding. It totally depends on who you're feeding. If you're feeding adults, 4. If you're feeding, because a quarter pounder.
A 1 ounce burger, man.
Yeah.
I just got back from Walmart. It was $8.71.
Listen to Brian.
3 pounds.
Listen to Brian. What he just got back from Walmart. He says.
Yeah, I
How
just
much
got
is it,
back from
Brian?
Walmart. It was $8.91, basically $9 for 3 pounds.
So 3
$9.
pounds.
Okay, so, yeah.
You
all
can
right.
make like 50 hamburgers for 3 pounds.
Oh my goodness!
It is cheaper to make it at Walmart.
He's not
dude.
wrong.
30
Bob,
30
you've
gram
ever been
patties
to
are
the
To
Hut?
make it at Walmart. No, it's not.
Bob, you've been to the Hut, right?
But
I
it's
don't
not
think so.
convenient.
Maybe.
It's that place where you can get like $1.20 hamburgers here in Wapaka. It's only open in the summer, but like they
Well, maybe I
get
don't know.
real meat. They buy
Maybe
in
not.
large quantities and they make the burgers and they use up the meat in the day. And then they only run seasonally, but their burgers are only like $1, but they're small. Like they're not quarter pounders. I mean, I would say maybe an 1/8 pounder or a 10th pounder. I mean, that's 10 a pound. So
You know how much the
rolls
rolls alone cost? They're gonna put
30
you over the
cents.
top. More than that, bro. Go buy a 6-pack of rolls in the fucking store. They're like 3.
Well, okay, Jeremy, but like in the last
can I say
like
something
6
about
months,
this
haven't
prices?
prices like shot up like crazy, or like last year?
Yeah, can I say something about this shit?
Since Mr. Biden got into the White House?
4 years ago, 4 years ago
Thanks,
when I
Matt.
left,
Skyrocketed.
Yo, 4 years ago when I left Hawaii, a gallon of milk was $4 at Safeway. I went like 2 weeks ago to get a gallon of milk. It was fucking $8.50. So I don't know if that's normal or what that is, but
we live in the dairy land, so I mean,
You shouldn't be.
not as
You
much
shouldn't
here.
You shouldn't be drinking milk anyway. It's full of estrogen and it'll give you man boobs.
shit.
What are you
Yes,
drinking? White
I
Russians?
think that might be accurate.
What are you
Sounds like
drinking? White
experience,
Russians?
Kids
Someone
milk,
say that might
charging
be
$8
accurate.
for
That's
his-
what happened to me. What do you mean that might be accurate? That's the truth.
No, he's talking about the man boobs. The man boobs might be accurate.
Oh,
I don't
And
think
that
he's
that's
might
talking.
be
not
accurate. That might be
That
accurate.
happened to me.
Anyway.
Oh, you have man boobs. Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
Hey,
That
Jeremy,
Scotty Bandy where
Jeremy,
he drank
the
a
rolls,
gallon.
by the
He
way,
drank a
Jeremy.
gallon of soy milk every day.
I drink almond milk now. I've started drinking almond milk.
Bloody
Well, that's
fucking
what I
duh.
drink too.
Yeah.
Almond milk,
Bloody
yeah.
duh.
Nah, dude, you know what's the shit, man? Is oat milk. That shit's delicious.
I thought you drank raw milk, Bandsaw.
I did. I've gone off, but I can't get it now where I am.
Bandsaw drinks whale milk.
Breast milk.
Banso,
Yeah.
seriously, man.
Breast
Buy that
milk.
oat fucking
They've had a
milk.
real,
I mean,
hold on. Gio,
it all comes from
they've
different
had a real
animals, right?
crackdown on it at the farmers market where I used to be able to get it. They've cracked it down, and the stall isn't even there anymore.
Listen, the rolls alone for these burgers are going to put you out over the top. It's like
Nah, dude. Hey,
$4
Jeremy,
for a 6-pack.
I just checked it out at Walmart.com, dude. 88 cents for 8.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Wait, isn't Jeremy? Aren't you over?
Those are the
aren't
shitty
you over
rolls,
by New
but-
York or something?
Yeah, they're the Walmart brand rolls.
I buy the potato bread rolls.
Well,
those
fuck
are
you.
banging.
Oh, those
Not
bad
everyone
boys
wants
are
a
the, those are the fancy ones, dude. Those are the potato rolls. I'm pretty sure those are
Hell
the
yeah.
fancy ones.
Hell yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying. If you want to eat good, it's going to cost you. But I mean, yeah, I guess you could buy the 88 cents.
Why buy those fancy potato rolls? I'll just go to McDonald's and prove my point that McDonald's is cheaper. Like, no, you're not apples to apples there, buddy. Like,
buy the 88 cent rolls. All right.
Just looking online, finding rolls that are like injected with caviar. He's like, no, look at these rolls. They're like $300 a pop.
They're glazed in 24 karat gold. What do you mean?
Right. Yeah. You gotta get the gold.
They're fine.
What I
$1,000 a roll.
I was going to make a filet mignon with a side of caviar, but I thought, McDonald's would be better on the wallet.
Get the ketchup with the diamond dust in it.
That's that Chappelle skit. He's like, I sprinkled diamonds on everything I eat for 2 reasons.
About a month ago, I had goat's milk for the first time. That was a bit bizarre.
I love goat
I used to work at a
milk?
restaurant.
Yeah, goat's milk.
I like goat's milk.
It's
Our
sweet.
brownies came with
really sweet, Joe.
edible gold.
You say you had it with Gabagool?
Hmm?
I don't know. Kool-Aid said something. Listen. So, okay, we'll say $1 for the rolls. You're getting eight sandwiches. It's going to cost you $8.
$1 per roll.
Right? You need a pack of meat and a pack of rolls, and that'll get you what? 8 sandwiches? Little 2-ounce fucking bullshit bitch-ass fucking burgers?
No, 1 ounce according to Daddy.
Oh, you can't do 1 ounce.
5 burgers. 5 burgers. Because we're feeding kids, so...
No, what I was saying is I used to work at a restaurant that our brownies were actually served with edible gold.
Oh, yeah. If something comes to if they bring a dessert to your table and that shit's gold and or on fire, that's how you know you're at a good spot. Like if they bring something, if they bring your dessert and there's like fire involved, that's how you know your shit's banging.
I was going to say
worked in the
before
back of the
Branch,
house and I made good money.
I was going to say before we were talking about McDonald's and Branch was saying that lower income people tend to eat McDonald's. I was going to tell you, Branch, that I've heard that apparently Warren Buffett used to eat McDonald's like every morning. McDonald's breakfast.
Pancakes.
Yeah, he's probably addicted to that junk. And he's rich enough to feed his addiction.
He would get the same order every morning, apparently.
No, he lives very frugal. He still lives in his old house, his old like $300,000 house.
Truck, apparently.
Oh, frugal, 300,000, frugal.
Breakfast every morning.
I remember through the 2016 election, they used to have heaps of happy snaps of Trump in Air Force One with McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken in front of him and stuff.
Maybe not.
I can respect that, Gio. Like, I don't think I changed my eating habits depending on.
So listen, we're at $4 for 8 burgers already, right? You get a pack of meat and a pack of rolls. It's $4. We're getting them for $5 at McDonald's. They're already cooked. It's got all the fixings on them. You don't got to buy ketchup, mustard, none of that.
You're getting them for $8 at McDonald's, right? Because we're talking about cheeseburgers at $1 each.
I mean,
and we need 8 of them because we're going to make 8 burgers out of that 1 pound of beef.
But you got to buy ketchup. That'll do you more than one meal. That's how you got to think about it.
Yeah, but we still got $4 left. You could buy ketchup. You could buy all that shit, all the rest of that shit for like way less than $4. Like I would say $1 for all the rest of shit.
Why don't you guys eat tomato sauce? So much nicer.
What's a tomato?
I'm not gonna lie, I love tomatillos.
Look,
my wife.
We all should be self-sufficient. We should fill our backyards with fields of wheat, so we can harvest all our own wheat. I put a cow in there as well, right? Some lettuce, some tomato plants. Happy days. You won't have to worry about every day.
Maybe just cut the grains out altogether, bandsaw. Just grow some vegetables, maybe some fruit.
Vegetables.
I'd love that shit, dude.
Me and my wife are going to be doing that soon.
Do you guys watch Cody's Lab?
Oh, I've seen it.
So this dude, he's like preparing to like basically create his own biodome, and live in it and seal himself off from all the society.
Is he going to make a biodome or one of those Earth ships?
It's just himself, and I think he bought a whole bunch of land, and he's just going to do it on his land.
Right.
It's pretty cool just seeing his progress. It's real slow progress, but he's not like planning to do it immediately or anything.
Within the next couple of years, me and my wife are probably going to start a YouTube channel and talking about our food forest. We're going to have all things that come back every year, like helping each thing grow under itself. So like we'll have peach trees, pear trees, plum trees, apple trees, cherry trees, but then like blueberry bushes, strawberry bushes, blackberries, raspberries, and then down to roots and mints and all that stuff that all comes back every year. And then we're going to essentially have that on like 2 to 3 acres. And then we're going to have animals like chickens and things like that, goats, sheep that will like basically roam it. And then it's just going to be like massive amounts of food that come back every year.
You can go out hunting every night, and you're always going to get something because you have a giant fucking wildlife preserve in the back of your house. That's dope.
Well, I live in the county with the best deer rate for hunting season, and so I would be able to walk out every single deer hunting season and probably bag 3 to 4 deer, about 250 pounds of venison. Oh yeah, it's gonna be good.
And you could preserve the rest for the.
So what do you like at butchering, Torsion?
I myself have never butchered. I want to get into that. I don't know exactly what you're asking.
Well, just that.
I think that's what he was asking is how are you at it?
Oh, I'm going to be evidently. So my friend, I've never shot a deer. Like my Bob can attest to this. My dad like wasn't against hunting. He just hurt his leg and we could never really go a lot. So I went hunting with a friend this year. He shot the deer, but I wanted to learn how to gut it. And so he hands me the knife and says, "You want to cut here?" I start cutting and he's like, "Okay, you're not worried at all about blood." And I'm like, "No, not at all." And I'm like, so I start cutting the organs and like scooping them out and he's like, "You are a natural." And I'm just like, "It's meat. It's my meat, and I want it." And he goes, "Well," he's like, "Well, then cut here and cut here, and you're gonna feel this." Like he was explaining it. He's been doing it for years, and he goes, "I'm gonna tell you what, you work well with a knife." I said, "Well, you got a good knife. This thing's sharp." But I mean, no, it's. I used to help a friend pull the mink inside out and then put him on there so he could skin the mink. Like he had a huge mink farm, and so like I grew up helping him out and stuff like that. So like dead animals doesn't bother me. They're there for our use. It's not like I don't. Yeah, I mean they're bred for our use. We use them. It's not. I have no qualms there. So no, I could totally see myself shooting a deer, setting up a shop for butchering and then quartering it and doing all those different things, the different cuts. I'm excited to learn all of that. Oh yeah.
So are you going to be a whole snout to tail type of butcher, like using every part of the animal, or be selective?
I have been to the Philippines and I've had some very interesting meats. When we went to the mall in the Philippines and ordered a bucket of chicken, when you order a bucket of chicken, it comes with a free pig's head, and it quite literally was a cooked head of a pig. They took off the cheeks and were eating the cartilage around the bone, and they threw the jaw with all the teeth back in the bucket when they were done eating the cartilage around it. I didn't eat that part. Okay, I took some pictures. The smell of it was a little queasy, but I have tried. I am not opposed to trying different things as long as it's cooked. I have I have tried sushi. I'm not against sushi because it cooks with different. It's prepped different, but I'm not a raw meat kind of guy. So, but I'll try it if it's cooked. I also had when I was in the Philippines, the worst tasting soup. I was wanted to throw it up. It was like a goat skin soup because they eat everything. So they boiled the soup for skin of the goat for 8 hours, and it came off in these little curls. It was disgusting. It was.
Hey, did you have the banana beer there though? The banana beer.
I don't. A banana beef? I don't think.
Banana beer.
Beer, I think you're saying banana beer.
Oh, I've never had alcohol in my life, and I was over there for missionary work. So yeah, nope.
That shit's good. Doesn't sound good, but when you drink it, it's fucking delicious.
I'm assuming it is comparable to other alcoholic beverages, which I have never tried.
Yeah, then that's cool.
Do not drink. Sorry.
Are you
sorry, man.
Are you a minister of some sort, Torsion?
I have preached and I enjoy preaching and I want to continue doing that. I am not
Yeah.
a paid or full-time preacher. I just have no fear of public speaking, and so I've
Right.
used that to advantage many ways in my life. So
Yeah.
I have no problem standing up in front of 250 people at any moment's notice and being like, "Hey, look at me. I'm going to talk now."
So Torjin, when you was talking about, you know, all the trees and all that, the farming and all that, I'm guessing it's going to be like a communal thing. How many people are in your, I guess what we call a community?
So it is not going to be. It's going to be me and my wife. As far as how many people, when I met her, I asked her what's the most kids she would have. She said 12, and I'm going to hold her to that. We're
fuck.
currently at 4, but I'm actively cheating in order to raise that as fast as possible. We're adopting. We're level 3 trauma certified foster parents, and we do foster to adopt. And we've adopted 2, and we're having our second. And we're gonna the next time we go, we're probably gonna foster 3 to 4, and then adopt them. So then we'll have 7. We're probably gonna have a couple more ourselves, and then as they get a little bit older, we'll probably foster then another 3 or 4. So we'll end up with about 12.
That's cool as fuck, man. It's cool as fuck.
I'm pretty good
Can
with. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, you just listed off a dozen kids. May I ask what you do for a living that you can afford that? You can tell me to fuck off.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. I am pretty financially savvy, I guess I would say. I would give most of the credit to God. I believe that everything I have in my life is because I'm a godly man and I found a godly woman. So we're foster parents, and so I don't want to give a bad stigma, but we're not dumb foster parents, we're smart foster parents, and what I mean by that is simply this. We became level 3 trauma certified through a private organization, and foster money is non-taxable. I worked my butt off at a foundry for 5 years of my life, 60 to 70 hours a week. I made $80,000 a year, and I bought rental property. I saved my money, and I bought rental property. Now I own 3 duplexes. I quit my job, became a full-time foster parent, and we make about $40,000 a year tax-free. So at being foster parents. So it's like $60,000 a year because really I pay no taxes on it, and then I'm considered poor. So now I get all the same benefits as someone making $15,000 to $20,000 a year. So therefore, really, the government pays me an extra in my tax refund. I get about a $15,000 to $20,000 tax refund because they think I'm poor. So then I get another $20,000 on top of that, and then I have a job. So none of that's tax that I've mentioned up to this point. I also have rental property growing me investments, and I have a job that I only work. I'm a professional tax preparer. I'm an enrolled agent, so I work 3 months out of the year, and come April 15th, I'm done. So I work 3 months out of the year.
This year, right?
No, yeah. Well, and the last couple of years they extended it. Yeah,
Maybe not. Yeah.
The goal is April 15th, but basically, yeah, that's
And you know you know how to fill out all the forms to hide exactly the money and make sure you.
Well, not
claim
necessarily hide
right
it,
now.
but take advantage of all the things that are available, or a lot of them that are available. You don't
Right.
you don't really have to cheat on your taxes to get a good tax return. It's just, do you know all the places where they allow you legally to hold on to your money?
Avoidance is legal. Tax
To me,
avoidance is legal. Tax evasion is
How
not.
Something like that, maybe.
I also teach the tax class, so I go over this a lot.
Honestly, dude, it sounds like you're a good foster. You're doing the fostering for the right reasons, right? Because you want the kids.
Well, and
that's kind of hard to
so
find.
again, that comes back around to God and my wife. So my parents have been foster parents for 15, 20 years now. I mean, how long? Yeah, about 15, 20 years, somewhere in there. But so I came from that. I also have siblings. So therefore, my family, it's yeah. Anyway, my wife, of her 6 siblings, 5 are adopted, and the one that is her biological sister has Prader-Willi syndrome, which is like Down syndrome. All Down syndrome people look alike. Prader-Willi syndrome people all look like Prader-Willi syndrome people, except they never feel full, and so she had to grow up with her cabinets and refrigerator and freezer all locked because her sister was like 400 pounds because she always was feeling hungry, so she would eat endlessly. and she can read and stuff, but she's not of a full mental capacity. And so my wife grew up with that her whole life. And I met her and I'm like, listen, you will never have to work a real job. I want you to be a stay-at-home wife. I want you to raise kids. I want you to homeschool them. And I want to basically give you all the money you need in which to run a life of helping children and growing food and running a homestead. And she goes, yeah, that's pretty much what I want with my life too. I want a husband who will work, give me all the money I need to homeschool kids and help less fortunate kids. And so she's awesome. She works constantly to reach that goal. And we are the typical heterosexual, male dominant, wife submissive, picture perfect roles. We accept those roles and we live by those roles. And I have yet to ever have any inclination that any other way is even remotely close to as efficient as the roles we are in. My wife loves that I will take over every possible public thing. She never has to be the center of attention because I will stand up and say, look at me, I will handle it.
There's a lot of women out there that also want that, but I think society today has kind of made women like not really afraid, but it puts a bad light of that type of life.
Oh, right? She gets flack all the time. Oh, she was from the moment I got flack before we even got married, and from my boss, from all these people who had no right butting in. I mean, my boss pulled me in the middle of a workday. I'm working at a foundry. Okay, he pulls me and sits me down and says, "Brandon, you cannot marry your wife without having sex with her first." And I'm like, "Who are you to even say this to me? What? Like, you're my boss. Like, we have no relationship at all. Why are you?" Well, and he goes, "Brandon, I'm pretty confident I know that your wife's a virgin and you cannot marry her while she's a virgin." I said, "Listen, I will walk out the door and quit if we continue this conversation. You have no right to tell me any of that, and you have no right to talk about my wife."
Yeah, dude, that's a lawsuit right there, man.
No, I know, but he knew I wouldn't sue him because I'm too nice of a guy. But like, he thought he was saving me because like I'm naive and I don't know things about the world. I was just like, yeah, no, dude, you're naive. Trust me, I'm the rich guy. Trust me, you're gonna work here until you're 60, 70, and your back's breaking. I'm done in like 2 years, and I'm pretty much retired. So. Like, no, I'm not taking your advice.
So this is a little bit off topic, but do you mind if I ask what got you into Flat Earth?
I didn't hear what you said.
He's not in Flat Earth.
Oh, you're not a Flat Earther. Okay.
He's here because I joined this channel and we're playing a game right now together.
I've been in the channel on and off back when it was Brandon's, and I've heard some of the arguments for the flat Earth, and I'm in this very weird place. Okay, I do not like mainstream science. I don't believe most of it. Okay, I don't believe in black holes. I don't believe in the time relativity thing. I don't believe in the fixed speed of light. I don't believe in any of that stuff because I've been to calculus and I've been through a lot. You know, I can do matrices. I'm pretty advanced in math, and I just didn't like the way physics was set up. Mathematically, I think it's a joke. Okay. Now, with all that being said, I do believe that when I walk out my door and I see the world around me, I see evidences, and maybe I'm using the wrong word, that we live on an Earth that is curved. Okay. And I know that that's not going to sit well with some people, but I'm going to tell you this, and I'm a risk taker. If someone said, "Hey, do you and your family want to hop in a starship and head to Mars?" My answer would be yes. My wife's answer would be no, and so I would say I'm going to have to respectfully decline because my wife won't let me. But I would be like, yeah, load them up, let's go to Mars. Okay, I'm that kind of guy. Okay, I would do it because I love the idea. With that being said, if I got into space and found out it was flat, would it change my whole reality? No. If I got into space and found out it was a globe, would I come to Earth and be able to convince anyone else? No, because me telling you I went up there, it's a globe, is not going to prove anything to you. And so therefore, I don't put as much effort into it. I walk outside, I look at some things, I can tell you what those things are, but I think, I think it's a globe.
I mean, do you... okay, so I'm off the not really belief, but I'm off the mindset that there's 0% chance that it's not anything but a globe, right? It has to be a globe. There's just no doubt about it in my mind. Do you have doubts?
I don't doubt it's a globe. I wouldn't be as forceful as you, because I'm not there. Let's put it this way: the things that I'm going to hold to that are true in this world. Okay, one, there is a God, and He is an almighty, eternal God. Because any other human God that anyone else would come up with would not have the attributes that an eternal, perfect, almighty God would be. Like when humans create gods, they aren't that way. And so there is a God, and therefore I have to do everything He says. That's pretty much it. Everything else after that, I mean, is just guesswork, and you could convince me. But you will never, ever change my mind that the almighty God that we must follow and live our entire life for is the one who I serve. So that's it. That's the only thing I know for certain. Everything else is up for question.
Yo, if you believe in God, what do you think about the mark of the beast?
In Revelation, that's a pretty simple answer. I believe Revelation was written for a time in which all Christians would be able to read it and know what it meant. The mark of the beast is simply sin. Those who have sin in their life are marked for hell if they do not repent from that sin in their life. And as you continue to read on in Revelation, those who are marked with as saved, which comes in a later chapter, there are people with a mark of salvation. And Mormons say it's 144,000, therefore that's a strict number. And really, if you keep reading, it's not. It's saying that anyone who follows God, which they sing the new song and the new earth, it's an innumerable amount of people singing about being in heaven and worshiping God. So it's really just the separation of those who are sin to hell and those who those who are servants, faithful servants, to heaven. It's a pretty simple division, but that's the main theme of the Bible. Follow God,
but
or end up in hell.
When you do say God and stuff like that, you do mean the God that the Bible speaks of, right?
I do.
And do you also then believe that anybody who's not Christian believes in the wrong God, or something like that?
So I would go back to that original thing that I said, is that when you create a God, and I'm not saying, so I would challenge them, and I would say you have to challenge your God to say, is my God created by man, or is my God not created by man? And so I think we're going to pretty easily I'm going to pick out an easily created by man God, the Church of the Giant Spaghetti Monster. We know men created that God, and we know that that's more of a satirical God, and it's not a real religion, but yet there's enough people who follow it that it's almost like a real religion. The Church of the Giant Spaghetti Monster. Go look it up. Okay, so it's a man-made God. That God is fallible. That God has flaws. That God is not perfect, and it's a joke. Okay.
Okay.
So now
why don't we just for shits and giggles? Why don't we use the Hindu God?
Okay. So I'm not as familiar with the Hindu God, but I would definitely think that there are flaws with the way the Hindu God is presented. Is the Hindu God eternal? Let's start there.
Yeah.
So I believe it's reincarnation, but it's not considered eternal, as in will never die, will never leave existence.
Right.
It's a cyclical belief.
The Hindu
so
God
as such, it's kind of eternal.
The Hindu God lives outside of time, right? So when you talk about eternity for the Hindu God, you're talking about a concept of time which doesn't actually apply to God. To the
All right, so I'll submit that it has that attribute that should be attributed to the true God. So then I would move to the next attribute, which is all-powerful. A God who is not all-powerful could not have created our current world, and that would be another attribute, is that the God of this world must be a creator, because the world was created. I believe there's enough evidence when you walk outside, you see design, you see systems, you see organization. Nothing is random. I mean, especially not mathematically random. I mean, you walk outside and everything has this math and this design and this order. Something created it, and so therefore.
Hold on. The fact we have, there's a lot of evidences for the creator. You ever heard of quantum eraser by any chance? Anyways,
I have not.
Yeah, he's got a good video. Maybe I'll send you one. But the fact we even have life is evidence for a creator, because you don't get that's information right there. In order to have information, you need a sender, and that takes intelligence to
Right, but Jeremy, we're talking about we're talking about the validity of a god, right? And we're not really talking about validity of.
Yeah, so then the Hindu god. So then I would say, okay, is the Hindu god all powerful because it have the power of creation? So then the Hindu god would have to be attributed the power of creation and the ability to create everything that we see in existence. So do the Hindus believe that god is a creation god that created everything in existence?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with the Hindu god, so I'm just going to believe you.
I gotta think about that, dude. I mean, there's stories that say so. If you look at what, but I'm pretty sure the answer is yes.
There's the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer. The creator is Brahma, the preserver is Vishnu, and Shiva is the destroyer. And it goes through an endless cycle of creation, preservation, and destruction.
Yeah, but when we talk, okay, so you're right, yes, and all of them are actually under the spirit who is Krishna, right, or Ram, or whatever you want to call that spirit.
Brahma, I think Brahma, the creator, is the big one, and he created everything, including the other two who are other parts of the cycle.
Right, like, yeah. Like even though there's a trinity, but there is still an old. When I say God, I mean the one, the initial creator, right? Basically, the spirit of Krishna.
Yes, yeah. There is an initial creator.
So
I believe.
Again, maybe this is my lack of understanding of Hinduism, but it sounds like the one you listed for destruction is in equal parts in power with that of the creator. Is that correct? Correct or wrong?
It's all Krishna, right? Or Ram. Krishna and Ram are the same person, by the way. But
Ram, at least my understanding was a human embodiment. They have Hindu gods have a habit of going down to earth and embodying humans from time to time, and sometimes they'll just like snatch their body for an afternoon. But Ram was like one of the examples of I think it was Krishna is an incarnation. Sorry, Ram is an incarnation of Krishna who lives an entire life and is a sort of fearsome warrior.
Well, Ram was around before Krishna. Ram was like a really old story, and
really?
then
Am I getting it wrong? Ram?
Yeah, no, the whole
Ram.
It sounds like a man created the story.
Yeah, they all do to me.
Yeah, I don't know. There's actually birthplaces of Krishna and stuff like that. There's birthplaces of Ram, and it's not the stories.
So it would be hard for me to say, well, they're wrong and I'm right because I believe mine and yours is wrong. Like, that's not really an argument to me. So I'm going to look for something deeper, and I would hope you also would look for something deeper than to just say I'm wrong, you're right. But you asked for how would I say that one is wrong,
right,
and I would say that if one person, one God, fits those attributes, the all-powerful, the all-eternal, the all-knowing, and then is the God of creation. If it's those things, then you have the makings of a God not made by a man. Okay? So that's because if a man makes a God, okay, it's such as the Norse gods, the Greek gods, the Egyptian gods, they have flaws. So you have to have a God who is flawless.
Okay. So
you might be right about Ram. I was thinking of Arjuna.
Arjun was Arjun was almost like Krishna's best friend.
So then my next question is, are these people flawless? Have they ever sinned? Have they ever done wrong?
Well,
I think the idea is that they create morality. So there is that their acts are amoral. Like, so for example, Shiva, the reason you've got a elephant-headed god is because Shiva came home after being away waging war for a long time, and his adult son answered the door, and he didn't expect there to be an adult male in the house, so assumed that his wife was cheating on him and immediately beheaded him before his wife came running out and said, "You've just beheaded our son." So he goes wandering around looking for an elephant head and puts it on his kid, who becomes Ganesh.
Hey, Ryden, do you mind
the
if I?
story is not told as in terms of it's bad to be jealous or quick to anger or something like that. It's just a god, so there isn't right or wrong attributed to it.
Who told you all these stories?
I had a bunch when I lived in India. I had a bunch of friends who were Hare Krishnas who used to, they brought up reading loads about it, so they know a lot.
Okay,
And
cool.
I would say that. Oh, go
not
ahead.
a lot of people know that story. They just think it's some weird elephant god.
So I would say that would be the beginning of identifying a flaw in the system. Okay, so if that was a god who went to war and came home, okay, so there's human concepts of that story. The god got angry and reacted without knowledge. So you have a god with limited knowledge. So it's not an all-knowing god.
No,
and
no,
therefore
hold
not,
on. His dad Shiva, was also
Is the destroyer. Shiva is the destroyer.
Yeah, Shiva. I mean, he's called that, but I think he's also incarnation of that Ram Krishna person.
Yeah, so Ram or might also be Vishnu is like the sort of
Vishnu
big daddy
is what I'm
god.
talking about. Yeah, my bad. I'm getting shit mixed up.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many of them. It's so easy to get mixed up. I am too. But yeah, there is one creator, but Shiva is a like incarnation among that pantheon, and his job is the destroyer. He fucks shit up for a living.
Yeah, I mean now, okay, so Ganesh's dad was Shiva.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I always had it in my mind that Shiva was the same spirit as Krishna, and he was way before even Ram was on Earth.
So I'm going to go back to then the things, and I'm just going to ask him again. Whoever the main god is that god all-knowing?
Yeah, he is. Think about it this way.
He has knowledge of all people everywhere. Knows the counts of heads on the hair on the heads, because and knows all things everywhere.
I mean, not only knows all things, but also knows the situation is Hindus do believe in the multiverse, right? So not only does he know all things, but he knows all possible things, because there's a lot of different worlds out there.
Yeah, so the original creator is Brahma. He's the creator. Created himself in some sort of egg. I'm Googling it now. I don't know this stuff off the top of my head.
What's Brahma that we're addressing?
Hello, Harry.
The Brahma would
confusing as
we're
fuck,
addressing, right? If he's the creator.
Say again?
It's Brahma who would be addressing right now if he's the creator, right? By this guy's standards or whatever.
No, when we talk about creator, we're talking about the person who created Brahma.
Who created Brahma?
Brahma created himself in some stories, whereas Shaivists or followers of Shiva believe that Brahma came from him. So there's a bit of debate about it.
And well, basically, if you like the Gita, when you hear what Krishna said to Arjuna, is that he is the being that lives outside of time, and he is the only being that he's basically God, right? And based on the Gita and what Krishna said, anything when you talk about these other things, they're all stuff that came from the creator. So when you consider Brahma or even Shakdev, that's all the doings of Krishna.
Yeah, Brahma's like, I remember I only went to one Brahma temple in all of India. There's like, whereas the Shiva ones or Ganesh ones and stuff are everywhere. But what I'm finding here as well is in original Vedic literature, the word might mean ultimate reality. So I guess, all knowing is probably quite likely. I'm not finding anything specific on it though. I'll let you know when I do.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, man, we were actually talking about Christianity, and this became a discussion of Hinduism.
I mean, I think whether there is something all-knowing, it's what I would explore with that is like, is that a reasonable internal critique, or is it just an external critique? Is it meaningfully different from saying my God wears a singlet? Does your God have a singlet? Well, then he's not the true God, because by my definition of God, he wears a singlet. Rather than reasoning from first principles whether a God needs to wear a singlet or not.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the all-knowing part of it also depends on. It's a weird question, right? Because if you do consider Shiva as all-knowing, then he should have known that's his son.
Yeah. No, the other gods. I'm not sure about Brahma, but the other gods in the pantheon, definitely from the stories in them, they regularly tell lies to one another and conceal secrets. But that's just the nature of a pantheon. Like people, religions that have.
Didn't God ask in the
Didn't
God ask in the Garden of Eden, where is Adam, where is Eve?
Well,
that was the other thing. That was the other thing I was going to explore. Like, there's multiple points in the story where God, like well, isn't there some story about God asking some guy to kill his own son and then changing his mind about that?
Yeah,
that was in the Bible, right?
That's not in the Bible, but
That's
yeah.
Abraham.
That
Yes,
was
it
in the
is.
Bible, wasn't it?
That's
No,
Abraham.
there's
in the
something. There is something similar, but
that's Abraham.
not.
That's Abraham.
At no point does
Isaac.
he change his mind. No.
I heard the sentence wrong, so you were right. Abraham's that. I didn't hear what you said the way you said it. Yeah, I could re-explain it how I heard it, but I heard it wrong. It doesn't matter.
I think that happened in Hinduism too. I think there's some story in the Mahabharata about it.
But God's not knowing things, or God's changing their minds is compatible with Hinduism, because Hinduism doesn't say, like, it doesn't make sense to change your mind if you're all knowing, right? Because you already knew all of the outcomes and you already knew what was going to happen. It's not possible to both know everything and change your
It was
mind.
a test, though. I don't think it
So,
was.
well,
okay, that's
As
not
I
necessarily.
understand it, it was a test for Abraham, and God did know
Right.
the answer.
That's
but
the
it was
thing.
A test,
Like,
right? It
there's
wasn't
no
actually
indication that
accurate.
God changed his mind. There's only an indication that he didn't reveal to Abraham that he wasn't going to have to sacrifice his son. Instead, he was allowing Abraham to make the decision. Will you be willing to give up anything that I ask to do what's right? But
Do you
I
think
want
Abraham
to.
committed a crime that day?
No, I want to address what
So
you
if
said.
I did that today,
Hold on.
today, would I be
come back
arrested?
to that. We can come back to that. I just want to address what you said a little while ago about the all-knowing thing. There's a difference between someone having the power to know everything and them choosing to use that to know everything.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, so-
the interesting
so
thing though about
that God could like voluntarily not know things, but
Yeah.
still be all.
Well, see, that's the thing is if he's all powerful, we would have no concept of how somebody could accomplish that, but he could.
Okay. So I think when we say that, and this kind of on the lines of what writing is saying, like anytime you think of the typical gods that we talk about within Hinduism, we're actually talking about avatars, right? We're not talking about God himself. And it's possible that when God does come down as an avatar, depending on which one he wants to be, or which one he was at that point, whether it was, Ram, Krishna, Shiva, whatever, sometimes he may have wanted to live a regular life to some extent. He may not have wanted to be all-knowing as that avatar.
Just because he wanted to bang girls. And interesting side point that Branch has brought up the word avatar. Avatar is it is a Hindi word. That's where we get it from in English. Yeah, it's exactly coming down as an embodiment.
I would say that right there is the flaw of the God of the Hindu religion, is that, okay, so a God should be all-knowing, a God should be all-powerful, and then a God should not be limited by human things. So a God that wants to come down and have sex is not a God in and of itself. It's a slave to worldly things. So a God that has to lie to gain an advantage is not a real God. It's a God confined by humanly things. A God who has to take a nap, a God who has to sleep, a God who has to meditate.
Didn't God rest on the seventh day?
About jealousy. Can I ask you specifically about
I believe
jealousy
that's
and anger?
different. I believe that's a
Of
different
course
type
it's
of
different.
resting.
Of course it's different.
No, okay, so the work was done. He didn't rest in the sense of, oh, I need to take a break. That was hard. He
Okay, so
was
all the
taking
other
a
gods
day.
didn't nap in that sense either. Right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Okay, that's fine.
That's fine.
You can say that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not okay. That's fine. That's fair. If they were saying what God was doing was looking at what He did and saying that was good, I'm going to take a day to recognize the glory of myself. He wasn't.
I'm going
take a
to
day.
rest. I'm going to rest.
Right.
Yes,
okay, but
which
now you
and
have
that
to
rest
understand.
was not for God. That rest was
Think
for us.
about
Okay,
this.
so these other gods that take
hold
a
on.
nap, they're not actually
Hold
doing
on.
it because they need to sleep.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Wait a minute, guys. Let me point something out. You just said he was going to rest. Now, you should already understand, I think, and I think you probably do. Sometimes we describe something like an automobile, if it's not moving, it is at rest. That doesn't mean that it's sleeping to recuperate its energy. That doesn't mean that it has stopped because it ran out of chutzpah. Okay, what it means is it is no longer doing the work that it was doing. It's at rest rather than moving. So you should already understand that there's a difference between one thing where you're actually taking a nap and recuperating energy, and the other thing where you've simply stopped your work.
Yep.
Yeah, and
I wasn't saying the Hindu
twist
gods needed
definitions of
to.
words as well.
I was not saying
No,
the
that's
Hindu
not a
gods
twist.
needed to
That's
take
not a
nap.
twist unless
It
you're
is.
going to argue right
Guys,
now
hold on.
that a
Before-
vehicle cannot be at rest. Are you arguing that point?
Bob, can I get one
Okay,
thing?
so you accept my argument, and it is not a twisting in definitions.
But
Right, and what I'm going to
It is
say is
literally
that
how
in
the
any
word is
other
used.
scripture where it says, "Oh, this god took a nap," I'm going to say that's not the right definition.
All right.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. But that's not what he's talking about.
Guys, I didn't want
fine.
this to be okay. I was asking Torsion questions, right? And Torsion, I don't want this to become an argument about whose god is better, right? Just to give you a little bit of insight about where I was getting at with this. Like, many Hindus believe that the Christian God is also God, and whoever the fuck Muhammad spoke to is also God. Like, we don't distinguish the difference between them.
Okay. I think to some degree there's truth behind that, but I can explain it later. But I can see where you can make that assumption. Was there something?
Hold on. I just want to say one thing. Branch, I wasn't arguing about the gods right there. All I was doing was pointing out his misuse of the word rest. I was arguing the words. My argument had nothing to do with any of the gods whatsoever. Not a single one of them. It was only about the word and his refusal to accept the proper definition of the word rest and instead try to misuse it in an attempt to trick somebody. That's all.
No,
Okay.
my point is that whenever someone tries to attack another religion, the other person goes, "Oh, no, you're misinterpreting it." That's my point.
He didn't attack anybody.
No
one here has attacked anyone else at all.
I did not mean to attack anyone. I'll restate what I said. A god, and I'm not saying Hindu god. I'm saying any god in general, and this is my opinion. Any god in general that confines himself to human needs. So a god that has to eat every day and has no choice not to isn't really a god. And I wasn't saying that a god couldn't choose to take a nap. I'm saying a god that has to sleep every night because he has no ability to not sleep. Okay? I'm not saying a god who chooses to sleep by choice. I'm saying one that has to because he's confined by human things is not really a god because he's confined by human attributes. That's what I was trying to say. And I wasn't saying Hindus were that. I was saying that's something I think we should take as a definition of a god. And then do Hindus follow that attribute? Because I'm getting mixed signals here from about the Hindu gods. Is are they confined? Are they not confined? Sometimes they are. Sometimes they aren't. And I would propose
it's an external critique. There is no reason to presume that your particular definition of the way a god should be is. Otherwise it's just saying, I've decided my god has this quality, he's got this favorite day of the week. Unless your god shares that favorite day of the week, he's not a real god. There is no you haven't reason for principle.
There is one reason, and the one reason does apply right here.
Bob, just wait. And if a god cannot be limited to those human things, why do you have a god who gets angry and changes his mind on things and destroys whole peoples for not following him when he was all-knowing enough to know that they wouldn't follow him and lets them walk down that path and then blows up their whole city?
Okay,
anger,
there is
jealousy,
one reason
as
to
the
do
Christian
that.
God defines himself. I'm an angry God, I'm a jealous God, I'm a vengeful God. Those seem like human limitations to me.
Okay, there is one reason to do the thing you said there's no reason to do. There is one reason, and it's literally the reason that applies right now. He was being specifically asked his opinion about these things, and he gave specifically his opinion about these things. So there is a reason, and it's literally the reason that we're using right now.
No, I'm not saying don't share your opinion. What I'm saying is it is irrational to say that thing's not a car because it's blue, and I define cars as things that are red, unless you follow up with justification for why a god necessarily can't be forced to eat or adhere to the laws of logic. Right? If you say, here is this logical reason why a god cannot be confined in such a way that he can eat, then what you're saying is just, I've picked my favorite god, I've decided the characteristics of my favorite god, and anything that doesn't fit my god, that basically isn't my god, is therefore not a god based on these characteristics of my god.
That's literally what was happening. He was asked his opinion, and he gave his opinion.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Please.
Right.
Guys, I think people are getting heated in this conversation, and I wish we would just take a step back and just
Okay. So I agree with what you're saying. It is a bad argument. And so I'm trying not to make that argument. So I apologize if I was. I don't want to. So help me to do better. But then here's my thought, and you can agree or disagree. It is just an opinion. My idea is to step away from the idea of my God, your God. Because if it is just my God, your God, then you're right. Our arguments are useless. Let's walk away. You got your God, I got my God. But I'm trying to say, can't we all agree that when it's not my God, your God, it's the God outside of me, whether I believe in that God or not, when it's the God, that God has to have something non-human about it. So if I want to make a fake God will have human attributes because I'm a human. I can't be more than myself. So I can sometimes think kind of more than myself, but it would be flawed because I'm flawed. So it would have to be a God that is not flawed. Now I say all of that to say this. Jesus rested, needed time to rest. He needed to eat. He did all those things because he chose to be a human. So yes, the Bible has moments where even the God I believe in chose to confine himself to human limitations for a moment. The difference I'm wondering, and I'm not saying this is it, I want to know if it's it. Teach me. Do the Hindu gods, when they choose to confine themselves to human limitations, can they choose to then go back to being fully God and not be limited? Because Jesus, when he died, chose at that point, or became at that point, not limited by any human thing. So I'm trying to learn. I wasn't accusing, I want to know.
These gods we talk about that existed on Earth, again, they're avatars. So even if you consider the movie Avatar, the way that there's somebody controlling that body, right? That's really similar to what we consider Krishna as.
So confined only temporarily to his avatar.
Yeah, and it's not even the full God, right? I mean, when you talk about somebody who's that powerful, and is in charge of fucking multiple timelines, multiple fucking planets, it's not his full self being Krishna. It's like a small, if you want, a piece of dandruff off him that's doing that.
Yeah.
And that's a better understanding. And so okay, now I understand that more. I didn't know that.
Yeah, like if you go on to other beliefs, like we do believe there's other planets out there and shit. And we believe that, some of those other planets may be controlled by if you want, demigods. And basically, if you are someone on this earth who really believes in a demigod, you may be incarnated again on that demigod's planet. And the demigod is in charge of that planet. In all essence, that is God on that planet. But that's still something that was made by the overall God.
And there's something also quite interesting about some Hindus believe that Christ was Krishna because he fits very much a lot of the sort of embodiments or becoming an avatar of a god. but also because his Sermon on the Mount, is like remarkably similar to Buddha's Seven Noble Truths. It's just like the idea of forgiving people was a deeply Eastern thing, and just nowhere in that more Western like religion at the time. The idea that you could be more inclusive rather than exclusive, like Jews, extraordinarily exclusive. You are not a Jew unless you're already born a Jew, whereas Hindus are like, you're already a Hindu even if you're not a Hindu. Like you're just going through you're just treading a different dharma this life, and you'll reincarnate again. And some of those times you'll be a Hindu, some of those times you aren't. It doesn't really matter. We don't require belief of you. We just require you to try and be a good person. And so it's quite possible that he was an incarnation of Krishna if you're a Hindu. Or my theory is he went to the East in his missing years and he came back with Eastern ideas.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of those people that do think that it is Krishna, right? And I also think that when he actually said he's the son of God, his language was probably Hebrew. And did they have a word like avatar?
Well, I don't think he ever said that. I think the closest he ever came was said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the light. None get to heaven except through me." I don't think Jesus ever described himself as the Son of God. I think that was only followers, and from long after he was around.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, he actually
only thing that would
describes
make
himself
me
as God himself.
The only
So
thing that
Jesus
would make
calls
me
himself
say
God himself.
The only thing
Multiple
that
times.
would make me say that he is not Vishnu or Krishna, right, is that if he was, he would have just said he is.
But maybe he did, and they didn't know what he was saying. Right? Like if you're Krishna and you go, "I've been ruling over these Indians for ages, but I want to go visit other places." He turns up and says, "Hi, I'm Krishna." And they're like, "Great, that doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know what that means."
Right, but
so I don't know Hindu religion, but I do know Christian and not Jewish. I would say 50%. Like I'm pretty confident I know Jewish religion too, but it's more from a Christian point of view. So a Jewish person might say no, you don't, and I would agree. But anyway, my point is this: is that based on what I know of the Christian religion and Jesus, if he really was this person you say was Krishna or whatever, that would invalidate what he said as being Jesus, and so therefore it would all be a lie, and he wouldn't really be a god, and he wouldn't really be Jesus.
Hold on,
So
dude. I think you're forgetting.
both.
You're forgetting this one thing, is that I find it hard to describe him other than just saying he's Krishna. But Krishna was an avatar of God. He wasn't. When I say it was Krishna, I'm actually talking about God, not Krishna, not the embediment that he had at that point on Earth.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is that according to what you've told me so far, that would mean that he can't be. According to what Jesus said, he can't be if you're following what Jesus said. So I don't believe simply because what's in you cut out.
I think you're confusing terms in the Bible from what Jesus actually said. Like
what did Jesus say that would make this incompatible?
Yeah, the whole "I'm a jealous God" and don't that little phrase that he said about being a jealous God, that wasn't the words of Christ, right? I believe those from the Old Testament. Yeah,
that's the Old Testament. So Torjin, what are the of the quotes or teachings of Jesus? What are incompatible with him being a earthly incarnation of God?
When he talks about anything in the Old Testament, he recognizes that the Israelites were the ones who worship the one true God, and that no other nation did worship the one true God.
So they could be worshipping Christian.
Okay,
like in his view, they could be like, you don't have the right name for it, and you use a funny language, but our gods speak all languages and represent all people. That's what I'm saying. It's a very inclusive religion. It doesn't.
If that's the case, if what you're saying is true, then that means God lies, and that he lies a lot, and that none of it is believable because it could be a lie. So none of it matters, and it all could be make believe.
Where would it mean
so
that
again,
God lied? Krishna turns up, he meets some people who worship the creator, and he's like, well, I am an avatar of the creator, so you are correct to worship the creator. I don't mind that you call it Yahweh. In fact, you don't use his name. You say Yahweh, which means he who cannot be named. So the name's not wrong. What about it would make it a lie? Because there are subordinate deities in Christianity as well.
The Bible says the God of the Bible is a God that always was and always will be, and has only once ever come to Earth. Once. So is that true of the God you explained?
I don't know that Jesus said I'm the only. This is the only time I've come to Earth, but yeah, it could be. Why would
God
what would
the
make
Father
that?
has? God the Father has in the Old Testament, and yes, Jesus says that that's true. He's the one who one time came to Earth. So yes,
I don't think he said that.
I mean,
okay,
it would be true.
I can
Would that not be
certainly.
true?
Well, just tell us when he said it.
If they said you haven't sent any other people, have you? And he's like, no, I haven't sent any other people. What would be inaccurate about that? Or should he say, well, this is the first time I'm visiting you, but actually popping down to Earth is kind of more common for these people who live literally thousands of kilometers from you that you've never met?
All I'm saying is that if that were the case, then he would be a God that deceived when he said the only time that they have ever come to Earth was as Jesus, and has not come to Earth any other time. And no man has seen God except for when God comes to Earth. Moses didn't even see God. So those things would be deceptive and lying, and it wouldn't be the same God that it claims to be. Therefore,
Well, let's
a
give this
lying
the same
God.
wiggle room we gave to the word rested. And if we give that the same wiggle room, don't we think it would be reasonable if they said, have you sent anybody else? And he perceives what question they're really asking. And because, prophets were a dime a dozen. In Jerusalem, in that area at that time, everybody thought they were a god. Caligula thought he was a god. Like, prophets and gods were all over the place. And if they said, hey, did you send any of these other ones? And he goes, no, I've never sent anybody else. Could we give that the wiggle room to say he's talking to these people about their experience and saying, no, in your experience, I've never sent anybody else. Ignore these other false prophets. And that would still be honest.
So could hypothetical people make hypothetical conversations about hypothetical things that have nothing to do with anything? Yes, lots of hypothetical conversations could happen. You're asking me, as a Bible student, knowledge of the Bible, do I think the Bible says that or gives that inclination? I'm saying no, it gives the opposite. Okay? So if you want some verses that indicate the opposite, I can go look for some verses that indicate the opposite. But I'm not going to base my faith on a hypothetical conversation that might have happened between a hypothetical person and a hypothetical God. Do you get what I'm saying? You're giving me no connotation to go off of. You're giving me.
I get what you're saying. But on the one hand, we've got a clear statement that says, I've sent nobody else to Earth. And on the other hand, we've got a clear statement that said, on the seventh day, he rested. When it comes to the resting, you're going, well, he doesn't actually need to rest. And it's not actually a rest. It's being at rest. And we're creating wiggle room to say he's not bound by Earth.
What do you define that as? He rested. What do you define that as? You pick the definition. Go ahead.
Okay, somebody's exhausted. They've done a lot of work.
So every time someone rests, it's because they're exhausted.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much or always?
Always.
Always. So anytime someone rests, it's because they're always exhausted.
It's particularly also if somebody said, I did X, and that X was amazing, and then they said after that I rested, there would be no doubt in my mind that what they meant was that was exhausting, so I needed to rest. None.
Okay, and then I mean, that's. But see, I wouldn't conclude that because I believe in a God that's all powerful.
If I just said I built a car from scratch and then I rested, you would be like, well, that could mean anything.
No, building a car from scratch means you have limited power. If you spoke into existence a car and then said you were exhausted, I'd be a little confused. I'd say, well, if you can speak into existence thing, why are you so tired? I'd be confused.
Sure, I mean, it sounds incompatible. But why would you say he rested if he wasn't resting?
Yeah, but just like
so, I didn't say.
Like I said,
I didn't say he rested.
That you're rejuvenating.
You said he rested. You said you pointed to the example, not me.
The Bible does.
No, the Bible is in Hebrew. Rest is an English word, and if you want to read the Hebrew word, I mean, we can get into that. But the word is translated to cease, to cause, remove,
Yeah, rest
I'm
rest
saying,
could just mean
no,
rest could just
this is
mean
what I was
rest
pointing out,
rest
guys.
could mean,
He's
and I
refusing
think it
to
may
accept the
mean.
word rest as actually meaning what it means, and instead he's insisting on it meaning the one thing he wants it to mean to believe what he already believes. He won't
Right, and
accept what it actually means. We say objects are rest and objects are in motion. When we say the object is at rest, we don't mean it's resting to rejuvenate its energy.
And I'm
But
not saying that's
why are
wrong.
we
I'm not
focusing
saying
on
it's
this one
wrong. I'm
thing?
just
But
saying
honestly, I totally agree with Bob on this and Trojan. Like the
I
word
agree
rest
too.
means whatever the fuck you want it to mean, and
Exactly, exactly. What I'm saying is exactly that. If we're going to invoke that kind of wiggle room and go, I didn't quite mean exactly what it says, then wouldn't we invoke the same wiggle room in other areas?
It's not wiggle room.
We
That's
would.
literally what
Yes,
the
we
word
would.
means. You have a misunderstanding of what the word means. You keep saying rest as if it includes rejuvenation. It literally doesn't mean that.
Well,
So,
look,
but
the
I
only
would
reason
say,
he's bringing this up, the only
but
reason he's
I'm
bringing
also
this
agreeing
up,
with you.
I know, I get it, but the
If
only reason he's bringing this up is to show how, you can't. It's basically to say you can't take every word literally in any of these texts because they've all been translated multiple times. There isn't a text on this planet that people go by that hasn't been retranslated. Even the fucking Gita was written in fucking Sanskrit, and there's very few people that can fucking read Sanskrit now.
So, and that's why I believe, and again, opinion, okay, this, and you can challenge that, but that's why I believe that the God you should believe in should not be one created by man, and you should test to see if your God is a man-made, unimaginable creation or in a non-man-made fact that was there outside of man. And you would test your God, and not in the sense of, God, I'm going to test you, in the sense of search for truth to know if your God stands up to not being one made by humans. And so if that's the case, if we're going forward with some of that thought or hope, I would say that when Jesus makes his arguments that he is the Son of God, that he is the only Son of God, that he is the only Son of God that's come to this earth, and no other God has come to this earth like the Son of God, I would other avatars, and this is just one of his many avatars or one of some avatars, even if it's one of two,
Trojan,
it would be deceptive.
Go back, Trojan. Before we take this off on different sides, writing, just 1 second, right? Because me and this is actually a conversation me and Trojan had. When did Christ actually say that he is the first, if you want, son of God to be on this planet?
I would find it. I'm looking at the verses now where I'm pretty sure that it says that or alludes to it. I'm looking to find a nice, easy way. There's multiple verses that allude to it but aren't good, solid evidence. I want to give you something more solid, so I'm looking for that now. But I would not say he was the first. I would say he's the only. So it's better. It would be an easy argument for me to say he was the only. Okay.
And then
okay.
when he says
then
God, also when he says God, what does he mean? Does he mean a demigod or does he mean the all-powerful God? Is there a verse that says what he means by God?
So there are multiple types of God and words for God in the Bible, and the word God that I'm going to use should be easily defined as the one true God or God the Father, as opposed to
you're defining that. You're defining that. Is there anything in the Bible that shows what he meant when he said God?
No, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm going to try and find a verse that is clear enough. So that's what I'm going to look
again.
at.
I'm hoping it'll be New Testament words of Jesus.
How do you?
Currently looking in New Testament, not words of Jesus, though. Do you want words of Jesus?
Yeah, he's got to have said, "I'm the first motherfucker here."
So Brandon, how do you go about testing the authenticity or the source of these words?
That's a great question. Okay, so I'm not saying my testing is the best testing, the only testing, or all. What I would say is that as I've thought about it more and more myself, I've thought about the idea that the God I believe in has these attributes. Now I would say it's definitely attributes I read of in the Bible, but I would also think that they're attributes that that help with the strength of a God not created by man, but instead a man created by God, and that would be everlasting, all-knowing, all-powerful, always good, and cannot sin. And
Yeah.
so that's the start with a lot of, and again, like I'm saying, I'm coming up with this idea in my life now, and so there's flaws in the sense of I'm flawed. So as I present this, it might not be the best way to present it, but I would challenge. Look at gods that we know are created by man, okay, such as the Church of the Giant Spaghetti Monster, or gods are even more.
Yeah, but we're talking about
clearly,
real
like,
religions, bro. Like we
okay, fine. So what's a real religion? Look at the Mormons.
I mean, I would say
the Mormons were
a real
absolutely
religion,
crazy.
A real religion today is something that is practiced by more than a billion people. I would say is a
okay. So a billion or a million?
Billion.
Okay. Well, I don't know if Mormonism fits that definition, but would you say Mormonism is a real religion or not?
Obviously, I meant million, dude.
Okay, so but no. So, but answer my question: would you consider Mormonism part of that or not? Because I have knowledge of Mormonism, and I would give some points there. I would use Mormonism. So, do you accept that or not accept it, or do I need a new one? So I'm going to keep going with Mormonism then. In the Mormon belief, if I have it right, the Mormon belief.
Oh, actually, you know what? You know what? Let me take that back. I did mean a billion.
Nice. Okay. Well then.
Now you're going to bring up all these smaller ones. A billion people, right? We're talking about religion.
So Mormons don't count, I guess. I don't know.
Religions with more than a billion people.
Three.
Is like Christianity,
we narrowed it down to three religions.
Buddhism. And what's the other one?
You're like Dr. Evil. $1 million, and they're like, that's not that much money. And he's like, no, $1 billion.
Actually, Gio, a billion is probably right. And when I took that back, I didn't mean to take it back. I got a little confused.
So I would say you narrowed it down.
We know that you now took it back, and then you didn't mean to take it back, and then you took it back, and then you also stated it again.
A billion. Let's consider which religions have more than a billion.
So Islam, Christianity, Hinduism. I would say that's it. Those three.
Buddhism.
I don't think this is like the number of people is not really relevant to the holy.
Yeah, I don't know why the number would be an issue.
I don't either. But if he's gonna, I'm putting parameters. So I'm gonna. If he wants to navigate the argument in parameters, that's fine. I can manage.
There may not be a billion Sikhs, but I'm pretty. There's definitely a billion Buddhists out there.
Okay, but I'm saying Islam would be one, a major religion, Christianity, and of course they all have denominations within themselves, but if we're taking mass religion in groupings, I would say you have those three. I don't know which one's the dominant one.
Dude, you cannot fucking... How are you going to discount Buddhism, dude? That's like...
I don't know which one's the major one. I don't know. Okay, well, I disagree, but okay. So my point is, so you have those three, whichever one fills up India and China, and then Islam and Christianity.
Well, Buddhism is part of China, right? Look at the population of China and look at Buddhism.
Okay, fine. Are you saying you want to separate Hinduism and Buddhism so that there's four? Is that what you're saying?
I see what you did.
Wikipedia says that Christianity is 2.3 billion. Islam is 1.9. Secular, non-religious, atheistic, agnostic are all 1.2 billion. Hinduism is 1.1. Buddhism is 500 million.
There we go.
500 million?
Do you want to count them? I'll let them in on a technicality. How about that?
No, I mean, Buddhism's actually super interesting, depending on where you're at.
Okay.
Right?
Can I go on?
Okay. Just, I don't know why, but let me just get this one thing out. Yeah, like, the interesting thing I found about Buddhism is when I was in Thailand, if you speak to any Thai person about Hinduism and Buddhism being the same thing, they'll be like, fuck no, it's not. But if you ask them, do you believe in Ganesh? They'll be like, fuck yes, I do.
Okay. I don't...
It's just fucking interesting how people fucking act like that. I don't know, it's weird.
I mean, if you want interesting, we can talk about Islam. Because interesting is ripe within that whole religion.
Yeah, let's talk about shit
cult.
that's interesting. I think we do need a little bit of a change of subject.
And all right, we can change the subject. That's fine.
Go ahead, man. What are you gonna say that's interesting?
Oh, I was mostly joking about the whole. I mean, everything in Islam. I mean, the guy was a pure racist, and then tried to force.
If you are gonna talk about Islam, just don't be fucking mean about it. Don't be like that's the bad religion, and just talk openly about all religions. Without
I'd rather not.
Judgment.
I'd rather talk about what I believe in, and that's what we were talking about. But we could go back to some of the other things I talked about.
I would say
family, the farm.
Does your strength in your religion, Brandon, come, or any religion, come from the fear of the unknown?
Who was you asking?
I was directing it towards Brandon.
I don't think so. I mean, that's a pretty deep thought question. I don't think I have any fear of the unknown because I could see that people do. I can understand that people do have a fear of the unknown. But I would go back to this. Some people have a fear of public speaking. I can understand that they do have a fear, but I don't. So like I would say that's true about the unknown. I don't think I fear the unknown. If I was totally alone drifting through space like Bender in Futurama and alone completely, I don't think I would be afraid of that. So the emptiness, the void of life, the complete unknown, no, I'm not afraid of that. A God who would send me to hell for an eternal punishment, that I'm a little afraid of. But that's because I believe in a God that can do that. So,
right. Torjan, you act like being able to speak publicly is an amazing gift of God, and I would say this, right? It's a good fucking thing to have.
I thought it was normal till people kept telling me it's an amazing gift.
Right.
But
I would actually, and I hate to put a dampener on you, right? I would say people that are afraid of public speaking are more in touch with their surroundings, right? Which used to be something that was coveted in society. Right, people that were very in touch with their surroundings, in touch with all the feelings going on around them, used to be something coveted. And we've become a society now where just not giving a fuck about people around you is actually considered better.
You reckon?
Yeah, definitely. Think about
That's not my experience. I think that the further back in history you go, like there was an idea that you look after you and your family and maybe your neighbors, but like fuck those other people, we'll take them as slaves and behead them. And nowadays, if you see somebody drowning in a river in Zimbabwe, you're touched and you send charity. I don't think we've become more selfish.
Writing. I don't. When I say your surroundings, I don't necessarily mean your surroundings as far as other people, right? I'm just saying like people that are in touch with nature, people that are in touch with just everything around them, right? They're more likely to be afraid of public speaking because they're more in tune with their current surrounding, as opposed to just fucking being mute about it and feeling just normal, whether they're surrounded by one person or a million people.
So I don't think that is accurate with me. It could be. I'll think about it. I don't think it's accurate with me because I do care about people, less about adults, more about children, and I know that about me. Partly I'm a foster parent. Partly I married a woman who would help me to raise a large family. But when I went to the Philippines and I saw actual starving people, actual children, and the way they were treated, I can't explain it. If I did take the time to explain it, you still wouldn't get it. You wouldn't know until you were there. And the reason I know that is because I didn't get it. Even though it was explained to me for several years, what I would be prepared for, I didn't get it till I was there. There's nothing I could say. Now, you could mostly get it, and you could be a better person because of what I told you, but you wouldn't fully comprehend it until you saw it. What starving families look like and how they interact, and my complete disdain for myself when I came back to America, and that I was such a wasteful, terrible person, I wanted to devote the entire rest of my life to helping children less fortunate than my than what life has given them.
Dude,
And
you know
so
what?
I will absolutely fight to the death to do that as best I can for the rest of my life.
So, dude, I wrote this fucking paper once in university, right? And my English professor, he put a note at the bottom of it saying you only got a B because of the last paragraph, right? And the weirdest shit. It was a paper about, I forgot what the assignment was, but I wrote about fucking life in India, right? When I went to go visit it, and my essential part of the whole fucking story was the fact that these motherfuckers are poor as shit, right? But they're still somehow making a life go on, and they fucking do it smiling all the time.
Yep.
Right? And like, and that was basically the whole fucking gist of the paper. And then I, like, you know, in university, how you have these little places where you can go get your shit proofread and that crap, right? I went to one of those places, in the library usually, right? So I went to that fucking cunt in the library, and he was like, you know what? I think you should change your last paragraph and talk about some of the bad things in India too, right? And so I did. And then I got that comment back from my professor, right? And I think I even went and talked to my professor. It was like, okay. And honestly, the cunt who made me do that, I won't say he's racist, but I think that he just didn't like reading about how that's the way people can be, irregardless of money. And, you know, me being the naive motherfucker I was, I did change my paper. And it was interesting that, like, my professor, he actually, at least from what I recall, I think he said something like, well, you shouldn't always fucking do what other people tell you then. You're bad. And it fucking, that paper stuck with me for the rest of my life, because, like, I got a B on a fucking paper that I should have got an A on. And it was because somebody was jealous of what I fucking wrote. He was supposed to help me write a better paper. But again, it must have been some powerful shit for him to fucking disregard what he was doing as his job, which was to help me write a better paper, right?
And I mean, people in college are frustrating.
But I mean, I would say this, man, like, it was very true, what I wrote in that paper, and that's like, and writing can probably see this. There's definitely a enormous stepping fucking way in India when you look at if you want monetary systems, right? Like we have low class, middle class, high class in America, but in India you got some sub levels, and we have those same sub levels in America. We just don't label them, right?
Well, the difference I think is because I used to be sort of very lefty, and then I had very different views after living in India. My new view is I think that there being inequality is natural, and parts of it in certain ways are good.
Right.
But what I think is bad is lack of social mobility. So if you don't want to do anything for a living, and you're a dickhead and you like punching people, like, good, you're going to be poor and go to prison. But what I think sucks for the Dalits in India is they will be poor their whole life, and they don't have any choice about that. If you're born into a Dalit family, you will remain a Dalit for the rest of your life. That sucks. There is no social mobility, and it's not down to like their behavior or anything.
But I don't think that's necessarily the way now in India. I think that at least with the introduction of the internet and shit, people are slowly coming out of that. But I will say this, man.
People now.
I will say this, Eggshells.
I've heard they've gotten very into tech support scamming.
No, I mean, we're not talking about that, but Eggshells, like, when I read the Gita, right, there was one fucking statement that put me off fucking everything, and it was when Krishna fucking said, you know, you should strive to be really, if you don't want to just spend your life believing in me or cherishing me or whatever the way he said it, right, then you can also do it by just being really committed to whatever the fuck you're doing.
Yeah. Whatever
right?
your dharma is, if you're like, and that's some of what I think keeps the Dalits down, because like,
But
they
he
are.
also said, don't strive to be something higher. Don't strive to be something lower. Just be happy with where you're at. And I didn't like that.
And this was a
That's
critical
a lot
battle.
of great stuff to keep a people down. Like if you can
Exactly.
sell that propaganda, that's awesome.
Right? I didn't like that, dude. I didn't like that.
Crucially,
But I will say this. I will say
crucially,
this, bro.
there is a South Indian god who has a epic battle with Krishna about that. So Krishna comes from the Aryans, who come from up north, who have the swastika and an idea of like pale skin supremacy, and they were very much about this idea of keeping people down. So it is like sinful to like really fundamentalist Christians. It is sinful to educate Dalits. Whereas
No.
this guy from the south, Ravana, he was all about education of the backwards castes. He was like, oh no, people should be able to elevate themselves based on working hard and learning. But the Shaivites from the north and the Ravanas from the south had a war, and largely speaking, the north won.
Well, I think when Christian said, he said something about like, I think his reasoning behind it was you'll be happier, right? Just staying within your place on Earth, right? And I'll be honest with you, writing that I actually fucking lived that shit. Like, I never came from a rich family, right? But I did get into positions making a shit ton of money, right? I didn't like it. I hated it. And I found those lines that Krishna said super annoying. But when I did experience life outside of my norm, I lived it. I thought I was having fun. And then I look back on my life and I was like, fuck, what the fuck have you become? This ain't fun. You're not even happy.
Actually, let me come back for a run.
I mean, there's some level of truth to that, bro. I think that like, again, the essence of what we consider happy in today's society is monetary, right? Whereas when Krishna wrote the fucking Gita, I don't think he distinguished being somebody who works on a farm to somebody who works in an IT room, right?
Yeah. What you're talking about is
it
the
was
concept
still
of
just having a
dharma.
job and coming home and chilling with your kids.
Yeah,
I
what you're
don't
talking
think
about
he
is the concept.
distinguishes the difference, the monetary difference.
Hold on, Branch. You got to at least pass the mic at some point.
Yeah, my bad.
What you're talking about is dharma, which is like the partners of karma. Dharma is like your life's path, and you should choose that. And if that's to be for your whole life or to like fix people's shoes, you should just do that really well. And what they talk about is like you will work against your karma if you don't tread your dharma. So if you were born to be a poor person and you fight against that and you try to become a rich person, you will be unfulfilled, unsatisfied, you become angry, you'll start doing sinful things, and then you will be cast into a lower womb in your next life, or possibly even a different animal. So what you're talking about is that, like, yeah, I view it the same way Torgen does. It looked to me like a system that powerful people could use to make powerless people happy with their lot, but it also could be a bit about, like, be happy with what you've got. It could be a bit of both.
And I mean, I actually find it, now that I look back on it, I find it interesting because it's like, what is being happy? Right? A lot of us think being happy is a monetary thing. We live in a society where monetary gains is what we believe should make us happy. But I'm also seeing a big shift in this, and I believe that in the next 100 years or so, there will be a shift. And I actually think that communal living is going to start becoming more and more prevalent in societies that are, on the, if you want, the west side of the world, right?
Branch, you sound like you're on NPR right now.
What's NPR?
You don't know what NPR is?
I don't.
Bob gets it. Someone gets it.
What's NPR?
Yeah.
I don't care if Bob gets it. I asked you what the fuck NPR is.
I think he meant me because I laughed like I'm assuming Bob laughs. But National Public Radio, yeah.
It's like it's a very big, popular radio type show, but it sounds like kind of what you're doing right now. Like,
it sounds like people preaching.
yeah, it's kind of like monologue preaches basically, but it's also
Right.
little interview things and people just sharing little snippets of their viewpoint on
Gio,
things.
you could just say, Brian, shut the fuck up, you're talking too much. I'd be totally cool with that too.
I don't think I would ever say that to someone.
Oh, that's what you meant.
I just tried to fathom even saying that to someone.
You said it in a very nice way.
No, I was just commenting that literally it sounded like NPR. But if you haven't heard, I guess if you've never heard NPR, I could understand why the reference makes no sense.
Okay, but by you saying that reference, what you meant to say was you're talking way too fucking much. Shut up.
Well, I mean, you are a bit monologuing, but that's not actually really what I meant by it. It wasn't even a criticism. I actually just literally meant that the way NPR sounds, like in terms of like I said, it's kind of like these different like snippets of people, like viewpoints on things and like the status of the world and different social issues and cultural. So it literally sounded like that.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe you would get the reference.
Honestly, dude, I'll be.
It's kind of like if someone said you sound like you're being a lawyer, or you sound like you're talking not in a negative way, but like you sound like you're a politician giving a speech, or you sound like the afternoon news, or you sound like he wasn't saying it that you sound.
Got it.
He was just saying that the way you said it was that same way that you hear people talk on NPR.
Yeah, it's like the tone of it and stuff.
I'll be really bad. I'll be really bad, Gio, at NPR because like half the shit I say, I don't even fucking believe in. Like. I say I'm a fucking Hindu and shit. And I am a fucking Hindu and shit. But there's always this part of me that's, science driven that thinks it's all bullshit.
Yeah, kind of like you're on the fence about what the Earth is.
Not even
you
thinks,
kind of
knows it's bullshit. And yet I still allow myself to believe in religion. Because I realized that religion is actually more of a mind state thing. I think that religion is good because it creates societal rules, right? Like when you consider what Christianity even was back in the days, it was a rule system to control the people. And it stops people from doing bad shit. Makes people live better lives. They feel more fulfilled. I think that, I do believe in evolution, and I think that evolution was created in a way that we evolved from animals who used to live in clans.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, I definitely believe in that. And I also believe that evolution is a substrate of our clan way of life, where if you actually believe in your clan religiously, you're going to be a lot more powerful than a clan that doesn't believe in the group religiously, because they're more likely to leave the clan or not fight for the clan. So the strongest clans were the ones that believed in the clan. And I think that as clans fucking fought each other and throughout the years and crap, we became religious, and it went from us believing in the clan to believing in the God, and made us actually want to believe in something higher than us, which is where religion was born.
And that's exactly what I was trying to say before, is that if I'm going to believe in a God, I want to make sure that it's not a God made up by man. And that's something I'm always questioning of so I would call my God, but the one true God. So I'm always questioning that. I think everyone always should question: is the God I believe in made up, or is he a real, true God?
Yeah.
So, and I guess that's something I don't feel as though I'm struggling either. It's not a question of faith. I believe I found the answer, but then I got to make sure that that's the right answer. I can't wake up tomorrow and be like, nah, it was all a joke. Like I gotta commit if I'm gonna commit.
Why would you question if he is the one true? If you believe it, why would you actually question it?
I guess maybe question it isn't the. I guess maybe question it isn't the way I should state it. Maybe what I should say is I want to reinforce. I want to live it. I want to live it so that I can show it to others. Because if what I found is true, and I do know the way to be saved in salvation, I love people. I want them to be saved too. So I'm not questioning it in the sense of I might not believe it tomorrow. I'm questioning it because I might be able to convince someone else of what they need to know. So maybe that's a better way of saying it.
Yeah, that
I think it's probably
that
important to
system
keep in
kind of
mind.
leads to that, I guess.
I think it's probably important to keep in mind that questioning a thing isn't the same as doubting a thing.
Ah, there you
Okay?
go. Yeah.
So, like, you can ask questions about a thing to simply obtain more information. It doesn't necessarily mean that you don't believe it.
Yeah, go back around to the original start of the conversation. I don't I had it in my head. I lost it. Okay. So I don't need to know if the earth is flat or round. But I ask myself, does the powerful God that I believe in need me to know if the earth is flat or round? And so I question, would I believe in a God that forces me to know something I can't know? No, I don't know. I can't believe in a God that forces me to do things I can't do. That would be a fallible God or a fallible system. Okay, so God's not requiring me to know if the earth is a globe or flat. And so when someone asked, I believe the earth is round, but if I got to space and it was all wrong, that's okay with me. I can accept that. So I guess that's where it comes in. I'm not doubting there's a God. I question what I question if I can do more. I question if I'm doing it the right way. I question if I'm good enough. I question me. And then I question how I can help others. So yeah, not the doubting, but if that helps.
Yeah.
And I find that worrying too much about myself is no good. And so therefore I've decided that my life will be devoted to helping kids. And it may not be the best way. It may not be it's my way. And so if you want to switch that to the whole Hindu, you found your way, whatever, or even Taoist, the Taoist belief and things like that. I think most religions would say
No, hold on. That's not what Hindus believe at all.
No, I know Taoist is different. Okay,
well, I was gonna say the idea I was gonna say is how one's karma is burned off through one's dharma. So the dharma being like your actual life path, your life concentration and destiny. The concentration, focus, and destiny of one's life connected to their karma through their soul energy and through the karma that is processed and in some cases equalized or burned off through the process of whatever it may be. So, I mean, yeah, like in my viewpoint, if you have a strong draw to help children in that sense, and that's what your passion is in that sense, then that makes sense. Then that perhaps there's some process involved.
It definitely does. And I think the reason why I took offense to that is like Hindus do believe that, like, you know, either being yourself and just fucking taking a journey inwards is not the same as, you know, you taking care of a lot of kids and having that journey. And in Hinduism, it's actually the same shit. Like, it's both of those paths are just as just. And Krishna even said, like, those are two definite paths that people can take. One is focusing on what you want to do in life and just doing it. Or taking a fucking journey inwards and doing it that way.
Yeah, that's my preference. I mean, I don't blindly believe. Well, when I say blind, I just mean without knowing for sure. Like I have no reason just to believe any other spirituality ultimately, because to me, it's all within myself. And so I would like to experience consciousness directly and access the states of consciousness of fully understanding who I am on every level, rather than just putting that to anything outside of
Gio,
myself.
it kind of makes me sad, Gio, right? Like when there's people like you that want to take a journey inwards and just live life that way. It's extremely hard to do that in America.
Well, I mean, that's a deep thing, yeah, because see, what I would say is like all religions are based upon a somebody who had a spiritual experience or multiple different spiritual experiences, visions, like even Jesus, like, fasting in the desert, and Buddha next to the, there's the burning bush, which contained DMT, very likely, and so on. So there's all these, basically all of the great religions were inspired or created by somebody who actually had a direct spiritual experience. And then once other people started, hearing about his experiences and putting it together, trying to figure out what is true and so on, then all of these religions have been created. But a lot of these religions, they don't support you to actually have a visionary or direct experience on something, which is what the religion was inspired by originally. They don't really support that. They support that you just believe them. And then you have to do things for them, like all this, like, in my opinion, there's a whole bunch of different ways that religion has been used to actually twist people and control people, rather than actually supporting them to have a mystical or visionary experience of their spirituality directly themselves.
Right, Gio. What I was actually referencing, Gio,
but Buddhism does, which is what's awesome about Buddhism.
Right, and Gio, what I was referencing was your perspective on the fact that you do want to take a journey inside, right?
Well, nobody can stop me from doing that.
Yeah, they can. It's super hard to do in America, bro.
Well, they've made a lot of the tools for doing that illegal, so that's a problem.
No, I mean, I'm not talking about those tools, right? What I'm talking about is, even if you look at Buddhism, right? Like, one of the things that Buddha said most famously was, the reason for unhappiness in this whole world is possessions. And it's very hard to live in America and give up possessions.
Well, that is a certain part of the Vedic tradition, although I think that there's a lot of components to that. I think that's been kind of manipulated. It's one of the things in Buddhism in the mainstream that has been manipulated, the unattachment thing. They've kind of taken it to a whole different, like, immaterial level. But that actually has to do with the death rebirth process and actually surrendering and letting go of the things that keep one not being able to be in the moment and fully happy and free in the moment, but their mind is taken out of the moment and therefore attaches on things in the past and future.
Have you ever got to a point in your life, Gio, where you've thought socials, or you've actually found your possessions to actually make you unhappy?
No.
I mean, I have, dude, and I've contemplated it, and I've thought about it, and there's part of me that thinks, and I hate to say this, but for me to be happy in America and to give up all possessions, the only way to do that and live in America is to go to jail.
Well, I would be down to live without possessions, like in nature. Absolutely. I'm up for all that. But there's nothing. Well, what were you saying? Were you saying that having possessions makes you unhappy, or that certain possessions themselves make you unhappy? Or is it an attachment to them? Which one are you referring to?
It's somewhat all of the above. Like, just.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I can
happen,
understand.
Yeah.
And I can understand that or appreciate it from the time in which I was in the Philippines and I came back. It was a very important part. I know I keep bringing it up, but my point is that when I came back, I had a huge point where I was just like, should I have any of this stuff? But then I came to the realization that me having it or not having it isn't going to make anyone less starving in Africa, the Philippines, or anywhere else in the world. Okay? Me living my life here only changes those who are here. So therefore, I should live my life here the best I can. And I took it to the viewpoint of the steward of his money. If I give up all my possessions, am I not burying my potential in the ground? Whereas I've been blessed with all these possessions, should I not pay it forward to others by putting myself to work and helping those who I can? So that's it. There's a duality there Is giving up all your possessions and living a humble life bad? No, you can, as long as you, again, my opinion, as long as you're devoting it to God and being giving glory to God, you can live that way.
I
But
don't.
can you live?
It's not even necessarily about God, right? Like
Well,
when you talk about
it is to me.
the message Buddha was giving, Buddha rarely talks about God, right? He's all about the self and who we are as people, and I can't even think about times where he's actually made this about God.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah. All right. Well,
it was funny, dude.
So let me ask you guys this. Like, so do you guys think that there is a God, whatever that is to you, outside of yourself, or is it a part of yourself?
Is it within you? Is God within you?
Yeah, because if it is within you, then that means that you are it. Thou art, like they say, what is that? Thou art that.
Right, and that's interesting, right? Because like
you are the whole thing. You're only experiencing a portion of it. You're only experiencing a limited portion of yourself, but that you are the entire.
I hate referring back to the Gita and shit all the time, right? But like Krishna did say, like, I am everything. You are living inside me. Like, he is us. And this whole realm we live in, this space and shit and everything is just Krishna. Well, it's such a weird concept to have, right? But he kind of said that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's these universal spiritual principles that seem to be embedded within all of these religions that we're talking about, and there are these deep, like, mystical truths, that are within there. And yeah, I mean, in terms of all the research I've done my whole life on all just like religion, spirituality, ancient traditions, modern, everything in between, people who have actual visionary mystical experiences themselves, either through meditation or using various plant medicines or different techniques and tools to do so, even like drumming, music. There's a lot of different ways that sound, even dancing. There's a form of dancing. And so there's a lot of different ways of doing so. But just looking at like the literature from modern times and all ancient as well of these these experiences and so on, like, the one thing it seems to always boil down to for each of these people that go through a process like that is usually there's a lot of like purging and cleansing of various traumas and past lives and things like that. And there can be various like processes to clear out. But once they get to that point, once they clear more and more of that out, they get more and more insights to what the universe is, what consciousness is, what life is, what the creator is, all of that. And there does seem to be a deep universal way in which people report how they came to the conclusion on their spiritual journey, like once they really reach the end of it, that they are the entire thing, and that they're just experiencing a limited portion of it, and that they are all of it, and that we're all one.
Absolutely, right? And like and I think that when you come to that conclusion after taking something that would help you get there, you get a taste of what it's like to actually get there with yourself. Because the problem when you take stuff to get there,
because you're able to remember that those experiences and the capacities of your consciousness, like you're able to actually remember what that is. And you're right. I mean, the experiences can be timeless and so deep.
I think that the goal, Gio, is to be in a mind state where you don't need nothing to feel that way.
Well, I mean, well, that's a deep question in and of itself. But yeah, I mean, like if someone's doing a deep path, like where they use meditation, or someone else is using plant medicines like peyote or ayahuasca or something like that. Somebody else is doing, there was many different ways and methods to access these states. And right, like they may use those tools to access those states, in a very potent way. But then there is that question of like, but if they've been able to do that multiple times and access those realms and those experiences, can they get to a point where they have free access to it without even using the tool? Now that may be what we are when we're when we're not even incarnated. I mean, at the deepest level.
Gio, I see. This is the problem when we start talking about getting to that state using tools, right? Because you see it as a temporary thing, and you see it as something you know about now, and it can be different later. But
I kind of see it like a faucet, like a faucet for a hose. If it's all the way off, it's not dripping anything, and then if you open it a little bit, it's dripping a little bit. So when we incarnate into a human body, it's like it's dripping. So we have a bit of access to who we are, what we are, but we're exploring. We're trying to figure it out, go through everything, and so on. But in these states of consciousness, they reconnect us to what seems to be what's already inherent in our soul energy that transcends the body. And then you're able to actually open up the faucet and get access to the rest of consciousness.
What we're talking about is becoming kids again, basically. Like the innocence and mind state we had when we were children that we've now all forgotten how to be.
Yeah, and that's been lost and hardened through the ego and various things.
Right.
Yeah, I could see it that way. Yeah, I think a lot of people that have a lot of these types of experiences, they do tend to have more of a reconnection to like a healthy childlike wonder rather than like an adult like my dreams are dead skepticism.
So my parents.
Yeah, you get to reconnect with.
The
thing is too, like a lot of people have traumas in their childhood that they need to purge and clear and release, and so once they do that, then instead of being having a traumatized, angry child part of them, like a memory that's trapped in their unconscious, as it were, affecting their adult life, they're able to clear that out and face that within themselves and come to terms with it to the point to where they can then reconnect with the childlike wonder that they had before that trauma happened.
Right, and everything we just talked about are basically the teachings of Buddha. Right? What Buddha did was that he showed people how to regain that joy. That we all it's not even really joy and innocence and if you want just mind state that we had when we were children before it all got twisted.
Right. And I don't say that laughing because it is a deep thing, but it's just the way you said it was kind of funny. But yeah, exactly. Everybody, I would agree, because see, in my viewpoint, our soul comes into the body, and if you were to birth a human baby, with a completely natural birth, of course, with no drugs, no toxicity, and the woman, have candles lit and a warm hot tub, most healthy environment. And then what's even more important is that if the mother, this is going very deep, but if the mother can process her own birth trauma, then the mother will not transfer that birth trauma to the baby. So a woman who actually does process all of their own birth trauma memories, because virtually birth is pretty much a trauma for all of us, especially in modern day. But if a woman's able to clear that out of her unconscious, when she gives birth, it's literally like an orgasm. There's no pain involved. It's only pleasure. And I don't mean an orgasm like real sexual, but it is kind of, but it's not like with a man sexual. It's just her own.
Right.
Gio, and then let me just finish to say that if you birth a baby with that type of mother, and if you don't vaccinate the baby and give it GMO foods and all that, like that child will be in a blissful, happy, like you said, this childlike wonder, like very happy state. And if there's no traumas through the childhood, so there's no reason that we have to have it. But yeah, in today's world, there's thousands of forms of birth trauma, and then all of us usually have something that happened throughout our childhood.
Gio, if you're trying to change the subject, that's great. But like, bringing up all this other shit in the conversation me and you actually having is a little bit odd because it's not in line.
Branch, I'm sorry, but coming from you, that is hilarious.
That is funny. Oh yeah, because
But
we're
is
talking
it in
about.
line?
Well, I mean, that was going very deep, but I mean, other than that, it's
No,
still in
Joe.
line with
If
what
you
we're
want to
talking
go
about.
deep, if you want to go deep into it, yeah, think about it, like.
That's what I mean. Buddha teaches what I'm describing as well.
All right,
You're
well,
right. There is
actually,
a
no. If you
similar way,
consider, if you
like the path
here's the thing about Buddha. The thing about Buddha.
Hold on, self-actualization and facing the self. Because the Buddha doesn't really tell you what you have to be, but helps you use tools to access your own divinity.
You know what my grand told me, because like on Netflix there used to be this show called Buddha, right, and it goes through the life of Buddha. I don't know if it's still there, but if it is, you guys need to watch that shit. I haven't watched it yet. I need to watch it too. Maybe we do that shit in this room. Watch fucking the life of Buddha. It's a great show, I heard. But anyways, what my grand told me, what my grand told me was this, yeah. What Buddha did was the same shit as any other fucking guru in India, but nobody fucking listened to him. He was the same motherfucker. Nobody really wanted to listen to him, so he went to China to do it, and they listened to him there. Now they revere him as a god there.
What is it they say? The prophet's never respected in his hometown.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's deep, but often they are, like in the shamanic traditions, they are. But,
and like she didn't say in a bad way. She said it in a sad way. Like, why didn't we revere him? Like she didn't. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe because that wisdom was meant to expand outwards.
I think it was more about he wasn't saying anything fucking new until he went to China, because for them it was new.
Well, it's hard to say much about like a man's life, if that's what you're referring to. But I mean, the legends of Buddha and everything that goes along with the tradition, like we have that information, and there's people that, of course, have had like direct spiritual experiences with that archetype directly. But other than that, do we really have any way to prove any kind of physical man existed, rather than just all the teachings?
Buddha was definitely Buddha was. He never claimed to be a god. He was just a fucking guy from India, and he did definitely exist.
Do you think so?
Yeah. What do you mean you think so? He was a fucking person. He was like, if you want, he was almost like Muhammad.
How can you verify, Branch, that he did actually exist?
Yeah, it's not like fucking Krishna, where people are wondering, did he exist? Didn't he? Buddha is 100% somebody that lived on this planet.
How do we know that for sure, though?
Man, Google it.
That's what I was more asking. Yeah, like how if you're saying that, how do you know that? Because it sounds like you were getting more into his personal life, rather like into that part of it.
Well, it's just given fact, right? It's like if you consider Buddha's pretty recent. It's not like we're not talking about shit like fucking Krishna, which is 5,000 years ago. Buddhism's a pretty recent fucking thing. So
the Vedas expanded out. Buddhism ultimately does come
that's
through.
how we know he was a real thing, because people used to write shit down and it used to be preserved in a way where we can read it now. There's no doubt
only
about
500 million. Are they even really a real religion? Just kidding. That was a joke.
Nah, bro. Like, Buddhism is one of my favorite fucking religions, and I would say I'm a fucking Buddhist. As a Hindu, I for some fucking reason I think I'm every religion. But there's no doubt in my like.
Can I bring up a point of contention? You guys were talking about, how like, man is God, right? And like, to me, I think, that's kind of like, I mean, personally, it's like the ultimate blasphemous fucking thing you could think.
Right, but Buddha never said he was a god. He always said he was just a fucking guru. Like, he literally said, I am not fucking God. I'm just teaching you how to find peace within yourself.
No,
in light of like, I think all the teachers, that's probably what they really said. And but it's interesting because and then you said something, Gio. You said is the musician that plays you said something about musicians and playing notes and this concept, and it just made me think is the musician the music? And I would say no. To a certain extent, once it's released, it's what I mean. It's not. It's the music. It's not the It's not the creator of the music. It's just an aspect of my.
Beautiful.
You know what I mean? It's not I used to say to I've thought it and almost experienced it. It's when you're on the height of some fucking some journey with a crutch, if you will.
Well,
Hold on one
Isa,
sec, brother. Let me
when
just
you
finish
talk
my
about
point.
music, right?
I just want to finish one point, brother. Is the idea is someone at the height of some tripped out experience, experiencing the bliss of creation, to then turn around and you almost tarnish it by saying you're God when you're there. That's how I feel about that. But carry on. Was it?
So when you talk about music and hearing music, there's a certain thing you get from live music as opposed to over a speaker, right? Which is you actually for some reason feel the person playing the music when you hear it live, and it's just a totally different experience.
Well, I would dare say it's I mean, I agree with you. I'm not saying that we can't feel it. I'm just saying it isn't it. And therefore, the distinction is great. And as an admirer of the artist, you know what I mean? It's like trying to pigeonhole one of your favorite artists by one of their songs and trying to say, oh, he must be a rocker because he plays this, and this is what he is. But then, there's a soft song and there's a love song and there's variations of the song. So trying to pinpoint the creator of the song to being almost strictly the song is, I think, it's almost it's distasteful. You know what I mean?
I don't know, man. I think that when we hear music, there's also this thing inside us that triggers an emotion that feels what the singer is feeling at the time, right? And there are multiple songs in history which were written and sang by one person, and it was a good song. It was a great song. But then when somebody else sang it with the feeling they sang it with, and just the emotional impact that had on that singing of that song, it was a lot more famous.
Yeah, but they didn't write that song. It's like a cover song.
They didn't, but they felt it when they sang it. And
well, yeah,
well,
but
hold on. In that stroke, can man be is man going to, because of his creation, make himself God? Is that what you're proposing?
Oh no, dude! I thought we were offering the whole God combo.
Well, no, I'm directly on the God convo in the sense that what I'm saying is that man, I'm just using an allegory of music in the sense to say that the creator has created you. You know what I mean? And for you to turn around and because you're experiencing the height of creation, to then turn around in that moment and say that you are God or that whatever, you could say you feel God, you in the presence of God, I can feel the music of God, all this kind of stuff. But to then turn around and say that you are God, or you know what I mean? Or I think it's so antithetical to the real bliss.
On the other
Kind of
hand, though,
thing.
you could
You know what I
say
mean? If I can say it that way, you know what I mean? Because words
you could say, yeah, I know words are weird, but I mean, you know how they talk about the seed of consciousness. They talk about that in the Bible, you're made out of the seed of the divine. And I think most people here probably understand what that just means is the consciousness of the divine. And then if you guys have done what I've done, you sit there and you're like, well, what is this thing in my head which feels like consciousness? And it's well, that's pretty divine feeling.
right. And I'm not trying, all I'm saying is that what we're doing by, let's say, experiencing consciousness or, whatever, is the idea that we are experiencing the height of what creation is for us. And I just think that in those moments when then someone turns and says, well, I am the creator, I think it's, I don't know. And if you notice, it's almost like that's when people break. That's when people
Yeah.
go down that rabbit
Like-
hole. That's when it goes too far. That's when, as soon as you think you're fucking Jesus, you're a nut job. Like, you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
everything breaks. It's
I,
weird.
I agree with that, but I mean that idea of like we are you are like what is that phrase? Someone can help me. I don't read the Bible very ever, but like some people do, and it's there's one chapter or something where they say about like how you are like a seed from the main source or something, and I've always
Matrix, bro.
Makes me think
I
of
was just
mustard seed. Makes me think of like it makes me think of the parable of the mustard seed, but I can't think of anything else of it.
Well, what it makes me think of, Isa, what I'm hearing, what you're saying with that, I'm hearing like in my understanding of it, that would be somebody who perhaps has had some kind of a transcendent experience, but if they come back from that and they like pronounce it like they are God or that they have some kind of hierarchy over others or some kind of something like that, then that would be in my viewpoint like an actual pitfall upon like the spiritual journey where the ego is so amplified. And it hasn't really like the ego hasn't really gotten to a place of like compassion and empathy and like humbleness, like the humbleness.
Issa, you're actually appealing to my atheistic side, honestly. Like everything you're fucking saying appeals to that side of me that doesn't believe in God. Right?
okay.
Well, I would say like this: there is no God but God.
Right. Well, okay. So if you, when I say there is no God, I'm reverting to I just said a second ago that I kind of believe in Buddhism a lot, right? And I believe Buddhism isn't about believing in God. It's about believing.
It's atheist. It's atheist.
It is. It's not a religion about God. It's a religion about yourself. And
well, it's a religion about. I used to do it was like classical jujitsu, and it was all about Zen and all this shit. And yeah, man. I mean, I have a high appreciation for Buddha and Zen and like that concept of no mind and all that. I mean, when you do martial arts and shit like that, I feel like the quickest way to enlightenment is a slap in the face. You know what I mean? Like that's how I've always felt.
Yeah, but usually, I mean, a lot of people think the quickest way to enlightenment is by taking a bunch of shrooms.
Children's quick way to enlightenment is me slapping them in the face. Haha. Just kidding.
Well, I'm saying
Just
if
kidding.
like, yo, dude, if it's like let's take it like this, like, dude, if you roll jujitsu or whatever, like, you're probably one of the most enlightened fucking people because you're challenging and you're getting in that no mind and you're going there all the time, and regardless of what you do or don't know, you know what I mean? Like, it's just this idea of like being able to get lost in that moment where you're like, that's what Zen is, right? And that's
Issa,
what
Issa, I think there's a lot of ways, right, to get there.
I agree.
Where though is interesting.
Can I finish, E.T.?
I'm sorry.
All right, Issa, I think that the goal though is like before you die, to at least experience that peace for elongated time.
Well, Isa, yeah, I was also going to ask you before as well. Like, do you think it's possible that in a human body, like that somebody could have an experience, perhaps where they then leave their body, but whatever that experience may be, where they actually do become the creator, the Most High, like they are experiencing the consciousness of that, and then they come back. Do you think that that's possible to experience that?
I don't think you could. I don't think that like the creator is the creation. To me, there's a distinction. A lot of people have a hard time. Like, I agree that like God, let's say like in the sense of, like the spirit of the creator, like the, kind of like a song has the spirit of the creator of it. Like, in that way, we experience the creator. I don't think that we could ever be the creator. I don't think we have anything that we have no likeness to the creator. But like, I mean, I get those ideas and those tenets are what, attracted me to like Islam. Like, like
Are you Islamic?
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. But I mean, I'm not on the deen. Like,
that.
I'm not a fucking dick. I'm not, you know what I mean? I've done it. I think you can get lost in that little bougie. Any religion has a society.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam rahmatullah. Like, I don't think that I don't know. Like I agree that I believe in Allah, and I believe in the oneness of Allah and like the God. And remember, it's like I always find this so fascinating. Take note, brother. You'll hear a lot of people say,
I'm not
"I'll see
Muslim.
you." They'll go like this: "I'll see you tomorrow. I'll talk to you in a little bit. I'll." You know what I mean? Like you listen for it. You start hearing.
Yeah, people say that a lot.
So like so like yo man, people are worshiping the creator outside of their own consciousness, dude. Like, but I mean, this shit is fucking crazy to me, dude.
Dude, I used to hang out with I used to have a very fucking wide fucking. I've never had friends based on color, right? But like it's fucking interesting it's weird as fuck when you're chilling with people and they're like, all right, give me a sec, oh, we're gonna pray. They just do it right in front of you. You're just chilling there, like, okay.
Yo, man, and I'll tell you what, my issue with, and I have not like, alhamdulillah, like, the prayers, and I always think of this, like the prayers are for us. They're not for the creator, they're for you. So
Yeah.
when you learn how to pray, that's on you. That's for
Right.
you. That's your
exactly. Issa, you know what? That's exactly on point. What I was trying to say is like, it's this whole fucking point of life is a journey inwards, right? And honestly, like meditation and shit like that is a way to calm the noise. But in reality, what we need to all experience is the silence throughout life without having to close your eyes and trying to do it. When you actually get to a point where you can feel the silence inside on a day-to-day basis while you're fucking awake, I think that is enlightenment.
Yeah, maybe I'll jump in and say this now because that's a beautiful way to put it there. But I was going to say too, like Issa, I think when I said the comment about feeling like you've become the creator or something, what I was referring to, I mean, there are like mystical experiences people have and so on where they describe that kind of thing. But what I was also just referring to is when people often seem like do a lot of personal work on themselves, like personal journey work and just spiritual journey, like with in that way, that they often come to a conclusion that it wasn't that they necessarily were able to meet a God outside themselves, but that they realized that they were the whole creation. So it's not that they're saying that they are God, that they're the God, but just that they realize that we all are it, or we all are this.
Well, how about this though? I look at it like like I love I'll put it this way: Khalil Gibran, right? He wrote like like when you say when you're in love, what's this line, man? It's so good about like say that say not that God is in your heart, but that you are in the presence of God's heart. It's like something like to that effect of like I just don't think I'm losing my point trying to figure that quote, man. Forgive me. Talk to me. Make that point again, bro. I'm trying to like put it together because I'm trying to remember this fucking quote that I've memorized at some point.
No, dude, it sounds like it's a good one.
Just speak the concept. It's okay.
Yeah, no, well, no, I was trying. I was just because I was lost in trying to think of the quote. I forgot where I was directly going. And I guess I had 2 points, but I was gonna make that one first, and I fucked up. Chose wrong, boys. But yo,
Lisa, bro, that's unforgivable, man.
Unforgivable.
You can't make mistakes like that, bro.
Right. Well, God loves the most, the merciful, right? It's like it's funny when people say like that Islam is so.
Nah, bro, you're still not forgiven, man.
Right. Well, if I was seeking your forgiveness, you'd know it.
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier, like this idea, like is a God or the creator, the Most High, what all different terminologies used for a cosmic creator, etc. Like, is that ultimate? Is that outside of yourself or within yourself?
Oh, yes, that's the point I was going to make. Is that it's not that it's all inside of yourself or this or the other thing. It's that you realize that the creator cares about you. That he knows what's going. Like I love that line. Like Allah is closer to you than your jugular vein.
Gio,
you know what I mean? Like That's how I feel about that. Like, you know, so you understanding that there's something observing what you're doing and it cares.
Yeah, I would say this, right? Next time you take something that would help, do this. Just say no to every and any thought, right? Anything and everything that comes into your mind while you're on that shit. Just say no to it. No matter what happens, just say no. I want to think about nothing. You will get to this point where you're not thinking about anything, and it's almost like floating in space. You gotta experience that, bro.
Yeah, it sounds like the way, like the void, the way a lot of people describe, and the idea of the void, where it's like a state of consciousness that is literally has nothing. It's complete. It's complete emptiness, but at the same time is pregnant with all of creation within it.
Right, and there's part of me that thinks that's the point of life. Is to that moment you feel it when if you do it on something that just the closing of all thoughts, that level of peace you feel inside, I think is what we all strive to have on a day.
Does it remind you of like dreaming when you're in a dream state?
No, it's very different, bro. It's extremely different to dreaming. It's almost like just floating. Like it's almost like you're not really dead, but it's almost like you're just engulfed in a light.
Well, there's one idea we were talking about, whether the creator is like within you or without. There is an idea where the creator splits itself, like a part of itself, from itself, and that separate part that it separates is able to have a completely different consciousness, and therefore feels like it's separate from the creator.
Yeah, Joe, I'm cutting you off because you keep fucking bringing up evil.
No, I never said anything about evil.
I thought you said it was an evil. I thought you said the word evil.
No.
Well, no. What I think you're referring, like, because the issue, and this is not that I have a point of contention personally, I guess, but it's like this is the issue about Christianity, and this is their divide right there. Is that point? Is that you wind up, and it's almost like the original propaganda. It's the original divide and rule. It's like you say that God came to Earth, and this guy says that you saying God came to Earth is against God. Right?
That's in a way that's the root of like all holy wars right there.
Right. It's like the original fucking,
holy wars. Hold on. Holy wars are between good and evil, and I don't believe evil is a thing. I think it's all good. Everything is fucking good.
Well, no, I think the righteous definitely have to fight evil, man. Like, you know what I mean?
There is no evil.
Well, I would dare say,
it's just fucking life, my man.
Well, my man, I think like there most certainly is evil, dude. You know what I mean? Like there most certainly is. Like you know what I mean? I've had friends shot in the head.
There isn't. Don't make it out like just like saying most certainly it is.
Evil.
Like
no, what I'm trying to say is.
All right, let me ask you a question, Issa. When you say that most certainly is evil, can you describe evil to me?
I mean, it's too distasteful.
Oh, I can.
You know what I mean, right?
I can.
No, go ahead, both of you.
Sir, I am a foster parent.
It's disgusting.
If you want evil, we can get into evil.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
stealing of the innocence of a child will always be evil.
I don't want to talk about it. You know what I mean? Like yuck. Like there
are many fucked up motherfuckers on this planet, right?
Yeah, evil.
But like, and they may be controlled, and they may do some fucked up shit, right?
Well, that wasn't really the original point, that because you went off on evil. Although it is interesting because like the point that what I'm thinking of, the way it was linked to what I was saying in my mind, is how and then Issa was saying that in Christianity this is a contention, and I agree I hear what he's saying with that. That they want you to think that the God, like they want you to think that God is very separate and that you have to worship.
Gio, you forgot to finish the sentence where you said like, I was thinking about evil, and then you just moved on to something else.
Well, because no, what I was going to say is that like this idea where the creator splits a unit of itself or a part of itself, like a holographic part of itself, then from its light would also create dark, so it would create the evil, so it would have the light and the evil. And as it splits like a soul, let's say, from itself, now there's an energy between evil, good, and the soul. And
I mean, yeah, it creates a spectrum of consciousness throughout us all, and it gives you free will, and you have the choice to do good or bad, and that's where evil comes from. You can do the wrong thing consciously. Well, that's probably evil then. Look at 9/11. Like, no good person would ever cause that, right? So that's a good example of what evil might look like.
What if 9/11 prevented a greater evil from happening in the future?
Well, it's a cool idea, but
what if 9/11 and all the practices it put in place actually prevented World War III?
That's even more evil. You saying that is
no,
like double evil.
Just think about it. Like the planet as a whole.
Well, it just doesn't work that way. You can't do good by doing bad.
I think that
really doing good never involves doing bad.
Well, no, I'll break down what you're trying to say. What's chaos for the fly? You know what I mean? Like what's chaos for the fly is, success for the spider. So it's like, there is no. I mean, I get it. And you're a Buddhist, so of course you're going to say there is no fucking left or right.
Well, no, not really.
You're walking the middle path and the noble truths, right? I got it. But my thing,
what I was trying to say.
What is it? What was it?
Well, what I was trying to say was, there's a good chance that 9/11 may have prevented a full-blown nuclear war.
There's no evidence of that, though.
Like, either way, it's like, I remember even like, it's funny. Like, I remember being around some Muslims, like, couple years after, and I was like, thinking to myself, like, what are you guys thinking about? And my one friend looks at me and goes, but he's a scholar, and he goes, he was like, have you memorized the Quran yet? And I was like, no. And he's like, well, I'll tell you, after you've memorized the Quran, maybe you could talk about politics. Like handle your shit first. Like,
what's really fucked up though is like it wasn't just about Muslims. Like 9/11 actually fucked over anyone that was brown.
Well, it's
brown became the new black.
Well, for that, life does its thing. I mean, it's like, is a volcano evil? You know what I mean? For, like destroying a village that was built right next to it. I don't know. I mean, I get your point is what I'm trying to say. But my thing is that there most certainly is evil, and it's the righteous man's job to be the steward of the earth, right? And destroy it wherever he finds it.
You're right. That would be the righteous mind. Yeah. But when you think about, like, does evil exist? Like, I think we all have our own definition of what evil could be, whether that might be biblical or like theatrical or like whatever. But like events like 9/11 are a perfect example. Like they caused that, and they knew thousands of people would like get trapped and die, and it's horrible. And like that happens all the time. 3,000 people isn't even that many people in the grand scheme of war. But
E.T., totally get you, bro. And I think that's one of the major differences from me and the Bible, right? Is like, I believe that God creates all evil. And I think the Bible considers evil as a separate entity.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're going to talk about the Bible, like he created Satan basically, and he got cast out, right? And so there you go.
I don't think the Bible says that evil is an entity at all. I would say evil is a choice. You have a choice to do good and a choice to do evil.
I personally believe that all evil things that happen are all part of God's plan. Like there's no devil out there that's causing evil.
Well, I see it as like fields of soul worlds essentially in consciousness. Like, because to me, evil is an expression from a demonic spirit or a demonic realm, in which evil is expressed within that. And then that overlays into whatever world that evil is being expressed.
That makes more sense to me too, rather than just like you're in hell for the rest of your life. It's just like you're surrounded in bad energy and you have a problem for whatever reason. Yeah.
And I would disagree because it takes away the actual responsibility to change and the true punishment of not changing. So
I don't think punishment should take all eternity though. Like
that's not for you to decide. So,
But Gio also thinks that every time I drink alcohol, it's not me talking anymore. It's the demonics motherfuckers that making me say shit.
yeah, I'm drinking alcohol right now, and I don't feel like an evil person.
I don't know if I've said that. Well, have I said that to you, Branch? Well, because
No, that's what you believe, right?
Well, there's times when you've been sober and
You
you'll
didn't
be super,
say no.
super chill, and then
You
when you
didn't
start
say
drinking,
your first thing was
you do
well.
start to like you do a bunch of like attacks and stuff. Like you
All right,
start.
Gio, the question is this, right? When I drink alcohol, do you think that the demons are taking over my body and making me say other shit?
Absolutely not.
In my viewpoint, like okay, in my viewpoint there are other spirit worlds, demonic entities, and so on. But within ourself, within our own soul, we have our own demonic energy that we are processing, or our own evil that we are processing through. I think karma, through cause and effect, through how we treat others, how we're treated, how we respond to it, all of those factors. So it's not, to me, it's not really anything outside yourself. Ultimately, it's ultimately a part of yourself that perhaps is not yet integrated. So in these people that are expressing it, they're the furthest ones from integrating how to treat others to the point to where they're just doing it. Wars and 9/11, all this stuff.
I actually would agree with that. Like,
so I think it's all within ourselves to face. Like
alcohol makes the not nice part of me come out.
Well, in people that do I think we've all probably known someone that when they're sober, they're completely just awesome, kind, gentle, and then when they drink, they totally change. They become like extremely aggressive or whatever it may be. So yeah, in those cases, it may be that the alcohol is sort of shifting their psyche's balance between.
Dude, but sometimes it's boring being nice all the time, man.
That's funny. I didn't mean to laugh.
Sometimes, bro, just imagine it, yeah.
I don't think religion should be there for entertainment. So
it's not. I mean, we're on this fucking planet. Are we here to entertain ourselves or not? Why the fuck are we here?
No,
just to sit there
we're
and
here to serve God and follow His commandments.
We're here to experience fucking life, my man.
No,
I agree with that. Yeah, that's why we have the
Gio.
good, the bad, and the ugly.
Hey Gio, can you hook up Hank Hill so he can be good to go?
Hank Hill can talk.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm shit for mod. I got to learn how to do all that.
I love Hank Hill. Hank Hill
Sorry,
is
Hank.
awesome.
Hank Hill hates me because I'm from Texas.
He's probably trying to come in all chill. He's probably
Hank
trying to be
Hill.
low-key, and I'm blowing him up right now.
Hank Hill is
Hell yeah.
Hank Hill
What's
up? Hank
What's
Hill
up?
thinks that Hank Hill
What up,
is
Hank?
100% sure that I'm not from Texas.
Yeah, that dude ain't from Texas. I can tell.
Is Hank Hill actually from Texas?
Yeah, I'm from Texas, bro.
Nice.
I was
Don't
born in
mess with
Baylor
Texas.
Hospital.
Hell yeah. Don't mess with
right.
Texas.
Don't
fuck
If you
around
kill
with
us, we'll kill you back.
Hey,
Hell
hey,
yeah.
Hank Hill, why did you come here? Why did you leave 24/7 and come here?
Hank goes wherever the fuck he wants, bro. What are you talking about?
Don't mess with Hank
I
Hill.
will say this, my man. Look, this is starting to become like a gang fucking affiliation shit. If you come in this room and you spend a little bit of time here, you may become affiliated, and we won't let you go back.
Is there beef between the chans?
Well,
I don't even
are we
know.
selling products?
I go over there.
I don't think there's any beef.
No, there's
Yeah,
no
there's
beef.
no
I'm
beef.
just fucking around.
Chance.
Yeah, I kind of go wherever I want to, right? Because when I stop talking, I go on mute and let other people talk, and I don't really like slather all over the microphone like Branch, just hogging the microphone and then causing all kinds of drama. So I can pretty much go wherever I want.
Well, this is a situation. Branch just brought his own alcohol drinking up a minute ago. He just brought it up. But yeah, we started when he was sober, and it was like live. It was great, we're just going back and forth. And then I think now we're probably at that, where are we at? 7, 8 drinks, maybe 9, to where it starts to get to where
I think
he
Gio
unleashes the trolling.
Gio, I should probably just chill out for a bit and let's see what happens in about 10 to 15 minutes.
No, Branch is lit though. That's the thing. You can bring as long as you're lit, it's all good. You know what I mean? Like it's proper knowledge.
Do we need to have one of those meetings?
Issa, that's. I haven't gone fucking ape shit on your fucking flat earthers yet. I think you're all dumb fucks.
Yeah, I know. That's fine. You know what I mean? I look at it. Like, you're my canvas.
Yeah, I think that.
Oh, I did believe in a globe, but now I kind of want to change.
I also
branches
think
on this side.
Issa, I also think that you guys are a lot more spiritual than other people on this world, and I think that's the part of life that's actually important.
Shall we, Kenny? Do you guys want to get back into the whole subject of flat Earth, or is that not something people want right now?
Why? What's your opinion?
Well, man, like that's the only reason I'm here, and I know like half of you from Flat Earth 24/7, and I took a little break. I needed a little time to myself for a few months, and then I'm looking back at everything, and I like saved a lot of info on my computer.
May I ask, E.T., what did you do during that time you had to yourself?
Well, I had to delve back into other subjects like COVID and stuff, obviously. But when I think about flat Earth and stuff, I'm losing faith in it, and I'm not making a decision either way. But I'm just saying, I gotta be honest. I haven't said this to anyone, but I was like pretty much flat earther in like 2020, and here we are in 2022, and I'm going back to round Earth, I think.
Well, E.T., you know what? It's a journey, bro.
Mm-hmm.
The journey within yourself.
I just can't accept it.
I will say this, E.T., look. It doesn't really matter what shape of Earth you believe it is. It's all about what you get from the journey.
I like that.
My grandpa had an expression for people who were wishy-washy. He'd say, you can bring them in with a hamburger, but they'll take them out with a hot dog.
Well, I think
you know what, though? The thing is,
oh, go ahead, Issa.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, the thing is, though, and this is one of the things that when I used to do Flat Earth Court back in the day, like, I always just felt like, look, man, this is such a sensitive topic for somebody's psyche, even. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like,
Totally.
Like, when that penny drops, dude, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, when that fucking penny drops, you're alone on the world. And especially when that penny drops when you don't even know about how to link up on the Discord. You don't even know. Like, when I found the people, like, you know, I'm one of the, I'd like to think one of the OGs in this fucking shit, right? I've been doing this, like, you know, the hangouts back in the day. And the thing is like, what was so awesome, I thought, was like, you know, wait a minute. You motherfuckers have read the books that I've read? You motherfuckers know anything? Like, even my adversaries on the fucking conversation would know how to pick my point apart because they read Carl Jung too. And you're not that smart, kid. And you know what I mean? And you're like, holy shit, there's this whole world of fucking people that actually understand this topic. And there's a bunch of people that'll send, like you just said, they'll send them right back out with the hot dog because they're like, haha, Southern pole rotation. And they're like, oh my God. They fucking, you know what I mean? Or whatever it is, right? And we all know now that the answer to that is dark polarity, guys. Just so everybody's up to speed. Anyway, like, the thing is that it's such a vast and such a profound topic that there has to be a soft landing. There has to be a place to have the discussion. Like, there has to be a place, ET, for you to be able to come back and say, hey, boys, I'm not so sure about this anymore. You know what I mean? Like, you know, because, dude, there's some rooms. I mean, shit, I was a part of the whole IPS clique. It's like, imagine trying to go back to the ball and, like, you know, they want to kill you for it. Or they fucking, you know, not that, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's just all kinds of people that, like, it becomes cultish. Like, you're either on this side or that side. And,
it's incredibly cultish.
And like,
I'm just at the point where I'm like, it's just like, it's so polarized now where it's like, it's hard to find a place where you can even be in a group discussion with people where everyone's okay with having different opinions. Just like you said, it's so cultish. Like, I can't even go in 24/7 anymore, probably. and have a normal discussion with someone.
I remember this. This is like the breeding ground of like guys that want to make cults. So they're like, it's like if courses you show any form of rebellion against what their agenda is, it's like, oh my God, get out of here.
Yeah, cult 101.
Right. So
They're-
like, it's a reaction to another cult, which is the globe. You know what I mean? And the scientism and all the rest of it. And like, it's like, it's so interesting how we kind of turn around, so people do it to themselves.
I want to pick up on a point that I just heard that when you open up this Pandora's box of flat Earth, you find it a lonely place. I think that's a sad place to be if you find it a lonely place.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like if you're into it, and especially I don't know, like I was earlier on to it when it wasn't so mainstream in the sense of like whatever, and I felt like, and I'm sure it's what happens to anyone with this, is that you're studying it on your own if you're really trying to verify it. Like that's how we know some motherfuckers are just full of shit because they don't even know the topic.
Yeah.
And like then they come in and try to fucking they try to do their learning on the spot with you. Like, I used to wreck ballers with just the idea of what's the circumference of the earth. And they'd be like, and I'd be like, so I know more about this than you do. Shut the fuck up. Stop making fun of us. Because the point is that if I know more about the subject than you do, that means you're the idiot. So it's like, and this is where the whole, issue becomes. It's like, and this is why inevitably comes to pass that one of these trolls asks a question that they don't even know the answer to themselves. I mean, I did it with, I don't even know, so many times. But
so
like, but like if you're on that journey for your own and you're doing the study on your own, like you're studying all the shit on your own because you're interested in the topic, when the penny drops, you're usually alone.
So how do you find it in your personal life, with family and friends? Do you still find it a lonely place to be if you bring up the topic?
I mean,
it is
not
for
at
me.
all.
I've brought it up with my friends and family, and I don't have one person who even can take it seriously, even regardless of the arguments. Just like Isa was talking about, they don't care about the arguments. It's a lot like COVID. They don't want the truth.
Dude, I remember this. How about this, dude? I remember smoking pot when it was all fucking, that's the devil's lettuce. Like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, it's like, it's certain things in life you're not going to experience with your fucking family and shit. Like, you know what I mean? You're not going to like delve into, jujitsu techniques with your great grandmother.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
you know
I'm not taking mushrooms with my mom.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, so like I'm not looking for that conversation with not that it couldn't be a part of like a thing. I happen to think, we've gotten so into this idea of the Marlboro Man, right? That the men are just quiet and just do their work and and fucking don't actually fucking control the religion and like the man is supposed to be the lawyer of the house, the businessman of the house. There's a whole bunch of capacities that the male is supposed to provide for the household, right? In a traditional fucking way. And so part of that is like, teaching your family like a foundation on religion. So like if I were to bring ball earth to you or flat earth to you, like I'm so honored by what my parents passed on to me was the ability to fucking digest both sides of the argument. That's all I needed to get taught. Right? You know what I mean? Digest both sides of the argument, do the fucking homework for yourself. And what I mean is that for anyone who's seriously considering that, like even my music is for the fucking kid who's in a fucking house with parents that are probably masked up with fucking, globe earths everywhere trying to tell them how fucking what their music they're listening to is from Satan. You know what I mean? Like that poor fucking son of a gun who's got to deal with these fucking ignoramus dickheads. You know what I mean? Like, that's who my music is for. That's who that's who any of this is for. I hope that motherfucker hears what I'm saying. Couldn't care less about the college educated fucking dimwit that's gonna, I don't even know what argument they're gonna bring. But I just think like, that's the thing is that you're alone when that moment happens, and that's what makes it so fucking spiritual, man. You're alone.
That's very cool. Yeah, alone is when you get your best insights, I've found in life, whether it be like spiritually, whatever that might mean to you, like with your inner thoughts or insights.
Yeah, and I would remind this to you, like, being that you're considering the ball. It's like, bro, do you feel like you're spinning? And do you not trust your eyesight? Like, you know what I mean? And I would rekindle that with you. Because like, regardless of all the weight of the mathematics and the explanations of the unexplainable, do you think you're spinning? Can I feel like what's your explanation for my spin? What, dark fucking matter, dude? Go fuck yourself. So when they bring up the fucking poles and, well, how does the Southern Star pull? Well, dark polarity, dickhead. How about that? Dark polarity. That's how it works. Shut the fuck up. That's the placeholder for right now.
It's so there's so many points, and like one thing I realized in delving into this whole thing is that the most people they already know if they think the Earth is flat or if they think it's round. Most think round, right? 99% of those people know very little about the arguments about one way or the other. Like that's what got me pulled into this whole thing in the first place. Is I heard a bunch of people claiming their Earth was actually flat, not round. I was like, intriguing, but I didn't really care. But it kept coming up, and after years and years of hearing this, I was like, okay, fine, let's listen to hear what they have to say, because I didn't take it seriously at first. And then I was like, that is pretty crazy, and I can't disprove it myself. And then I realized most people also, like your average person, cannot do debate against or diffuse the argument in any way, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. Like, so most people believe the Earth is flat, and most people can't even explain why they believe that it is. Like, that's crazy stuff, in my opinion. It's pretty weird.
What do you mean, the
Like,
ball? Like that the people? Yeah, I mean, if I get your point, yes, I feel you. Yeah, it's and how enriching it is to like know about the theories of Earth and science. I mean, I look at it like it's the greatest troll from scientists ever, because it got society up on their fucking whatever about gas pressure and you know what I mean?
I would say
all of a sudden everyone knows about the formula for buoyancy or something. You know what I mean? It's like
that's true.
I'd say most people don't care about global flat. They just care about what model flat screen TV they're going to get next.
Well, you know what they care about is they care about, and this is what I've learned, and this is where this is why there's so many trolls, is that what people care about is the drama of the two sides arguing. That's what they care about. Like, if you're nice and peace and cool, like you're not going to get that many listeners. You get two people like fucking. That's why your adversary, like that's why mine back in the day was always Jem. Jem Panda. And I love Jem Panda. I love that guy, and he's hilarious. And we would fucking go back and forth and freak out on each other and be like, "All right, brother, have a nice fucking day." We understood where we were. We're in a fucking debate on the internet, dude. Like, it's not that fucking hardcore. But we'd go dramatic as hell and be fucking verbose and dickheads. It was great.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun and shit. And then even more modernized would be like COVID, you could say. Like, we could talk about, like, are there millions of people dead at this point from taking the vaccine? People are like, no, that's not real. It's basically the same thing. And, like, people would debate what was 9/11, were those terrorists that flew in that plane from caves from Afghanistan versus everything else we know now. It really comes down to just like a state of like denialism almost versus realism. Like, I don't even know how to word that, but I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, people are just like, some people are living in reality, probably most of us in this room, versus a bunch of people who just like deny. They can't accept it and they deny it and they'll like fight it. These are the people who
I
like
think
watch.
what you're looking for is willful ignorance.
Yep, boom, there you go, exactly. Willful ignorance. Yeah.
Whenever I hear
that you said you started questioning things before. You said you started questioning what you believed in. The last week or so, I've been doing the same thing. Not necessarily questioning my beliefs, but with star trails in particular. I've never taken any notice in star trails, but they are really starting to pose some real questions for me in what they appear to be doing.
Like what?
Well, we see pictures of star trails, especially at the equator, where you can see them converging and diverging, right? But you see those stars that are in the middle, especially, and they do appear, right? They do appear to be coming up from below the horizon or going down below the horizon. That's what they appear to be doing. And you know, I'm questioning those at the moment. Now, whether it's perspective, atmospheric conditions, personal dome, these sorts of things, none of them really seem to have a satisfactory answer, because those stars that are right in the centre do appear to be coming up from below the horizon or setting down below the horizon. No one who's seen them can say anything else, because that's what they appear to be. Now, just because they appear to be doing that doesn't mean that they are doing that, but that's definitely what they appear to be doing.
So I got hung up on the star trails for a long time too.
Yeah.
And maybe I could help you out if you're willing to pay attention, right?
Yeah.
So you said, no single one of those things explains it. Well, it's because you have to take it all into consideration.
Yeah.
Right? It is about atmospheric conditions. It is about perspective. It is about your own personal dome. Right? But there's this thing that I'm looking for, and I'm trying to send it to you.
Yep.
Kind of help you understand like all these things, exactly how it works. So I was a flat earther in the beginning, and then I was on the fence for like a year and a half.
Yep.
And then I started to grow my understanding, and then I realized, okay, it's absolutely flat, right? How could I not understand this? It was so simple. But this is what it boils down to. If you're talking about the shape of the earth, you measure it directly.
Yes.
And anyone talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, the shadows from sticks and wells, like this is all non sequitur. It doesn't follow the conversation. So think about, I'm taking you to Texas, and I'm going to get you a brand new pair of custom boots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're not going to measure your hat size and then go make the boots, are they?
No.
No, they're going to measure your feet directly, right?
100%. Yep.
Right. Now I want you to look at the gift that I just posted to you.
Yep.
Do you see it?
I certainly can. Yeah.
So this candle represents one star, and you just saw it set on a flat surface, didn't you?
Yep. Certainly did. Yeah. In the yep. And you see it
So
moving
here's
in the bottom one.
so
Yeah.
here's the rub. Here's the rub. Is the magnifying glass, is it acting like a lens?
Is it? Yes.
Okay, so is the atmosphere acting like a lens in
100%.
reality, outside?
100% it is. Yep.
Okay, so what I got caught up on the star trails was the southern star trails. And what I come to realize that what people are doing in this community, especially the anti-flat earthers, is they're making baseless assertions, right? And this baseless assertion, it's a formological affirming the consequent fallacy. Let me give you an example. So the lamp is out in the living room. Well, it must be the bulb. Well, that's a logical fallacy, because it could be the cat chewed the plug came unplugged, you didn't pay the electric bill, the light's out for the whole community, or you need to flip the breaker switch. Which one is it? That's where the science comes in. So what we're going to do is we're going to manipulate the independent variables, right? So I form a hypothesis, maybe it's the bulb, I change the bulb, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then I realized, it was the breaker box. I flipped it, it came back on. That was the cause. What everybody's doing is they're going around and saying, this is the cause, no, this is the cause, this is the cause, this is the cause. Nobody's doing science. All they're doing is they've replaced the experimentation, right? They've replaced science with affirming the consequence.
Yeah.
The consequence, excuse me.
They
So
went a step
affirmation does not replace, hold on, I'm almost done. Affirmation does not replace experimentation.
No, it doesn't. And that GIF is actually really good, Hank, that one that you sent me there. Yeah. That, yeah. So even though it does appear like it's going down and setting on that flat table, which is what it appears in the top half of that GIF, you can see all that's happening with that candle is it's just moving further and further and further away. Yeah.
I would say it's worse than that. They killed the cat, they beat their wife, they then used statistical data from supercomputers to predict that the light will come back on, and use propaganda at the same time to tell you that the light being off is a good thing.
Thank you, Hank. Thanks for sending me that, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, come on, no one's gonna laugh at my joke.
Ha ha. Damn.
You're welcome. Share the gift so everybody else can see it.
Yeah, no, I will, mate. I will. 100%.
Hey, yo, Hank, send me that gift.
I'm sorry, he can send it. I'm eating. Sorry.
One thing that made me think about flat Earth today was, did you guys hear about that underwater eruption volcano thing near Tonga?
Yeah.
And there was,
You see the video?
Yeah, I saw a lot of videos about it, but there's a supposed like satellite image of it,
That's
and
what I'm
so
talking
like
about. Yeah.
like okay, that's fine, but I mean like, so was that CGI too?
They're stepping up the propaganda.
right it
bro.
was,
They're
dude. Have a
really
look.
stepping it up.
It was either CGI or they will try to kill Cthulhu.
Complete fucking CGI, dude.
But I mean, they can't predict when the Earth is going to explode.
Dude, but
Like,
they can. Well, I'm not gonna get into the what's her house, but I'll tell you that fucking video they showed is fucking laughable.
How is it laughable? I mean, like,
Well, forgive me, it's not laughable knowing that there was destruction caused. However, the video footage they show of the explosion seems like complete and utter bullshit.
but you know how long it would take to like CGI that stuff? That would take hours at least. And like I work with
Bro,
like
can you
video stuff
verify
like that. You can't do that stuff in 10
Verify
minutes.
it's true.
But it's premeditated though, so it doesn't need to be on the spot. If it's premeditated, it could have been done at any time.
Okay, but how long ago did they start on it, and how did they know that there's going to be an undersea volcano eruption?
Dude, can you verify it's true? Can you verify its authenticity?
Dude, just because they have cameras up there in the sky, don't mean that the fucking Earth's a globe. Period.
I agree. And they don't show the edge of the Earth either. I agree with you, but I mean, I'm just saying it looks pretty. Here's another example of it looking round, and then during a catastrophe on Earth, and it was shown hours later, like not that long after.
Dude, when I went to Hemorrhoid website and it told me in their own words that they take data sets from all these different radars and fucking NORAD and fucking and NOAA and all this and wrap it around on the 2012 NASA Blue Marble. I'm like, wait a minute, these are supposed to be real-time photographs of Earth, and their own websites telling me that it's basically a lot of data stitched together, wrapped around a ball in 3D software. Like that right there is made it difficult for me to ever 100% get back to the globe. Just seeing them, their actual pictures of Earth that are crap. All the deception. I'll never 100% be able to go back to the globe without some really, really good evidence, proof. It'd be tough for me at this point. I don't think what the fuck it is, man. That's my personal opinion. But the ground, you look up at the heavens and shit, you might start thinking ground. But you look at an airplane, dude. I used to think that the planes coming in directly from the south, where I live, I thought they were space shuttles way off in the distance because they'd be coming up over the horizon, going straight up. That's what the airplanes look like. And now I know they're flying level. And I start paying attention to these things. And it's the damnedest thing, man. If you want to know what's going on in the sky, just look at the clouds. The clouds when there's clouds in the sky, there are always clouds on the horizon. Well, do the math. If you want to stick with the math, that tells us that the clouds on the horizon are like 200-300 miles away all around us when you drive to them and you're up under them in fucking 10 or 12 miles. You know, it's this is how we see, man. You measure the ground, you think it's flat. You look in the heavens, it looks like a dome. You know, it looks like, but it's perspective, man. I think the guy did a pretty good job explaining it. So, yeah, it takes something incredible for me to go back to the globe. I personally don't think they know what the fuck it is.
Clouds are interesting, man. Have you guys ever paid attention to clouds and how they move so uniformly in the sky?
Well, yeah, you got to take HAARP into consideration as well.
Yeah, another thing about the clouds that you mentioned that, Brian, like the local lighting on the clouds is a big giveaway in my mind too. Like once I fully became aware of this and just looking at it more and the way that like during sunsets and during also moonrises and moonsets and sunrises as well, but especially sunsets is one of the most profound where there's like the lighting is clearly local, like visibly local on those clouds in certain types of sunsets where there's like local lighting. Whereas if it was a 93 million mile away sun and we're on a big globe, those sun rays are supposed to be hitting parallel to the Earth. And I understand that, yeah, I mean, you know, the globe would be turning back. And so I understand that idea that the sun would be setting, but it would be an even distribution of light from that 93 million mile source upon the entire surface. And then as it went to nighttime, as the sun went quote unquote below the curve or whatever of the Earth, then the entire sky would sort of like a shadow, you know, it would sweep over. But instead we get this like fading effect. We get local lighting and a fading effect of the light.
That's a good point, man. But yeah, I mean, I really did. I looked at my odometer. I even filmed it, but it's such a boring video. You know, it's like to put on my channel, me just driving down the road, looking at traffic, looking at the cloud, looking at, you know, it's, and then go for a little while. But, but every time I've done it a few times where I paid attention and had straight long shots, but anytime you're on the highway, man, just look. And you get to, you know, the clouds at the bottom of your personal atmospheric dome, whatever you want to call it, are no more than 20 miles away, you know, usually between about 10 and 15.
Yep. That's why like on a lot of like weather stations and things, when they talk about visibility, they'll often.
That's crazy though, man. I thought there was a lot more space shuttle launches until flat Earth, and I realized it's perspective. The airplanes literally look like little space shuttles because they're probably about, you know, 70, 80 miles away, however far. And they look like they're coming up above the horizon, but they're going straight up. The trail is.
I think just real quick, I was going to say, I think one of the things that does make the globe Earth more believable to people, if let's say there's a dome of a field of view, the personal dome, you know, but just more like the field of view is a dome of a sort. Just that alone is going to possibly make the Earth look spherical, even though, you know, it's not. But it's just because of that, you're on a planar surface with that circular field of view. And then, I mean, you know, our head is a circle, our eyes are spheres. I mean, so there's a lot of those components going on anyways. Like our head is like a gyroscope. And then, of course, if the larger system, like if you know, a planar Earth, there may be a larger dome, but that would be way, way larger. You would never be able to see that whole thing unless somehow you could. But I'm just saying, like, you would always just see your local dome that is within the planar surface and then the sky. And even if the sky is a larger dome, that difference is not going to be, you know, like the difference between your personal field of view and the larger one is a big difference. So to you, it's just going to look like your little kind of bubble of vision.
It's almost like we're limited with vision, right? Like it's you're unable to distinguish if the ground is curving or the sky is curving, or it's just has something to do with your eyeballs, with the way they work, with how the cone shape resonates. But like it's weird and it's freaky when you think about it, right? Because you imagine that these people have been confusing the vision and how it works with actual like physical structure.
I completely agree.
Exactly.
It's trippy. Yeah, it's weird. What do you guys think about this? I saw this. Excuse me. This image of the. You guys know about the SR-71 Blackbird? That old military craft from the 80s or whatever, 70s, 80s. It flew at like an incredible speed. And I saw this one image saying, like, if this thing was flying that fast, and I think it went like 2,000 or 3,000 miles per hour, very fast, SR-71 Blackbird, it would have to be continually flying. This is the argument. It would have to be continually flying in a slight downwards motion as to not fly off into space. What do you think about that?
It makes perfect logical sense on some sort of sphere. If it's a sphere, it would have to. If it's moving that fast, it would have to account. And the faster it moves, the more you have to account for that curvature, because the faster you creep up on it.
Yeah.
You're saying that someone claimed this, like somebody claimed that they had to point the nose down. Is that?
Well, I mean, people have made that claim a lot of times with just general airplanes like Boeings and stuff. But I mean, I guess the whole point is this SR-71 Blackbird is a great point because it went so fast. And there's other airplanes that go that fast, like experimental military planes and stuff. But like the point is, they'd have to be pointing down unless they flew out into space, right? So and that's in favor of like flat Earth theory. Like that's why it's not round, because if it was round, they would fly out into space accidentally, right? So
I mean, technically not even in their model, because they say that you have to reach escape velocity and hit it at a certain angle to pop out into their vacuum that they claim is surrounding the globe. So even on an airplane, even if you aimed it up, even on their model, you would just not be able to go up any further. Like there would be, I guess they would claim gravity, the atmosphere, all the different troposphere and all the stratosphere. Like as you would get to that Kármán line level, that you wouldn't be able to break out, because that's why they claim that.
That's saying, though. You don't think you'd
use rockets.
But all right, how would that physically? How would that physically? If you were looking at that event happening, somebody trying to poke out of the atmosphere, how would it look? Would they bounce down? Would it just?
No, wait, he wasn't saying that you'd fly into space, man. He's saying that you'd have to adjust, and you would look with the regular planes and all that. You could make the argument that the speed they're going, but with the Blackbird, he's right. It comes out to like a half a degree every 30 seconds, man. And dude, you'd feel that. Not to mention have to adjust for it when you're going 2,170 miles an hour. Yeah, you most certainly have to adjust for it. Then I look at the planes like them trailing the water, breaking with the speed of sound. The sound wave right and behind them and shit, man. And going them speeds like that, yeah, they'd have to make adjustments. But I don't think they wouldn't actually be able to fly out into space. But yeah, they'd have to make noticeable adjustments, especially in the Blackbird. There'd be no getting around it. They'd be constantly nosing down, a couple times a minute. I don't know, man. I think it's a pretty good point.
Yeah, they would have to. It would be physically impossible for them to fly straight for an amount of time, because they will pop out of the sphere. It's just common sense. So they would have to adjust.
Even if it was round, you'd find the Blackbird would find itself in an area of the atmosphere that it wasn't even designed to fly in, and it would explode or crash or something.
So Gio, how do you think that would look when a plane or something hits the the stratospheres or whatever the fuck is up there? You think it just stops? Like that bottle rocket that just suddenly stop, or it bounces out or something like that? How would you think it would look?
Well, in terms of, there's a couple things you said there. I mean, in terms of the idea of like a firmament, some like a layer of plasma liquid or something. I mean, there's a lot of interesting ideas to talk about, possibilities there. But in terms of like in the globe model, what I'm saying is that in their model, they would say, in my understanding of it, is that even if you had an airplane, maybe even the SR-71, that even if you didn't account for the Earth curve, in their model, and if you tried just shooting up into outer space or whatever, because they claim that you have to be going, 17,000 miles an hour, and you have to hit it at a certain angle, like the way that they claim you have to reach escape velocity. That's what they claim, and that's why they use rockets to go to space instead of just flying airplanes into space, because they claim that you have to penetrate it at a certain angle. So I would think that, in their model, like that, even if you did have an SR-71 and you got to some extremely high altitude, that it would just not be able to travel any higher. It would, I'm not saying it would bounce off of a ceiling, but it would sort of be unable to go any higher, and therefore at that point it would just be falling around the Earth the way that they describe it in that idea. Of course, that's just all their model. That's theoretical.
And by falling back to the Earth, it's like it trying to leave, but gravity pulling it back down.
No, the atmosphere runs out. Can't generate any more lift, and the engines can't take in any more atmosphere to make combustion, so they run out of thrust and lift.
So the space satellites can get out there though, because we give them enough thrust to get out far enough.
Excuse me.
Like Geo was saying with escape velocity, there's enough thrust to get them at that speed to escape gravity. But then there's also obviously the theoretical platform on board to keep thrust through the lack of atmosphere as well.
Right, yeah. I'm aware of the concept.
So it's like popping out of a bubble, like they need to go fast enough in order to penetrate the bubble or something?
Basically, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, as far as I understand it, you need to get out of it. You can't go too far out, but once you're outside of it, then there's that magic space between getting sucked away, but also being stuck in Earth's gravity. Supposedly, they figured that out, and that's how satellites work. They say they're in a continuous motion where they're getting sucked out of into space while at the same time getting sucked towards Earth because of gravity, and that's how satellites work. I think
they found a way to stick it like to the ionosphere. Like how they say they have like an ionosphere or whatever. Like they found like how to use whatever chemical that shit is made out of to find these things to stick it up there somehow.
it's interesting. Oh, I think the whole thing
Electrodynamic tethering.
Weird.
That shit's amazing.
Guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Am I lagging out? Yeah.
We got you.
All right, cool. So the ionosphere. They didn't ever talk about the ionosphere until people were beaming radio casts like on the other side of the plane. And they were saying, you're never going to be able to do that because of curvature. It's not going to work. Well, when it worked, they had to say, oh, well, obviously you bounced it off the ionosphere, right? So what they do is they say this isn't going to work because the Earth is a globe. And then when it works, they come up with an ad hoc explanation, again, affirming the consequent and saying, oh, well, you bounced it off the ionosphere. That's how that happened. So anytime you hear one of these, crazy theories like dark matter and dark energy and ionosphere and multiverse and all this stuff, you have to ask, well, where did this come from? Right? Why did they come up with this harebrained theory, this cockamamie idea? And then you look into it and its origins, and it's like, oh, they're trying to explain away a phenomenon that goes against their so-called model, which they don't have.
I think ionosphere is like code for dome or whatever the fuck is up there.
That's a good theory. Postulation.
Hank Hill, finish your point.
That was it.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's fun. Well, I know this is probably like we're beating a dead horse at this point, but I mean, still to this day, I watch like videos about how we didn't go to the moon and all that, and it's really interesting to connect all this stuff like mentally in your head, and it's really interesting. Like, I personally don't think we went to the moon in 1969. I could be wrong, but I don't think we did. And I'm wondering maybe there's a bigger, wider reason why we didn't, aside from how lots of people think why we didn't. Like, we didn't have the technology to get there. And now I'm wondering maybe there isn't even a there. You know what I mean?
Dude, all I needed to have is one look at the moon lander, and mechanically, I see no way to build it the way they did. It isn't aerodynamic at all. I mean, the way they build it has. I mean, bro, I bet you any engineer will look at that and say this thing is not capable of flying.
Oh, it looks childish.
It looks like a recycled washing machine with a bit of gaffer tape and a few zip ties attached to it. That's what it looks like.
So, did you guys ever hear about the story about the guys that stole the thing that, how is it they call it, the homeless tweaker shelter? That didn't come from nowhere. That actually came from a story about a guy that he said that two guys in Hawaiian shirts approached him about his kind of shelter thing that he built. They were wanted to buy it, and he said no. And one day he just left to do his thing, find money or whatever these people do. And one day he came back and the house wasn't there. And then the next time he saw his house was in the TV, and it was saying that his house was going to the moon. That's where the homeless tweaker shelter thing came from, because it was literally a homeless tweaker shelter.
You talking about the lunar lander?
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing that I would like to do more research on.
That's Kosho's chariot. That's his chariot to the heavens.
One thing I'd like to do more research on is supposedly that I don't quote me on this because I don't know for sure, but supposedly a lot of the materials they claim that were used for the, I don't know at what point, the craft would have melted when it got to such a high temperature. Like very basic metals wouldn't even survive in such like temperatures. And
Exactly. That's where there's a bunch of inconsistencies. Like Hank had brought up when they started to label the different layers of the high atmosphere and in the kind of globe model and in the space model, and they sort of reorganized those and structured them into this modern day viewpoint of it. And they're not able to do damage control quickly enough because a lot of the components of how they've explained those layers don't correlate with the capacity for them to fly that tin can through it.
It shouldn't be that hard to figure out, right? All these people, all these Globers that are good at math, why is it they haven't been able to sum up the heat, how much it takes for an object to heat up, right? Like aluminum, like gold, right? And then compare it to supposedly the temperature up there. And I'm pretty sure if they'll do the math, they'll come up with a situation where they could not explain how is it that these metals they don't melt in that temperature. They could not explain that.
Well, exactly.
Let's do the math. Let's do the math then, since we're going to go over this. What metal melts at 200 degrees? I'm not aware of any.
200, yeah, we're going into the thousands.
Thermostat is 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, what about?
Yeah, that's
what
on
about,
that. Yeah, that's then now you're talking about the command module.
Okay, then. What about when you're talking about the sun, Kosho? The sun apparently gets to 5 million degrees. Great. 5 million. All
Yeah,
right.
They don't claim to have gone to the sun now.
The thermosphere ranges from 500. They say ranges from 500 Celsius up to 2,000. So 2,000 is 3,632 Fahrenheit.
Okay, but are we talking about the lunar lander or are we talking about the command module?
Well, the whole thing claims to have,
both. Not to
No.
mention the radiation on the way there. Let's talk about that too.
Okay, but let's go back then. We're not talking. We're not. They're both not judged in the same regard, right? That there's a lunar lander and then there's the command module, but one is not the other.
Okay, let's talk about the first one then, the one on the outside.
Yeah, the command module can go through the upper parts of the atmosphere and you know all that heat and stuff.
I
It's
actually
made for
just
that.
found another quote. They say the highest temperature. I mean, this is just on Wikipedia, but they say actually 4,500 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, the command module, sure, yeah, it's got the those plates on the side and all that kind of stuff.
I mean,
Heat
the
resistant.
tinfoil.
No, that's the lunar lander. The lunar lander, could not make it through the atmosphere, but it was never made to.
But you guys know that there's difference. Like if I go to 100 degrees Celsius air, I'm okay. But if I go to boiling water, I will get burns on my body.
Yeah, because of the surface area of water. Yeah.
Density.
Yeah, and the surface. Well, that would get into a whole other discussion of what density
Oh,
is.
you're talking about the temperatures in the thermosphere, like when they have those giant. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that just has to do with there's not enough air up there.
It's like I can use an angle grinder and let the sparks go into my hand, but I won't burn to death, even though they're hundreds of degrees Celsius.
I tell you
You have
what.
to remember that
I've actually done that, and it does burn you if you leave it for a prolonged time. It will scar you
if you leave it for a long time. Yeah.
Well, Kosho, I just posted. You're telling me that this thing went through that?
It's a washing machine.
It's a. It has little plastic little horns on the bottom. Are they trying to pretend like those are thrusters? And look, it has these little satellite dishes. I mean, this thing is just an absolute laughing stock.
Where's the plastic horns?
Look at the plastic horns underneath. It says United States. Go down from there. There's a little paper mache square with little circular gold.
How do you know what it's made
Those are
of?
thrusters. That's not paper mache though. That looks like it's metal.
Oh,
Yeah, how do you know that it's plastic and paper?
I mean, when I say laughable, I'm not saying I'm laughing at anyone for believing it. I'm saying for myself, I'm laughing that they sold this to the population. For me.
Plus, who took that picture? Also, I want to know.
Could have been for the lunar lander. Who knows? But that's not important. What's important is
No, it isn't fucking important.
There's making a couple different claims at the same time. So the lunar lander was not what took him back to Earth. This was the command module. The command module, which went through the thermosphere, as Moleman said, it's not going through a dense medium, and temperature is not defined by. It's not a magnitude based on the absolute amount of energy you're going to be taking on. It's the average energy for the molecules that you're taking on, and when you're in a dense medium, that's a lot of molecules, and you add that together, it's a lot of energy. But when you have 4,500 degrees and you're talking about a couple molecules, that's almost no energy. That means there's no transference of that energy onto you,
Then
or
how
there's
do
very
they
little.
measure the temperature?
I was just about to ask. How is it that they get a measurement then if there's no way to account for it?
I didn't say there's no way to account for it. I'm just saying that the average temperature of each particle, however they measured it, that added together does not equal 80 degrees down here on the surface even.
Okay.
Same way
How do you
like-
account for the radiation then? Because they would have needed a lead wall to block it all.
And is there a way?
Changing the subject.
Is there a way of verifying that molecules fly about in non-mediums? Is there a way to verify that?
That is
Molecules
a medium.
are the
There's
medium.
particles. Yeah.
Well, Coach, so you're telling me
the
we
particle
need
needs to ride on something on a medium, right? It needs to move about on something.
So you're using the
Where does-
unproven. Using the unproven theories of particles and atoms to then explain why 4,500 degrees is not 4,500 degrees?
No, I'm not telling you what it is and what it isn't. I mean, I'm not telling you it's not what they're claiming to be. I'm telling you guys something that you may have a misunderstanding about, which is what temperature. When someone tells you the temperature of some medium, that temperature is expressing the ultimate magnitude of the energy there is going to be the average temperature multiplied by every particle that's there. So if you that amount of energy, like if you want to transfer an amount of energy onto you, and there's a lot of particles, that's going to be a lot of opportunity to transfer it. If there's like one particle per, who knows, every centimeter, and there's all 4,500 degrees, then sure, each one transferring energy to you is going to transfer a bunch to one particle, but that's like no energy.
It's like if I'm
That sounds like
How do they measure the temperature?
that sounds like junk science.
Like if I'm in a sauna that's 100 degrees Celsius, I can be there for a length of time. But if I have a steel ball that is 100 degrees Celsius and I touch it, I can only do it for so long. The same temperature.
Red herring. How did they measure the temperature?
Oh, it's with a thermometer. I can measure the temperature of boiling water and a hot sauna with the same thermometer, and I get 100 degrees Celsius.
So then what is
measure the temperature? The surface. Sorry, hold on. You're comparing the surface of the Earth to the upper atmosphere, and that's not a correct equivalency. It's a false equivalency.
And if
There's
you
a
let
huge difference. Hold on. There's a huge difference between a ball bearing and one or two hydrogen and helium molecules floating around in a near perfect vacuum.
What do you have to physically measure? Hold on, let me say one thing. What did you have to physically measure the actual particles themselves?
Yes. And that's what I do with a thermometer, whether it's in boiling water or in air or in any medium.
So what is acting upon this thermometer up in the thermosphere at 4,500 degrees? What is acting on it that isn't 4,500 degrees? Meaning, if you were standing next to it, if you were hanging out next to the thermometer, you're holding it. The thermometer says 4,500. What is making it not 4,500 for you?
It is 4,500. Just
Okay,
like in the sauna, it's 100 degrees, and a steel ball is 100 degrees. The both are 100 degrees to me.
So what you're saying when you point at it with your thermometer, you're coincidentally hitting some sort of particle?
Yeah, because there's gas.
That's a
that's
a great coincidence, bro.
So what kind of air conditioning did they have to have on the rocket or the device to get through the thermosphere at 4,500 degrees? Because it's still 4,500 degrees, right? You're just trying to say that particles are spread out, so you have to waver the thermometer around in the air and just pick up one particle, but then that's not, the rest of it's not 4,500?
Yeah. I mean, you can look how they measure the temperatures there, but I mean, I'm saying that the heat transfer is different in a lower density than in a higher density. And that's obvious.
That could be true.
So
it is true because I can be
4,500 degrees, but it doesn't transfer to the body. So it's kind of like you're floating in a 4,500 degree thing, but it just isn't affecting your body at 4,500 degrees. Is that what you're saying?
It is, but it's heating the whatever spacecraft there is. The less dense the gas is, the slower it heats it up. I mean, that's demonstrable and self-evident. Just like when I go to sauna, I can be in 100 degrees easily for half an hour.
So how long did it take them to take the temperature when they're up there? How long did it take? How long does it take for a molecule every few minutes to hit the thermometer before it goes up to 4,500 degrees? How long does that take?
That's a good question. You can look it up.
I imagine a very long time.
I'm sure. If you're interested, then you should maybe go and research it.
Here's an ignorant question. What temperature does plastic melt at? And how did we measure them with thermometers back in the late 60s?
Plastic is fluid at room temperature, and they add BPA, I think, female growth hormone, to plastic to harden it.
What does
byproduct of
plastic
petroleum.
Female growth hormone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
I
does
know what you
plastic
mean.
has to do with this?
Well, I mean, like, what do they make these things out of? Like steel? I don't think they did.
I mean, you can look that up also. I mean, I don't think NASA says that the moon lander was made out of cheese or plastic or paper.
It might as well have been cheese, man. Because now let's go back to how this conversation started. Well, they made them out of pieces of metal that can't survive in these high temperatures.
Sure, and I can't survive in the temperatures of melting steel, but I can use an angle grinder to my hand. I won't die. So.
Well, I don't know why you would do that. Well, okay, man. Yeah, but you'll bleed to death and need to go to the hospital. If we heat this spacecraft up above its threshold, which was above what these metal melting points are, nobody's going to the moon.
Yeah, but it depends on the time, how long you're exposed to that temperature, and what the energy transfer is.
Well, I think it took them quite a while to get to the moon from Earth. I think like a good.
But
I don't remember the time off the top of my head, but a good day or so, something like that.
Yeah, so they weren't a day in a thermosphere though.
So let me get this straight. So these ridiculous temperatures, you're saying they don't take into effect because there aren't enough molecules in space. Is that what you're saying?
There's less molecules over there than there is over here, and the exposure time is not that long.
So what is the temperature outside of the molecule line or whatever? You know, in that part of space, hypothetically, where the molecules just don't reach. What is the temperature there?
It's the temperature of the molecules. There's just molecules and then space.
So what you're saying is, just like Earth, how we have molecules just flying about, space just works the exact same way with no medium. We just have molecules flying around everywhere. Right? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. What's the medium for the air that we breathe on Earth? What's the medium that the air is in?
I mean, air would be the medium, right?
Yes. Yeah. So gas. So that's what we have in space too. Just gas.
Okay, so now it isn't a void. We have some sort of gas up there. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know if you accept it, but in the model, the pressure in like outer space is 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is a positive number. So there is gas. There's no place anywhere where there is nothing.
Well, what we have. So is it like what? Like Mercury?
No, it's gas. Different kind of gases.
So it's not a vacuum after all.
No one's ever
how many
said.
times we heard vacuum of space? The moon is in the vacuum of space.
No one has ever said that space is a perfect vacuum.
I mean,
why
perfect.
They call it a vacuum.
The word perfect doesn't really matter because the word perfect
pressure.
doesn't really represent anything. Nothing is perfect, right? So it really doesn't matter. But a vacuum.
Sure, but vacuum is low pressure.
It's a stronger vacuum than our 5,000 horsepower pump can pull.
No, vacuum I thought was zero pressure, hence the term.
No, it's not.
Well, close to.
Close to, yeah.
So I got a question. Why is it that we can take pictures of 273 miles away and get the Guinness Book of World Records? And I say we, I mean humankind, because that dude wasn't even a flat earther. And you guys, you anti-flat earthers, why are you still here?
Well, what do you mean? Why are we still here?
Well, if I was a globe earther and then someone showed me the Guinness Book of World Records,
maybe not,
and this mountain was taken at 273 miles away, I'd be like, shucks, you got me. I guess that's it. Game over. I lose.
Unless they're getting paid to deliberately come on here and discredit just for,
No, that's not true. Hey, I will say this right now. I've been in this community for a couple of years now, and I'm still on the fence. And I don't work for the CIA or anything like that. I'm just a dude living in my house, and I have a cat.
You're a dude who needs to go to the ocean and make some observations. Why haven't you been yet?
You're on the fence of what? What is it exactly that you're on the fence on?
I just don't know. I know both sides of the argument fairly well. I just don't.
Would
Yeah,
you
but
say that
forget the
you're?
argument. Hold on, guys. ET,
Real quick,
do me a
let him
favor.
out.
Close your
Let
eyes.
him out.
Hold on,
273
bro.
miles away.
Hold on.
It's my house.
We're gonna do word association, right? Close your eyes, ET. When I say this word, you tell me what pops into your mind's eye. Okay.
Okay, let's
Earth.
do this.
What do you see? Earth.
Round.
What do you see?
Beautiful
Like a penny?
planet.
Like a penny?
A sphere.
Okay, so you see a sphere.
Yeah.
Right. So you know what Earth really is?
Well, that's why I'm here right now. I'm trying to figure it out.
No, let me help you out, bro. Earth is that stuff that gets in between your toes at the beach, right? Earth is that stuff that earthworms live in.
Oh yeah,
That
sand
stuff
and
that thing you see in your mind, it only exists in your mind. It only exists on TV. The people believe Mars was attacking in the 1940s, right? Because they heard it on the radio.
Mhm.
And people believed even more they landed on the moon when they saw it and heard it, because audio hallucinations, you might believe some of that. Audio and visual at the same time, that's really good. That's a
Yeah.
nice trick if you could conjure that up.
I'm with
Now
you.
it's audio and visual, and they just happen to have a porthole facing Earth on the way to the moon, right? And that's where we get our first images of Earth as a sphere. And that's been on every single magazine, every single television. I mean, every single TV on Earth has had that model on it at one point, unless the TV's brand new and never been turned on.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay.
100%.
So you believe it because you saw it on TV and you have anchor bias.
I did believe it. Now I'm wondering if it was ever real in the first place.
Well, how do you convince millions of people of something, right? Isn't it to put to imprint an image in their head? So they put it in the TV, they say it in the radio, they teach it to us in schools. They put
Yeah,
it everywhere. So subconsciously we will just think it's a sphere.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, just make it a fact for you to believe. Yeah, or a fake fact, just as you're a child, and then you believe it. Yeah,
It's kind of like the Santa Claus thing, right? Like that Santa Claus
yeah.
tooth
It's a
fairy thing.
great example. Yeah, same thing. Yeah,
Or God.
or
Well, it depends. Hold on. It depends on what do you see God as, right? If you think God is some sort of Superman type of Apollo kind of character, then you would. But if you consider God to be just everything, right? The air we breathe, the ground that is a part of God. Then you see it different. Most people believe in a Superman kind of God. Like it's some entity just sitting in a mountain, just looking in it, listening to everything, and arbitrarily just making decisions. They believe in that. That's why it's difficult for them to believe it.
a lot of people do believe in God. It's insane.
Yeah, some people
actually.
just read a old book and just say that that's true because someone wrote it. And some people watch the television and say that yep, it's from television, so it's true.
Again, but it's you're referring to the Bible, right? Somebody wrote it, therefore it
Or
doesn't
Quran.
necessarily mean it's untrue. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the Bible is what you think it is, right? A lot of people have an idea
Or true.
of what the Bible
Or
is.
true. Sure. And reading that doesn't make it true.
It doesn't also make it untrue.
Yeah, and also not true.
Which leads you where exactly?
To figure out if it's true or not by other means. Then
But how would you do that? That doesn't come about with something read or watching some information that somebody else
it tells you.
for you.
That's why
It tells you in the Bible to test all things. Sorry, brother, didn't mean to talk over you. It tells you in the Bible to test all things and keep that which is true. That's kind of weird for a religion to say test all things, because isn't the religion itself one of the things that you should be testing?
That's
sounds
true.
like fun.
See, that's the thing, though. In the Bible in the Bible, they don't really talk a lot about religion, right? They talk about other things. So religion is something that like human beings derived from reading the Bible. I don't think it's necessarily the point of the Bible to make religions, to make churches, and to have people worship. I think that's a human quality. That's a human. We have this thing that we need to be together, right? We need
Quite
to
literally
associate
in
for some
there
reason.
as a main part of the New Testament. So I disagree.
I mean, the Bible says, or Jesus says in the Bible, that don't build worshipping places for me. I don't remember the direct thing, but he said that don't build any places for me.
But exactly, like you think of a
that's
God.
not true. He did not say that.
But again, why
But he
would
did.
God need churches built and people praying to him if he doesn't gain any sort of benefit from it? Why would a God need that?
Okay, so why doesn't he gain? So why do you think he doesn't gain a benefit from it? And if he's God who created us and created us for the purpose of worshiping him, why does he need a reason for us to worship him? He said, "Do it."
It comes back to the same thing every time, to give us a chance to see what you're going to do. It all loops around every single time. What are you going to do? It's like a grand test.
But for what? Is it for our benefit, or is it for some sort of God scientist that's sticking some sort of scoreboard up there somewhere?
Probably
I'm not
both.
here to answer that. Okay, let's
Imagine being a
imagine.
father. You want to see your child succeed, and you as a person, you want to succeed also. So let's both succeed here and do the right thing, and not, make wrong decisions in life.
But that implies that there's something else. Succeed for what exactly? To prepare you for what?
The next journey.
Which would be what?
I don't know. We're in one right now. This is pretty crazy. Maybe there's another one waiting for us.
All right, it seems like that is the ultimate scam, to always think that there's some place better than now. I have a thought that there is no other place better. I think that this or places like this is the only thing that there will ever be. Right?
Might be
we're
right.
not with this place. We're probably going to another place that have similar rules, but a little bit different. And it just keeps happening and happening for whatever reason. I have no idea. That's what I think we should find out. The actual reason of why we're doing what we're doing, why we believe the things that we believe in, for whose benefit is it?
Yeah, that's a beautiful insight, man. I respect that. I do also think though that I think it would be a horrible idea to make bad decisions in this lifetime. I think let's not do that. Let's at least attempt to do the right thing.
But if you were born in it, right? If you like Morpheus says, if you was born in the sin, right? And so it will be to the point that you cannot see not sin. All you see and all you know and all you hear and all you watch is sin. So you are so immersed in sin, which is bad, that you don't see how you're in it and how to get out of it.
We're not there yet. I know the right way. I know I can see it in my heart and in my soul. When someone makes a decision or makes a comment, I know what's right and wrong. It's not that big of a deal.
Yet? You think we're not there yet? Are you sure about that? Are you seeing what's going on in the world?
Well, now's the testing time. Yeah, I know what to do. I like to think I know what's right and what's wrong now these days. I know the world is crazy, but now would be a good time to exercise these decisions. In my opinion, I can go and pet my cat, and that would be a nice thing. I don't even know. I don't even make bad decisions anymore, hardly. Maybe I shouldn't go eat a bag of chips. I don't know, but...
So bad decisions could be anything, right? For example, eating a steak. You supporting some sort of animal cruelty, right? Putting on clothes.
Well, that's a crazy argument.
Come from animal, right? So it maybe things that you think are not bad decisions. Like I said, since we're born in it, we're in the world of bad decisions, of bad things. We're in the world of the devil. Most of the things that we do, unbeknownst to us, is bad.
Maybe. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's very possible that what you just said is completely true. I think that we still have a chance, though, I don't think we're trapped in this world where no matter what we do, it's wrong. I don't believe that. I think we still have options.
No, yes, I definitely believe that we all have options, all of us. But it has to be something in us to seek out the truth, right? It can't be right. There is no thing like I'm gonna wake up the masses. That doesn't exist. Is a concept that somebody developed. That it's a la land
You're
kind of
right.
concept.
You're right.
Nobody's gonna
You're
wake
right.
up unless they don't want to, unless it's their time. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter how
you're
much you
right
feed
about
them
that.
information.
That's a good point. I agree.
So whatever this place is, I think it's self-serve, right? You have to find a way to save yourself. I think it's the only way to beat it for whatever that may look like, right? Whatever beating this matrix looks like, you have to do it for yourself.
Also, at the end of the day, you're all alone. We all have friends and family and whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's you. You're alone. It's just you, and your relationship with a higher force, if you want to call it that.
Do you think that's why we tend to seek each other out?
Well, I think it's interesting how we have a relationship. Like, man, I just met you tonight, but I mean, like, we obviously seem like we're on the same page and trying to figure out the same thing. It's pretty cool. I like it. Yeah, like, I don't have the answers, but I mean, I can definitely tell when someone's talking some nonsense. That's for sure. I don't know. It's weird. It's all weird. You gotta use your discernment. But I mean, I love meeting people like you, to be honest. I mean, like, a lot of people can't get to that point. They're like, well, what do you think? And I'm just like, well, I don't know. What do you think? This is what I think. And then you sound like you don't really know anything, but at least you're being honest. And you're like, yeah, I don't have the fucking answers. But I mean, I've been studying this shit for so long, you'd think you would have some answers.
But hell, if you're trying to speak, bro, we can't hear you. We just see the
I was
light.
actually waiting. I was waiting for you guys to let off the mic for a second because you asked a question that I think I may know the answer to. Why would God, right? That was the question earlier, about 5 minutes ago, and I've been waiting patiently for a break in the conversation. So let's say you're the creator and you create a whole bunch of children, right? But you're spirit, so you live forever. Wouldn't you want to test these little creatures, find out which one of them are cool and which one of them are assholes? And would you really want to hang out with rapists and murderers and child molesters for eternity? No. You'd give them a testing ground, and they would go to the testing ground, and they got 100 years to figure it out. And if they're assholes, you wouldn't want to hang out with them for eternity, would you?
There's a problem there.
But what would it look like to hang out with God if you're not an asshole, right? Like, what would that look like? Are you gonna be just God's bitch? Like, God is gonna be like, hey man, get me some beverages, and you're just gonna be, yes, God, sure, I'm gonna go get you, and everybody's just God's bitch when they get there.
Have you not
what
read
would
the
that look
Bible?
like?
It says that we're going to have co-heirship with Christ, and we're going to have crowns. We're going to be adopted into the family.
Matrix,
Sorry, bro. I didn't know. I didn't
were
know
using
the
the word
middle of my
God.
sentence interrupted the middle of yours.
Matrix, you were using the word God, but then describing a personality or an entity that would use someone else to go grab them a beverage.
Well, sure.
So
I
you
mean,
use the word that would describe usually something or someone so powerful that they could just make a beverage appear out of thin air with little to no effort whatsoever.
again, that's why we're talking about the whole God thing, right? Because when you guys say that you will be with God, what does that actually look like when you conceptualize it in words?
Well, I
would say you
I
can't
don't think it
conceptualize
looks like anything. It doesn't. It's
Exactly.
not supposed to be physical like we are now.
It's
If our
spiritual.
reward in the afterlife was exactly the same things we could find here, it wouldn't really be much of a reward, would it?
If I was a god, I mean, why would I let people have a possibility to fail, get into heaven? I will just, no life, just straight into the afterlife. Because I mean, if a kid dies,
Because
you don't know if gonna be
Because
erased or not.
Follow
free
that
will.
thought for a minute. Follow that thought for a minute. Okay, what if you did create a people who could have the reward right away, and everybody gets to go to heaven? Okay, would those people, if given a choice, follow God if they knew they were going to go to heaven anyway?
I mean, I guess I don't get the question.
Well, think about it. You have a child who you tell the child, I'm going to give you a cookie at the end of the day, regardless if you're good or bad. I'm just going to give you the cookie. Would it matter? Would they have any reason to be good or bad? I mean, they would just do whatever they want, right?
He would have no incentive to do good.
I mean,
okay. So
yeah,
now,
yeah.
So now you tell a child, I would like you to be good, and if you are good, you get a cookie. That's a reward, right?
Sure. And I'm good without a reward in my life.
Okay. And now, what if God says, all right, I want you to do these things, or if you tell your child, I want you to clean your room. Here's the reward, it's a cookie. Here's your punishment, it's, I don't know. I mean, pick a punishment, timeout, or something like that. Okay?
Sure.
So now you have an equal punishment and an equal reward for the choice that they made, right?
Yeah, and the reason why they're doing good things is just the cookie. Not that they're good to each other. It's just that you get a cookie at the end of the day. You don't think about other people.
Exactly. So now so you remove the cookie and say, I want you to do good simply for doing good, even if you had no reward.
No, the reward is you getting an afterlife. So it's purely selfish.
Okay.
All of it is selfish. The whole worship thing, the whole wanting to save yourself, it's all selfish.
I disagree, but I mean, at that point, yet people still don't do it. So now I have a child who still decides, you know what? No, it's not worth the cookie. I'm not going to do it. So what do you do with that child?
I mean,
you teach them the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe they'll do the right thing.
I don't burn the kid forever for not cleaning their room.
Okay, so I didn't
What do you
say
think
burn the
consumption
kid forever
means?
for not cleaning his room. I'm saying now let's graduate that thought to all eternity. Now you have an eternity. Okay, you have a being that lives for eternity. You have a choice. You can end their existence instead of burning them in hell for all eternity. You can just end their existence. Okay, nobody gets any bad thing, and only the good people get the good things. So you could do that.
Sure, but I mean, if I was that sort of God, and I had these people roaming around on the earth, immediately when someone, I don't know, maybe raped someone, I would just kill them immediately. But that's not what God does. He's just waiting to see it happen, just to forgive them afterwards. I mean,
It's
that's
almost like an experiment.
Okay,
like he's
but
just
are
waiting.
you all wise and all powerful?
I mean, no. Is God?
So, yes.
How do you
Why
know
would
that?
you? What's worth believing in a God if it's not a God who's all wise and all powerful? Why even bother believing in a God who's not?
Hang on a
all wise
minute.
and all powerful?
Hang on. Maybe that girl had been put into hell, and her getting raped was God's punishment to her.
Wouldn't believe that. I don't think that's true. Nope. I'm not.
I mean,
well,
I don't know.
I'm just putting it out there, and I don't think if there is such a creator that he'd be thinking anywhere like how we think.
And hypothetically, in hell will only be to test you further, right? That would it would not be it would be a punishment, yes, but it would be to teach you a further lesson.
No, at that point it's purely punishment because there's no.
I think you guys
teaching courage.
A
But it's
misunderstanding about what hell is supposed to be.
You should know the difference between right and wrong at that point, and God will sort them out afterwards.
People know in their heart if they're following God or not. I mean, I think we should all honestly ask that. That's how I live my life. Am I following God or not? So people know. Yeah.
Unless you're living like the Amish, we are all doing wrong things because even this technology that we're using right now, these plastics, these things, we're all mined by most likely child slavery. You know what I'm saying? So we're all supporting part of the bad. Unless you're an Amish person, you're all doing bad. All of us.
Hold on, you guys.
Hey, I know what you mean about the apple.
Hold on, ET. Hold on a second. If people are kind of clipping each other or cutting each other off, I think Mailman was trying to say something to Torgen. If we could try to do that, so we could all try to finish our thoughts and try not to clip.
Yeah, it's sort of weird to me that on the other hand, like theists are saying that you can't know what God knows, and God has like a he does different things for different reasons, and we don't know those reasons. But then, on the other hand, they're saying that if you were a creator, would you do this and that and this is what the God does. And you just can't know it. If you can't know the nature of God or know what God knows, then I think you're projecting your own humanity into the God that isn't a human.
Agreed.
All
But
ego.
if we're made in his image, right, then he looks like us and we look like him. Isn't it fair to assume that we would share some attributes together?
Sure, but then God would be a sinner, and yeah, I mean, I sin. Everyone sins. So does God.
I don't think you know what an image is. What's an image?
I think it could be that I don't know it because
They
doesn't
say
have
that man was created in the image of God, and what that means, in my opinion, is that God's consciousness. That's what you have in your mind is the consciousness of God, and your body is worthless.
Exactly.
Basically.
The light, the spark, right? That thing that makes you you, right? That thing that disappears, and then after that, they call you the body, right?
It
They're not
seems to
talking
be
about
all describing
you.
the devil. Every
But I
time we
don't know
talk
which
about God and what he wants and why he wants it, we tend to describe some sort of devil, right? Some sort of worship wanting, control having entity.
But I don't know which part of me is the image of God.
The spark. When
you know, I know the difference between right and wrong, and I can tell the dark from the light. It's pretty obvious if you just use your intuition. You know what's dark and what's light. You can tell if you
I know
really just look
what
at
is
it.
wrong. I know what's wrong and right, but that doesn't agree with the Bible's definitions of what's wrong and right.
Well, maybe you shouldn't believe the Bible to be like the end all of truth, be all and
I
end
know that.
all of truth.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know that.
So the Bible was summed up by Christ, who said, "Love God and love your neighbor." Which part of that do you disagree with?
Love God.
Really? Why is that?
I mean, why should I love him?
He's your father.
Well, I mean, I don't know that. That's a claim still on the table.
Well, I mean, it's either this: either there's a heavenly creator, or there's not. And if there's not, this whole place came about by natural selection, natural means, right? And that means that you're basically just a rock with consciousness. How do you
That's
explain
not
that?
I disagree
necessarily
with that.
true.
I disagree with that.
disagree with that too.
What do you
It
call
doesn't have
natural?
to be true.
I mean, there can be supernatural things that are not God, so it doesn't have to be natural.
Nobody knows what the fuck is going on, basically. Let's admit that.
Well, that's what flat Earth does to you.
I agree with
We
that.
come to the realization that we don't know shit.
I agree that I can never know. Well, I mean, sure, when I die, if there is some sort of supernatural thing or entity, then I will know. But
that's beautiful. Yeah, I can accept that. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I mean, I've been researching UFOs for like 20 years, and I still don't have an answer. Yep, what we can't know. We just can't.
I disagree with that. I think that if you walk outside and you look around, you have to know that there is at least a creator, because everything around you has a design. It is created. We are not happenstance. We are not chance. There's no
Yeah.
way any of this would have happened by sheer luck.
That
We
I
can
will
agree.
believe in. Yeah,
We
you're
can
right.
agree.
It's too perfect
There's an issue with that.
for it to be an accident.
So
I think
agree.
even though we don't know what this place is or our purpose, right? We could all agree on a creator, right? But my thing is, I don't know what the intention of that creator is. Right? It doesn't have to be all good and perfect, and the creator wants us next. It doesn't have to be that story, bro. We don't understand why we was created in the first place.
I don't agree with the creation.
Again, I think it would have to be perfect for this creation to be what it is, as beautiful it is, as harmonious as it is. That creator must be all powerful. If it's all powerful, and again, going back to the harmoniousness of it, I would say all knowing. And if it's all powerful and all knowing, you either have an evil being or a good being. And if it's evil, then this certainly is not. I mean, No, there is good in the world. There's love in the world, and so therefore it would make more sense to be an all-knowing, all-powerful, eternal, all-loving God that's always good. I would argue
Absolutely.
you can't. I would argue that there is no other way that it could be.
I'd argue
Absolutely.
against that.
No, you can't argue against that because God created the
Oh.
earth, as the man said, in beauty. Beauty. He didn't create an evil earth. He didn't create that. He created earth with a natural balance. That's what God created.
Are
Anything
we
evil
even
is
sure that
great from
God was
man.
the one that created the earth? Like, is
And how
God
can
and creator
As
someone
the
far as
say?
we
same?
know, it's the creator. The creator.
How
The creator
how do you
created
know?
the earth. Okay?
How do you know that it is created?
Again, that
I
would go
do-
back to the first point. Walk outside and see the harmonious design.
Thank
What,
you.
what, how do you
Thank
recognize
That's a foolish
design?
question. It's a foolish
How
question,
do
you
you
see. Now, listen,
recognize
hang on a
design?
second. Let me just get this little point out. Concerning us flat earthers. Choose to tell you about the flat earth. We choose to tell you about the flat earth because, not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Because that goal will prove to everybody else who is sick in the head. When we actually begin to deliver the flat earth, we ask for God's blessing. I end my speech there.
Nice
That
one.
is the-
Not because it's easy, but because you guys are hard headed.
Yeah.
How do you recognize design?
Because it
How do we
has
reckon?
I got the answer for that. Specified complexity, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the T cell has a helper T cell, and the helper T cell helps the T cell, right? So that means that they were designed to work together. Because what would there be a helper T cell for without a T cell? Wouldn't work, would it? What would there be a T cell without the helper T cell? Wouldn't work,
Sure,
would
but
it?
how? But so you recognize design by irreducible complexity.
Yeah, I mean, if you see a
Okay,
mousetrap and you take one thing away, is it a mousetrap?
I mean,
Take away the board.
depends.
Is it a mousetrap?
If I take wheels off of a car, is it a car?
No.
It's a car without
No.
wheels.
Okay, so it's a car. Okay.
without wheels.
What if I take the engine out? Is it a car?
It's a car
It's
without
called a
wheels
rolling
and an engine.
chassis.
Yep. So it's a
Well,
car.
I guess if it doesn't have wheels. No, you're
a car.
failing. To,
It's a car
okay,
without
answer the
wheels and an
question
engine.
directly. If you take the spring away from a mousetrap, is it a mousetrap?
I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, that's
It's a mouse
talking
trap without
about
a spring.
that's
It's a mouse trap
that's
without a spring.
that's a definition. That's a definition game, in my opinion. It's still an
a
object.
mouse trap without a spring.
Yeah, it's a
It's
mouse
a mouse
trap.
trap missing a spring. Yeah.
But
it's
how
a
do you know,
mouse
like in
trap
nature,
missing a
if I
spring.
see a, let's say I see a rock, how do I know that that rock is designed?
That's easy, bro. Any 2-year-old knows the answer to this question. It's
Which
functional sequence, specified complexity. Does a sand dune have Hold on, bro. Functional sequence, which means the genetic code has a functional sequence, right? When it copies itself, it searches for errors. If it finds any, it corrects errors. Now, if you think that came up out of the rocks, right, and out of, just the minerals of the earth and stuff, I don't know what to tell you. That requires a great deal of faith that I do not possess.
How do we know that?
Hold on, I'm about to answer the question. How do you know the difference between a rock and like an ornate, sculpture like David? I don't know, bro. How do you tell the difference between
How
the
do
statue of
I know?
David and just a regular rock? I don't know.
How
Use
do
your fucking eyes.
Yeah.
I can
How
answer
do
that.
I know? How do I know the difference? Because you're saying that both of those are designed, but the block of sand is done by a better designer than the statue.
No.
No,
But
I
you're
have
saying
this.
that did God create sand?
There's 3 components, and that would be the rock to the sculpture would be beauty, the need of a creator, and the lack of a chance, but for lack of a better word, it doesn't fall into place. It doesn't fall into a statue. Okay, so it's not happenstance, I guess you could say, but there is beauty, there is need of a creator, and there's and it's not happenstance. That shows design.
How can we prove that?
A watch is designed.
How can
Yes,
we prove
but
that
you are
happenstance
arguing.
isn't everything that you guys are explaining? How can we prove that with a Big Bang we can't get this complexity? I don't think that's even provable.
There's a bigger
That's
issue.
easily
Like if you're saying,
provable, but yeah.
you're saying that a statue has three parts: beauty. What was it? Beauty.
A creator, the need of a creator,
Yeah. And the
and
third thing.
and it can't be happenstance. But I don't know how to explain that better. I'm losing.
So it's
I have
not
a lack
natural.
of words.
Let's say.
Yeah, not natural. There you
Okay.
go. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Nature doesn't form. Okay.
Unable to form naturally.
Sure.
Over time.
Sure. And I accept that that's the case with the statue, but you're saying that that is the case with just a sand dune or a rock.
No, I wouldn't say sand dune or a rock. I would say with trees.
But didn't God design sand dunes and rocks, or are those? Did those happen without God?
I absolutely believe that God created all of it. Yes. What pattern or design do you see in sand dunes or rocks? What are you pointing to as the pattern or design? So we were talking about
I
design.
don't see it.
We were talking about
That's
design.
the
Okay,
problem.
I don't see design in rocks and stuff either. So yeah, no, I would not. I said design. So I said walk out into the world and look around and see the design. So point to a design in the world. So like a tree, and the way a tree grows. So let's look at that design.
Yeah.
But you're saying that the rocks are
hang
also
on a second. Also, you have sculptures that the wind does by God's design of the wind. It sculptures the sand dunes. It sculptures the ice in the mountains. Wind, rain. These things form natural shapes and sizes,
And,
don't they?
Yep,
So,
and they're beautiful. They demand a creator, and certainly couldn't happen by happenstance in some degree. Yeah.
So now you're saying now you are saying that the sculpture and the sand dune are both designed the same way. Although the statue has
no,
a
the
human
sculpture is a kind of like a man's desire to make a shape. Okay, and that's the man is using natural materials, but he's using his idea, his brain. Yeah, he's forcing it. With nature, it happens naturally. There's natural design, isn't it, or natural sculpture, which man can't.
That's against
You can't take the effect and make it the cause. So
look, it's real simple, guys. It's really fucking simple. Is there a difference between a sand dune and a sand castle?
100%.
There is.
Yes.
Okay. The difference is the complexity. The complexity of the sandcastle is artificial, synthetic, man-made, right? So if you see something like the genetic code of a tarantula, it's much more specific than a sandcastle. It's much more ornate. In fact, it's so ornate that it's self-replicating, right? And it repairs its own genetic code, right? So this thing is self-perpetuating, right?
No, it's
so
not
this is totally different. A tarantula.
You see,
sorry,
this
a
man
tarantula
speaking,
is totally different.
Yeah, you're totally divorced from nature. You have arrested your senses, and you are totally divorced from the natural life and natural world. You are not alive. That means you are no longer living. You're just a drone. That's all you are, man.
The complete opposite to that mailman of it being created is that it's all by chance. It's all by chance that there was a big bang or a big implosion, whatever, that man crawled out of a pond, some slime onto a rock, and man was formed. Apple trees were formed, lettuces, strawberries, goats, you name it. All is just by chance. And that is a far bigger fairy tale to believe than there is actually a creator.
I mean,
I want to add to that. Chance can never create complexity in the same way. So you've heard the expression, 1,000 monkeys on 1,000 typewriters once bound to write Shakespeare. The fact is that will never be true. 1,000 monkeys will never live for 1,000 years. It will never be true that 1,000 monkeys will learn to use 1,000 typewriters. It will never be true that they will ever type Shakespeare. That is so complex that it will never happen. So the expression is a way to magically appear a thing that never happened. Time and chance does never creates complexity, and yet that's what atheists and Big Bang theorists has done. They're like, time happened, and this magical phrase has caused it. No, you will never get complexity out of chance.
Well, then if that straw man is okay for you, then I can say that with you, you're saying, man, it is.
Fact.
It is.
That's a fact. It's a fact. It's not a straw man. It's a fact. The same thing with the Twin Towers. Fire can never bring down any building in a symmetrical collapse. Fire is not precision. It's not a precision tool. It's organic. Same thing. Okay?
Let's think
it's never going to happen. Never going to
He
happen.
accused you of a straw man. How?
Yeah.
How is that a straw man?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I got a co-worker that came to talk to me, but I'm okay now. So yeah, you're saying that my cause is time, and that's not the case.
I wasn't forcing that on you. I wasn't forcing that on you.
I did it. It's not chance. It's not chance.
I'm saying that atheists use time as the way for things to happen, and that doesn't explain anything. They say millions of years it happened, and no, that doesn't explain it at all. So I'm saying atheists in general. I'm not saying you specifically.
Okay,
but
fair enough. Because then
I'm saying,
I can say that. Oh, sorry.
I'm saying complexity does not come from chance.
Sure, because chance isn't a cause for anything. If I win in the lottery, the cause is not the chance. It's me buying the ticket, and it's not the chance.
Well, Mailman, what would be needed? Like, what's required in your worldview? I mean, I'm assuming you're like I love talk. I mean, I know we've talked about it before, but you're coming more from this Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, right? Possibly with a Big Bang. So instead of the complexity in creation, you're thinking that it's just sort of the random bumping together of atoms and molecules, and then evolution.
It's not random.
I mean,
then if it's not designed, if there's no designing,
but it's guided.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because we have laws in nature, so it's guided by those laws. I mean, they are just
the Big Bangs make laws.
No.
So what law created the complexity of like the DNA of a tarantula, like Hank was saying, something like that? What?
Just not random, but like there's things.
I tell you what, Mailman.
Sorry, I had to go work.
You can have all the elements, all the minerals on the face of the earth, right? Create me from those just one apple seed. Create it from scratch.
I can't, because I think those can't be created by anyone.
Exactly, they can't, and they were created. They were created, and you can't.
And yet here they are.
Franco, now your argument is that because we can't create something, that means that they're created, and I think that's kind of illogical to me.
No, very logical. Very logical.
You're saying that because you can't create something, therefore it must have appeared out of nothingness by total chance.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so where did it come from? If no one can create a seed, where did it come from?
I'll give you.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Oh man.
Okay, so
scientists.
Right? So if you don't know and I don't know, arguably you're saying I don't know and I'm saying you don't know. You admit you don't know. So now we know that it came from something. We know that it has a design, and the design demands a creator of said design. So I say there's a creator. How can you say there's not?
How do you know that there is a design?
Okay. Because of the pattern, the harmony, the beauty, and that they could not have been there by chance.
The functional sequence and the specified complexity. That's how you know it was created.
But you already said that rocks don't have that, and rocks are created by God.
Okay. So you're saying not everything created by God had to have a design. I'm saying everything was created by God because the things that did have a design and were created by God, he says he also created the other things too. So if you're admitting there's a creator, then now we should have a conversation about which creator is the true creator.
No. But now you're saying that
don't put the cart before the horse.
Sure, but you're saying that the requirements for design are not found in nature, in rocks. So how do you know that those are designed?
They are. Even rocks,
No. You're saying that I have to point to a rock and show the creator. I'm not. I'm saying walk outside and see the design, and there's the creator. So first establish there's a creator, which I did. Now you want to talk about rocks. Yes, I did.
No,
walk outside and see the design.
Hold on. Are rocks designed?
Yep.
Oh, rocks are created.
Okay. How do you know that they are created?
Okay, because there is a creator who said he created them.
Yeah,
no,
you can see it.
Begging
You can
the
see
question.
No. Keep going with the question.
Please.
Keep going with the question. How do I know there's a creator? That's the next question. How do I know there's a creator? Because there is a design which demands a creator.
Yeah,
but not in rocks.
It's not man-made. Rocks are not man-made.
Okay.
Rocks are not man-made.
So are you saying? So there are rocks with some designs, as in beautiful patterns, and I would so. I'm not saying rocks form designs. I'm not saying rocks form themselves into words on the sand. I don't know exactly what you're trying to get at. God created
I'm trying
the
to get
rocks.
at that. You said everything is created, and God is the designer, and everything is designed by God.
Created by God. I said created
and then we
by
go,
God.
Sure. And then we go into the nature, and we find a rock or a sandcastle. You know that the sandcastle is designed because you can see that there's like patterns and things like that.
Yep.
But you're saying that the sand that the castle is made out of is also created.
Yep.
And how do you know that? And your answer was because God told me that he created.
Yeah. And how do I know God is the creator? Because I walk outside and see design. And the design demands creation, a creator.
Let me put it this way. Let's say me, an Aboriginal of Africa, right? Completely uneducated by Western civilization. Let's just say a young man, right? He's my guide, right? He's guiding me to where I'm wanting to go because I'm not from Africa. And let's say on the way there, we discover a weapons cache, right? I pull out an AK-47. Is the child going to ask me, wow, when did these start growing out of rocks? Or is he going to ask me, who do you suppose left us here?
Yeah, he's gonna ask who's left us here.
Why?
Because it's man-made. It's not in nature. I mean, it's created.
See, you got it.
Yeah. So why isn't the rock created then? If it's created,
It is created.
Because it's not special. It is created, but there's nothing special about the rock except for in the little crevice in the crack, there's an AK-47 barrel sticking out that I noticed. That was the only thing special about the rock. Other than that, it was a completely normal rock.
Yeah, but we're talking about the nature. We're not talking about an AK-47. We're talking about how do you know that the nature is created.
Design. You keep trying to change it to something else. So you're the one who keeps saying the rock is the design. I said the rock was created. So you keep changing it. So let's start from the beginning. I walk outside and I see design. Are there designs in the world around us? In the natural world around us, you said there are laws. Law is a type of design, right? A system, right? Would you agree?
It's not I wouldn't say that it's laws are design. I mean, they just are.
Laws follow a design, right?
I don't know. I mean, that's...
Okay, so then do you think that laws just magically appear in existence and man just starts following the laws? Like the police force just appeared and started enforcing laws that man had nothing to do with?
I was talking scientific laws. I
understand that, but he just said he doesn't think laws are part of a design. Every law he knows about would be part of a design.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's begging the question.
No. It's
not begging the
put the
question.
cart before
It's
the horse.
understanding origin. We don't get
What
things from
origin?
nothing. That's just understanding origin. That's not begging a question.
Sure, but I'm not saying that we get something from nothing.
You just said that you didn't think the laws were designed. That's saying that it came from nothing.
No, that's not a dichotomy.
Okay. So, do you see design in the natural world around
Maybe
us? Let's start there.
Maybe not.
I mean, I don't know because I don't have a contrast for design. Design is a word that we put on things that we make.
So, I told you that design, I would define it, and you can disagree or show me why my definition is wrong, but I would define it as a beauty demanding of a creator and is not created through chance.
Well, there are things that are not beautiful that are designed.
So that doesn't take away from anything I said. So thank you for stating that.
Sure.
I
So
also
we can
might eat
cross out
toast
one.
tomorrow. So
Sure. So one can be crossed out. So you need a creator, and what's the second one?
all three, but you need a creator. There is okay. We're talking about design, and we need a creator. It cannot happen by chance, and there's a beauty or a harmony to it. Yeah.
Okay. So
There's a
by
function,
chance,
maybe is another way, but yeah.
Sure. So there are things. Things don't happen by chance because things are being affected by other things. So chance is not a cause. So only thing for the design is a creator now. Because there are things that are created that are not beautiful, and there are things that exist that don't happen by chance.
Yeah,
and are
those
not
things
designed.
wouldn't be called. Yeah, those things wouldn't be designs. To have a design, you would have it be a creator. You would have it be harmonious or have some sort of beauty to it, and it would not happen by chance. That's what a design is. So other things that aren't designs, you're right, but we're talking about a design. So that's what I'm defining a design as. So
Before
not
you guys go
don't.
on, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
I was gonna say, well, maybe that definition for design, just because I'm allowed to listen to you guys, but that's a very poor definition, just because, well, for several reasons. Well, one is the thing you said about chance. I think it'd be very simple. I think it'd be
Just a
simpler.
second.
Whoever's
I gotta go for a moment, so I'll be back. I'll be listening, but I gotta do some work.
All right. Well, I was just gonna say, because I think Mr. Moment he was making good points. It's just your definition for design. I think it'd be simpler if you just said, it could not possibly have, or no, it could have possibly. How do I say this? If you know, if you know it was designed, that means that there was no possible way for some non-living circumstances or events to occur, and then this thing come about. So, for instance, like because what you said about harmonious, there's a lot of harmonious things that happen purely because nobody has affected it. No living thing affected it. It's like natural causes cause this thing to harmonious, like tides, for example. Like they're harmonious in the way they go. So there's just things.
I would
There's
argue
things that
there's a creator. I would argue there's a creator for that. But okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but I mean, even things as simple as rocks. If you can say how they naturally would have been able to form without having somebody create them, then you can rule out that they would have had to have been created, because we do know how rocks form, and there's no design in them.
Okay, so I disagree that there's no design in them. I disagree with that statement. How are they formed?
I mean, it depends on the rock. But for instance, if it was
so there's categories of design. So we already have categories, and they're designed different ways. So that seems like a design. Sure, go on.
So let's just use what's it called, like the rocks that form outside volcanoes and make islands that volcanoes are formed by. We know that those are caused by molten lava cooling in the water. Or we know that there's right. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying though. That rock, when you have it in hand, you can say, okay, well, this wasn't designed. It was, caused by the natural causes that came about, and then you get this thing.
No, I would say there's definitely a lot of design in that. There's laws of thermodynamics in that. There's heating and cooling of elements in that. There's the movement and shift. Oh yeah, no, there's design and systems in play all over that.
Yeah, but
So-
you're
so
saying there's
again,
design in there, but
Yeah.
you're not describing design when you say those things.
So okay,
there's-
one of the designs or one of the systems is thermodynamics, right? The lava heating up and rocks forming islands, right? The laws of thermodynamics are being used somewhere in that process, right?
Yeah, but those are just natural laws.
Okay, and that
Who
law was
created those
designed,
natural
right?
laws?
That law was designed, right?
Okay, so I guess I mean, if you go all the way back, then you're just saying that the laws themselves of nature and nature itself is
Somebody created those laws.
Very good.
Somebody created those
I
laws of
believe
nature.
that same thing, but I think most scientists believe that same thing too. They're not describing it as a person making those laws. They're just saying that the laws of nature are the embodiment of.
So if the
this
very
universe.
laws and natures are designed, that means that they demand a creator.
Well, yeah, but you're saying they're designed. We don't know if they were designed or if they just came about. Like, we don't know if they're just natural laws.
I'm saying they can't just come about. I'm saying they have to have a creator. They are so complex that design demands a creator. You can't have it by chance. You can't have laws of thermodynamics by chance.
How do
It
you tell?
has to have
You
been
can have it
created.
because of the standard.
Or
You
not
could have it because of this. Say again, Mr.
I was just saying,
Grandson.
how can you tell the difference between something that is designed and not designed, Brandon?
Complexity, man.
Functional sequence, specified complexity. Functional sequence.
Yep.
Specified complexity.
The more he says it, the more I agree with him, and I think my definition might be a little off. I think his definition is quite good.
So you say a rock wasn't designed; it was just created.
I think it's hard to point to specifically a rock. It depends on what you mean by rock, because diamonds are a rock and diamonds have design. Geodes have design. A volcanic rock has design. So rock is such a generic term.
Let's just take your run-of-the-mill garden rock.
Sand. You can't. Rock is not a scientific term, but fine. You're trying to. Yeah, you're trying to dummy down the very most generic term so that it doesn't have design. Yeah.
No. But created at some stage. Now, because those creations change, whether it's rock, sand, diamonds, through erosion, weather patterns, and all that sort of stuff.
Design, yes. There's systems and design, yeah.
At one particular point, if you believe in a creator, it all was designed at point dot.
Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, if there is a creator, one who created it at point dot, okay, that creator would have had to have been all-powerful. He would have come from somewhere, so eternal, and he would have had to have the knowledge of all these systems in which to design. He has to be higher than the design itself, higher than his creation, so therefore all-knowing. So all-powerful, all-knowing, and eternal. So you have the very beginning thing. So now a God who is all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-wise, I would say has to be all-good. And what does he tell me? Well, now I look to the only thing on the earth that represents something that is powerful and all-knowing. I would say the Bible scriptures are the only perfect thing on the world that explains such a God as that, a singular God that's all-knowing, all-powerful, and eternal. And then I would say that God gave us a design of how to be saved and his purpose, which is love. So, I mean, one flows into the other, but you're very right. My whole argument completely falls apart if there is no creator. You're right on that. But any other argument doesn't make any sense, because we know there is a creator, because all systems, all design demand creation of a creator. So nothing in this world that you walk out and see that's designed can have come except by that of a creator. And there are designs everywhere.
Anyway, sorry for cutting you off, Kosho.
No, you're good. I was just going to say what you said about thermodynamics. When you're describing all these different systems and order and they've come to know that thermodynamics is just a consequence of the laws of quantum mechanics. As a matter of fact, almost all things can be derived from quantum mechanics, and quantum mechanics very few laws and rules, and those rules will, manifest everything else that happens.
I'm out, guys.
And if you're saying that that is the extent of God, then it's not saying very much. I mean, like I said, I believe that same thing, that those simple laws created the whole universe at the very beginning. But
Who set those laws?
There's no unknowing or will or anything like that involved with that.
Yeah, well, who set those laws, though? I mean, how do those laws come about? How does the complexity of
The
that?
laws of quantum mechanics? Who knows? I don't know. The laws of quantum mechanics are simply just 4 interactions and 19 or so universal constants, just numbers, values, and then a bunch of different subatomic particles. Mostly, I mean, really only 3 of them, but there's many, many, many more, but 3 of them are relevant. But yeah, other than that, I have 3 or 4. Yeah,
Coach
3 of them.
Shelby, what are all the factors for a rock to come in to exist that have to be a part of that? It's not just an isolated thing. I mean, you've got the sun, the moon, the air, the wind. Yes, thermodynamics, infrared heat, the visible spectrum of light. You've got obviously all the wind patterns and the complicated patterns of the entire system of the Earth and the minerals. And I mean, that gets into a deeper question of where those even come from and where Earth came from. I mean, when you really start to get to the end of all the factors that are at play for a rock coming into existence, how could that all be happening without a creation process occurring and multiple creation processes?
Everything you just stated can be derived from quantum mechanics and there's 4 simple laws, or 4 simple forces, 19 constants, and really only 3 subatomic particles. You know, there's many more, but those 3 are the only ones that you need. And you can use those and you can manifest everything that you just described. Because those make up all the elements, and then those make up all the chemicals, and the chemical rules are dictated by electromagnetism, and yeah, so it's like once you have those,
it can make it up. Hold on. It can make it up, right? But it has to come together.
Yeah,
in
like
a
there's nothing else
order
needed. Is what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, well, that's incorrect. You need a designer.
That can be
right?
completely
Because,
explained using just that. So it's like there's not anything else needed to make those things happen.
right, but you have to have the designer, right? Plymouth Rock isn't going to write you a letter, right? And Plymouth Rock might have everything. Let's just pretend that it has everything you need to make a human being, right? All the phosphorus and iron and everything you need to make the hemoglobin and vitamin D for the testosterone, everything you need, right, exists in this rock. But you're never going to get a letter from Plymouth Rock.
Well, I mean, if what you just said is true, then yeah, you will. If it has everything you need to make a person, including neurons, and those neurons are capable of working, then yeah, it's capable of getting a brain and writing something down. Yeah.
No, I'm saying it has the material, but it doesn't have the blueprints, right? Like I can make a human if I mix my sperm with a woman's egg. But if I just shoot my sperm on the ground, well, there's half a genetic code, but that's not going to make a human.
Yeah, you're right. You have to. The woman's body is needed. That's just true. But the cells and the DNA are in both your bodies. So I mean, I don't understand, even that's all based on chemical rules, and those chemical rules you can derive back to electromagnetism, as I said, and those same particles.
There's also the thing, though. You're saying those rules exist, meaning there's some type of design there that needs to be accomplished, that had to be done before it could be processed. Meaning somebody had to create those laws, those rules, those things to be able to say, okay, now this man and this woman with this genetic code we're giving into this egg is able to create another human. You know, it's same thing with ink and paper. If you put ink and paper, it isn't going to make a blueprint of a building. You need somebody there to actually design that building.
Sure, yeah. This is true. You need a person to write that down, but that person and the blueprint and the paper, are all these rules I'm talking about are all dictated by chemistry, which is all dictated by electromagnetism. And then all you have to do is have that basic force. You have these particles that have charge.
What force?
Electromagnetism. That's what dictates all of chemistry. That's it. And if you
Then
have
why
that
have the
force,
bullshit teachers in school been teaching us about gravity and the bending and warping of space-time for the past century?
what does gravity have to do with chemistry?
No,
I
answer
said
the question
chemistry.
correctly. If everything is dictated by
I didn't say
electromagnetism,
everything. I didn't say that. I
everything in
said
chemistry,
chemistry. I
right?
said chemistry is what I said. Yeah. To
Right.
make a
Then why
person
we've
or
been bullshitting? Then why we've been bullshitting with this bending and warping of space-time concept for 100
yeah,
years?
that's one of the other forces. I said there's 4 forces. One of them is
It's a
gravity.
force
One of
now.
them is electromagnetism. But to make these
Have
objects,
you
to make
ever
these
watched?
things, you need chemistry. Chemistry is what makes things.
Have you ever watched like any of QE's work?
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
as you call it work.
And haven't you seen where he cited sources saying that Einstein's gravity is not a force?
Yeah, it's the equivalent to a force. So it is the equivalence principle.
Oh, it's the
But it
equivalent
works. It
to a
works the
force.
same way a force works. Yeah.
Okay. Can you
That's
cite
not
your
part,
source
that's
for
not
that?
part of quantum mechanics.
Can you cite your source for that?
Einstein himself and the equivalence principle, you can Google it and you can do your research there, but that's what the equivalence principle is.
So it's not a force, but it's equivalent to a force.
No, it could be
It's
used
like
and thought of as a force, and it behaves as a force, but it's
Is
actually
that kind of like
it's a force in every reference frame. It's
is that kind of
kind of
like
like
when
centrifugal force.
yeah.
is
It's
that
like
kind of
what
like
do you
when
call it?
Michael Jackson married Elvis's daughter, and it was kind of like a wife, but he never consummated the
No,
marriage?
that was actually a wife, and this is actually can be used as a force. It's a inertial force. Same thing as centrifugal, like Moment was saying.
Yeah, centrifugal force isn't a force, even though it's a force.
Centrifugal is a force because I felt the force when I was riding those machines as a child, and I could stand up on a wall because of the actual force that the centrifugal force caused.
Well, there you go.
There you go, and you can stand on the ground because of gravity.
No.
Yeah, they're called inertial forces, and all it means is that they're not in every reference frame. They're not apparent. They're not apparently forces, but certainly in that reference frame, because the reference frame is accelerating, you will experience a force in that reference frame.
So the reason I stand on the ground is because the second law of thermodynamics, and I can't back this up because this is my theory that I'm working on, and everything seeks to reach its equilibrium, right? Whether it's hot to cold, high charge to low charge, high pressure to low pressure, or an object in a medium. And the reason that I am on the surface of the earth and standing here, it's not because of Einstein or Newtonian gravity. It's because of specific gravity, because I am at my equilibrium, because I am not denser than the earth. If I was, it would be quicksand and I would be in the bottom. But because I'm on the top, I'm at a point of equilibrium. It has nothing to do with bending and warping of space-time. And if you don't believe me, right, when I die, you can pump my body full of gases, and then maybe I'll start to float eventually, if you can do it without rupturing my skin tissue.
But what?
Why is it that you and go ahead, Mr. Moment.
I'm just wondering that when you were in a carnival ride, you said that the centrifugal force was the cause for you staying on the ride. Why isn't there a force keeping you on the earth? Why is it not like a law of nature that's keeping you on the ground? Why isn't that the case with
the second law of thermodynamics. I just explained that everything is seeking equilibrium, whether it's heat, charge, pressure, or an object in a medium. They are all seeking equilibrium. I am at
when you were
equilibrium here on the hold on. I'm at equilibrium here on the surface of the Earth because I'm 70% water and the rest Earth. So where is water that is 70% water and 30% Earth going to sit? Is it going to be in the upper atmosphere? Or is it going to be on the surface?
You weren't in the surface when you were in the carnival ride, and you were sticking to a surface that was not the ground.
That's because I used my own energy to climb into the contraption.
So you
And
can
then the machine spun around until my buoyancy no longer mattered because the machine created enough centrifugal force due to the inertia of the machine. That way I could lay my back on the wall, put my feet in the air, and then eventually put my feet on the wall and stand up and look up into the center of the machine and see the DJ in the middle checking me out like, what the fuck is that guy doing? Because you're not supposed to stand up on those rods.
Sure. So you can outcome the second law of thermodynamics with just energy, or overcome it.
I'm not going to say that you can defy the second law of thermodynamics. I'm going to say that you can overcome it in certain areas. Like, for example, if you had a container, you could contain gas and overcome the pressure that it's exerting outwards.
I don't know what that means.
Of course you don't.
But I mean, but it overcome the force that exerts it out. What do you mean with that?
Yeah, the force of gas pressure that's exerting outwards can be overcome by a rigid containment. So if you got a metal container, like a propane tank, you can actually contain the force, right?
Sure, just like in a balloon.
Right, just like in a balloon.
Yeah. But what did you overcome there?
The pressure.
No. I mean, how did you overcome the pressure? There's still pressure there.
With a rigid containment.
Sure. I mean, I don't know how you overcame pressure, because there's pressure in the container.
I didn't overcome the pressure. I put a container in that was strong enough to contain the pressure.
Sure. So how did you overcome the
The
second law?
the law is still in effect.
Sure. I mean, I don't know how you overcame the second law of thermodynamics then.
Well, I guess I really didn't claim that. I mean, maybe I did after you said it, but did I really overcome? I don't think so. I don't think you can overcome it. It's a law that it's always going to be that way.
But earlier you said that you overcame it with the ferrite, where you were standing on.
Incorrect. I was incorrect.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I should not have said that. So yeah, I can't cite my source for that, but I do believe that objects in a medium seeking their equilibrium, I do believe that's a part of the second law of thermodynamics.
I think the second law would say that there is no, like with the gradient in the atmosphere, for example. If you go by the second law, it just shouldn't be there. The pressure should be equal according to the second law. Though that applies to an isolated system. So.
Well, do you believe the Earth is an isolated system, or is it an open system?
Oh, it's an open system. Yeah. So the entropy of the universe will increase or stay stable over time. Can't reduce. No, it will increase or stay stable. It can't decrease. Yeah.
So look, I'm just speculating about the second law thing. You can quote me on it. Just make sure you quote that it's my belief that they're connected. I
Sure.
don't know how I could prove or disprove that. So I'm not really even calling it a theory, maybe more like a postulation.
And I think it's sort of interesting when like when we talk about the laws of thermodynamics, and with some flat earthers say that you can't do science with man-made things, and they say that it's not science anyways. But like it's interesting that the second law is derived from heat engines and not from nature.
Well, it wouldn't be natural science, right? If I'm trying to diagnose why my car won't start, you can't really say that's natural science, right?
Yeah, it's still science because it follows the scientific method, but it's not concerning like natural nature, but it's still in the nature because it's inside the universe.
So I think it's a variation of the method, right? The car won't start. Okay. Is it the battery? Is it the alternator? Is it getting juice? Okay. So you verify, okay, it's getting juice to the starter. Okay. Now, is the starter clicking? Is it tapping? What's it doing? Right? And eventually, yeah, all that stuff, yeah. And then eventually you find out, okay, well, it's getting power to the starter. The starter is not engaging fully. So you get a rod and you slightly tap on the starter and then it starts. 99% chance sure that your starter is about to go out soon. You might want to go ahead and buy one and just have it in the car for when it goes up.
But I think it follows the scientific method. Like your dependent variable is car not starting, and you're trying to find your independent variable, which is the cause for the car not starting.
When you're saying it follows the method, you're right. It's not the method. It's a variation of the method, but it's not starting out with what's the naturally observed phenomenon, because it's not a phenomenon, right?
Well, it is sort of. Your car doesn't start.
But that's not natural. That's synthetic. The car won't start. Well, what's the cause of that? Well, there must be a problem with the man-made contraption, right? So
I mean,
it boils down to, what did I fuck up? Because the computer is only as smart as the user, right? So the question is, what did I fucking do? What did I mess up on, right?
Yeah, sure. But I mean, sure, there is this distinction some people do between natural and man-made, but I don't know how many scientists use that distinction.
Well, no, it's the wrong definition of the word natural. It's got two different. It's got one definition, which means a distinction from being synthetic, but the definition that is being used in science is natural versus supernatural.
Yeah, and QE himself uses that distinction when he's talking about information. He said that everything that is natural has charge, spin, blah, 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 blah. And car has those. So it has to be natural.
Look, this isn't really a hill I'm willing to die on.
Sure,
right?
me neither.
You can call it science, right? It's definitely really close to the method of diagnosing a car not starting and diagnosing finding out which light switch turns on which bulb, right? They're very similar, right? Except for in natural science, you're using the natural world, right? And both the method is, let's see, for finding cause and effect, the method is pretty similar. But for doing natural science, they're distinctly different.
But I think there's a gray area where, like, if you're studying well, you wouldn't say atmosphere, but the air that we breathe, like we've been releasing pollutants to that air. Is it natural or is it not? Because we've fucked with them. Or the water.
Okay, so that's a good point. Is it natural? I'd say it's both, and that's a dichotomy. So that doesn't work.
Yeah, so that's where I have the issue. Like, there is nothing on the earth. Like, let's say bananas. We have genetically modified bananas to be what they are now. So they are not natural; they're man-made. Even though I would say they're natural.
You say genetically modified. I would say selective breeding.
Sure, but the cause is man.
Right, I agree.
So they are not natural. Bananas are not natural.
Okay. What's your point?
That what is natural then? I mean, what can you do science with? You can't use water. You can't use air. There's few things that you can do science with then.
I do. Okay, maybe I missed part of the conversation. I kind of zoned out a bit there because I'm playing the game, but I don't want to jump in halfway through, so I'll stop.
No, but it's like when some people talk about science, they say there's natural science, and then there is like it's not science when you research man-made things because the cause is man, because man has manipulated it or fucked with it. But in the nature, there's very few things that we haven't touched upon.
I said the simple solution is just that it's the wrong definition.
That's what I'd say.
Yeah. It's not the
Because
definition
QE
that anyone's using.
Yeah, because when QE has his like the proof for God, and he's using information, and he says information is not natural because it doesn't have charge, spin, momentum, mass, whatever, and all those things apply to everything, man-made and not man-made things.
Yeah, his definition is even worse then. But yeah, the two definitions that are normally used in regular speaking, yeah, is natural or it's not, or it's synthetic or man-made. But that's not the definition that's used in science. This definition that's used in science is either natural, which means it exists in the real world, or it's supernatural. It exists, outside of
Science.
Outside of science, outside of.
Let me put it like this. Let's say you buy a new house, right? The electricity's turned on, and it's your first night. You don't know what switch does what bulb. So you start running a series of tests or experiments, right? You turn on a switch, and this bulb comes on. And she turns on a switch on the other side of the room, and it turns that same bulb off, right? And you do this all over the house until you got it all mapped out, and you're thinking, okay, we got that mapped out. Now let's go check out the plumbing, right? Did you just do science? Did you gain knowledge?
Yeah.
Right. You followed the method. Did you gain knowledge?
Yes.
Right. Was it natural knowledge, or was it synthetic knowledge?
I mean, that's where I don't get the distinction. I mean, what does it matter?
Well, I don't know if you could call it natural knowledge, because the house isn't natural. The lighting schematics, the blueprints, it's synthetic. So that's where the disconnect is, but I don't really think this is worth dying over. I mean, the real problem, I think, is when you guys use that scientific method where you say, ask a question. That's the first step. What am I asking a question about? Am I asking a question about sports? Is that science? So, no, it makes a lot more sense. Hold on. It makes a lot more sense to go with observe a natural phenomenon. Let's say I see some sort of plasmoid in the sky, right? You might call it a UFO. Right? I see a light in the sky, right? I can ask a question about what I observed. That makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, but when you see a light in the sky, and with your sort of not your version of science, but like the distinction between man-made and natural, how do you know that you're doing science? Because you don't know if it's a man-made or a natural thing.
Exactly. So you're not doing science. Right?
But you don't know that because it can be natural.
No,
so
I
you
do
don't
know that because I don't know what caused it. I can't manipulate the cause. But I wasn't talking about the variables. I was talking about, at least now I know what to ask questions about, now that I have observed a natural phenomenon. See, when you say your method of science or that method of science or that rigorous QE method of science, doesn't it make a whole lot of sense that you need to observe something before you ask questions about it?
Sure, but when you went to the house and you don't know what happens with the light switches, I mean, you're asking a question. What does what?
I mean, would you teach that to children? This is how you do science. Would you teach them that way?
I mean, I could. I mean, I wouldn't say that's sort of. Yeah, but it's a colloquial use of the word. But I don't say it's like science. Like if I sneeze and I want to know the reason, do I have a flu or something? I wouldn't say that that's science. Science.
Okay,
But
well, I
you can
use the
use
light
that method.
switch. I use the light switch as an analogy to teach normies about the scientific method.
Sure,
So
but
it's
you
not
can.
exactly natural science, right? Because the house isn't natural. I'm not conducting natural science via rigorous experiment, right? You're
Sure.
just manipulating the variables until you find the cause and effect relationship between the
Yeah, but
switch and the bulbs, right?
Isn't that what science is for? To find the cause and effect relationship, or the method?
Right, but of the natural world, which would
Sure.
not include hotels, motels, houses, and castles, right?
Or bananas, or water, or air.
You got a point, but I keep trying to tell you I'm not trying to die on this hill. I would much rather die on the hill that all objects in a medium seek equilibrium, despite birds in the natural world and their utilization of aerodynamics for flight. All objects in a medium seek equilibrium. I'll die on that
Yeah, but
hill.
what does that mean? What does that mean, though?
Yeah, it
If you
sounds
drop
like
an
relative
object
density.
in a medium, yeah, specific gravity, relative density. If you drop an object in a medium, it is going to seek equilibrium.
But that doesn't always happen, though.
Okay, so if you drop an anvil, what happens?
Well, I mean, are you equal to an anvil and a basketball? The three things will land in the same, same spot on the ground.
Yeah, because that's their equilibrium. They can't
Well,
go
then
any
they're
further
equal to
down.
each other.
I
But
never said they're equal to each other.
But what you said that they seek equilibrium. Do they use the medium to seek that equilibrium?
No, it's the buoyant force or the lack thereof. Okay, maybe not force. The buoyancy or the lack thereof.
Sure, because if I have a, like, that there's in the atmosphere, for the lack of a word, there are thermal inversions where the density is flipped and you have less dense air below, a more dense air above.
Yeah, I
And
tried to
things
explain
don't
that to
rise.
someone on Gym Pandas the other day, and they were not having it.
Oh, and it's on the internet. So, I mean, on the internet, I mean in meteorological sites. But that would mean that things would rise in that medium because the higher density is above. And if you put an anvil there, if it seeks equilibrium, it should rise.
No, because the only thing that I know of that has enough buoyant force to rise an anvil off of the surface of the Earth is Mercury. And without that buoyant force okay, I know you're going to crack me open and start asking about the force. So for lack of a better word,
yeah, I don't.
The buoyant, until I come up with a better way to say it, the buoyant force is keeping the anvil off the surface of the container.
Sure. So it's in a medium that is more dense than it.
Right.
Okay. But if we invert the density of the medium so that there's higher density above and lower density below, things should rise, no?
How do you do that?
By having the heat, the temperature, you can invert the temperature. You can have hot air below and cold air above. No, hot air is less dense than cold air.
I'm thinking about what you're saying, but I'm having trouble visualizing it, so I guess I would have to see it. You have to get a Bunsen burner on the bottom of the Mercury.
So I'm just talking about you can have a container of air and let's say a tennis ball inside there.
Okay.
And then you heat up the bottom and cool up the top. Then the density will flip.
And then what happens to the tennis ball? Because I don't know. I'm not real familiar with what you're talking about, so I can't really make a claim.
Okay, sure. I'm just saying that if relative density is the cause for objects moving and the object moves towards its own density, so like an anvil will drop in the atmosphere because it's going towards its own density, which is higher density than the air. So if we invert the density gradient, then it should go up because its own density is closer to the density above because it's higher.
Because it's higher?
Yeah, if you invert the density gradient, then the density above is higher than the density below. And if the anvil is moving towards higher density, it should go up.
I'll tell you what, I would love to see an experiment because you can do my experiments all day long with salt and eggs or apples and water.
Yep.
So if you come up with an experiment that I can do for myself, I'd love to see it.
Sure. I mean, you can, I mean, I don't know how you'd measure density. I don't know, how do you measure density? Densitometer?
I don't know.
I have no idea. I mean, I guess you can sort of measure the amount of molecules passing through something. I don't know. Because it's mass per volume. Well, you wouldn't say that, but what would you say density is? Just the compactness?
I would
But
say
there has to be something.
the amount of matter per volume.
Sure.
Or how tightly that matter is packed.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. How
But I
tightly
think
the matter is packed. So helium, it's not very packed. On the other hand, if you've got mercury, it's extremely well packed in.
But I think again, I mean, with let's say helium, for instance, if you have a container and you put more and more and more helium in it, and it's a rigid container, the density changes.
Okay.
So how do you know the density of objects? Like, let's say helium. What's the density of helium?
I guess it would be the PSI.
But that's pressure.
If you
Right. So go ahead,
seeing as helium rises, all right, if you capture that helium in a container and you place that container on a scale once before the helium's in there, and then will that container weigh less because the helium is trying to rise?
Sorry, I cut out. Did you ask if I put helium in a container, would the container rise?
Yeah, well, will the container weigh less?
Oh, it'll weigh more.
It'll weigh more.
Just like a diver's tank. If you add more air to it, it'll weigh more.
Mm.
And that's because the totality of the object is more dense than the medium around it. So if you add any matter to that object and it doesn't change volume, you're just adding to the density, which would make it weigh more.
There's also an issue with density and weight because, I mean, when you add air to a diver's tank, there has to be more pressure towards the bottom because it registers more weight.
Wait a minute. When you say air, are you talking about gas that doesn't turn into liquid once it goes inside the tank?
Yep.
So you're
Like
telling me
diver.
they don't have liquid oxygen in those tanks?
Yeah, in the diving tanks, yeah, I think it's not liquid. It's just air. It's not oxygen.
That doesn't make any sense to me at all because those divers can stay down there for like, what, 15, 20, 30 minutes? To think that there'd be enough air in that little tank, I don't know.
Well,
man.
I think you could easily
That is
measure
I want
the
to
volume.
be honest. I want to be honest and say it's an argument from ignorance. I don't know for sure, but it doesn't make sense to me. Pardon me. Please continue.
So you think
I
the
don't.
air goes into a diver's tank, Hank, that it liquefies as it's being compressed, and then as it's being decompressed, it turns back into a gas again.
Yeah, that would make sense to me.
Yeah,
Unless
I
I'm
would
wrong.
say that by that point it would be so cold that there's no way a human could breathe it.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
See, I like talking to you guys. I can actually have a discussion with you guys because I haven't detected any dishonesty the whole time I've been here. So, I mean, I shouldn't be talking about your merits of honesty, but
I can
you
be a
know,
cunt if needed.
Alright, that's my cue. Fucking hell, time's not real. Fucking earth flat. Fucking get out.
Independent variable, please, fucker.
I'll vouch for my old man. He can be a bit.
I can be a cunt if necessary.
We all can, man. We all can.
Yep. But I usually do it only if someone's a cunt to me.
see, right now we're just having a discussion. It's not really a debate. We've had a few contentions right here and there, but nobody really spiraled. Nobody lost their shit. I think that if I was a audience member, like this would be a lot better than people calling each other scallywags and scumbags and all that stuff.
But what's a debate really, Hank? Apart from point scoring, what's a debate really achieve? But as a conversation can achieve a lot.
I think it's with this topic, the debate is usually like a gotcha game, and it's like fuck this. It's fucking pointless because it doesn't lead anywhere.
Well, gentlemen, there's three ways to win a debate. Either the guy proves you wrong, and you're never going to say that wrong, same stupid thing ever again, right? Or you prove the guy wrong, and you teach him something he didn't know. Or number three, which is always the best, you let the audience decide for themselves now that they've heard the best version that these two gentlemen could provide, or male or female, you know what I mean. The best arguments, now they get to make up their mind who made the best argument, and then they can take that information elsewhere and maybe add to the arguments, and then find out instead of which guy made the best argument, find out which argument is actually better.
Mm.
And I don't think sort of debates are like won or lost. Like it's like every debate that I've seen, there's always some kind of agreement to disagree or something, and like proving someone wrong. It's like, but I don't have an example of a debate where someone was proven wrong and the other side sort of won. Like,
debate is more a sport. It's more a sport and point scoring. That's what it is. That's what it is at the end of the day.
Well, you guys talk about sorry, go ahead, bro.
Sorry, I don't think that there is a topic that isn't debated anymore because it's been settled in a debate.
Yeah, exactly, man.
So you guys talked about gotchas, and it turns into a gotcha game. The only way there can be a gotcha if someone's double speaking, right? Like earlier when I contradicted myself and said, well, maybe it's both. Right? At that moment, I realized as soon as I said it, that's the middle of the road fallacy. That's not going to work. That's a dichotomy, right? If I would have doubled down on that, you could have got me, right?
Sure, but it wouldn't still. We would still not agree, even though you're in the middle and I'm saying it's both. There is no agreement there, so no one won. So we still don't agree on sort of the science and whether it's man-made or natural or whatever.
Well, what does science mean? It means knowledge, right? That's why I tried to break it down etymologically. So when you get the light switches, schematics, all the answers to all the questions, and you're not like Chevy Chase out there going, what the fuck? Why ain't the lights turning on? Right? You're not out there doing that, right? At that moment that he realized that, oh my God, I forgot to flip the switch. I got to flip the switch in order for the Christmas lights to come on. At that moment, right, he had.
You're cutting out, Hank.
Yeah, you cut out.
It's
Might be
like
roboting.
there's very little agreement when it gets heated. It's like a while ago when they're talking about the black swan argument, right? And the black swan shows this, and the black swan shows that. And then there's other photos that show different things. Neither side can come to an agreement and saying, yeah, well, that's odd. That's odd. That's unusual. No, this is what it is, and this is why it is, and blah 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 blah. And we've won the debate now because we've got this particular point under our belt. Neither side tends to be able to come to agreement that, yeah, you know what? Most days we see it like this, and there are other days we see it like that.
Yeah, I think this. Oh, you cut out.
I did that yesterday. I completely conceded that if that sun anomaly from Oslo and Wellington was actually a fact, then it would be a very good anomaly to try and explain on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So I conceded to that point yesterday. Not that it was proven to be factual,
no.
But if it is,
it's anomaly.
But it's the exception, not the rule. A lot of times, why to concede?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's the point.
But I just like to consider myself honest, mate. That's all. An exception to the rule.
Why? What was the anomaly?
You can see the sun still from Wellington, but not from Oslo. So you can see the sun setting, but you can't see it in Oslo, even though physically the sun on a flat plane is closer to Oslo at that time than it is from Wellington. So there's a longer distance on a flat plane from Wellington to the sun than there would be
Easy,
from
guys.
Oslo to the sun.
We'll just this one's easy.
You can't see it from Oslo, but you can see it from Wellington. And then it reverses as it goes past.
Yeah, this is an easy one, guys. All we have to do is just affirm refraction, and we don't have to verify anything. We could just move on like we won, right?
Well, look, at the end of the day, I just said, look, get your video evidence, back that up, that it is actually an anomaly, and it's not just a timeanddate.com fucking, calculation. And also explain, calculate in the reflection, because I said it's going to be below 15 degrees, so there's going to be heavy refraction. So you've got to factor that in, and we'll see. So
would that apply also to locations in southern Finland? Or is Finland
look, I don't know. He just made that point with the angles and the plane and stuff. So there probably is other places that it's the same.
Oh, because if you need someone to make an observation from Finland, I can do it for you today.
But guys, even if it is the case, can't we just replace experimentation with observation and declaration?
What do you mean, replace?
Not experiment. Declaration.
Yeah, okay, so if it is the case, right, what you guys are saying about this anomaly, right, can't we just skip the experimentation part and just declare refraction and, with affirmation, right, because we said it, then it's true, right?
Well, no.
I think you need to experiment with refraction.
Right. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, because the refraction model for the calculations that they've got is just that. That has never been actually proven itself throughout the atmosphere, only in the lab in a controlled environment.
But then again, sorry.
No, you go ahead, bro.
It's just that when we talk about the obstruction by the horizon, and then some flat earthers say that it's refraction causing the obstruction, then are there any of those experiments done outside?
Experiments of refraction causing things to disappear. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, on the let's say.
Sure. The Skunk Bay time lapse. So if you look at the Skunk Bay time lapse, I would post a GIF, but I'm at work and I can't really do it right now. But if you study the GIF, very carefully, and if you're really honest, you can see that during the beginning of the day, you can see the other side of the bay quite clearly. And as the sun begins to perturb the atmosphere, you see all these wonky conditions where it looks like, it appears, right, in appearance only, that the other side of the bay is being flooded out, or it's disappearing from the bottom up. And you see all these different, phenomenons, right? You see all these different phenomenons of refraction, a little bit of stooping, a little bit of stretching. You see all this different stuff, right? But it's not actually disappearing because the Earth's curvature. It's disappearing from the bottom up due to refraction.
But I think
or atmospheric conditions.
I think that's begging the question for the surface: is it curved or not?
Well, it's not curved in between the bay. It's a very small bay.
How do you know?
And hold on, listen to what I'm saying. It's a very small bay, and the camera's up very high. So it's very unlikely that the curvature that's going off and on as the sun perturbs and then goes away, it's very unlikely that the Earth curve is causing this disappearance of the bay from the bottom up. It's more likely that this is an atmospheric condition. And then if you watch it, you can see that the actual horizon is in the background, way off in the background, and the actual second horizon, and yes, I did say that, the second horizon is in the foreground, making the bay disappear. The actual horizon is in the background, and you can actually see it.
I'm not sure if I've seen that specific clip, but would that also show that light doesn't travel in straight lines, and you can have sort of things appearing where they actually aren't?
Light does travel in straight lines. It changes angle of attack or angle of incidence as it passes through different mediums. And I will go ahead and give you different temperatures. But does it do it enough to make the Earth look flat? That's the question. That's where the rub is at, right? That's what we have to find out. Is it because it's Earth curve, or is it because it's refraction in the Skunk Bay? Is it because the Earth is flat, or is it because of refraction in the Black Swan?
Yeah, I think in the Black Swan, if the Earth is curved and you see the horizon 10 miles away or whatever, the light would have to bend 1 degree in 9 months. Does it do that in the Skunk Bay observation?
I don't know for sure.
I think it does more than 1 degree.
All I know is if you got a geometric horizon, meaning Earth-based or water-based in these cases, then there should be things that could cause you to see the horizon before the actual geometric horizon. Fog, rain, bad weather. But I know of no amount of refraction that could cause you to see it after the object. So there can be a horizon in front of the bay, right, because of atmospheric conditions. But what would make the horizon go on the other side of the bay that's cut off by Earth curvature? That's the real question.
I think it's refraction.
So refraction can cause an object to be placed in front of the horizon.
Where? What do you mean with that?
So in the Skunk Bay, the refraction is causing a horizon in front of the object. That's not hard, right? But in the Black Swan, it's causing, according to you guys, the refraction is causing the object in front of the horizon. Now That's a trick. That's a nice trick. That's a really cool trick because
it's not causing that. It's causing the horizon to appear further away.
no, it's causing the object to appear in front of the horizon when
Oh,
it should be behind it.
no, it's the object is in the same position. You just see further because of the light refraction.
Okay, so you're saying, and I'm trying to still man you here, not trying to straw man you. You're saying that it causes the object to appear in front of the horizon due to refraction.
No, it's causing the horizon to appear behind because you see further.
Of the horizon to appear behind. And then
Yeah, just
if
like
I do that same thing, right, but I say it opposite, it's causing the object to appear in front of the horizon. I'm saying the same thing, but the opposite.
Sure. So would you say that on a flat Earth, refraction is causing objects to appear behind the horizon?
Objects to appear
Appear
on a flat
behind
Earth,
the horizon.
refraction causes objects to appear behind the horizon. Sorry, I'm having trouble visualizing that one. I can't answer that right away.
You sort of switched it on me because I said that the refraction is the cause for seeing the horizon behind the object, and you said, well, it's also causing the object to be in front of the horizon. And you said that on the Skunk Bay, the refraction is causing the horizon to be in front of an object. So if I switch that, you're saying that refraction causes objects to be behind the horizon.
Right. That's right. That's correct.
Ah, okay. Sure. Does it in your view?
The last thing you said was correct. So refraction can cause an artificial horizon to cut off objects, land masses, boats from the bottom up due to, and I hate to use the word refraction, but let's say, I like to say the light's doing something wonky. That's not a scientific word, is it? And refraction isn't exactly the right word either.
I would say bending of light because it has to bend. There's no other possibility.
Let's say conditions of the atmosphere. Okay, so what I think is going on in Skunk Bay, and this is really simple because it's going Chicago, anywhere you look, you're not seeing the object, right? You're seeing the light reflect off the object. And as the light reflects off the object, it's like a QE posts all the time, light doesn't travel in columnized rays, right? So ray tracing is just a computer concept for graphic designers. So light doesn't travel in perfect columns. So as the light is traveling from across the water, after it bounces off the object, it's diverging in all directions, meaning that it's spreading out. And why the light is spreading out, like a laser light, just like if you shoot a laser light, like if I take my green laser off my gun and I shoot it across the wall 10 feet away, the laser light's going to be very small in diameter. But if I shoot it 1,000 yards away and hit a building 1,000 yards away, it's going to have a much, much larger diameter. The same thing's going on with the light as it bounces off the buildings, let's say Chicago or Skunk Bay. It's going to diverge in all directions, and one of those directions is down. And if it's diverging down, if it reflects off of the water before it ever reaches my eye, it's going to make the object appear to be disappearing from the bottom up. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, it's like, let's say you with your laser and you shine it, how far would you say?
On
Let's
the
say
ground.
a kilometer. Yeah, on the ground. Let's say kilometer.
Yeah.
And you have a diverging beam, right?
Right.
What happens
The
to the
bottom is
angular
going to hit the
size?
ground.
Yeah, what's happening to the angular size?
So as the light beam goes across and starts to spread out, eventually a portion of the beam is going to be cut off on the bottom, right? But a laser beam is different than a building's reflection, but the light is still diverging in a very similar way. So you're going to see the light. You're just not going to see the light coming from the bottom of the beam because that's already reflected off the ground due to divergence. Is that correct?
I mean, no, because the light from the bottom of the building is also diverging up, right?
It's diverging out in all directions, outwards.
Yeah, so whether if you're 10 kilometers away from a building, you would still receive the light from the bottom of the building because it's diverging in all directions, just like the top.
Right. One of those directions is going to be down. And then if it
Sure, and
diverges too far down, it's going to hit the water and never reach your eye.
But it doesn't only diverge down, it also diverges up.
Then why can't we see the bottom of the buildings at Skunk Bay? It's not due to curvature because the camera's way too high.
Sure, I mean, refraction.
Wait a minute. Refraction can't be the cause of us seeing the bottom of the building if the bottom of the building light is also going up. I don't know how you got diverging up. It would be diverging out.
Sure, but refraction isn't the divergence. The refraction is the bending of the path of the light.
Okay.
Like in a, you've seen the laser in a fish tank, right?
Yeah, the one that. Yeah.
So it doesn't diverge into all directions. It's just bending down.
Well, that's not a very large distance. I'm talking about large distances like Skunk Bay, Chicago, right? And even the black swan that you guys like to pretend is a white swan when you say, "Hey, look at this. This is the same location on a different day, and the bottoms of the platforms are cut off."
Yep.
Right. That's not due to the Earth's curvature. Let me say this, and tell me where I'm wrong. When you are measuring the distance to the horizon, it has nothing to do with the radius of the Earth. You're only measuring where the horizon is presenting itself that day due to atmospheric conditions and the camera or object or whatever tool you're using to view them with. So due to your own eyes limitation, your own camera's limitation, and the atmospheric conditions of the day, you're not measuring the size of the Earth, you're measuring the distance to the horizon only because it changes when the size of the Earth does not, correct?
Sure, yeah. I mean, obviously the horizon can appear further away and closer.
So then Al-Biruni never measured the radius of the Earth.
No, Al-Biruni never measured the distance to the horizon.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious? You didn't climb a mountain?
He measured the dip of the horizon. He never measured the distance to it.
The dip of the horizon.
Yeah, when it dips from your eye level when you gain altitude.
So he measured the dip of the refracted horizon, and he came up with what?
Yeah. He came up with a radius, but he had an error margin like everyone has. But the dip of the horizon doesn't change as much as the distance to the horizon at low altitude.
The dip of the horizon doesn't change much. The distance to the horizon at low altitudes.
Yeah, like when you're in an airplane at 38 or 36,000 feet, the dip is 4 degrees, and it's pretty much 4 degrees. Doesn't change much.
$4 degrees. That would be less than my thumb at arm's length.
Yeah, could well be. Yeah. That's just something that I've read. I've seen some pictures, but I've never measured it myself. It's just something that I've seen photos of.
And you said this is measured from an airplane.
Yeah. At those altitudes, it's 4 degrees, but yeah, if you lower, then it's
How do
smaller.
you get an airplane level?
No,
There's always
the things I've seen have been done with theodolite apps or water bottles or other water levels.
I just don't know how you get an airplane level long enough to take accurate. Because anytime I've rode a plane, there's always that, slight movement where there's slight turbulence. And it's like driving in a plane. I'm sorry, driving a car on the interstate, right? And you're going like 80 miles an hour. There's always slight corrections. But with a plane, you're going 550 miles an hour and you're making slight corrections. But it's not just left and right.
Sure, it's
Right?
in every axis, but
300
that's why.
360 degrees of slight correction.
Yeah, but then people use water bottles and other things to make a reference for level. At least that's what I've seen. Haven't done it myself.
So doesn't level mean curved?
Well, water level, I mean, sure, it's curved, but it's curved so little in a puddle of water that you can use it. Or if you get 2 points on a water level, then yeah, you can level that and it forms a horizontal sort of plane of reference. Not a physical, but yeah, like a reference.
Look, man, here's the deal. If I say the Earth is flat, and you say no, there's topography, and I say okay, let me correct myself. I say the Earth is flat-ish, right? Kind of like Jews are Jewish. Then I say the water is level, and you say, yeah, I agree, it's perfectly curved. I mean, aren't we in agreement? Aren't we in agreement here?
It's kind of a semantical thing because I mean I can say ground level and that doesn't debunk topography. I mean ground level is always at ground, even though it's not horizontal or level or flat. We still call it level, but it's just a word.
So either way, they're both equally non-scientific statements. If I say the Earth is mostly level and not curved like a sphere, it's equally as scientific to say that it is sphere and not mostly level, like a plane.
Like yeah, if you get the definition of level, there's few entries on it. It's not just the first one.
Well, I'm talking about the definition of level from like 10 years ago.
Sure. I mean, it still was like what was it there according to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface? It was there still. I mean, that's why no one on the globe side, like I don't know, people who use the mean sea level, they don't have an issue with being called mean sea level, even though it isn't flat or horizontal.
Right. So look, man, I think it boils down to, I think it boils down to your worldview.
Yeah, go on, Hank.
Because I see a level plane when I look out into the world. And when I went to the ocean, I saw some things that I should not see. I should not have been able to see 10 miles away.
Earth being
At
stationary
1 foot.
flat plane.
Right. So the problem is that when I saw that during the day, during the heat of the day, which would have been causing the most amount of atmospheric conditions. And then I also saw the lights at night without all the sun perturbing the atmosphere, creating all the wonkiness in the atmospheric conditions. So if I saw it during the day and during the night, regardless of the atmospheric conditions caused by the sun, then what I experienced is flat. Now you can say, I see what you're saying, and I completely agree that you experienced it flat, but you obviously don't understand refraction and the physics of light, right? I can see you making that argument, but it's only based on your preconceived bias. Because you have no factual evidence to back up that claim. It's just an affirmation missing experimentation.
Well, I don't see what experiments like. Are you saying that I don't have what experiments I lack?
So I've been saying this recently. What Globers do is they have affirmation and ignore experimentation. Right? I've been saying that for a few months now. So there's no experiment that you guys have done yet to prove that it actually is, the light bending that's causing us to see too far. I've been telling these normies that come in 24/7, you can go talk to any Glober, the anti-flat earthers, and they'll agree that we can see too far. The argument is why? Why can we see too far? And the flat earther is going to say, well, we can see too far because there's no curvature. And I believe I'm strongly representing you guys when you say no. The reason we can see too far is because of refraction and light bending. Is that a steel man argument? Or is that a straw man argument?
Sort of, yeah, because I would say that the cause for us seeing sort of quote unquote too far is refraction. Just as you're saying that your cause for not seeing far enough is refraction.
No, my cause is seeing too far. Wait a minute.
Yeah, on flat Earth,
you said
we don't
was
see
right.
far enough.
What do you mean we don't see far enough? We can see way past
in the white
your...
one. You said it's the white swan picture, the picture taken from the oil rigs where those legs are hidden. We don't see far enough.
It's not an actual white swan. That one where the legs are hidden is still a black swan. Because if the horizon was at 1.2 miles away, it would cover up a lot more than just the legs.
Sure, but if the Earth is flat, then the horizon isn't far enough.
It's over 30 miles away. When you
why is he getting it wrong, Hank? He's getting it wrong, Hank. Why is he getting it wrong?
I don't know. When you look
You're
at
getting
the
it wrong, sir.
video, when you look at the video, as he's hold on, I'm almost done. I'll let you talk. When I'm watching the video, you can see as he's zooming in, 30 miles away, there's a little piece of land to the right. Because when he takes that shot in between both the hill house and habitat, it's like a perfect bullseye, like platform. If he's off a little bit to the right, he's going to hit the other platform, and he's trying not to shoot any civilians on the platform. He's trying to shoot his bullet directly out, hypothetical bullet, directly out into the open ocean because he doesn't want to hit anybody. But when he's zooming out, you can see the horizon past the land that's actually 30 miles away. So where should the horizon be if not 30 miles away? In the Black Swan, we're giving you 10 miles because that's a very generous thing because it's actually 30 miles. And we're not trying to argue 30 miles.
I'm not talking about that picture. I'm talking about the picture where you see the horizon in front of the oil rigs, both of them.
Right. That's due to atmospheric conditions.
No.
The thing I described earlier were... You go ahead, bro.
Hank, the question is to you, my friend, is what is the horizon?
To me?
I mean, the question: what do you think flat earthers say the horizon is?
I mean, I've heard a lot of different ideas for it.
Do we say it's a physical location?
I mean, some say that it sort of is a physical location because they're saying that they get the idea of a flat Earth from the horizon because it looks flat, so it has to be physical in order for someone to get a shape.
I believe that's a straw man. Can you show me a flat earther saying
We don't say that. Yeah.
I mean, I think...
Be advised now. We don't... Be advised now today. Correction. We don't say that. Make a note. Don't say that. So don't say that.
Okay, so Bev says that the horizon is geometric.
Is Bev a globe earther?
No, he's a flat earther. Well, he says he's not a flat earther, but he's a level planer or an agent of logos.
Well, he's slightly confused. He's a slightly confused man, okay? There you go.
Let's
Yeah, I
just
mean,
go with
he
this.
says
I've been in the game for a long time, right? I've looked up the definition of horizon. It's the apparent location, meaning it appears. It's not a fixed location. It appears where it's going to appear due to atmospheric phenomenon, weather, all sorts of conditions like the camera's capability, your eye's capability. It's not a fixed position.
sure, it isn't.
Right. In 2018, you guys did not agree with that, and now after the Black Swan, you guys now agree that the atmosphere is causing the horizon to
I've
change
always agreed.
location due to conditions.
I've always agreed that the horizon isn't fixed.
Well, then why were you guys telling us that boats go over the horizon?
I'm not
Why
you
were you guys
guys.
teaching? Okay, so forgive me for including you. Why was the government taking tax dollars at gunpoint from taxpayers and using this government school to teach children with Bill Nye the Science Guy and other propaganda that boats go over the horizon? And in 1492, Columbus proved that the Earth was a globe when he didn't fall off the Earth. Why are they teaching us that bullshit?
I mean, you do need the surface for the horizon because I mean it's part of the horizon, but the distance
That's
to
half of it.
is depending on many variables, just like you said.
So
Atmosphere.
why were they teaching the kids, the children in school, that it was boats go over the horizon? That's how you know that the Earth is a sphere. You can't tell me you never heard that before.
Can we get something clear here, guys? Guys, can we get something clear here with the horizon thing? Now, the horizon, when you look at it from the beach, as you know, it is always changing. It's there, but if you want to pinpoint an exact distance, you never will do that. Okay, that's an impossibility. The horizon is an optical illusion, right? A natural optical illusion where the sky, appears to meet the ocean. That's it. Anything to do with distance now, unless you have a marker, then you can ascertain it's that far because of that marker. But when you go to that marker, the horizon will still extend. So it's continuously in flux. So let's not get confused here with the horizon thing. All right? There is no fixed mileage to a horizon. No fixed mileage.
Wouldn't that marker just be in an apparent place too? How would you know the marker would be actually at the horizon?
Yeah, I mean it sounds weird that, like the
Like the
horizon.
Go to that marker. When you go to that marker, though, the horizon is still beyond that marker, isn't it? Still, do you see what I mean?
Oh, like I said, how do you know the marker's at the horizon?
Yeah. I mean, the horizon is at a location. That location changes, but there is a location that is horizon.
No,
It's
it's
an
not at
optical
the
illusion.
location. There's
Well,
no
it has to.
physical. It's kind of like, the rainbow,
Yeah.
right? The rainbow appears to set, but if you keep walking, you'll find out that the rainbow is actually more of a circle or oval in the sky, and it only sets due to perspective. Is that true?
Yeah.
Because we actually know that the sky doesn't meet the sea. Right? The two never meet.
Right. And the rainbow never actually touches the ground.
I mean, sure, but can I put an object at the horizon?
No, you can only look at the horizon relative
You
to
will
an
never be
object.
able to do that. You will never ever be able to do that. Never in your life will you be able to do that. No, you can't.
So there's
The
objects.
horizon is constantly moving.
Hold on, bro. Let's say you have a drone, and I say, "Hey, take this drone out to the horizon."
Yeah.
Can you park the drone? Let's say it's land. Let's say it's the salt flats while they're dry. Can you park the drone at the horizon?
Land it at the horizon? I mean, sure, why not?
So where is this going to be exactly? Is it this at the moment to where it disappears at the point of no return, or is it going to be the point to ended we can no longer see it?
I mean, it's at the horizon. It's not hidden by the horizon, but it's not you don't see the land beyond it.
I don't understand that.
Well, let's say you have a hill. Can you put something at the horizon, or a sand dune? Can you put something at the horizon
at
there?
the top of the hill. Yeah. It'd
Yeah,
be at
how
the
do you
top
know
of the
that
hill.
how do you know that it is at the horizon?
The geometric fixed location that's actually causing the horizon.
Sure, but how do you know that that object is at the horizon?
Because the hill is causing the horizon. We have causation.
Sure, but how do you know? Like if I put something there and you watch it, how do you know if it is at the horizon or not?
Because the hill is causing the horizon. It's causing it. So if I put the drone on top of the hill, right directly on top, at the 100% highest point facing me, then I know for a fact that it's at the horizon because the thing that's causing it is right under my drone. Now, if we're talking water, what's causing the horizon? It's not a hump of water because the Earth isn't curving. It's due to atmospheric conditions because we live on a plane.
No, but now you're just declaring that the Earth is flat.
That's what we observe. So if I'm declaring that it's flat, it's because that's what my senses are telling me. I don't observe any spin, axial rotation. I don't experience any vacuum of space, and I don't experience any curvature. In fact, I never have.
But I mean, when I look at the horizon, it doesn't matter if it's a hill or sea. I see objects going over it.
You see objects going over the horizon?
Yeah.
The objects going over. No, you do not. No, you do not.
I do.
Yeah. Well, we
You
saw
don't,
that
and
too.
also
No, you do not.
you don't,
Go
and
ahead.
also we can never say, like when there's a hill, we can say that the object is at the horizon, but then at water we cannot say that because I don't know why. We just cannot say that. We can never say when, for example, a ship is in the horizon, we cannot say that it is in the horizon because that's water and it's problematic somehow. It makes no sense to me, but apparently makes sense to Hank.
Well,
Hank is an intelligent man, you see, that's why.
Yes, he might be intelligent, but he's not making an intelligent point.
Oh, what it is that you don't understand your model.
No, I do understand my model. I'm
No, you
also
don't. No, you
understanding that
don't.
Hank's
Like I said
argument
yesterday.
is not a sane one.
Like I said yesterday, you're
let's
exhibiting
go over my
cognitive
argument.
dissonance.
Thank you, Jin. You protesting this much shows
Separation
that you are
anxiety
showing
disorder.
cognitive dissonance.
That's what you're doing.
Now I'm
Thank
going
you.
to take coffee.
No,
Thank you.
we're not at all. Carry on now. Carry on, Hank. Thank you.
All right.
I gotta
So
go
let's
soon.
address. Okay, bro. It was nice talking to you, bro. Hope you stay safe and hope your family's well, prosperity and all that stuff.
Yeah, you
So,
too.
brother
I can
from
stay for a few
India.
minutes.
Yeah, Hank. Hank, can we continue this because it is quite interesting? Okay.
Yeah. We're going to
Yeah,
continue. So, my brother from India, I believe that's a Indian or Pakistani accent. Is that right?
Thank you. Finish.
I don't know your name.
That's good.
I don't know
He's
your name.
finished.
From Finland, and he's Finnish
Oh,
now.
it's Finnish. Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah, I don't mean to be offensive. I'm an American idiot. Okay.
Yeah, he's
So what
completely
was
finished. He's washed up, mate.
Yeah, no worries. You were quite close. Finland is quite close to India.
That's right. Yeah, I studied geography when I was in 5th grade. Okay, so what about my argument was wrong? Because I believe what I said. Hold on. Here's 90.
You know what you said.
I believe what I said
What you said is correct.
was I view the Earth, and my senses tell me that it's flat and stationary, right? And that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm perceiving from the world. And that's what I believe to be true. So what is illogical or what's wrong with that statement?
That wasn't the argument that I was protesting against, and actually you didn't hear me say anything about that. I was speaking to your idea that when an object is behind the horizon and the horizon is made by a hill, we can say that the object is in the horizon. But then when it's at the horizon and the horizon is created, or the horizon is near water, then we suddenly can't say anything is in the horizon. That's what you clearly did hear me say that instead of the argument you just gave, because that's what I was talking about.
Okay, well, I'm trying to address you fairly, right? I have no reason to be dishonest here. So
Sure.
my argument was that if you place something behind the hill, it is past the horizon. If you place it on top of the hill, it's at the horizon. If you place it in front of the hill, it's before the horizon. But when you're dealing with water, water's different. There's no geometric horizon because we observe water to be flat and level when it rests. So how could you place it? How could you place an object on top of the water? Let's say that it's ice, okay? How could you place an object on top of ice if there's no geometric, meaning earth caused, or in this case, ice caused horizon? The only horizon that would be there is the one that is due to your perspective. Okay.
But I don't think a hill would be a horizon, would it? I mean, wouldn't a hill just be a hill?
Simply.
By definition, it's a horizon because that's where the sky appears to meet the land.
Yeah, and I think both of those cases, the hill and the water, they are actually similar in that the hill is not only created, like you cannot just define where the horizon is with the hill by what's the top of the hill, because your perspective would actually vary where the exact point of the horizon would be. So it's not just as easy as, okay, I see a hill, therefore it's just clear cut, the horizon is right at this point. No, it's actually, in both of those cases, it would be sort of a zone where you're getting near to the horizon point for the observer that you're considering. You wouldn't be able to exactly, let's say your goal is to park a ship or a car at the exact point of horizon. You wouldn't be able to do that exactly because it's hard to tell, because it's a zone of where that happens instead of a clear cut point in both those cases.
So I got to be honest, I'm at work. I was just counting down at the end of the night, and I'm afraid to say that I'm lost. And I don't know how to rebut anything because I can't quite understand everything that just happened all at once. I couldn't take it all in. Okay, so the problem you have is that I said that horizon on land, right, can be quantified. It can be measured because a hill is in one spot. And I said at that moment, you could land your drone directly on top of the hill, right? And if it's directly in the center of the highest peak of the hill, then it would be at the horizon because the fan blades to the back would be missing. You can't see them. You can only, especially if you're the same height as the hill, you can only see the fan blades in the front. So your drone would be at the horizon. Now with water, it's different because you can't land the drone. So let's give it ice. Okay, with ice, it's going to be perfectly flat. So if the drone lands at the farthest point that I could see, right, and I stand up and I get a little higher, then I can see the other blades, it's not at the horizon because I can see the second set of blades in the back facing away from me.
Well, that's actually, you are giving a good condition for telling when it's not at the horizon. When you start losing the drone, then it's at the horizon. So yes, you just gave us a good method of quantifying when it's at the horizon.
All right, let's say this drone has wheels, right? And let's say that it's one of those hills that has a peak. And if it's not perfectly balanced, it's going to roll backwards or it's going to roll forward, right? So you have to fine tune with a toothpick or a Q-tip. You have to nudge it until it's right dead center to where it's not going to roll backwards or forward. Right?
Sure.
At that point, right, if you're away from it, it would be at the horizon. Because
Sure.
you can't see.
Sure, but the
What if you
the
lower
more-
your
the more-
elevation?
The more general way of determining when something is at the horizon is when it starts disappearing, and you actually went back to that. So I'm not sure why we are picking the hill as the definition of horizon suddenly, and that's the only
Because
way
it's geometric. It's Earth. Sorry, brother.
But Hank,
Yeah,
if
I don't see the
if there's a drone at the hill and you are, let's say you're 10 meters away from it and at the same elevation, and I'm 5 meters below you, do we have the same horizon in the hill?
No.
So it depends on the observer.
Right.
I do believe
Even
we're
though
flogging
it's
we're flogging
geometric.
we're flogging a dead horse here. It's not gonna run.
Well,
we know that the horizon is an optical illusion, and you must always bear that in mind when you speak of the horizon. It is not a real place. Once you know that, there is no need to waste time. So when you think the ship, the horizon, like you said, and I said to you, that never happens because we can pick up an optical equipment, binoculars, a handy cam, telescope, and we can see the object again. On the horizon is not a fixed location. Do you understand what I'm saying to you now? Okay? So stop
Yes.
wasting time. You've talked shit for the
So,
last
Jen,
30 minutes.
Jen, you're absolutely 100% correct if you're talking about over water. But over land,
Yeah,
the
we're talking over
topography
water. Yeah, exactly. I'm talking
causes
over water.
horizon.
Okay, so
Right. You're
on land
absolutely correct
now,
over water.
you've seen the Black Swan video where
the
we
globe
actually
killer.
see.
Yes.
Sure, I'm talking. So when you've seen the video and he zooms out, does the horizon move?
I don't think so.
But the horizon
It's
again. We're
still
wasting
behind
time.
both
We're wasting time.
platforms and the land
I'll leave that for
to
you
the
to
right.
work out. I don't need to work that out. I
So
don't need to know that.
zooming doesn't affect the distance to the horizon then.
No, not at all. Because what I'm doing
No.
is I'm using my equipment
Well,
to bring it closer to me. But the horizon isn't getting closer. I'm zooming towards it. That's all. I'm
Yeah.
just enlarging the whole scene. Enlarging the
Okay.
whole scene so I can see more.
Sure. So zooming in on it doesn't cause the horizon to move.
It's an optical illusion, is what's going on there again. Okay, just remember,
barrel distortion can.
ships don't go. Look, if something goes over a hill, okay, when it's gone over a hill, you can no longer see it. Doesn't matter how much you zoom in with your camera, you will never see that car again because it's gone over the hill. The hill is in the way. Yet you're saying the same thing on the ocean. The ship's gone over the hill, but I pick up my handy cam now and I can see it again. I'm seeing over corners.
No, you can't.
You're lying now. Now is he lying now or what now?
No, you
Now you're
can't
mistaken
zoom in on
yourself.
objects and moving the
Yes,
horizon.
we can. On the ocean, we can. We can and we do and we will and we always win on that one.
Okay, so in the
back
Black
me up
Swan
on that.
video, when he zooms out, the horizon moves then.
Again, you're flogging a dead horse, sir. You're flogging a dead horse. You're going into
No, you don't have an
realms where
answer.
there's no need to go. There is no curvature. The fact and the simplicity of your problem is you have no curvature. I'll explain it again. When you go over a physical hill, you're not listening because you're not listening. When a vehicle goes over a physical hill and I pick up my binoculars, I will never see that car again because the hill is in the way. Now, when you say that the ship has gone over the horizon on the ocean and I pick up my binoculars and I see it, it means there was no hill there. That's what it means. Finished. Nothing else to talk about. Goodbye, globe. Goodbye. Sayonara.
If you've got a boat, if you've got something on the horizon that you can't see, and you get your little zoom camera and right to bring it into focus, isn't that affecting the horizon?
You're cutting out, man. So
We're wasting time. We're wasting time with the horizon thing. The argument is the ship's gone over the horizon. I say no, it hasn't, because there it is. If it has really gone over the horizon, then I would never be able to zoom in on it ever again. It's gone forever. That would be the curvature of the Earth. It would be, but it's not, is it?
Yeah,
Let's not
maybe
waste
so. What I'm saying is when you zoom in on it, you are being able to see further, so the horizon. I'm not talking about curves.
What we tend to say is we're bringing the ship back into view, yeah. But really, we're just enlarging the scene. We have a more powerful optical lens, more powerful than my eyeballs. So I'm using that to assist. And like I said, if it's gone over a curve, you would never be able to see that ever again, no matter how hard you try. It's because the physicality of the hill is in the way. But on the ocean, when you think it's gone over the horizon, and then you're still seeing it when you pick up your binoculars, that shows you that it's definitely not the curvature. Yes?
That's not what happened.
No, I'm not going to say it again anyway. I'll leave you to flog the dead horse. There'll be silence from me.
Sally wants to say something. Go for it.
Yeah, the dead. What I'm addressing the dead horse, or I will flog it some more. You said that we can bring things back with Zoom. Well, I have news for you. Zoom also works on the globe Earth. When something is too small to see, Zoom happens to work to allow you to do that. And now there are two things, of course, like for example, when you have a car and it's too far away for you to see, you can zoom on it and you can see it. But when it's behind something like a corner of the curvature of the Earth, you cannot bring it back.
Never see
Now,
that. You're
regarding
lying.
ships, we have the latter case of ships being behind something that we might call the curvature of the Earth, and then you cannot bring them back. So you guys are not looking at those cases, which you should be.
I've never ever experienced that in my life. I've never.
Yes, then you should look at the videos that we have been posting for the last 5 years.
Have I not been able to zoom into something unless my the object that I'm looking at has gone past the capability of the equipment that I have in my hands. Okay, that's the only reason why. And it's not because it's gone over the horizon. I'm not suddenly going to assume, oh, it's gone over the curvature now. No, I'm not going to assume that.
I can post you a video that shows that happening where it seems like the
you need to go and buy a bigger whip.
Yeah, I can post.
Isn't working, son.
I can post you a video where it seems that the ship is indeed seems to be blocked by something, and no matter how much it's being zoomed upon, it's not.
I don't want to see those videos. I don't want to see.
Yes, I know because you are cognitively dissonant, Jim. You don't want to see them because you're cognitively dissonant.
No, because I'm going to go by my experience. I'm not going to go by photographic trickery or videos that are trickery. That's a waste of time. The only way that's going to work is take me to the place. Let's see it for real. If you can't do that, throw that in the bin.
You can do that.
My experience teaches me different over 60 years. Fuck.
May I interrupt? Okay, so Jim is 60 years old, right? So he has about half of the life experience that any man has ever experienced on Earth, because most people lived about 120. So he's halfway there. So why would you try to convince him to ignore his senses? And I must ask you, gentlemen, as I assume that you're approaching 60, or at least 30. What would cause you to, 40? You're up there, right? You've had life experience a little bit. What would cause you to disregard your primary senses and take in some secondary knowledge of something that you've seen on TV, or something your friend told you, or something you read in a magazine? Because the real Earth is outside, and it's the stuff you get in between your toes at the beach. So my question again, what caused you to ignore your primary senses?
I'm not ignoring my primary senses. I've been in Helsinki over here in Finland, and I've looked at Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, which is like, don't remember how far it is, 80 kilometers, something like that. And I just don't see it.
Yep.
Even if I zoom in.
That's the same for me as well.
I'm going to make a claim. I'm going to make a claim here. Right? You don't want to see it.
Oh,
No.
I've tried to see.
Primary senses can be fooled, though. And there's plenty of examples of that. If you put a blindfold on, for argument's sake, and you tell a person, I've got a rod of, I've got a popsicle stick, or I've got a red hot poker, all right? Then you put a blindfold on them, and you put that popsicle stick in their hand. It feels like they're getting. So
I've done this experiment.
yeah, so your primary senses can fool you. So if we were just to go on our primary senses alone, I don't think that would be adequate.
I never said to go on it alone. And if your primary senses, like your vision, can fool you, then how do you have observational science?
Well, I just think you have observations. I don't think you have observational science. I don't think that's a observational science.
It is, but you use tools.
Okay.
That's what tools are for.
Yeah.
Okay, well, none of you Globers in here have actually used the words observational science. But I've asked a few Globers, you know, if I'm doing observational science and I'm watching a dirty film, an X-rated movie, right, is that doing science?
You're thinking way too hard about this, man.
Yeah, Hank, if you observe humans having sex and then a baby comes out, if you try to find out the biology of that, is that science? Because after all, it's done by men. Well, men and female, but
Well, I guess you would have to be manipulating the variable to find the cause and effect relationship.
sure.
So
So
that-
the
but-
cause for a baby is a man.
Yeah, and if you look at the porn study that you came up with, you could potentially do that. You could actually say, well, actually, if we show someone the same porn time and time again, the effects get less and less generally. People get a bit more familiar with it. But actually, this particular one seems to be bucking the trend. Why is that? And then we can start to look at maybe the social or some of the physiological actions that come under that. But you can look at the cause and effect relationship between pretty much fucking anything.
That's right, brah.
Sorry about that.
Can I just address the little point with the test with the lemon popsicle stick and the hot poker? Now, a man like me, that's a welder. Any welder or anyone that's work in a smelting area, heating up metal and bending metal, that experiment wouldn't work on them instantly. It would not work. They're used to that, aren't they? Right.
I disagree. I would disagree.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't work on them. It definitely wouldn't work. It wouldn't work because the senses in your hand, my hand is very sensitive to heat. So I would know when the poker is going to be placed in my hand because it's going to be giving off heat. And I'm not going to feel that heat.
It's a very interesting experiment, and everyone experiences heat and cold. But when you put a blindfold on, it is actually very interesting to see how the brain can be very easily fooled.
I guarantee you, I'll lay my life on it. Anyone who has worked in a smelting place, that's his.
Milwaukee.
occupation.
Okay, I'm kind of.
Why do you interrupt? Why do you interrupt me? It's his or her occupation. There is no way they're going to be fooled because there is a signature. Their hands are attuned.
It's not a hill to die on this one, Jin. It's not. Trust me.
As far as I'm concerned, that analogy is not good enough. Sorry.
It's very good enough. But anyway,
it's not.
But Ban, sorry, no, I actually know the study you're talking about because that's where it was the psychosomatic realization of what was about to happen, and the anticipation versus the non-visual cue.
I know
the study.
What I'm saying is that if that was me, for example, and I was going to go through that, my senses would kick in, wouldn't it? I'm not feeling any heat, so there would be no need to panic. As soon as I feel that heat, I probably would move my hand out of the way.
Try it, and then come back.
Yeah, one day.
And the problem is not that you don't feel the heat. The problem is that you feel a sensation, and it's going to be shocking regardless.
Let me tell you something. A red hot poker sends off a heat your hand is going to pick up. A lemon popsicle is not going to do that.
No, Kosho's spot on with what he just said.
Not going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, I tell you that now. You'd only know that. You'd only know that if you've worked with metal. Hot metal's bending, reheating, and bending. That's the only way you would know.
Jim, just for the record, mate. Just for the record, I have smelted copper from malachite. I have forged with copper.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah,
but you know what I mean,
I disagree with your point. Next.
Okay, so you disagree. You disagree that you wouldn't notice a hot metal coming towards your hand. You wouldn't notice that at all. Yeah.
I would notice a sensation, but I wouldn't have the same anticipation. It's a bit like if I get a sharpened spike and I move it between your eyes. In fact, you can just do that with a fucking pencil yourself. It gives you a very weird feeling. If you shut your eyes, you don't get that feeling. It's the anticipation of the event is part of it. And what this is playing on is the psychosomatics that we get from the difference between heat and cold. The lemon popsicle, which is cold, and the poker, which is heat. Both give us a shock, but we don't instantly register that it's heat or cold. We just register the shock. And that's what the studies. And that's fine that you can disagree.
I would beg to differ on that one.
And I was trying to finish my point, Jim, but you carry on. You just carry on, mate.
Thank you very much for that. It would depend on the individual and how fit they are and how attuned they are to their senses. That's exactly what I'm going to say about that with these so-called experiments. Not everybody is going to fall into that trap, and especially those who have worked with hot metals and things like that. I'm sorry. It's their occupation, and now they're going to be jumping because they think a hot metal is in their hands. They're going to know before. Well before it's their hands.
Bless your soul, Gene. You've got to be right on everything, but bless your soul.
No, it's not that. It's not that I'm right. What you say is true, but I'm saying that not everyone falls into that category. Okay? Don't finalize it like that. You cannot. You're carrying on as an assumption which has no place here. I'm telling you, not everyone falls into that, especially those who work with it.
Okay.
You have to agree with that. I'm sorry.
Let's move on.
Right. Move on. But I'm right. Thank you. So, who's next?
So, back to popsicles.
Right. Yeah. So we were talking about the horizon and stuff like that, but I think that horse has finally been better.
Yeah, that's a good horse too. Hey guys, mark this day down, right? Just remember it is the day that Hank Hill said signing off. Have a good night. I usually just dip out whenever the fuck I want to. So peace.
Hey, Hank, it's been
nice one, Hanky.
It's been a real good convo this afternoon, Hank. Cheers, man.
Yeah, we should do it again sometime.
Yeah, man. Cheers, man.
Whoa, you can always return next year. I'm not joking. Next year. It comes once a year. So, yeah, when things go over the horizon, it doesn't mean it's gone over a curve. Okay? When you think it's gone over the horizon, no. Just disappearing from your ability to focus on it. You pick up a stronger instrument to help you aid your eyes, and you see the same thing again. There you go. Once something's physically gone over a curve, no matter how strong your instrument is, you'll never see that object again, because the physicality of the curve is in the way. But when you think the ocean is doing that, it's not, because we pick up an optical instrument and there we are. There it is, still there. Everyone's having fun on the ship that you thought had gone over the curve. There you go. We don't see round corners.
I haven't actually ever zoomed on a ship. So following the Chin / Hank Hill line of let's go with our experience, I'm going to disregard all that evidence.
Yeah,
because I haven't experienced it.
Well, never mind. Never mind. Maybe if you want.
I want to see your flat Earth proof. Then, what flat Earth proof do you have to offer me next?
If you want to experience it, you will. If you don't want to experience it, you won't. Then you'll always be in that confused state of mind that the ship is going over the horizon when it is not. That's all. Simple. So, you know,
Yes,
you
yes,
can
and it's
clarify that for yourself when you're good and ready.
Go ahead.
Until then, you're going to be acting with the separation anxiety disorder. That's what you've got. So there you are.
That's actually a very good response. Except I can also use it against you, as long as you want to be in the ignorant state of mind and disregard the evidence. You won't ever experience the actual evidence. Yes, Jin, I know that you're getting triggered and you have to overtalk me. Go ahead.
Regarding what you're saying,
You're proving my point, Jin. You are now cognitively dissonant, so you have to overtalk.
Please show the evidence that you have, please.
I rest my case, Jin.
Accusations.
Let him finish his point, Jin, please.
Yeah. Go on.
I will finish my point by this. You know I'm right, Jin. Therefore, you have to overtalk. You know I am right.
Have you finished?
Yes.
I don't know such thing. I don't know such a thing. All I know is this: you haven't presented any evidence. This is why I say you're acting slightly delusional and you're exhibiting this separation anxiety disorder.
Sure.
With a sprinkle of cognitive dissonance to boot. You're under the illusion here that you've presented some fucking evidence. You haven't presented anything. So.
The reason why I didn't present any evidence is you guys disregarded it before I did present it. So I have a video that I could post. I'm not gonna look for it if you're already making excuses that, oh, but my experience, and I will never look at your video. Why would I post it when you have already disregarded it? So I'm only going to present evidence if I know that you will be honest and look at it. If you're in a dishonest state of mind of cognitive dissonance where you will predetermine that you will disregard the video, I will not post it. I will wait for you to return back to normalcy from your state of cognitive dissonance before I post my evidence.
No, I'm going by you guys' records that every time you present something, it's always been trickery and it's never natural. There's always something wrong with it. So, and it's time wasting, especially as what I have explained to you is that with my experience, never in my life have I experienced that 60 years now. So sorry, sir. You know, your record and your MO is one of deceit, deception, no evidence at all. If you think a ship is going over a horizon, and I've explained to you that we can actually zoom in on it, your idea that it's gone over the horizon is dead. Then there's the actual explanation on how our eyes work, angular resolution from your perspective. This is the law of nature. It's not anybody's law. It's natural law. So, you know, you're arguing with that. That's where your argument is with.
From my experience, Laurie's actually pretty honest. So I don't think he's going to come at anything with any sort of deceit. I find him to be a pretty honest fellow.
No, I haven't found him to be so. Okay, maybe you have. I haven't. Okay.
Yes, you haven't found me to be honest because you are cognitively dissonant. Therefore, you write off even honest people as dishonest because that doesn't fit with your dogma. You are too dogmatic to realize when people are being honest.
No spins. You can't be in the vacuum of space.
And you over-talking me also shows that you're cognitively dissonant.
We didn't go to the moon when we had the opportunity to take real pictures and videos. That chance was missed. We have the great Stanley Kubrick letting us know that he did that through his film known as The Shining. Yeah, that's just too much. Then you've got the professional expert specialists out there like me who are telling you about the environment, how the radiation, cosmic ray particles, that it's impossible for any human being or any equipment to be in that environment. It will be trashed. Satellites don't exist. Nothing you have has been proven, verified.
I'm going to ask you a question, Jin. How did you become an expert in how certain equipment is dealt with in certain radiation?
Well, when you understand natural law, the law will never allow it. That's how I know. I'm not divorced from nature. So natural law and nature's environment, the way the Creator created it, will never allow any human being to design any vehicle to take them to the stars that we can never get to. Never going to happen.
But you started off saying
how-
that you're
that's
an
how I know.
expert in it. You're an expert in it.
I am an expert in it. I am an expert.
Okay. Well, I would probably disagree with that. You may have read some
Well, of course
stuff
you
on
can.
it. You may
That's your prerogative.
yeah, you may be, very knowledgeable
Doesn't
on
change
it.
the situation.
To
Doesn't
say
change
that
the
you're an
situation
expert
whatsoever.
on it, that's a pretty big leap, in my
It's not
opinion.
a big leap at all. It is the correct stance for a man who puts nature before any man. So no, that is a positive stance for the Creator's creation, and the fact that I know that no man will ever make a rocket that can go to anywhere near the moon. It's not a place we can go to. That I know. We don't have the technology. We will never have it. Never have it. Never have it.
Well, we might.
The word never comes in. We will never have it. The environment will never allow that to happen.
That's like saying the Poms will never win the Ashes, but they did once.
Sorry, you cannot equivalate the Ashes, which is a man-made game, with the creation of Earth that no man can ever make. You are totally out of order, out of line. That is blasphemous, an insult to creation itself and the Creator. Be careful, something doesn't befall you.
Hey, Shay.
But you know what I mean, though. Yeah. That's why I can stand here and tell you that. I'm not kidding. I am living in the real world. So I speak real world language, and it is as bold and as brash and as solid and as truthful as I say. No man will ever have the technology. That's never going to happen.
They might. One day they might.
Nah, it's never going to happen. That will
It's
never
possible.
happen.
Don't be
Not
so
possible at all. The environment is just the environment itself, which is unceasing. Forever. It's never going to
They will never do it.
Never going to happen, sir. Never going to happen.
We might get close.
No, never going to get there. Never.
We could.
No. Oh wait. Not happening. Nature's laws will never be violated. So all that's happening is pure lies. That's what's happening at the moment. We're living in a world where there's a lot of deception going on. I'm wise to certain aspects of that deception, and I'm glad that I know that much. But there are others who want to say that things are going over the curvature, and that's that. Don't check it. That's it. Well, no, I'm not that man. I checked it, and it's not. So you're delusional if you think that's what's going on, especially when it's been explained to you. The actual way, the way the eyes work, and then we can actually demonstrate it to you. So there's 2 proofs there automatically. 2 proofs.
Wow. The moon looks pretty close. I reckon one day we might get.
Nah, it's not a place we can go to. It's not a place we can go to. Like I said, the environment itself would stop us getting there. And we don't have the equipment to be able to keep ourselves up there, sustain it. We can't. We just cannot. That's the natural order of things. That would be going against nature. That's what I'm saying. You can't do that.
Well, what happens if we get a really, really, really big balloon?
Fucking hell, how big is big?
It's really big.
It'll have to be bigger than the Earth.
So, Jin,
I'm glad you're laughing, because that's how absurd the idea of Copernicus's heliocentric model is.
So, Jin, just to show that I'm actually an honest person and I can post evidence, I did post you a video. I would love to hear what kind of trickery is in that shot. That's timestamped.
Yeah, but as you heard me say, because I'm an honest man, I don't want to see your rubbish. Told you that already. I have no interest.
So an honest
in
man,
you,
when
Leo,
someone
sir.
presents evidence, will disregard
You
it
don't
without
present
looking
me
at it.
with any evidence that I'm going to be interested
Yes, indeed, Jin.
in
That
with
does
my.
sound
No, you
quite
have
honest.
not, sir. Sorry, sir. What you post generally is shit, and that's your MO. So
You know it to be shit.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in that. Sorry, not interested. I'll tell
Sounds
you.
like that's attacking the man.
my case.
Yeah, that's just attacking the man and not the argument, Jim. That's poor.
No, the man has presented shit before. Once they
Doesn't
present shit,
matter.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Cool.
7, 8. You know, now how many years now? Yeah, obviously one.
So in
one
that case, I will determine that
I have the
you
right
post nothing but
to say
shit, and
no,
I'll just
thank
turn you down.
I decline that. No, thank you very much. Sorry.
Well, to me, it's in the same vein as Black Swan, so I think it's pretty good to have a look at myself, Jin. I think.
Well, you look at it and this. I'm not going to waste my time with it. Sorry, I already know what's going on. So, and I'm straight as teeth. I'm as straight as an arrow. I'm not lying. I'm not being dishonest. I'm being accurate and factual.
It would take 15 seconds of your time stamped.
I don't want to waste that 15 seconds of precious time. No, I don't want to do that. Sorry. I'd rather sit here and say no, thank you.
You'll waste 15 seconds saying no, thank you. Now.
No, thank you. I'm too honest to look at evidence.
I am too honest and I'm too assured to look at rubbish that you post, sir. Sorry. There have been foolish decisions now. I might have a look because he has been accurate in some of the things he has posted, so I'll be intrigued. But you have just been a bare-faced liar. I'm not going to belittle myself and lower my standards. Sorry,
That's
man.
pretty harsh.
I'm sorry, that's the reality. I don't fuck about, man. I'm not here messing around.
I'm sorry to hear you've had that experience.
Sorry. That's how it is. I'm not that man. I told you. You either
Yeah,
come
remember
up to my standards or you be
Jin's subjective view of someone else's evidence
either come up to my standards
and then attacking that person is a valid argument. That's pathetic.
I tried, Laurie. I tried for you.
It's not pathetic at all. Once bitten, 2 million times shy, mate. As the saying goes. Or so it goes.
I do sympathize with you, Jin. It is hard to be on the side of the argument that's kind of not doing so well. So you you will evolve.
I do pity you rarely because flat earthers are increasing, and
I'm sorry, Jin. I was talking, but go ahead.
As long as I am alive, especially this year, 2022, is the year we highlight the psychological instability of the heliocentrists. That is my aim this year. Okay.
Yes, but
why is it you want to believe in something you cannot prove, sir?
Jin, you can't keep cutting people off. All right, you can't keep on cutting people off. It's rude.
Yeah. Plus, there's some irony there because when you say that you will double down on exposing the psychological, disbalanced state of instability of, you are showing psychological instability by acting like this. So you are exposing yourself.
No. What that is a rebuttal to the heliocentrists who have gone and passed and died, who have attacked flat earthers, saying that we are mentally unstable. You know, we have this knowledge that we want to keep, and you know, we feel good because we have this knowledge, and they give us this kind of like, we are sick in the head, sick in the mind, we are not coherent, we need to be having a psychiatric evaluation. I'm fed up with that. So now it's my turn now to highlight the fact that it's actually the heliocentrists who are actually mentally unstable, especially when they're believing in something that they cannot prove. The question there is, why would they want to do that? And then when you listen to the lies they tell and you highlight that, then anyone with any sensible, coherent thinking will come to the conclusion, yes, something is amiss. That's why I exercise and breathe to tell the truth about the flat earth.
No, you make proclamations without evidence, Jim. That's what that's my general experience. You say, this is the way it is. I know the truth. And therefore, this is the way it is because I know the truth. And when you're challenged on it, you can't demonstrate it. This has
That's
happened
exactly
many,
what
many
the
times.
heliocentrists, that's exactly the position of heliocentrists. Hence the question, why do you want to believe in something that you cannot prove? What's going on in your mind? That sounds insane, delusional. That's mentally handicapped, surely. That's not coherent thinking. There we are. And then when you say that to people, it makes them think, hang on, why did he say that? Let me go and check. And then when they go and check, yes, then they find out that they have been, they've been robbed of time and they've been deceived. That's my method, and I'm going to love it this year. 2022 is that.
It kind of comes across.
Yeah, we evaluate the psychological status of the heliocentric.
It kind of comes across as a religious dogma when you just constantly talk, don't listen to other people, be very dogmatic.
Not really, no.
Certainly, yes.
Repetition
It does a little bit. It does a little bit, Jin, and I'm trying to be nice about it.
I'm sorry, sir. The Earth will continue when I pass, when you pass. That flat Earth.
I'm not arguing that. I'm
going to be like. I'm going to be like the flat Earth.
I'm not arguing that. Not arguing that.
No, well, you're saying that repetitiveness is no good. Unfortunately, when you want to be excellent at something and you want to be good at it, you need to repeat it, and repeat it, and repeat it till you become perfect at it. Till you get into that zone where nothing can push you off. Jin's always in that zone, mate.
But that zone, you have to give other people a zone to be able to voice their opinion too, Jin.
And I do. But when I get fed up, I'm going to come across like an express train tsunami from the flat Earth, and you're going to drown. That's right.
And that's what I said.
The Creator gave me that sense of power to do that.
I know, and it sounds. And when you do that, it sounds more preaching than a conversation.
Not preaching at all. It's telling you the facts. Those are the facts.
When you don't give it
preaching, that's up to you.
When you don't,
it's irrefutable.
When you don't, I'm trying. When you don't give another person a lane to talk, right? Because that's how a conversation goes. One person, another person talks, right? You need to be able to do that.
We're talking now. We're talking now, and I allow people to speak.
But other people try to talk, and you've just
that's a load of rubbish.
No, other people have tried to talk. You've just railroaded them. That's why I'm mentioning it.
Slander, sir, slander.
That's a bit harsh.
Objection, Your Honour. The man is badgering the witness and slandering the character assassination. I totally detest that to the highest degree.
Jin, I specifically left the conversation about 20 minutes ago because you kept over talking me and I was about to lose my patience. So I went and had a cigarette and made a cup of tea.
Okay, now you can
that's why I did that, because I didn't want to shout over you. In fact, you're doing it to me right now. And it's the fact that you keep doing this continually, which is why people have issues. Slow it down, calm down, give everybody some space, and it's all a good place.
I love that one. Give people some space, and it's a good place. Okay, we'll try that. So, what do you have to bring? What do you have to bring, Foolish? What are you bringing today? We were discussing the horizon and how it's not going over the coast.
Hey, Foolish, what sort of fags do you...
I'm a total weirdo. I actually have normal cigarettes and I roll them into roll-ups because I don't like rolling tobacco and I hate wasting stuff.
Okay.
Oh.
So I smoke about 4 cigarettes a day.
I roll my own too. Only the bloody cost of them, Foolish. Here a packet of smokes is around $50 thereabouts for a packet for a pack of 25, and that's why I just buy me normal backy, which
how many dollars? How many else? Sorry, go on.
There's 25 smokes in a packet generally, and that's about $50. But I just pouch of tobacco, which is 50 grams, and that costs me about $50 also. But that'll last me about a week and a half.
Yeah.
What's the name of the brand? What's the name of the brand?
The ones Port Royal or Winfield Blue.
What about you, Foolish? What brand do you break up?
Rothman Super Kings generally.
Rothman Super Kings, right.
And that's about £10 a pack, which is what, 22 Australian dollars, I think.
Yeah. Smokes are frightfully expensive here.
That's like Norwegian pricing.
Bogan, exactly, Globus.
And then what do you use? Do you use the Rizzler when you roll them up? Rizzler?
No, I use my hands, my fingers.
No, I'm talking about when you what brand of Rizzler do you use?
What papers do you use?
I use Venti.
Rolling papers.
Venti.
They don't really have Rizzler in Oz.
No.
Oh, they don't have Rizzler in Oz. Okay, I didn't realise, yeah. So what about you then, Foolish? Do you use Rizzler or another brand? Old Holborn or something?
Well, rolling papers, I use Rizzlers, or I use Just Jobs, or I'll use Rips, depending on how I feel.
And are you
Generally, I
using
just
the small
use
size or are you using the king size Rizzlers?
No, small ones.
Okay, and then what colour? Because you know they come in thicknesses, don't they? Blue,
Yeah,
green,
so you have silver, blue, green, and red. I tend
I've
to
never
use
seen
green.
the silver one. I've never seen the silver one.
Silver's thinner than blue. Blue is thinner than green. Green is thinner than red.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, because I used to roll spliffs, so I used to go for the blue ones myself.
Mm.
And if the blue ones weren't available, then I'd go green. And obviously, if they weren't available, then it'd be red.
Oh, if I'm rolling a spliff, I use the hemp paper.
Oh, well then you're living bliss there. If you're using hemp paper, then that's nice. Yeah. Did you ever use the licorice ones, Foolish? You know you can get those licorice papers now and again. Did you ever try them?
No, I've tried them. Don't like them. I mean, to be honest, I smoke. I don't smoke very much. I mean, as I say, I probably go through 3 cigarettes a day, 4 cigarettes a day.
Yeah, I don't smoke at all. When I used to smoke spliff, I used
More
to
sensible.
one a day.
It's a stupid habit.
Yeah, I used to smoke spliffs one a day only. One a day. At the end of the day as well. So.
In my worst times, I could quite happily go through 5-6 grams of weed in a day, easy.
Yeah.
Gee, nearly a quarter. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I look at it this way: it just makes it fairer on everybody else to try and keep up with me. It certainly hasn't affected my memory, put it that way.
No.
Well, no, it doesn't. It's not that kind of thing, is it? In fact, it enhances your well-being, Split. In my case, it made me question the government, basically, my political environment that I was growing up in, and that would be in my mid-20s, and I'd be listening to like reggae music, and you know how they're talking about their lives of struggling, and the government's this, and then suddenly I'm thinking, why are they fucking struggling? What is going on over there in the country? And then you start to compare it to where I am in England. I thought, yeah, fuck me, you know. So it helped my enlightenment, I'd have to say.
I think it helps with being very fixated or focused on a particular subject. That's one of the things smoking weed is quite good for. But I think it's very, very bad for people's motivation to actually get off their ass and do things. And I think it will also be a method that will actually think, no, I won't go and do that because I want to go and smoke a spliff. That's when you get into the bad. And that's where I was, which is one of the reasons I stopped.
Yeah.
I was finding excuses not to do things.
Yeah, I'm glad I was never in that situation. I was always to get up and go. I mean, I got nice bikes to ride. I got my bicycle. I mean, I was doing karate at the time. I'm doing youth work, security. I was all over the place, mate. I had no...
I would never ride and smoke. I don't drink and smoke. I've never done that in my life.
No, that's what I said to you. I always smoked at the end of the day.
Yeah, which is sensible.
Yeah, I could never do that. Yeah, because I've got to work. So always at the end of the day. And I'd go home, I'd roll a split, smoke half of it, put it down. I've got cable TV, so I'm catching up with the news of the world. I really felt good about that. And then I'd make myself my dinner. And this could be about 11 o'clock or midnight. You know, I'm cooking, literally. Because I saw it as I worked so hard, the least I can do is cook myself a meal to eat properly, you know. you know, and I did that. That's why my kitchen was immaculate and it was set up so I could do that, you know. I used to pile my dishes up and wash them at the end of the week, though. I didn't wash them straight off. You know what? Because I didn't want to waste the water. The amount of water I'd use to wash one dish, that would be wasteful. So I'd pile them all up and then wash them up at the end of the week. Neatly piled up, covered over with a towel so that it's out of sight. That's why I would need 100 degrees Celsius water, because obviously the stuff would have dried hard. You're not going to remove it with just 40 degrees. You're going to be there a while, but 100 degrees, you soak it there. Let the forks, knife and forks, soak in the sink and that, and then yeah, I used to love doing the dishes, man, because I was only doing it once a week. Except for maybe if I had friends around, and then yeah, that's too much. Can't leave that for a week. But if it's just me, yeah, I'll just leave it in the corner, cover it up. What do you reckon? Bad idea? Disgusting? Pile of dirty dishes in the corner. But that was my lifestyle. I used to do my shopping once a month. Once a month, I'd do the shopping for the groceries. It used to cost me £62 to £65 in Safeways. And then if I needed anything like vegetables, I'd go to the corner shop, round the corner. And then I'd do my laundry once every 2 weeks. That was my lifestyle in London. I was that busy. But there was no way I wanted to go shopping every week. So every weekend. So I used to do it once a month. Massive two trolleys. Yeah. £60 got you a lot back then. 65 quid. Meat, vegetables, milk. I used to consume it then a little bit. That would be the long life milk. And what else? Some cereal. Yeah. Water, of course. Herbs, spices. Yeah. Remember, it's going to last a month. And that's what I kind of like consume. I used to enjoy those bird's eye cod in parsley sauce. Do they still sell them? Foolish, are you there? Do they still sell those in England? Bird's eye cod in parsley sauce or in butter sauce and that. Do you know it? Frozen. Boil in the bag. I was interested, all right. Lovely filleted cods. And they come in a packet of 4 or a packet of 2. Frozen solid, and then you just boil some water, drop it in, boil it for like 10 minutes, and then cut the bag open and pour it out. The sauce, white wine sauce with the cod, bit of parsley on top, and you're laughing. Lovely. Boiled potatoes, some boiled carrots and that, yeah. Broccoli. Oh. I used to enjoy that. I should do a packet of fish fingers at one sitting, 12. Well, that was my lifestyle when I was there. Single line. Living in Highgate. Oh, it's gone very quiet. What's happened? Someone died? Oh, I see E.T.'s in the house. Hello, E.T. You're very quiet today, man. Hi there. See what they're saying. Huh?
Hello.
Oh,
How are you guys?
oh, we're very well, man. How you doing?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm great.
Good morning. Okay. What time is it in the morning for you?
Almost 9 a.m.
Almost 9 a.m. Are you, so you're in the UK then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes.
Wish I was in the UK too.
Sorry, what did you say? Didn't hear you.
I wish I was in the UK too. Finland is boring.
Oh, UK is boring?
No, Finland is boring.
Why is it boring?
I've been there. I've been there once.
Why do you say
okay.
it's boring?
Well, it's I don't know. I guess I'm just used to it. So
I think it might be boring too. You know, it's one of those small Scandinavian places. Not many people, as far as I remember.
Yeah. You know what? I'm sure if I went to Scandinavia and I went to that place, it wouldn't be boring because flat up would be the topic, or maybe the dangers of the jab and that, and I'd be having an exciting discussion with these people, you know, and what we call that leveled water out there. My job would be made easy. So yeah, I would be having a great time.
Jin, with that superiority complex, nobody will ever get bored of you.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's sort of boring because like I've been to London a few times, and there is like a lot of pubs and restaurants and things like that. But over here, it's usually just either it's a Turkish kebab shop or it's a chain restaurant. So we don't have a lot of like restaurants and pubs and things like that.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
I've always found the Finnish, right? They're more of an outdoor earthy type people. That's what I've noticed. And whenever I've met them, they've always liked to. They're talkative. They have a conversation, and of course they like to know. They like to do the trendy things, just like most people. So I don't look at Finnish people as boring people, to be honest. Not at all.
not the
That's the
people.
last thing I would say. That was the last thing I would say. Finish it up. I can say they're naive, and when I say that, I'm alluding to the pureness of the heart, the cleanness of the heart in general. The honest people is what I found with the Finnish people. Very much like the Japanese in that sense.
I think there is sort of a connection between Finns and Japs.
Yeah, there is a lot.
Like
There's a
they're
lot that's
sort of
similar.
similar. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities. That's why I say to you that I know I'd be having a good time if I was in Finland. No problem, man. And then there's so much beautiful nature as well. Yeah.
I've found Finnish people generally don't finish anything.
Yeah. Either they don't finish
God.
or they are finished.
Well, that's what she said anyway.
But yeah, no, the last thing I would be using is the word boring when it comes to Finland. That wouldn't be in my vocabulary list. Sorry.
I think I mostly meant like the country and the places are sort of boring. There's nothing. Well, there's something
Yeah.
interesting, but not much interesting things. Like if you compare to some other places.
No, I can't say that because I'm coming from the world where I like the Dakar Rally and the WRC, the World Rally Championships. Okay, and then you had some really good drivers. I've forgotten his name now. Right, not Hakkinen and some other guy.
Hakkinen was in Formula.
He was here, Formula One, Hakkinen.
No, there's another one. There was a rally driver as well, Hakkinen.
No, it's Mäkinen, Tommi Mäkinen.
Mäkinen, that's it. Oh, I'm close, I'm close.
Yeah.
Mäkinen, right?
And Hakkinen.
And another Finnish. He won the Dakar Rally, I think, 5 times. These people, when you hear them,
I think Markku Alén won the Dakar.
Who?
Markku Alén.
Yeah,
Could be the one.
And another one that won it 5 times. You got a Finn.
Yeah.
You got a Finn that won it 5 times, man. Really good driver. Still alive today, right? And he was actually at this year's the inaugural ceremony for the 2022 Dakar Rally. So he's there, a veteran, right? And when you hear him speak, he's a nice fellow. Pleasant, nice. Nah, that's the last thing I'm thinking.
Mailman.
And the land is beautiful. Good for rally. Very good for rallying.
Yeah, Mikkola, yeah.
I have a question for you, Mailman, because I just saw you the live stream. You were talking about quitting being difficult with smoking. Yeah, I mean, is it because of a psychological kind of? Is it psychologically difficult?
I think it's the psychological part because I have a book that helps with quitting smoking, and I kind of have to like to quit, but it is the psychological thing because I can use these nicotine pouches that we can get here, but those don't help. I still want my morning cigarette, even though if I get the nicotine, it's.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it's not physical; it's just more psychological. That's the difficulty.
Well, it is sort of also physical because if I get anxious, so it's sort of physical too. But
just to a tiny degree, though.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what I say to you? What you need to do is be more focused on yourself and be more realistic to yourself. Because like me, I gave up split 21 years ago because I was coming to Japan. I didn't want my children to see me rolling up a split or anything else. If we had kids with my wife, yeah. I haven't had a split in 22 years now. And it was just like easy, like switching off the light. That was it. I had my last split with my friend Richard Charles at the Alexandra Pally. Right, and then I said, "That's the end. No more split now, Richard. Because my neck in 2 weeks' time, I'm going to be in Japan," and that was it. I haven't looked back.
That's not a surprise.
Are you talking about just spliffs or cigarettes?
No, spliffs.
Yeah, I've smoked spliffs and I've quit that. I don't need weed, and cigarettes is kind of a different thing to me.
What I would say to you is that rather than you smoke cigarettes, you should be smoking weed because weed is more beneficial to you. You see, that's how.
Sure, but if I come to work and just smoke spliffs, I wouldn't work for long.
No, then you have to be responsible. That's where you have to be responsible, and you use your psychological will, which God gave you, to say, "I'm going to go to work, so obviously I cannot smoke." That's being responsible adult, yeah. Then when you finish work
Jen, let me tell you.
Get home, then.
Let me tell you something, Jin, because it's difficult to say that spliffs are better because the issue is if you are genetically predisposed to developing schizophrenia, then marijuana use, especially in high frequency and in high doses, can trigger it. Especially if you do it earlier.
That would be a rare case. That's not a common case. First of all, and this individual, I think, is doing himself more harm by smoking cigarettes, whereas if he was smoking split and then becoming a responsible adult for himself and his lifestyle, he would say, well, I have to go to work, so obviously I cannot smoke. When I finish work, I can reward myself with a split when I get home. Then he's not smoking any cigarettes all during the day when he would be normally.
It depends on what you prefer. Do you prefer schizophrenia?
No, you see, hang on a second, man. Wait a minute. It's not even the preference thing. Because there is a time when you have to make a decision. You know the cigarettes are not good for you, and you know spliff is better. So logically, you say, I'm going to go for the better one. Now, I can't smoke this when I'm working because it's not good. I'm not going to do my job properly, perhaps. Okay. So you look at it as an enjoyment thing. Now, already, he's made 2 good steps. not smoking at work, and not smoking cigarettes unnecessarily now. Now his health is going to begin to improve. Just 2 steps. And that's what you
But if
feed
you
off of. You feed off of the positive and you block out the negative. That's what you
but then
do.
you but then you don't even smoke the spliff because that's also harmful.
No, you smoke the spliff when you get home, yeah? You roll it, you smoke half, you relax, you catch up with the news and whatever, you make yourself something to eat, and then you smoke it up, you go to bed, you're feeling good in the morning. And now you've reduced your tobacco intake to right down dramatically. And then before you know it, you give up, and you can give up split just like that because you said it already. You gave it up. But I think you gave up the wrong one. You took on the poison and gave up God's beautiful creation. This is why you're confused with the heliocentric model, etc., etc. You see what I mean? The psychology. This is what I'm saying. This year
smoking
is the
weed is
psychological
bad for your lungs.
evaluation of the heliocentrists. This year, 2022, the year the flat earthers evaluate the heliocentrists.
How did you go
competitors,
from a
the
split
opponents.
to a flat earth?
The smoking anything is bad for your lungs. So even smoking weed is bad for your lungs.
You know, Jin is a genius.
I mean, it's not as
Jin
bad
is
as
honestly a
tobacco.
genius. Can I just say this? He's able to twist every topic to flat earth somehow. It's amazing.
But like you
We are
said
living on the
that weed
flat
is.
earth, sir.
But Jin, you said that weed is better than tobacco. Yeah, it is. And puffing glue is worse than smoking cigarettes. So I should
Absolutely
just
right. I wouldn't
keep on
advise
smoking
anyone to do
cigarettes
that.
instead of
Yeah.
puffing glue.
Now with the weed, you could make a cup of tea. You could put it in your food. You could eat it, drink it. You don't have to smoke it. That's the thing.
Sure, but then it's not analogous to smoking in any way anymore.
No, well then that means then at the end of the day though, you're doing yourself good, aren't you? Because you've
Yeah,
got
by
to feed off
smoking
the positive.
nothing.
You've got to feed off of the positive. That's your problem. You are weak-minded. You are not able to focus your mind on, okay, I know it's no good. Let me stop this now. I don't buy any. Okay. When I smell it, that's when I'm going to have to work hard when people around me are smoking. So what I do, let me not go around where people are smoking. Good. Let me go out into the forest, right? Listen to the Flat Earth podcast as I'm doing my walk. Let me see what their model is all about, even though they don't have a model. Let's listen. And then you're doing your hike and you're cleaning your lungs out. And before you know where you are, you're healthy. You're a flat earther. Wow.
This is so funny.
Because you're a flat earther, gonna be. That's a fact. No,
You eat
no escaping
potatoes
that, sir.
and suddenly you're a flat earther and things make sense.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how beautiful the flat earth is. It's that seamless. It can be that seamless. And you're living in a beautiful part of the world as well. And you don't realize it. You think it's all boring because you look at the flashing lights. Those lights are cancerous, by the way. Cost a lot of money as well.
But lights are cancerous.
Oh yeah, the energy can be cancerous, can't it? The gases they give off. So, you're better off living in the natural Finland. That is a beautiful, level, flat plain, the reminder of the flat earth. Maybe that's why there's no curvature there at all and it's driving you berserk, huh? It's too flat. Can't live here.
I mean, I drove to work and fuck, there was hills. Shit.
Oh, you must love it when you get to a hill. Yeah, you go over it.
Yeah, it's like roller coaster.
Yeah. Hey, hang on, kids. Here we go now.
Just bought another car yesterday.
Did you?
Nice. Yeah, I have 4 cars now. I don't know why.
Wow. 4 cars. What cars do you have?
Nah, just like cars to use and buy and sell and fix and shit like that.
That's good. Yeah. Actually, there's a program called, it's not on air now, or what happened, the partners split up. It was called Wheeler Dealers, okay? Now, Ed China split up with the other...
Yeah, I saw that they had a split.
He started his own program, right? He went solo. He went to Finland. And fixed up some cars because the Finns are into that, you see. Yeah, that's a good hobby.
Cars are expensive over here because of the taxes.
Yeah.
Like I saw a podcast of a guy today who bought a Lamborghini Huracan from Sweden, and it was like 150,000 euros in Sweden. But when he imported it into Finland, he had to pay 200,000 euros for the tax.
Oh, fucking hell. That's mad.
It's mental.
Yeah. You see, these sort of things, right? You know the government's just ripping you off because, question, where does that tax money go that you're paying? You see, it's robbery, isn't it?
It actually goes to, we have sort of free healthcare, free education, good social service.
Yeah, but
So
aren't you paying that through your salaries anyway?
well, not to the full extent. It isn't enough.
No? So what's the
Just
percentage that they take from your weekly salary? What percentage do they take to go to your
For
health
me,
and
it's
education and everything else?
roughly, I think 22% that I pay for like 50,000 euros.
Okay, so that's 22% from your, and then everybody pays that. Don't you think that's more
It
than enough to
depends.
do the health thing? Take care of it. No, not everybody. The Finns are a healthy bunch of people anyway.
Sure, but I mean, it's not a fixed rate. Some people pay more if their income is higher. It's not a fixed
yeah.
percent.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm thinking that there is enough money to go around that they don't need to be charging 200,000 fucking euros for a car. That's what I think.
Sure. I mean, we're sort of an open society, so everything where they use the money, you can check it. Like,
Yeah.
for instance, when we get we pay our taxes per month or whenever you get your income, and then once a year there's like a checkup of everyone's taxes.
Yeah,
And
an audit.
Yeah, and every tax, like if there's a millionaire over here, so he pays his taxes, and you can go to an online service where you can see everyone's income.
Yeah. They have that here in Japan as well. I mean, they have competitions who can pay the most tax, and I think that is fucking ridiculous. If I was a billionaire, I wouldn't be paying the taxes that the government thinks I'm going to pay because I'd move my money and my ass out of that country very quickly. That's the first thing. And second, I wouldn't have my taxes online for everyone to see. Totally
There's
not.
also
That's not the way I live my life, mate. Sorry.
It's interesting over here because like speeding tickets are also depending on your income. So there was a rally driver. What was his name? Don't remember his name, but this week there was news that he got a speeding ticket and he sort of didn't declare his income from abroad because he had a company in Estonia where he got income from. So they gave him a little ticket, but then they fixed it. So now it's going according to all of his income, and he got a speeding ticket. I guess he was driving like 40 or 60 kilometers over the speed limit at a road that's like 100 kilometers an hour, and he got a speeding ticket of 30,000 euros for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay a single penny of a single euro of that. They would not get that money. All my money would be moved out of the bank accounts, gone off to another country. I'd be missing. They'd have to hunt me down. I'm not going to give them a penny. That's the way I am. At 60 years of age now, I'm well wise to the trot, so I wouldn't be giving them. I'd give them the middle finger. Said, "Yeah, catch me if you can, you bastards," and I'm gone. That's it.
I got a speeding ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a speeding ticket, and they asked me, "What's your income?" And I just said, "Yeah, it's 1,600 euros a month." Even though I was getting like more than 2,000, but they don't check if you if you're not rich.
Good.
So it's okay.
Yeah. You can't tell. I mean, you'd be foolish to tell them your whole income. No, that'd be bollocks. I'd just say to them, "No comprende." No comprende wakaranai. Senga. You know, that's that.
Yeah.
That's my private. That's my private business. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like that now. I'm just going to go out with a bang. I'm wild. I'm that wild now. You know. Do I stop for police? No, I don't. You know, they have to really drive up, lights flashing, and then they're looking annoyed. And me? You want? Oh, sorry. Didn't know you was talking to me, mate. pulled over. What do you want? You know. That's me. Totally ignore the fuckers now. Yeah, you have to take control of your destiny. So if you are speeding and then you know you're speeding and the police come up to you, if you can avoid them, try to avoid them. If you can't, then of course pull up. Simple as that. That's always try to not stop first. That's the key here. Don't just give up readily. Because sometimes you can actually just get away. They give up sometimes. Ah, fuck it. Not in the mood for a chase today. Oh.
It was an interesting thing when I was younger. I just got my license and I was driving with friends. And I was driving, it was a 40 kilometers per hour zone and I was driving like 60. Yeah. And I saw from the corner of my eye that there was cops coming from the side of me. And they came, I was already braking down.
Yeah.
So they came behind me and flashed their lights and stopped me. And they said, "How fast were you going?" And I said, 40 kilometers an hour. And they said, "No, you were doing like 60. And I said, "Prove it. I mean, you were coming from the side. How can you know that?"
Yeah.
The radar only does like directly in front of you. And they said, "Well, we can't prove anything." And I was like, "Yes, I was doing 40." And they had to let me go.
That's correct, yeah, because you stood your ground. You know, if you had said 60, you would have got a ticket instantly.
Yeah, because that would be admission, yeah.
Yeah. That's why you say, no, 40. That's exactly what I do. I don't say, yeah, I was doing that speed, do I? When they ask me, I always say much lower than I was doing. And like you said, if they're not behind you, actually got you in their sights with the camera and then the mileage there, they haven't got any evidence, you see? And that happened to me in the West End one time when I was riding on a Honda XL 500 and I was moving through the traffic like a knife through butter. But I noticed the police officer, you know, because in Britain, they ride the BMWs with the fluorescent green jacket. So, you know, they stand out like a sore thumb. So because I look for them because I know I'm speeding. So I'm looking for them in particular. And I spotted one, but there's one there. So I started to slow down now. I drove past Harrods. I've gone under the Piccadilly underpass that brings you up towards Piccadilly Central. And by the time I got to Piccadilly, I could see the police officer breaking hell and leather to try and keep up with me. And then he caught up and he said, "Pull over." I said, "Why?" "Pull over." I said, "Okay." Pulled over, put the side stand down. And then I go, "What do you want?" He goes, "You were speeding back there." I goes, "No, I wasn't. I saw you. I saw you coming out of Hans Crescent. So no, I was not speeding, sorry." And then you know what he did? He started to check the bike to see if there's any faults. But he doesn't know that. He's looking at Gene here. I'm a professional when it comes to the bikes. Nothing's going to be wrong. I said to him, "Give it an MOT test, the motor automation test. Go ahead, check it out." And then you know what he said at the end? He says, "Why do you ride a Honda?" I said, "What do you mean, why do I ride a Honda? Why do you ride a German bike with our tax money when you had a war with Germany and you Britons hate the Germans and you ride a BMW?" You know what I did? I spat on the floor and then he rode off. And guess what happened? Maybe 5 years, 8 years later, the police are riding Hondas. That's what they ride now in Britain. Hondas. Because they're cheaper to run, more reliable, less expensive. Yeah, I stood my ground, man. I was in my 20s then. 25, 27, something like that, when that happened.
Yep.
Yeah. I didn't get a ticket because he didn't have any evidence. But then he started to try to attack the bike I'm riding, and I thought, you can't do that. You're riding a worse bike. You're riding a German bike, and you Britons hate the Germans. It's obvious. We know this. So don't tell me why I'm riding a Honda. Superior machine. Cheek. Yeah, I shouted at him, like I shout now. That's how I was like then. I said, you asked me. If you could see me, you'd be cracking up. You dare attack me on my Honda and you run a BMW. I actually spat on the ground to let him know how disgusted I was. But that's life. You've got to go with your persona, all your atoms in your body. That's how you live your life, man. That's when you know you're alive. Tell them. Don't worry, when you're a flat earther, you'll understand what I mean. yeah, you know, totally adverse. Tax, fucking horrible word. The worst use of our taxes is when they use it to make weapons of mass destruction. That there is the worst crime of all with our taxes. So what's the weather like in London now? Okay, what's the weather like in Finland?
It's not too bad. It's a bit cold, but not too cold.
What's the temperature?
It's like -2.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah, that's not bad at all. I mean, we've had that here in Japan. -2.
It was over
we had
20
that.
last week.
Yeah, we had that last month, -2. I was out in that, cycling. So, yeah, man.
For my dad for 500 euros, that's worth like 2,500.
Okay,
Then
is that what is that your personal car?
yeah, for now, because I had a Volvo V40 and that's breaking up a bit, so I'm gonna fix that and sell it.
Okay.
I bought it for 700 and I'm getting like 1,400 from it.
Yeah,
Then I
that's a
bought
nice car, that.
yeah, it's a good car. Yeah, it has it's a 2-liter turbo and it has a chip tuning on it and a D2 suspension. So it's a good car to drive.
Yeah, I do like the V40s. I like the Volvos, the SUVs. They're nice. Very solid car. You know, safest cars on the road. To be quite honest, you know, structurally, and mechanically, they're a good car. The Volvo. Not many people give them a look. You know, you know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're a really nice car, the Volvo. So, and then you've got 2 projects, are you, that you're working on, that you're turning over, or what? Flipping over, should I say?
No, there's actually a Peugeot 206 that my girlfriend drives, and then there's a Chevrolet Spark that I bought from a coworker for 400 euros, and it doesn't run well, and there's some issue with it, but I don't know what the issue is. So I think I'm just gonna put it up for sale for 1,500. So I'll get
get
1,000 euros profit for it.
The thing about those Chevrolets that was common, and this is what I learned from the wheeler dealers, is that the air filters and the carburation usually, you know, it becomes hampered. Do you understand? Defective, and it's hard to balance them. Probably that if it's not running properly.
I just already changed the O2 sensor because it was giving a fault code from that, but it didn't work. It's still running too rich. And I don't know. I think I'm gonna first just adjust the valves to see if that's the cause, if it leaves a valve open, because it was giving some bangs into the inlet manifold. So I'm gonna see if that works. If it doesn't, then I'm just gonna sell it.
Yeah. That makes sense, yeah. But then I mean, I like American cars. I do like them. They're very big. They're guzzlers, but the style is there. The style is there.
Yeah, but it's the Korean Chevrolet, the Spark, the small one with the 1-liter engine.
Oh, right, right.
Yeah, it's a classic car.
Wow.
Yeah, they go for the cheapest one over here is 3,000 euros. So I think I'm gonna get 1,500 from it in that shape. So I'll get 1,000 euro profit from it. So it's all good.
Right. I think it was like maybe 4 years ago. I think the Scandinavians, your area, they want to embrace the electric car so fast that I think they're leading the world in car sales, and you know, really going gun ho to get electric car. How do you feel about that when you're looking at your petrol combustion engine? How do you feel about that?
About electric cars?
Yeah.
Well, sure. I mean, with our environment where it can be 30 degrees below zero, I mean, the batteries are not too good yet. Plus, there is a problem with if you, like, there is a law now where you have to, like, if you have a apartment complex, you have to put the loading stations there, and that's going to be a huge investment. Plus, I don't know, because say in the winter, if you have, because we don't now have a lot of electric cars, but if in the future they like to go fully electric, the grid can't take it's going to overload the grid, the electric grid.
Yeah, that's what was said. You see, I've looked at numerous, and I mean numerous amount of electric car videos across the flat Earth. You know, all over the flat Earth. They're looking at what's going on, and yeah, they said exactly what you said. It's going to be costly in the infrastructure. It's going to take out the grid. Yeah. Then there's the reliability problem with these batteries. You know, and then if they go wrong, they're mega expensive to replace. So, you know, and then, you know what they said in the end? They will never kill the combustion engine. The combustion engine is still going to be around for a long, long time.
Yeah,
Not
because you
everyone
can,
wants an electric car, you see.
yeah, and you can make an eco-friendly combustion engine easily. I mean, it's
Of course
not
you
a
can.
problem.
I mean, me and you agree there. Hemp is the fuel. Hemp oil, no problem, man. The cleanest fuel you can ever get. Biodiesel or bioethanol, the cleanest fuels. You can drink the bioethanol. You can drink it. You can actually drink it. It won't harm you. And yet you can run your engine on it.
But then
And you
again,
can cook. Go on.
yeah, but you can cook with cooking oil, but if you burn it, it'll just release like carbon dioxide. But I mean, I think the better way would be to just not trying to like delete all the carbon emissions, just gather the ones that we have, like just plant trees and stuff.
Well,
That's just the carbon.
Yeah, I think the fuels that are known as fossil fuels, even though there's no fossil decomposing to make the fuel, that's another lie. The fact is they're not good. They're carcinogenic. If you make the fuel from plant based, so you got your peanut butter, you got your sunflower. Okay, so you got peanut oil, sunflower oil, hemp oil. These fuels are the best, no doubt about it. All the tests have done. The science is in. It's there.
Yeah, I think they are good, but like we have you know, the E85, which is like 85% ethanol. We have that fuel over here, and they use bio waste to do that, so that's a good thing. But I think that if you try to change to fully like sort of plant-based fuel, I think it'll take so much land that you'd have a problem providing food anymore, because I mean, too much of the land would be used
if
for.
we go back to if we go back 10 years, 15 years, and they've done the test back then, they reckon that in the United States, if they just took 6% of their land mass, they could fuel the whole of the US forever, and they'd never need to go to OPEC using hemp as a fuel base.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's not as bad as you think it is, man. It's not as bad. And remember, you get 4 harvests a year with hemp. Depending on the region. Some regions, if it's colder climates, maybe 3 harvests a year. In the warmer climates, 4 harvests a year.
Yeah, over here in the southern Finland, you can get 2 harvests. And good thing with hemp is that the biomass is huge because it's such a big plant. So.
Thank you. This is what we're saying. You see. So you know, we've been led astray. But when you actually scrutinize it properly with the massive, magnifying glass, you're going to see that they've been lying. We could have survived on this from 100 years ago. Okay, we've been set back 100 years.
Over here, it's the actually the government that's funding the research for hemp being a biofuel.
Well, yeah, I mean, people should embrace that one, man. Embrace it quickly. Start wearing the T-shirts, you know. Get the T-shirts printed, promote it. Because that's the way to go forward.
If I had some land, I would definitely be using not just like growing hemp, because you can sell it so many ways. You can get the seed, sell the seeds for food, and then the rest is just biomass, and you get money from both, and it's a win.
That I agree with you. I agree with you 100%, because at the end of the day, that's exactly what the experts say that you can do with hemp. I mean, the numbers are off the chart. 500,000 ways to use. Hempcrete. It's called hempcrete.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think
And I
there's also
misspoke. I misspoke. It's 50,000. 500. Yeah, 50,000 ways. Sorry, not 500,000. 50.
oh, yeah.
The documentary I watched said 50,000 ways to use hemp, and I was thinking, if you can't make a life from 50,000 different products,
Yeah.
what the hell are you living for? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at work, so I gotta hop off. But
Okay, nice talking with you. Remember, flat Earth. Your clue is your country. Your country is your clue.
yeah. But I'll catch you later.
Yeah, nice man, nice man. Always drive on the flat Earth. You got to keep doing that. That's as easy as breathing with me. Always relate it to the flat Earth. 2022, the year the flat Earthers give the heliocentrists a psychological update and evaluation on their behavior as to why they want to believe in a model they cannot prove, see, taste, and show me. Why would you want to do that? Is that sane, we ask ourselves? Yes. As I said earlier, we the flat earthers, we choose to teach you the flat earth. We choose to teach you the flat earth. We choose to teach you the flat earth because, not because it's easy, it's because you're so hard-headed. And that goal will go a long way in proving who is mentally unstable. And when we begin to teach the flat earth, we ask for God's blessing. Yeah, what a great speech that was. I'll never forget that. From JFK, we choose to go to the moon speech. I thought that was brilliant, even though they never went. The speech was good, though. The thing is, the flat earth is real. So, take it. Take it on the chin, you heliocentrists. It's the year of the psychological evaluation of the heliocentrists, 2022. Flat earth rising. Unceasing, unstoppable, unbreakable. Come on. Come on, you heliocentrists. Where are you? Bring it on. Come get your counseling. Jin, CBR1, the counselor, the flat earth counselor, the heliocentric leveler. Bring it on. Yeah.
Man, what the hell is going on here?
Yes. I'm holding the fort.
Oh,
Not
what the
nice
hell?
to me.
Merle is here.
How you
Merle,
been, Mel?
you've not slept
Welcome.
this whole time.
Welcome, Mel. Let's
Maybe you
give
got
Mel a chance.
maybe you
What do
got
you
kicked
see?
out of
What
the
do you
other.
say? What do you hear, Mel?
He probably got kicked out of the other server. Started hating him, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe he spent too long.
I'm not surprised. You know, when I go in there, I'm causing mayhem.
Causing mayhem. No, you don't.
I do.
Oh
I
my
cause
god.
mayhem, strife,
Hey, turn that
and
down.
disruption and destruction of their dreams. I shatter it completely as soon as I come in. And before I come in, I wind them up. I might post them, a flat earth image, like the one with Denzel Washington. Man, damn, it feels good to be a flat earther. Or goodbye ball. Yeah, post that in, and then I come in. Then I enter.
I hope though, Jin, I really hope, like on a serious conversation, a serious talk, I hope it doesn't affect your relationship with your family and friends. Try and make sure it doesn't get in the way. Because in the end of the day, it's not worth it. Family and friends, it's not worth it.
Okay, let me tell you something. I went for a walk yesterday, 6 miles. My son is looking at my motorbike because we want to get some off-road bikes. Probably, not sure yet. We're toying with the idea. So he's looking at my bike. I've gone off for a walk. I've come back 2 hours later, and he was upstairs, so he came downstairs again to see me. And as I was talking to him, I could smell his cologne and tobacco.
You told me this, by the way. You told me this yesterday.
Oh, okay, right. So,
Yeah.
Obviously the relationship between my son is he said that my body is good. So the relationship is there, is it not? Is it not? He's
So long-
complimenting me on the power of the physical prowess of my body, how it was able to detect smoke that he
I don't
hours
care
ago.
how,
Yeah, well,
how
you know,
you.
hang on. You made a point about make sure that I don't do my family. But I'm not sacrificing my family. That's the point I'm trying to let you know. So please allow me to say that.
Yeah, I
Okay?
don't care how you do it, so long as you have that relationship and it's there.
I've got
That's
that.
the
You
important
know
thing.
I've got that relationship. You
That's
know I've
good.
got that relationship. Fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? That goes without saying. Remember, these are big boys now, you know, not little boys. They have to hold their hand everywhere, you know. And actually, I'm in the way. I'm actually I'm an obstacle because they want to just go and do their own thing now. They don't need daddy as such at the moment. So I'm going through that period now where I'm not needed unless something's broken. All right. So that's why I can afford to spend time with you now, in that sense. And I still got to go to work and do my own thing, so that's fine. So no, don't worry, man. All the children know the earth is flat, and they know that the vaccines are dangerous. They know all this. They know all this. They know it.
Come on.
They know it. My children know all this.
God damn it.
Yeah, they know it. And don't take God's name in vain like that. But you know what I mean, yeah? So yeah, like I said, I'm a live wire. Going out with a bang. Not the big bang, the flat earth bang.
I love the Big Bang. What do you have against it?
What went bang?
Well, it's not actually an explosion in that sense.
The only big bang I know is when I'm banging my wife, mate. That's it.
No, you're a virgin, even though you're married. Even though you have kids, you're still a virgin somehow.
Yeah, you bet. No woman will ever say that about Jin, I can tell you that. No woman. Not on this flat earth, they ain't going to be saying that. They're going to say, Jin, you treated me the best. That's what they're going to say. Yeah, you know it now, you know it. Now you know it. But you had to go around the stupid ball up to find out that it's flat, and now you know. Yes. I
Nah,
still love you,
you're
don't worry.
funny, Jin. You're funny. This was the joke. So when does the joke end? What's the catch line?
When the joke will end, the joke will never end because that heliocentric model is so hideous. Even though we've destroyed it, we will be forever laughing about it. That's the thing. It's what's going to keep our sanity, the fact that we can laugh at that. So there you go. It'll always be around. It'll be around as long as the flat earth is around. So we don't ever slip back into it. Because,
You're
you know,
a pretty likable guy, you know.
hang on, we grew up laughing at the flat earth, didn't we? Everybody laughed at the flat earth. So in return, we'll be laughing at the globe earth. And it will be real because it will be real. It is stupid.
Tip for tat. I mean, we'll see. I mean, how will you even get to space, by the way? This is a good question.
We don't need to be going to space. That is not somewhere that the Creator has, ordained for us. We
How
will
do you know
never
that?
do that.
I mean,
know that.
you don't have direct
I know
communication
that
with
because nature's laws will never allow us to do that.
Okay,
They
so you don't
already can't do that. We can't do that now. We couldn't do that yesterday. We couldn't do that back in
Okay, you're
1969.
speculating
We're
about
never
God.
doing it tomorrow, and we're never doing it in a gazillion years. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, so God didn't directly tell you, so you're speculating about God.
No. This is not speculation. This is a process of elimination from the experience of 60 years. The creation of earth and nature will never allow man to ever get there. It will never happen. It's never happened. And it's never going to happen.
Yeah, I have a completely different worldview. For me,
You
God
are living
actually
in the
allows us.
fantasy world. You're living
For
in a
me, God
fantasy
actually
world.
allows us to study and accomplish and explore to reach those heights.
We don't explore out of the earth's atmosphere. That's rubbish. So you can dream it, wish it, put it on paper, look at it, imagine it. You're never going to do it because nature's law is final. No
Right, let me ask
man
you.
is
Let me ask
above.
you a question.
No
Why is
man
your
is above nature's law.
right?
No
Let me
man
ask you a
or
question.
woman
Why is
or
your
living thing.
I heard you like 10 times. Okay, well, why is your worldview of God incompatible with the Big Bang? What's wrong with these
You
two?
see, because the Big Bang is not, like I said, we can't, it's not possible for us to know the Big Bang. We can't know that. We can't know that something went bang and then the universe is now expanding and here we are. And Earth came together through molecules and, joint,
Okay, so where does it start for us? Where does the creation start? Because obviously God is not using, he doesn't have hands and he's using them and etc. You tell me, where does it stop?
It stops when we stop
No,
war,
stop.
stop fight. Hang on.
Not
It
stop.
stops. It stops when we
I said
stop
start.
war, fighting, famine.
I said
Okay,
start.
and we start to live together on Earth in harmony with us,
No, I said
harmoniously
start,
together.
not stop.
Sorry.
You didn't. I said start. You didn't hear me.
Oh, we said stop. Where does what start?
So if I go back in time, my mom gave birth to me, and if I keep going back, there are these causes and effects. So where does it begin exactly, if not at the Big Bang?
That I cannot really answer that. That I cannot. That's what I'm saying. That we cannot know this. We can only speculate.
But there is a beginning. At least you can agree with that. There has to be some kind of beginning.
Oh yeah, there would have been a beginning, a nucleus, something. Yeah, but let's say the Earth, that the Creator created the Earth first, the oceans, the molecules, the land, whatever, and
Yeah, exactly.
then the animals, and then the humans to look after everything. But we've turned out to be the worst living thing on this Earth at the moment. Man,
Nah,
destroying.
I think men are man is amazing in terms of his
No,
wisdom, his
I don't
intellect.
think so.
Wait, you think man is bad?
Yeah.
I mean, not inherently. Not people aren't inherently bad. It's with your choices as you grow up.
We are the worst living thing on this earth. We have allowed a small 1% to destroy this earth and hijack it, and we are now being slaved on it.
I
We
mean,
are
Jin, at
the
this
worst
point,
living thing on it. We are weak, spineless, useless. Is what
hell,
we are
Jin,
at the
at this
moment.
point, I suspect you're just disagreeing because I'm a Glober. You're just disagreeing for the sake of
No,
disagreeing. Whatever I say.
no. We've had this discussion before, deja vu, but no. I'm saying to you that humans to humans, we are useless at the moment because we are allowing we are being governed as slaves. That is the wrong way to be living on a beautiful flat earth. We are devaluing our existence. We are hastening our demise. Okay?
And globe, yeah.
Humans are amazing.
It's a bad way to live on the globe too.
Their potential to be good is amazing, as well as their potential to be bad. But I'm not talking about the choices that they've already made. You can make those choices for yourself, and if you've decided with all of your brilliance and intellect to do bad stuff with that brain, then you are beneath animals who do not even have rationality and wisdom.
I agree with that. And at the moment,
That's what my
man
original
is in
point
that realm at the moment. For when you allow the system to slave you, or allow yourself to be slaved and not realize you're a slave, you're a useless human being. You haven't reached your potential, even if you have a Rolls Royce or a Lamborghini or whatever, and a mansion and whatever, and you're a billionaire. If
Hey,
you are
Merle was
lying, yeah, go ahead.
Merle, what the hell happened? I've seen you since yesterday in the other server.
Yeah, go on, man.
No, nothing's happened.
Now let's find you here.
Yeah, these are pretty much the two rooms, and another room, but that's a private room. But yeah, I mean, these are the only rooms I listen to people. I don't want to hear mainstream at the moment. If I want the mainstream, I can just get on the internet. It's easy.
Yeah.
I'd rather see what the real people are thinking.
That's right. That's it. Like I said, 2022 is the year the flat earthers give the heliocentrists a psychological evaluation. We want to know why it is they want to believe,
and vice
why
versa.
they want to believe in something they cannot prove.
Jen, it's now 2022. Prepare for your psychological evaluation.
We
We're
don't.
starting now.
We flat earthers don't need that. We flat earthers
Well,
don't need that.
whether you
We're the
think we need it or
counselors.
not, you're about to
We
have
are
it.
the leaders of the earth. We are the leaders.
It's happening
That's
anyway.
why main
Sorry.
media
I will never
actually
let you
said it.
lead me, Jin. Never.
They've actually connected the anti-vaxxers of flat earthers. If that were only true,
Messiah
there'd be more flat
complex.
earthers than
Just
you think.
writing that down in the file.
I don't care. Jin was the last leader in the world.
Mine is being recorded as we speak, so don't worry. I'll rewind it later.
Rewind the tape and check your own psychological evaluation.
It's, you better believe that one. Put the mic in the right place. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Click. Okay. Here we go now.
Let's do it live.
This is the future leader, Jin.
You better believe if I was your leader, you'd be very happy because I would consider myself the oily rag. And
Please,
I wouldn't,
no.
like I said, I wouldn't be taking a single penny of my salary until the end of the first year. As long as I've achieved my goals.
You just explained how humans are slaves and we can't trust each other. So how are you going to become a leader?
Oh, well, if I was a leader, you see, I'd be working for you. You didn't hear what I said. That I wouldn't be getting a salary until the end of the year. And that would be as long as I've achieved the goals that I've set for you.
But how do we
the goals
trust
that you
you?
want me to set and
If
achieve.
we don't. If you're human, how do we trust you after what you said about humans just now?
Well, then you got, well, then you're going to be looking at my work. You're going to be looking at what am I doing? Am I actually working for you and in earnest to achieve what you want? And how would you know that?
Even if you paid me to work for me, I wouldn't.
So humans are inherently bad, but Jin's inherently good. That's what I'm getting from this.
Yeah, because I have your interest at heart. So for example, all the money that was used to make the weapons of mass destruction would be reversed and would be paid back to you in the terms of building your house with a solar panel on both sides of your roofs by law.
I like that.
Okay,
I actually like that.
Now, if you're inherently good and most people are inherently bad, how many is there like you out of 8 billion? How many inherently good ones are there?
There's so many. It's unbelievable. So many.
Half.
Flat earthers, for example, those who are talking about using hemp as a fuel basis to make those people are nice people. I would say there's loads of those.
Pro-hempers.
Yeah, pro-hempers.
How many is that though, compared to?
There's loads. They're in the billions.
And billions. So could we say half of the 8 billion are inherently good?
Yeah, I suppose. I think it's more than that. It's more than half that are inherently good.
So you're being negative when you're saying all humans are inherently bad. You're being a bit negative.
No, at the moment, when I say all humans are bad, it's because we have allowed ourselves to be slaves. We're good people, but we are weak. Good people can be weak, can be naive. Right.
Okay, so why aren't you weak? How do we know that you're strong? By watching.
What are these questions, Dawn?
Nice questions. Well, like I said, the integrity comes in. I said, I'm not going to receive a single penny of salary until I've achieved the goal set for that first year, which would be you guys' request. And if a year has passed and I'm almost there, I would say, can I have my salary now? And you pay me because you can see that the job is.
Jim, you know what I like the most about what you've said? The best thing I like is how you said you would sell the weapons of mass destruction and put that money into housing. Is that what you said?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I really like that. Respect for that.
Yeah, because that's your money. If I can build a weapon that can destroy, I can build a house that can enhance and uplift life, and that's what the money's for. And it's going to be a lot less. It's going to be a lot less.
This flat earther. The only flat earther I'm voting for.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot less, and it will be all hemp based. So chemicals will be destroyed. No more chemicals. If it's not from hemp, it's not going to be made.
What we have to do is we have to trust you at first, and then we have to see you doing good work, and then we'll know that you're inherently good.
Well, yeah, because I'm going to be changing the program on the fly, man. I'm not going to hit the ground running. I'm going to hit the ground flying, mate. There you go.
I've only just joined, but I'm kind of confused by the idea of being on the ground and flying.
Well, you know what I mean. I'm just gonna keep moving in earnest
On the
to
but
get
like
things
flying.
done. Yeah,
like a wiggly worm.
yeah. The situation was, what would you be doing if you were the leader, sort of thing. And I said, well, I wouldn't be the leader really. I'd be an oily rag, to be honest, because there's a lot of work to be done. So I'll be working for you. You would be my bosses. You see what I mean? So in fact, you are the leaders. There you go.
Is there any Globers that are inherently good?
Yeah, of course there are, but they're just naive. That's all. And a naive person can be good and pure of heart.
And is there any naive flat earthers?
That is the essence of naivety, in a way. Purest of heart.
Is there naive flat earthers as well?
No.
Yeah,
just the ballers.
Well, there might
All
be
the ballers.
One or two.
Definitely the ballers now.
One or two.
Retarded.
Yeah, it's definitely the ballers. In this case.
Of course. Of course.
I see.
We have intelligence on both camps.
Yeah, man.
We need to utilize it.
Yeah. But you've got to bring that integrity into play. That's what's going to count here.
Yeah,
The
I'd
integrity.
agree. There's some naive people on both sides. There's some inherently good people around.
I was teaching my son yesterday, or reminding him that when you clean something, remember the integrity of the clean. Don't do it because you have to do it. Do it because you want to do it. And then when you want to do it, you're going to do it economically and perfectly. That's the integrity of the clean, whatever you're cleaning. There you go. So there you go. The integrity is what's necessary, and that's what's totally lost. You can't look at the people in the governments we have over the flat earth and say they've got integrity when they're ushering in a needle that you don't want. Yeah? Okay. There you have it.
Well, no, it's a needle you don't want. There's a difference.
Didn't you say you worked in the Navy? You were in the Navy, Jen?
His army.
No, I wasn't in the Navy. I was in the Royal Engineers.
Royal Engineers. Don't you have to get like a full, like whole batch of needles to join?
No, you don't, you see, because when I was in the Royal Engineers back in the 80s, they go from your record from when you were a childhood and that. So no, you don't get. That's only coming recently in the British Army where they want to give you vaccinations because they're copying America's lead. That's what's happening there. There's money being made.
I thought this has been around since the end of the First World War. They were like, hang on, we need to deal with this possibility that people are going to get sick overseas. So since World War II, Vietnam and all of that, you've got to get a bunch of shots before you go anywhere.
Yeah. That might be the case, but I'm sure when you look into the British Army in Britain, that was not the program. No.
If you're posted abroad in the British Army, so say for instance you went to Nigeria or you went to the Congo, then you get dengue fever jabs, you get yellow fever jabs.
There you go.
If you're going out to Iraq, you get vaccinated. That's been in place since the 50s, 60s.
There you go. But I've
worked with Royal Engineers.
Yeah, so I was in Britain, so I didn't really go abroad as such.
Yeah. So you never had the requirement to do so because they don't waste money generally because they're tight-fisted bastards.
Yeah, and it wasn't necessary because I was in Britain anyway, wasn't I? You know.
Yeah, which means you weren't going into a region where you would have had to have had a vaccination to go.
Yeah, if I had to go to Africa, I would have been all right because I went to Africa and I got vaccinated then. But the question there is now, though, which was brought to light to me back in 2006, because the statement was vaccines have never been proven to work. And then they said, how could you know that the vaccines work? Were you exposed to it? You don't know. So was it the vaccine? So there's a question mark. And then they said the test that would prove that would be this, you give the person you want the vaccine, leave them for 2 months for the antibodies and everything to kick in, and then hit them with the real virus and then see what happens. That test has never been done. Then the other test that would also prove they work or not is to vaccinate 100 children and then another 100 children, the placebo, and watch them over 20 years, their life, see what happens. That test has never been done. This is why they said vaccines have never been proven to work.
So what I'm finding here is that even Royal Engineers are subjected to mandatory vaccination.
Not at the time I was in the army. No, not.
Were you in the
at
army
all.
before 1898?
Look, things change. Things do change over the years. Yeah. When I was in the army,
the Vaccine
in
Act
1980s
of 1898 has been
I
repealed.
did not have to have.
He was never
any
posted abroad,
injections.
so he was never posted to a region which required it. The only thing he probably would have had to have had would be his TB, his tetanus, measles, and that would have, as Jin said, that would have been taken from the school records, because there's normally vaccinations you have at school when you're sort of 8 and 12. Here.
So it is compulsory. I mean, that satisfies.
You have to have it.
When I was in, I didn't have any other injections.
Sounds like what I'm saying, right? It's a compulsory thing that he subjected himself to.
Yeah, it's compulsory, and especially if you, as I say, that's why I made the point that if you go to parts of Africa, you have to be vaccinated. If you go to other parts of the world, you have to be vaccinated. So yellow fever and dengue fever are the two that I had to have when I went to Nigeria, and also when I went to Iraq.
Okay, now the question is again, did these vaccines work? And the answer to that is no, they did not. No, they did not. There is no scientific data that exists that proves that these vaccines work. So this is the crux of your argument now. You're getting vaccines, but they've never been proven to work. That's the question. And that's your answer. It's not the question on the table.
The question is on the table is if you're serving in the UK Army, the British Army, then if you go to if you're going to a military operational area, there is a requirement for you to have the vaccine. That is not a choice. That is part of you obeying the chain of command.
Yeah, but the point I'm saying is that there is a nuance that vaccines actually work and they do not work. That's where I'm taking it a little step
the only
further.
thing that you can say, Jin, is you don't know.
Hang on a minute, please. Please, hang on a second. It is an assumption to think that vaccines work because there's no data that proves. In fact, the data that I have proves that they've never worked. They cause more harm than good, and they are unavoidably unsafe. That's the data I have.
So the problem I've got with that, Jin, is you say these studies have never been done. So the best you can say is you don't know if they work or not.
The question is they've been proven not to work because of the damages. The damage of the people who have been injured, the injuries that are there that are numbering and skyrocketing.
That's not what he's talking about. What you're saying is simultaneously they don't work, and then in the next breath you're saying it's never been tested whether they work. The two.
That's correct, but they do more harm. They do more harm.
You say I don't know because the studies haven't been done, or I
but
do
they
know
do
because
more
the studies
harm,
have been
though.
done.
They do more harm. The data is in that they do more harm.
No.
Standard, I guess.
Yes,
shouting and
I have the data. I can show you the graphs from the CDC that polio was not eradicated by any vaccine.
Jim, we can hear you. You don't have to. You don't have to yell. We can hear you.
Sorry, but you know what I mean. Okay. Look, but you know what I'm saying, gentlemen. That I have information from the horse's mouth that goes contrary to what you think. So yes. If you're in the military in America or wherever, you're going to be injected to fuck. I understand that. In the British Army, when I was in, that was not the program. Sorry.
Well, Jin, let me ask you this. Do you think it's possible, Jin, do you think it's possible that there are illnesses, whatever they are, whether they're nanotech or bioweapons or viruses, whatever you want to call them, that there are things, whatever they are? And do you think it's possible that they actually, they spread these to people, whether it's in the actual injections or other things and so on. So they're actually creating them and spreading them. But then that the vaccines do, quote unquote, work for some of those things. They're not working in a way of halting the disease, but they are altering your immune system's response to the bioweapon disease.
Okay, now that I can agree with partially. Okay, in that. They are making things out there, and they're wrecking the body. That is Ebola, for example. That was a man-made virus. AIDS, that was a man-made virus. Okay, yes, that I truly believe exists. But I'm talking about, the one of the top 10 man's best creation. One was like going to the moon. The other one would be the vaccines. Okay, that's a myth. There's no evidence for that. And what's happening today, when you get vaccinated, it doesn't mean you're being immunized. That's not happening. It's never happened. That's what I have learned. That those vaccines have never immunized us. What's happened is this: clean water, sanitation, hygiene, clean water, good food, economic rise, refrigeration. These were the things that helped to eradicate all those diseases that we were talking about. And I've got the graphs to show you. There's a linear line heading downwards, and at the very bottom, that's when they introduced the vaccine. And then in other diseases, when they actually introduced the vaccine, the illness increased, and then it came back down again. Back in the line. So it was an obstacle to the actual decline. It made things worse. These are the graphs, and I've photographed them. I've got them. So
I think the conquest of Mesoamerica and the effect of smallpox upon the native populations of Central America and North America, and then the reversal and the problem of smallpox in Europe and how that was reversed through our understanding of the transmission of the disease and then how to combat it through a vaccine, I think is the most singular demonstrable fact that whether we can argue individual vaccines work or not, we can certainly say that had a huge impact.
The smallpox vaccines, I've got the graphs for that. It wasn't the vaccine that eradicated it at all. That's another lie. And what's the other one? And the polio, because they're the two main ones people like to bring up as the miracle, the vaccine. No, it's a myth. It's an absolute myth. It's a complete and utter lie. Never worked. They cause more.
I don't argue that better hygiene, better water sources, those two things that have a very good effect. But we have pretty much eradicated smallpox in the Western world, and that has been done through a program of vaccination. And when we go to a population that didn't have the resistance because people weren't getting it there, and when we introduce it there, we see the effect of it. And you're talking about the decimation of about 90% of the indigenous people.
Yeah. Look, I've got data to the contrary that no vaccine ever eradicated any illness. I've got the information for that.
I've just posted something from the CDC, from the horse's mouth, that say that vaccines work.
Yeah, I've got the data to the contrary from the CDC themselves, from the WHO, and from numerous doctors, professionals in their field, telling you, no, it's not. They actually have the data, and they show you. And that's not just in Britain. That would be in Germany, Austria, America, the South Americas, Africa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we disagree, Jim.
Well, of course we disagree, of course. And I'm standing by what I said. No vaccine has ever been proven to work.
Cool. Nice opinion.
Never. It's not an opinion, it's a fact.
No,
Facts
it's an opinion.
With data and information. Facts.
And I'm also producing data and information and giving you my opinion. Can you let someone get a sentence in, Jim?
Well, I was nearly finished, wasn't I? Right, now, foolish, even in your position, you cannot say categorically that the vaccines worked for you when you were in Africa. Okay, thank you. Please carry on. Sorry I had to take my time. Come on, don't sulk now. Come on. Lick your wounds, Where? You're a big man. You can take it. You're a big man.
Yeah, I mean, I think they want to create bioweapons, and then they want to create a way to control the effect of those said bioweapons, which is essentially what vaccines are. Vaccines are bioweapons, and then the bioweapons are bioweapons. They use both of them on both sides, one to make people sick, and then the other one to inject them with some of that sickness to then cause the immune system react a little bit differently to the original bioweapon they made. But then the vaccine also has all kinds of other damaging effects. So the whole thing is just garbage.
Yeah, here. I agree with what was said there. Perfect. Yeah, in that, they are bioweapons. That's what they're doing. They've only undermined humanity, and they've known it as well. They've known it.
Yeah, because if you take a toxin, like a highly developed toxin, and then you make people sick with it, and then the people are all upset that they're sick with it, which sucks because they are being poisoned by it. And then you make a vaccine which has a little bit of that toxin in it, but not enough to quite make the person fully sick, but just enough to kind of get a person's immune system responding to it. However, while they're doing that, they're altering the immune system in other damaging ways, and there's all kinds of other damaging effects of it. So it's sort of like we really just don't need any of it. I mean, I think our immune systems are strong enough to deal with whatever comes our way, and we just need to stop letting these people spread these toxins and then try to give us these treatments that only make things worse.
Yeah, cull the weak. That's what we should do.
No, don't do that. All I'm trying to say is this. What Gio just said was perfectly correct, yeah? With the human body's immune system can deal with anything that comes to it naturally. Now, if it's man-made now, then it's going to compromise, and that's what we're buying.
What Gio said is incompatible with what you said? Like, what
Yeah,
Gio
absolutely.
Said, so you're aware that you agree
I
with
agree
Gio
with what
that
Gio is
disagrees
saying.
with you. But no. So the
No,
question was,
Gio doesn't. Hang on.
Question was this, Jim.
Twist it
Are
around
you
now.
aware? Are you aware that what you just agreed with that Gio said is incompatible with what you just got done saying?
No. He said that vaccines are by. Hang on. If I'm correcting what he said, which I agree with, vaccines are bioweapons which are being used to compromise the human body. Then he went on and said that they might be introducing the vaccine to try and repair the immune system. But in other words, that is also compromising the immune system, setting you up to fail.
If vaccines don't work, if your position is that vaccines don't work, you disagree with what Gio said, because while that's some of what Gio said, what he also said was he believes that it is a system created in which vaccines fix the problem that man has created themselves. So what he's describing is a world in which vaccines do work, and what you were describing is that they don't work. That you have to pick one or the other.
I'm saying to you that vaccines have never been proven to work, and they don't work, right? And I'm sticking with that. But I also partially agree with what Gio said. I said that. I did use the word partially at the very outset. Partially
no,
agree
you didn't.
with what
You
he
said
said.
I 100% agree with
Yes,
that.
I did at the very beginning. At the very beginning, when he posed this question at the very beginning, I said partially I agree. Partially is what I said. And then second time round, I said I agree with what he said. So at the end of the day, I stand by my words, and that is
right
that
even when he's wrong.
I stand by my words. Vaccines have never been proven to work. They do not work. Vaccines are indeed bioweapons being used to undermine the human body, and the human body can actually withstand anything naturally if it's left alone. But when you try to introduce these bioweapons, they compromise the human body. And that's why I agree with bio.
Yeah, as I say, you want to cull the weak.
I don't want to do that.
Well, if everybody followed your message, then that's what would be happening.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. No, it wouldn't be. Sorry, it would not happen. Because like the expert said, it is no good, like, hurting 2,000 people to save one person. Okay? That's the law. That's how it is. If you're injuring 2,000 people to stop one person out of billions, that's wrong. That is not the proper use of the science.
So, I mean, the only thing I can give you is the anecdotal, direct evidence for me is the anecdotal information I have from friends, family, and people I work with. Everybody who I know that has taken, say, the COVID-19 vaccine, nobody's had an adverse effect apart from a slightly sore arm maybe for a few minutes.
Okay, and then the
I
other
know
side of the
people
scale,
who've had
famous
bad
people.
reactions.
Yeah,
no, I'm not saying I'm not. Again, I'm not saying that you're not. It's not impossible. I mean, every medicine has risk. I mean, the simple thing is, whether you're looking at traditional medicine or whether you're looking at pharmaceutical medicine, there is always risks involved in those medicines. Belladonna is a great example. It's a great poison, but it's also a great medicine.
I would totally disagree with that 1,000% with every atom of my body.
So you don't agree that belladonna is a good medicine and a good poison?
I mean, if it's used correctly, maybe. But let me go back to the point of Merck, who made a drug for headaches that was causing heart attacks, right? And they knew it was causing heart attacks. Their failure to write it on the box and in the insert, okay, of the said drug, got them into trouble, and they had to pay the highest lawsuit in the history of lawsuits because they knew it was going
People
to
screw up. I don't disagree with you, Jim.
Oh, that's not
Oh,
screw
okay.
up. That's purposeful harm.
But even so, I mean, I'm even going to say that some
So-
commercial organisations act maliciously. Yeah, I don't
This is what I'm
disagree
trying
with
to
that kind of statement. I don't know the ins and outs of the case, so I'm trying to be as generous as possible. But
Yeah,
I
thank
mean,
you very
another
much for
good
that.
example I'll use is digitalis or foxgloves. Great medicine, great way to kill people.
Right, but that's what I mean. This is what I'm saying. You know, you can't trust your governments with this sort of stuff. This is where the statement stands. The three statements: vaccines have never been proven to work. Vaccines are unavoidably unsafe. Vaccines do more harm than good. And with those three statements, no human being in their right mind would even consider. Once they've seen all the evidence, they're going to say no, thank you. More so,
I have looked at pretty much all the anti-vax evidence that's ever been put across me, and it has not convinced me. And I do believe I'm in the same mind.
I can send you 10 hours, Dross, that might convince you, but I don't think you'll have the time.
I've looked hours and hours. I've read dozens of documents. I've looked at the arguments.
You're in cognitive dissonance. That's what that tells me.
That's your opinion, Dawn. I don't give a shit. I'm just giving you my point of view that nothing I've been shown on this has been convincing.
And still be into vaccines without something wrong happening in your brain.
Yes.
Again, nice opinion. Don't care.
Have you looked into any of the